Chapter 552, 3 Cultivation Systems. As previously mentioned, do not harbor hopes for the Transcendence Technique. Now you understand why. In Canglan Prefecture, within the courtyard of the sub-branch of the Ascension Pavilion, the branch leader, Rosu, reclined in a chair in the pavilion, while Qian, Huanrou, and Jiang stood before her. The trio had returned to the sub-branch. Roy clung to Rosu's arm, stating that she had informed them, yet they refused to believe. Who would share valuable knowledge with outsiders? Rosu disregarded her daughter's remarks, lifting her gaze to admire the two before her. She had already been apprised of the happenings at the main pavilion and was quite surprised by their performance. You two could be described as prodigies. However, the title of genius holds little weight. True strength is of utmost importance. I wish to encourage you to abandon this path, though I know you will not heed my advice. Therefore, press forward as far as you can. Rosu lifted her hand, presenting 2 jade slips to Jiang and Qian Huanrou. These are some cultivation systems I have compiled, distinct from those created by the Holy King. Peruse them. They may prove useful in your quest to establish your own cultivation system. No one can ascertain whether your chosen path is correct or erroneous. That is for you to discover on your own. During this time, I shall do my utmost to protect you. Do not worry about offending the main pavilion. As long as I am alive, they will not dare to act against you. An immortal is akin to an unparalleled sword, wielding immense deterrent power. No one would dare to instigate a full-scale war against a force that possesses an immortal. Should an immortal be provoked, they could obliterate the entirety of their enemy's lineage without inhibition. Even when 2 forces, each with an immortal, clash, the conflict generally remains confined to the younger generation, rarely escalating to the level of the immortals themselves. The powerful seldom intervene. It is the youth who engage in competition and combat, which in turn fosters their growth. Jiang and Qian Huanrou were deeply moved by Rosu's assistance. Initially, they had intended to depart from the Ascension Pavilion, but Rosu's kindness rendered them reluctant to vanish abruptly. Rosu continued, stating that while the Transcendence Technique is admirable, it does not belong to you. If you seek the power of the immortals, you may search for the remains of the celestial beings. Qian Huanrou and Jiang exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Remains of the celestial beings? Rosu rose and explained. It refers to the corpses of immortals. During ancient times, a great war erupted, resulting in the demise of many immortals, with their bones scattered across the world. Even a single drop of celestial blood possesses immense power, capable of transforming an ordinary individual into a peerless genius, provided they can withstand the celestial force. Recently, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared near Moon God City, suspected to be the remains of an ancient immortal manifesting in the world. Numerous powerful individuals have ventured forth in search of these bones, hoping to uncover celestial relics. You too may wish to try your luck. If fortune smiles upon you and you find a fragment of celestial bone, when melded into your body through secret techniques, it could significantly enhance your innate talents. While the effects may not rival those of the Transcendence Technique, it is certainly better than nothing. Jiang shook his head, expressing skepticism about luck being intangible. One cannot be certain. Searching without a clear goal is merely a waste of time. Rosu smiled, remarking that your realm is too low to comprehend the power of fortune. Since you choose not to pursue it, focus on your cultivation. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your training, feel free to consult me. Russell exhibited remarkable patience. Even as an immortal, he did not evoke a sense of alienation. Jiang and Qian Huanrou clasped their fists in salute, then turned to resume their cultivation. Eagerly, he sought a method to attain the 4th realm and enhance his abilities. No matter how formidable he became in this realm, he would ultimately remain a practitioner who comprehended the 3rd-tier laws, unable to ascend to immortality. Within the jade slip bestowed upon him by Russell, 3 distinct cultivation systems were outlined. The first, the power of faith, amplifies oneself by absorbing the beliefs of followers. The stronger the faith, the greater the combat prowess. Historical records recount that during the invasion of the elemental realm by celestial forces, a powerful figure who consolidated the faith of the entire elemental realm vanquished numerous immortals. The celestial realm, unable to secure victory, resorted to insidious tactics, spreading malicious rumors that the power of faith siphoned strength and fortune from others, diminishing longevity. They claimed this formidable individual was selfish and greedy, solely intent on personal ascension. Ordinary beings, unaware of the truth, lost trust in this figure. The elder met a tragic end, Diminished faith led to a decline in power, culminating in his demise at the hands of celestial beings. The elemental realm subsequently fell into ruin, with half of its inhabitants perishing. It was only the emergence of emperors and other powerful beings that salvaged the elemental realm. While the power of faith is potent, it is not an individual's own strength. It is an external force susceptible to outside influence. Though some factions in the elemental realm continue to harness the power of faith, it is primarily employed as a supplementary method, with the main focus resting on the cultivation system of the Holy King. The second cultivation system is witchcraft. Practitioners of this system, known as witches, utilize incantations to commune with the forces of heaven and earth, manifesting unique powers. However, this power suffers from weaknesses in close combat, as chanting requires time. While this system possesses formidable strength, its significant drawbacks render witches vulnerable. In the midst of chanting their spells, a practitioner could swiftly end their life with a single strike. The third cultivation system is the life evolution system. This approach seeks to unlock the potential of the human body, positing that the human form is the greatest miracle in existence, capable of creation. However, this system's blind adoration of bodily development leads to a profound rejection of external forces, resulting in stagnation and a lack of practitioners who reach the immortal level. These cultivators resemble physical practitioners, but differ significantly. While physical practitioners harness blood qi and employ techniques, this system solely concentrates on bodily development without creating spells. In their quest for strength, they forge their bones into weapons, manipulate their skeletal structure for combat, and evolve their teeth and claws to possess the sharpness of beasts. In striving for flight, they develop wings, becoming increasingly bizarre and losing their human semblance. Ultimately, this misguided path led to its own dissolution as the cultivation system of the Holy King gained prevalence, and this arduous and grotesque method was branded heretical by future generations. Yet, what astonished Jiang Pinyin was the extraordinary understanding of the human body within this system. Their comprehension of acupoints surpassed even that of the emperor's realm. Delving deeper into the intricacies of bones, dantian, and blood, they assert that the human body is composed of diminutive entities known as cells, and by manipulating these tiny components, one can induce transformations within the body. Jiang Pinyin has developed a profound interest in this so-called heretical cultivation system, sensing that the opportunity to transcend to the next realm lies within it. As he prepares to delve into the study of the life evolution system, a delicate fragrance wafts through the air. Jiang Pinyin looks up to find Xiaoxiang standing before him, her attire transformed into a resplendent gown, exuding an air of maturity and nobility. Her long, graceful legs become subtly visible with each step, and two blue gemstones dangle gently from her exquisite ears. Jiang Pinyin is momentarily taken aback, inquiring, Xiaoxiang, what occasion warrants such festive attire? It resembles clothing typically worn during a wedding. Lie down. I just had an insight while observing the cultivation system and wish to experiment with you, Qian Huanrou calmly states. Oh, okay, Jiang Pinyin replies, lying down and earnestly asking, how shall we conduct this experiment? Truly, Xiaoxiang's rapid comprehension is commendable. Do not move. Close your eyes. I will handle the rest, Qian Huanrou instructs. Understood. Jiang Pinyin dismisses any further thoughts. Chapter 553. The Transformation. 3 days later, Qian Huanrou, having donned her attire, and with a flushed face radiating the joy of indulging in exquisite cuisine, lightly channels her spiritual energy to evaporate the sweat upon her brow. Turning back, she queries, Pinyin, I am off to search for the remains of the immortal. Would you care to join me? Xiaoxiang. How could you? I am going regardless of your response. Qian Huanrou interrupts, turning away. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Pinyin reflects on the situation, finding himself drenched in Xiaoxiang's saliva. Who could have anticipated that the illustrious emperor of the Qian dynasty would engage in such antics? Yet, he cannot entirely blame himself for succumbing to temptation. How will he face brother Qian Yu in the future? Alas, Xiaoxiang's actions were likely a momentary impulse. She would not repeat such behavior again. Setting aside these distractions, he resolves to focus on the study of the life evolution system. This cultivation system is particularly notable for its profound exploration of the human body, reaching unimaginable depths. It stands as a distinct lineage, possessing a comprehensive theoretical and factual foundation. As Jiang Pinyin continues his research, he becomes increasingly convinced of the validity of this path. The first stage of the life evolution system involves tempering the muscles and bones, leading to a preliminary enhancement of strength. This stage bears similarities to conventional physical cultivation. In the second stage, the internal organs are refined, resulting in substantial improvements to vitality, digestive capacity, detoxification abilities, and recovery rates. The third stage utilizes the 5 viscera and 6 bowels as a crucible to forge the body, elevating life itself and significantly augmenting combat prowess. In the fourth stage, all bodily organs achieve perfect coordination and synchronization, allowing for remarkable advancements in the internal systems. One can manipulate bodily bones and organs at will. Injuries can be swiftly healed, wings can be formed, and any organ's capability can be enhanced. At this juncture, transformations begin, leading to a departure from human form. For instance, when evolving the eyes, they may become immensely large, potentially surpassing the size of a human head. Should one evolve their offensive capabilities, their fists and arms would transform into forms reminiscent of monstrous beasts. In essence, humanity would begin to deviate from its own nature. Upon reaching the fifth stage, the forging of organs evolves into cellular entities, representing the smallest unit of human evolution. At this juncture, one could contend with celestial beings. Yet defeating them remains an unattainable feat. The path of evolution ceases at this point. Individuals pursuing such strength have already transcended the boundaries of humanity. Jiang Pinyin harbors a disinclination towards becoming a creature of monstrosity, exhibiting little interest in this cultivation system. Nonetheless, the profundity of this system's comprehension of the human body is remarkable and worthy of study. Eschewing the concept of dantians, it utilizes the 5 viscera and 6 bowels as a crucible for continuous enhancement of evolution. He contemplates whether he can abandon the acupoints and integrate energy into what is termed as cellular entities. As Jiang Pingyin's spiritual avatar sits beneath the tree of enlightenment, he begins to ponder how to advance to the 4th step, aiming for a leap in cultivation. He initiates experiments with the new system using his spiritual avatar. Even in the event of failure, it would only affect the avatar and not his true self. Should an explosion occur, a new attempt could easily be made. During Jiang Pingyin's cultivation, news of the celestial remains gradually spread, prompting numerous powerful individuals and factions to converge near the moon god city in search of it. The celestial remains bear immense value, capable of elevating one's life level and enhancing innate talents. Even if one cannot refine them, they can still be sold for cultivation resources. Approximately 2 months later, while Jiang Pinyin is in the midst of creating a new technique, the voice of the sect leader, Rosu, suddenly reverberates throughout the ascending Immortal Pavilion. Shut down all teleportation arrays returning to the ascending Immortal Pavilion. All disciples returning from Moon God City are to assemble at the arena. Conceal nothing. Those who do will face immediate execution. At this critical moment of crafting the 4th realm, Jiang Pinyin initially dismissed the message, but a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to open his eyes. It seemed Xiang had ventured to the Moon God Mansion in search of the celestial remains and had yet to return. Why would the sect leader suddenly close all teleportation arrays back to the ascending Immortal Pavilion? Why summon all cultivators who had visited the Moon God Mansion to the arena? A sense of foreboding welled within Jiang Pinyin, compelling him to retrieve a communication talisman in an attempt to contact Xiang. Yet, there was no response from her. The ominous feeling intensified. He could no longer focus on cultivating his realm and swiftly made his way to the arena. Upon his arrival, he discovered hundreds of disciples ensnared within layers of protective formations. Several elders appeared, encased in protective shields, as if guarding against some adversary, their expressions grave. Many disciples watched from a distance, their faces etched with fear as they fixated on the arena. It was truly terrifying. Reports indicated that Moon God City had fallen, with millions perishing. Not only Moon God City but hundreds of nearby cities had succumbed. That area had transformed into a hell on earth. What? In just a few days, hundreds of cities have fallen? Such horror was undeniable. Otherwise, the sect leader and numerous elders would not be so solemn. Hearing these discussions, Jiang Pinyin furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by fallen? What infection? Junior brother Jiang, weren't you at the main sect?" Many were taken aback upon seeing Jiang Pinyin, astonished by his unexpected return. Did he fail the entrance examination? The people from the branch did not know what transpired in the main hall and assumed that Jiang Pinyin had returned due to not passing the entrance assessment. What exactly are you discussing? Jiang Pingyan's tone was tinged with urgency. A nearby cultivator elucidated, some time ago, in Moon God City, a celestial phenomenon occurred, seemingly revealing the bones of an immortal, which attracted a multitude of cultivators. However, inexplicably, just a few days prior, the cultivators within Moon God City suddenly went mad, attacking those who remained sane as if possessed. Those who were injured soon succumbed to madness, joining the fray against the unaffected cultivators. In a matter of days, hundreds of surrounding cities were transformed into hell on earth. Countless lives were tragically lost, and rumors swirled that even some of the great masters had succumbed to madness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pingyan felt a jolt of shock. Such formidable beings as the great masters could go mad? What could be the cause of their insanity? This remains unknown. It could be some form of curse or perhaps an influence on their mental state. As the cultivator spoke, Russell on the arena suddenly addressed a late-stage integration cultivator. Why is your aura so disordered? With a thud, the cultivator fell to his knees, pleading in terror, Master, please, save me. I have been injured. Yet, before the late-stage integration expert could finish, a strange sound erupted from his body, and an eerie power enveloped him. In an instant, multiple legs sprouted from his body, and a terrifying gray head emerged from his back, its features grotesquely distorted. His aura surged exponentially, manifesting the fluctuations of a great master's power. All witnesses stared in astonishment. What in the world is this? The transformation of this individual was truly terrifying, sending shockwaves through everyone present. The afflicted cultivator let out a maniacal laugh and suddenly charged at the other cultivators nearby. Russell, having anticipated this, promptly enacted containment measures. A nearby elder spoke gravely. This does not appear to be a curse nor a mere mental influence. It resembles the effects of having ingested a certain pill that has led to this peculiar transformation. This is utterly horrifying. Being injured seems to lead to contagion, as if influenced by some sinister force. It is imperative that this does not spread within the ascending Immortal Pavilion. Otherwise, all will suffer dire consequences. A group of elders bore solemn expressions. At that moment, a message from an elder's communication talisman suddenly sounded an alarm. A grave situation has arisen. Numerous afflicted cultivators have appeared near the ascending Immortal Pavilion. There is even one among them who has reached the level of a great master. In that instant, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. A great master can also be infected. What on earth is this? A terrifying storm could sweep across all of Canglan State. No, the entirety of the Yuan realm. Chapter 554. Seeking Qian. Huanrou. Russell recognized the severity of the situation. The ascending Immortal Pavilion entered a state of emergency, and all alchemists hurriedly sought ways to concoct an antidote to counter the affliction. All disciples prepared their defenses, heading to the sect's entrance to fend off the mutated cultivators. With orders to eliminate any that could not be controlled immediately, Russell, with little time for words, vanished from his position and rushed to intercept the aberrant cultivators outside the ascending Immortal Pavilion. The mutated monks have lost all consciousness and will assault any normal cultivators they encounter. Should these aberrant monks breach the Ascension Pavilion, it would spell disaster. A multitude of cultivators, following Russell, transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the entrance of the Ascension Pavilion to fend off the impending threat. The sudden turmoil caught everyone off guard. Jiang Pingyan continuously attempted to contact Qian Huanrou through a communication talisman, yet to no avail. In his moment of distress, he recalled the identity token of the Ascension Pavilion, which possessed a locating ability. Previously, he and Qian Huanrou had linked their tokens, allowing for mutual tracking. Indeed, through the identity token, Jiang Pingyan pinpointed Qian Huanrou's location, albeit a considerable distance away. Arriving at the teleportation array, he sought out the array manager and urgently inquired while pointing eastward, "Is that Moon God City?" Indeed, something grave has occurred in Moon God City. The specifics are unclear, but it is said that all cultivators there have perished, and the returning arrays have been sealed. The array manager responded, a somber expression on his face. "Teleport me there," Jiang Pingyan implored anxiously. Although the array leading back to the Ascension Pavilion was sealed, the array to Moon God City remained operational. Hearing this, the array manager's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you mad? Did you not hear what I just said? Something catastrophic has transpired there. Numerous integration stage experts have perished. Your cultivation level would surely lead to your demise if you go. Hurry, stop wasting time," Jiang Pingyan retorted, tossing a crystal of essence to the array manager. This was the first time the array manager had encountered someone so eager to court death. Given that the man was intent on his own destruction, he refrained from stopping him, activating the array to send him forth. The power of space surged, and Jiang Pingan vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself in Moon God City. The current state of Moon God City was one of utter ruin. Exquisite palaces were engulfed in fierce flames, celestial towers had collapsed, and lifeless bodies littered the ground, with no sign of the living. Smoke entwined beneath the heavens, transforming the landscape into shades of gray and crimson, as an eerie, peculiar force enveloped this realm. An unsettling emotion surged within Jiang Pingan. As soon as he materialized, a mutated cultivator charged at him, its body riddled with eyes, appearing grotesque in the extreme. Jiang Pingan reacted swiftly, swinging his fist to strike it away. To his astonishment, a punch imbued with the essence of destruction merely wounded the creature rather than obliterating it. It was only a mid-stage void refinement cultivator. Had it been a typical mid-stage void refinement expert, that punch would have been fatal. The mutated cultivator's physique had been enhanced to an extraordinary degree. With a guttural roar that was anything but human, the aberrant cultivator's body crackled ominously, and its head suddenly split open, revealing a massive eye that fixated on Jiang Pingan, instilling both revulsion and dread. Suddenly, the enormous eye emitted a beam of gray light, hurtling through the void directly towards Jiang Pingan. Recognizing the strange power within this beam, he refrained from contact. Transforming his body into a flash of lightning, he evaded the attack and instantaneously appeared behind the grotesque creature, unleashing an assault with dark thunder and the principles of destruction. A thunderous explosion, empowered by the black lightning and the laws of destruction, obliterated the bodies of the aberrant cultivators. Simultaneously, countless transformed cultivators surged from all directions. Their forms had undergone bizarre alterations. Some sprouted additional heads, others grew extra limbs, and some had lost all semblance of humanity, morphing into grotesque masses of flesh. What on earth had transpired? Jiang Pingan was utterly astounded. With no time to engage these monstrosities, he unleashed a lightning flash, vanishing in a streak of electric brilliance. Using his identity token for guidance, he raced towards the direction of Qian Huanrou. Meanwhile, atop a remote cliff in the wilderness, a stunning woman clad in white was encircled by a dozen aberrant cultivators, a formation enveloping them. This woman was none other than Qian Huanrou. She activated a protective shield, striving to avoid injury, aware that any harm would trigger a transformation, rendering her grotesquely unrecognizable. Is this all? Is this what the top talents of Canglan Prefecture amount to? Sneered Tian Shi, the daughter of the Moon God Palace's master, who was leading the assault. Once a striking beauty, she now bore a grayish complexion, with two additional hands grotesquely protruding from her chest. Unlike the other aberrants, these beings retained consciousness. Tian Shi had grown immensely powerful, achieving a mid-stage fusion breakthrough in a mere 5 years, a truly terrifying pace of advancement. Where is that worthless man of yours? Call him here to save you. If you don't summon him, I will slay you. Her voice was shrill, her grayish visage twisted with madness, and her crimson eyes seethed with hatred for Jiang Pingan. 5 years prior, he had bested her in battle, nearly costing her life. A grievance she had long harbored, seeking vengeance at any opportunity. To expedite her ascent to power, she had willingly transformed herself into a monster. Qian Huanrou could not allow Jiang Pingan to risk coming to her aid and was frantically contemplating an escape, surrounded by numerous powerful foes and the formation. Fleeing seemed an insurmountable challenge. Even employing treasures would only allow her to slay a few adversaries at best. Was she destined to perish here today? I am speaking to you. Summon your worthless man. Tian, she screamed, wildly attacking Qian Huanrou with her sword. Since he refused to call for him, I shall transform Jiang Pingan's woman into a soulless wretch, a mere plaything for entertainment. Despite retaining her awareness, the transformed Tian, she had descended further into madness and depravity. Qian Huanrou's protective shield waned perilously, and if this continued, it would undoubtedly be breached. Determined not to become a monster herself, she resolved that if she must die, she would take this wretched group with her. Just then, a golden staff, piercing the heavens, swept through the air, stirring the very fabric of the world. The staff struck the barrier with a resounding boom, shattering the formation that encircled Qian Huanrou. Upon recognizing the familiar staff, her heart jolted. He had come. With no time for further contemplation, she seized the moment to activate her teleportation talisman, escaping the encirclement. Rather than rage over the barrier's destruction, Tianxi was filled with exhilaration. Haha, Jiang Pingon, you have finally arrived. She laughed, her four hands trembling with anticipation. Jiang Pingon, accompanied by Qian Huanrou, sought to flee, but a colossal black bell descended from the heavens, enveloping all within its shadow. Jiang Pingon brandished the tremor demon staff in a fierce assault. A resounding clash echoed as their forces collided, and he felt as though his arm might shatter under the impact. This bell was indeed a treasure of great significance. Do you think you can escape? A sinister grin stretched across Tianxi's face, reaching to the nape of her neck. Today would mark the demise of you, Jiang Pingon. Chapter 555. Confronting Tianxi again, the power of immortals? Jiang Pingon attempted to rend the fabric of space to escape, but discovered that the dimensions were sealed, rendering him trapped. Do not waste your efforts. This treasure can confine space itself, and even your communication talismans are rendered useless, Tianxi proclaimed, her mood exceedingly joyful. Akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing a hapless rabbit, drooling with anticipation. At first glance, Jiang Pingon did not even recognize Tianxi. She had transformed from a beautiful woman into a grotesque figure. Strangely, she possessed awareness, unlike the other aberrants, who were mindless in their aggression. Why was she different? The others around him also seemed to exhibit consciousness. Was this transformation orchestrated by your moon god palace? Jiang Pingon began to piece together the puzzle. Tianxi did not respond to his inquiry, but instead sneered. You should be more concerned about your own fate. I offer you a chance at survival. Defeat me, and you may leave. The trauma from her crushing defeat 5 years prior had left an indelible mark on Tianxi, igniting a fervent desire to personally slay Jiang Pingon and savor his liver. Jiang Pingon quickly surveyed the dozen formidable experts surrounding him. All were powerful cultivators at the fusion stage, exuding an eerie strength. Even with a treasure in his possession, his chances of breaking through these overwhelming odds appeared slim. He withdrew the tremor demon staff and fixed a steady gaze upon Tianxi. In your quest for power, you have rendered yourself so repugnant. Do you not find yourself utterly revolting? Seeking to provoke me? You have succeeded. Prepare to die. Tianxi raised her forearms, a massive luminous moon forming above her head. The moon god palace's divine technique, lunar disk. This moon was larger and more potent than the one Jiang Pingon had previously encountered, radiating not pure lunar light, but instead a sinister gray energy. Jiang Pingon activated the star pulling technique, pushing Qian Huanrou aside, and unleashed his destruction fist with all his might. The enormous gray moon collided with him, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that sent him hurtling back, crashing heavily against the bell's surface, which reverberated ominously. Though Tianxi had only recently entered the fusion stage, and her comprehension of the profound laws was still developing, she was nonetheless a mid-tier adept of that realm. She had begun to wield the powers of divine techniques. The mutated Tianxi regarded Jiang Pingon with disdain, her eyes filled with scorn. 5 years have passed, and you have made no progress. Pathetic. The thrill of vengeance is exquisite. Jiang Pingon's entire body ached from the shock. A wave of gray energy creeping from the wound on his fist, permeating his being. This gray energy acted like a dye, swiftly tainting his inner energy as it assimilated into his body. Jiang Pingon hastily summoned the demonic energy within him, attempting to expel this formidable force. However, to his horror, he discovered that the energy was utterly intractable. It had become assimilated. Jiang Pingon's countenance darkened, and a resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he promptly severed his right arm. When it fell to the ground, it had turned entirely gray. What manner of power was this, that it was exponentially more domineering than demonic energy? Huh, are you astonished? This is the power of the celestial realm. This time, I shall assuredly vanquish you with a single strike. Tianxi laughed heartily, channeling her divine technique, Moonlight, to triple her combat prowess, and unleashed her technique, Moon Wheel, swinging the celestial body down upon Jiang Pingon. The laws of heaven and earth quaked violently, and a tempest howled furiously. Previously, Tianxi had boasted that she would defeat Jiang Pingon in one blow, only to be bested by him. Now, she brimmed with confidence, convinced that she could indeed finish him off in one strike. With a disparity of 2 realms between them, and the augmentation of celestial power, no cultivator of the void refinement stage could hope to withstand such an assault. The immense moon wheel warped the very fabric of space as it passed. Qian Huanrou suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Why, oh why, would this foolish boy rush to her aid? Jiang Ping'an's expression was more serious than ever as he pushed the battle god technique to its utmost limit, amplifying his strength fivefold. He swung his left fist, and the laws within the black bell became chaotic and distorted, unraveling into disarray. The second form of the annihilation fist, ancient chaos. The tumultuous laws disrupted the moon wheel that Tianxi had conjured, causing it to flicker in and out of existence. Its power significantly diminished. Simultaneously, Jiang Ping'an employed the mental secret art, Heaven's Seal, momentarily halting the moon wheel. Seizing this opportunity, he unleashed a lightning dash, instantly arriving at Tianxi's right side, and struck with all his might. Having reached the integration stage, Tianxi's reflexes were remarkably swift. She immediately summoned the power of space and employed the spatial secret art. Void Exile. Jiang Ping'an was abruptly transported away. Void Exile, a potent spatial technique, banishes the opponent to another dimensional plane. If fortunate, he would merely be transported. If unfortunate, he could be shredded by the turbulent currents of space. Jiang Ping'an was indeed fortunate, as the black bell sealed the surrounding space, preventing his transport and blocking the attack. Tianxi was aghast. What sorcery was this that could render my technique ineffective? Just moments ago, she had felt a profound sense of mortal peril. The self-created technique. Ancient chaos. Jiang Ping'an hoped to stall for time with dialogue, seeking an opportunity for escape while mending his severed arm. A self-created secret art? How shameless. You believe you can devise such a formidable technique at your level? Tianxi dismissed the notion that Jiang Ping'an could conjure such a powerful spell. Frustrated by her inability to defeat him in one blow, she charged at him once more. Jiang Ping'an released his battle-intent armor, enveloping himself to withstand the onslaught of that peculiar power, engaging Tianxi in combat. The devouring power and the strength of the sacred demon body were pushed to their limits, culminating in an unparalleled display of might. A thunderous roar erupted within the black bell, ringing painfully in the ears of all present. The dozen or so transformed cultivators from the Moon God Palace gazed in astonishment as Jiang Ping'an managed to withstand Tianxi's assault, utterly astounded. After all, Tianxi was at the mid-integration stage, possessing a plethora of divine techniques and celestial power. Even though she had just recently entered the mid-integration stage, she was undeniably at that level. What manner of creature is Jiang Ping'an, able to withstand Tianxi at this realm? Cursed! Cursed! Tianxi's gray visage twisted further. She could hardly believe Jiang Ping'an was so formidable. Why? By what right do you possess such immense power? I shall see you perish. Suddenly, Tianxi's arms swelled, becoming more robust than her own body, veins bulging ominously. In that moment, her strength surged exponentially, and with a single punch, she shattered the battle armor enveloping Jiang Ping'an, sending him hurtling away. He crashed heavily against the black bell, blood spilling from his mouth. Haha, Tianxi cackled with glee. Do you see? This is the power of the Immortals. You in the Ascension Pavilion possess merely 5 slots for the transformation into Immortals every 300 years. While we of the Moon God Mansion have easily mastered this strength. Jiang Ping'an wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression grave. The power emanating from Tianxi was indeed formidable, far surpassing demonic energy. Yet it did not resemble the celestial power he had encountered before. It was not as potent as that, but rather akin to a strange, malevolent force. Moreover, how could celestial power cause such a grotesque transformation? Wait, transformation? How does this bear such resemblance to the mutations arising from the life evolution system? It indeed seems so, the body evolving recklessly, becoming something unrecognizable. However, the life evolution system should not bestow such a bizarre and sinister strength. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, Jiang Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically. Upon utilizing the devouring power, this strange energy had entered his body, rendering him ashen. Chapter 556. Breakthrough, Celestial Power. The eerie energy surged within Jiang Ping'an, spreading at a terrifying rate. Completely beyond his control, his countenance paled. If this continued, he would undoubtedly transform into a monster. Tianxi, witnessing his ashen face, felt an immense wave of joy. Fear not. You will not undergo a transformation. Before you can become a monster, I shall eliminate you. As she spoke, Tianxi's body suddenly expanded several times. morphing into a colossal gray monster. Were it not for the two sagging granaries upon her chest, one would scarcely recognize her as a woman. Her hands, now grotesquely enlarged, unleashed a strange power that enveloped the entire black bell. In the distance, Qian Huanrou stealthily approached Tianxi, preparing for a surprise attack. Previously, Qian Huanrou had the opportunity to slay Tianxi, but her father, an immortal, had left a soul imprint within her. This imprint would activate under life-threatening circumstances, leaving her with no chance of survival. This was what both Qian Huanrou and Jiang Pingan feared most. Yet now, there was no room for hesitation. Crack! Crack! Just as Qian Huanrou was about to strike, a series of shattering sounds erupted from Jiang Pingan's body. His acupoints ruptured, spiritual energy dissipated, and his aura plummeted sharply, rapidly descending to the level of a nascent soul practitioner. Both Qian Huanrou and Tianxi were momentarily stunned by this scene. What was Jiang Pingan doing? Abandoning his cultivation? Engaging in such an act at this moment was akin to courting death. Tianxi regarded him with a look of utter bewilderment. Completely at a loss regarding the man's intentions, is he deliberately dispersing the energy within himself to avoid becoming a monster? Yet, the outcome remains death. Tianxi charged once more at Jiang Pingan. Her fist, larger than his physique, swung down with formidable force. Qian Huanrou immediately sprang into action. However, the cultivators from the Moon God Palace had long anticipated this and swiftly moved to intercept her. Qian Huanrou brandished a replica of the slaying Immortal sword, launching an assault against these aberrant cultivators. Yet, her adversaries vastly outmatched her in strength and sheer numbers, even with a treasured weapon. It was futile. She could only hope to prolong her demise. It appeared that she was indeed destined to perish here today. Once, Qian Huanrou believed she had come to terms with death, regarding it with indifference. However, ever since her acquaintance with Jiang Pingan, she found herself reluctant to embrace such an end. What plagued her with guilt was the thought of dragging Jiang Pingan down with her. Boom, boom. The earth-shattering sound of a heartbeat resonated suddenly. As this heartbeat echoed, the laws of heaven and earth were influenced by an enigmatic force, causing time and space to seem to freeze. The enemies attacking Jiang Pingan and Qian Huanrou were suddenly halted by a terrifying pressure. In the next moment, the roaring sound of rivers surged forth from within the black bell, originating from Jiang Pingan himself. As the acupoints within Jiang Pingan shattered and his realm began to plummet, the resounding heartbeat awakened the energies within him, drawing forth the scattered spiritual essence back into his body, manifesting as the thunderous sound of rushing waters. A dazzling radiance emanated from Jiang Pingan, his cultivation soaring back to its original heights. The black spiritual energy and demonic aura within him coalesced into a brilliant gold, directly obliterating the malevolent force that had invaded him. Tianxi's eyes widened in horror as she realized the implications of this power. Celestial energy. This was impossible. How could he condense celestial energy? This energy was purer and more potent than her pseudo-celestial power. Not only was Tianxi astonished, but Jiang Pingan himself wore a mask of disbelief. He had merely intended to make a desperate push towards the next realm, never anticipating such an occurrence. It was not that he had created a realm that transformed his spiritual energy into celestial power. Rather, it was the power of the Zhongyu technique. This technique seemed to have reached a threshold, beginning its metamorphosis from spiritual energy to celestial energy. Thus, the true power of the Zhongyu technique was revealed, far beyond merely augmenting spiritual energy reserves. The creator of this art, the God Void Taoist, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Fear, jealousy, and confusion surged within Tianxi as she seized the moment, while Jiang Pingan had yet to fully transform. She exerted all her strength to break free from the oppressive force and launched an assault against him. Jiang Pingan's celestial power erupted, countering her attack. Boom! Their energies collided, sending both of them hurtling backward. Jiang Pingan's acupoints burst open, utilizing the power of the life evolution system as a furnace, fusing celestial energy into every inch of his being. He then completely merged his soul with his physical form, rendering the profound mysteries of heaven and earth astonishingly clear. In that instant, he officially took his fourth step. His energy no longer confined to his acupoints, but instead spread throughout his entire body. The luxuriant white hair danced behind him, the black attire rustled softly, and his muscular physique, defined and imposing, pulsed with immense celestial energy. Golden essence coursing through his entire being. Within the darkened bell, Jiang Pinyin shone brilliantly, seemingly becoming the sole focus of existence. He felt as though he had ascended to an entirely new realm, with the heavens and earth lying beneath his feet. All present were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by an oppressive force emanating from the depths of their souls. Impossible! Impossible! How could you possess such celestial power? Tianxi's mind erupted with fury as she charged forward in a frenzy. She had sacrificed greatly for power, her body now grotesquely deformed. Yet the strength she wielded was merely a counterfeit celestial force. Yet Jiang Pinyin had acquired authentic celestial energy. Consumed by envy, Tianxi wielded her divine ability, the moon wheel, to launch an assault. Jiang Pinyin activated the destruction fist once more, this time elevating it to an entirely different echelon. The laws of annihilation, power, and gravity seemed to awaken, revealing their true might. With a resounding strike, he pierced through the fabric of space, the colossal gray moon while being utterly obliterated. And the fierce intent of his punch crashed heavily into Tianxi, creating a gaping hole in her form. Jiang Pinyin cast a glance at the cultivators besieging Huanrou. In an instant, these aberrant practitioners fell to the ground, shrieking in agony, many succumbing to their suffering. While Tianxi possessed a mental barrier impervious to psychic influence. These others did not share her advantage. Under the impact of the cycle of reincarnation, they would be forced to endure the most excruciating repetitions until their minds were shattered. Only those with unwavering resolve could escape this cycle. Jiang Pinyin summoned the celestial energy within him, a surge of power lifting the black bell. With a gentle motion, he pulled Huanrou into his embrace, swiftly departing with the bell. He dared not slay Tianxi. Indeed, he simply could not. She had a celestial father. When her life was threatened, the soul of the celestial within her would awaken, and at that moment, escape would be impossible. Tianxi stood frozen, unable to regain her composure for a long while. Defeated, she found herself vanquished once more. And with a single punch, she could not accept this outcome, nor the harrowing experiences she had just endured. Why? Why had Jiang Pinyin's power transformed into celestial energy? The celestial transformation technique of the Ascending Celestial Pavilion was supposed to be conducted through a ritual. Yet Jiang Pinyin had not performed such a rite. How could he transform his strength into celestial power? Moreover, it seemed he had forged a new realm altogether. What manner of creature was he? Chapter 557. Unexpected crisis. Jiang Pinyin tore through the void, fleeing for 3 consecutive days, constantly altering his path, even burrowing underground to evade pursuit. He feared the presence of relentless pursuers behind him. The advantage of underground escape lay in the influence of the Motherstone's rules, which obscured his presence and concealed him from detection. This Shinva Taoist undoubtedly harbored profound secrets. Upon discovering that Jiang Pinyin's celestial power stemmed from the concealed universe technique, Huanrou grew increasingly suspicious of the Shinva Taoist. This figure had remained obscure until just before his ascension, when he revealed a fraction of his power. Furthermore, despite meeting the conditions for ascension, he could effortlessly slay a demonic dragon with a single strike. His strength was in an entirely different league. Everything about this was profoundly abnormal. Jiang Pinyin nodded in agreement, believing that this senior must possess numerous secrets unknown to them. All right, let us pause here. Xiaoxiang, you should first strive to break through to the next realm. The process may create quite a commotion, which could lead to unnecessary trouble upon returning to the sect. Jiang Pinyin excavated a vast underground space and arranged a formation to facilitate Huanrou's breakthrough. Huanrou remarked, "It would be best if we refrain from returning to the ascending Immortal Pavilion. This matter is far too significant. It takes 300 years for the pavilion to grant only 5 slots for the Transcending Immortal Technique, yet they can attain celestial power through their cultivation methods. If word of this spreads, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire Yuan realm, even if Master Russell treats them favorably and does not take action against them. What about others? Rest assured, as long as you do not wish to be exposed, you shall not be." Jiang Pinyin replied with a calm smile, raising his hand as golden celestial energy coalesced within it. In an instant, the celestial energy transformed into ordinary spiritual aura. We can autonomously convert energy. Using spiritual aura in our daily lives is sufficient. Moreover, celestial energy possesses an enigmatic force that even my eyes find difficult to penetrate, let alone others. Previously, Jiang Pinyin had been concerned about the potential exposure of celestial energy, but through his recent discoveries, he realized that transitioning between spiritual and celestial energies was effortless. Additionally, celestial energy contained formidable rules that others could not discern. Huanrou exhaled in relief, grateful for the concealment. Admiration flickered in her gaze as she looked at Jiang. The excellence of this man was challenging to articulate, while other cultivators of his age had yet to achieve notable success. He had already begun to forge his own realms and divine abilities. Now, he had even created a fourth realm. What is the name of this new realm? In her voice, the previous detachment was replaced by a hint of feminine emotional fluctuation. One could only imagine the expression of the Qian dynasty's royal family if they knew their supreme emperor spoke in such a manner. Dao-yi, the Dao-yi realm. Jiang had long contemplated the name and explained, 360 acupoints converge into one, drawing upon the internal organs to integrate spiritual aura into the corporeal body, while simultaneously merging the soul with the body, akin to cultivators in the harmonization realm. Huanrou nodded, acknowledging, Dao-yi is indeed a splendid name. Now, there are already 4 realms: the Sealing Spirit realm, the Imperial Extreme realm, the Heavenly Origin realm, and the Dao-yi realm. She sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing her studies of the life evolution system according to Jiang methods. Once she had mastered all the knowledge, she began to dissolve the acupoints. Suddenly, Huanrou furrowed her brow. Why am I unable to dissolve the acupoints? Unable to dissolve the acupoints? That shouldn't be the case. It should be quite simple. Jiang expressed his confusion. Pinyin, please place your hand on the acupoint on my chest and try to guide me, Huanrou said earnestly. Jiang nodded and raised his hand to place it on her chest. However, he halted just before contact, feeling that such an action would be somewhat presumptuous and impolite. Huanrou perceived his hesitation and reassured him, it's quite all right. Having lived to this age, I no longer concern myself with such matters. Besides, if I, a woman, am untroubled by it, what is there for you to fear? After receiving permission, Jiang finally placed his hand upon her, channeling his energy to assist in unlocking her acupoints. Have you mastered it? Jiang felt it was a rather simple task. Why had Xiaoxiang not succeeded? Huanrou shook her head, perplexed. It's strange, I cannot unlock it myself. It seems I must trouble you, Pinyin, to assist me in unblocking all my acupoints. Jiang wore a puzzled expression, uncertain about the situation. Xiaoxiang, please wait a moment while I examine this system. There may be an issue. He began to delve deeper into his studies. Huanrou sighed in exasperation, thinking to herself, this fool, perhaps you should first examine your own intellect. Jiang paused momentarily. My intellect? What is there to examine? Before he could finish, Huanrou gently pressed his head into her embrace, whispering softly in his ear. I am implying that you should infuse me with celestial energy. Infuse you with celestial energy? After your breakthrough, you can activate the Concealed Universe technique and convert celestial energy on your own without my assistance. Jiang was bewildered by her meaning. Huanrou replied, forget it. I shall absorb the celestial energy myself. In the main hall of the Ascendant Pavilion, within a mysterious space, Xiao Pingxing was immersed in golden celestial liquid, exuding powerful and enigmatic waves of celestial energy, resembling a divine being. As he opened his eyes, the laws of heaven and earth trembled violently. This is celestial energy. So potent. Clenching his fists, he easily tore through the fabric of space, his life evolving to a strength tenfold greater than before. Filled with confidence, he declared, I, Xiao Pingxing, shall embark on the path of invincibility from this day forth. Jiang, wait for me. Soon you shall comprehend the chasm that lies between us. You are merely a stepping stone. That day, Jiang punch had nearly shattered his resolve. However, everything had changed now that he possessed celestial power. Once he fully assimilated this strength, he would head to the branch pavilion in Canglan Prefecture and trample that Jiang beneath his feet. With the mastery of celestial power, what could Jiang possibly use to prevail? The thought of Jiang pitiful form after being vanquished brought an involuntary cruel smile to Qiao Pingxing's lips. How exhilarating! Somewhere beneath a mountain range, Jiang wiped away the drool from his body. Xiaoxiang, this is inappropriate. Please refrain from such behavior in the future. Xiaoxiang's persona had crumbled. The once aloof and elegant queen was now more frenzied than the nine-tailed fox, Ji Fei, when no one was watching, truly terrifying. Huanrou seemed oblivious. Having relaxed, she began to focus on her cultivation breakthrough. as she commenced her breakthrough. Powerful waves of law triggered violent tremors in the laws of heaven and earth, with divine radiance illuminating the sky. Jiang Pingyin's expression shifted during his own breakthrough. The presence of the treasured black clock had mitigated much of the disturbance. However, now, even underground, the waves were immense. He hurriedly retrieved the formation flags to set up a barrier. Yet, it proved ineffective. 1,000 miles of divine radiance burst forth, piercing through the earth and into the starry expanse. Jiang Pingyin quickly produced the black clock, enveloping Qian Huanrou within it. If a powerful being were to discover this, it would spell disaster. Jiang Pingyin yearned to erase the spiritual imprint lingering upon him. However, the potency of this imprint was formidable, rendering it impervious to obliteration. This was not the sole imprint of Tianxi. If it was not Tianxi's, then whose could it be? At that moment, the heavens split apart, and a figure traversed the void. With his arrival, the laws of the celestial realm came to a halt. Who dares to seize my treasure? It was none other than the Lord of the Moon God Mansion, Tian Boning. A chill ran through Jiang Pingyin's heart as despair surged within him. Chapter 558. Immortal Jiang Pingyin aimed to erase the sole imprint upon the black bell, only to discover that it belonged to Tian Boning, the Lord of the Moon God Mansion, who had been lured here by its presence. This was likely a deliberate ploy by Tian Boning to seek revenge. Under normal circumstances, if the treasure could be taken from his daughter, it would signify her demise. Leaving the treasure behind facilitated the pursuit of the enemy. This was Jiang Pingyin's first encounter with such a situation, and he was utterly inexperienced. Spirit of the artifact, transport me and Shaoxi away. Faced with such a terrifying presence, fleeing was the only option. There was no chance. Given the opponent's strength, he could easily thwart the teleportation. Moreover, teleporting in the presence of an immortal would reveal the location of the wild realm, bringing catastrophic consequences. The artifact's spirit sighed, advising him to be more cautious in his next life and avoid provoking immortals. Hearing this, Jiang Pingyin felt a wave of despair. Having just broken through to the fourth realm, who could have foreseen such a turn of events, leaving him unable to escape? What is this power? Such a formidable fluctuation of immortal energy. As Tian Boning crossed the void, he sensed the breakthrough of Qian Huanrou with astonishment. With a gentle wave of his hand, the earth split apart, revealing Jiang Pingyin, who had sought refuge underground, before Tian Boning. Tian Boning merely cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Pingyin before disregarding him, focusing his attention on the black bell instead. Naturally, he recognized this bell. It was the protective treasure he had bestowed upon his daughter. The immense immortal power emanated from beneath the bell. With a mere thought, Tian Boning summoned the black bell back into his grasp, shattering the formation Jiang Pingyin had established. In that instant, a resplendent golden immortal radiance pierced the sky, illuminating the entirety of Canglan Prefecture. The most formidable beings in Canglan Prefecture sensed this aura and turned their attention toward it. This fluctuation was that of an immortal, who had broken through to the realm of human immortals. Another ally had emerged. Rainbow-hued auspicious clouds enveloped 1,000,000 miles. Myriad laws resonating as flora within thousands of miles surged in wild growth. The ordinary rocks surrounding Qian Huanrou instantly coalesced into numerous primordial crystals, shining brilliantly. Jiang Pingyin found himself blinded by the brilliance, only able to hear Tian Boning's exclamation, "Human immortal." When Jiang Pingyin finally opened his eyes, a breathtakingly beautiful woman stood before him. Her features seemed sculpted by divine hands, her clear eyes sparkling like stars, her brows gracefully arched, and her skin fairer than snow, smooth as jade, emanating a faint, enchanting fragrance. Qian Huanrou's entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Where she once exuded nobility and elegance, she now radiated a sacred and formidable presence that commanded awe and respect. Jiang Pingyin was left speechless. Shaoxi had ascended to immortality. What on earth was happening? Qian Huanrou slightly parted her crimson lips, drawing in the magnificent multicolored clouds from 1,000,000 miles away, elevating her being to an extraordinary zenith. Tian Boning's expression darkened. Although he had never encountered Qian Huanrou, he was familiar with Jiang Pingyin, the last time at the ascending Immortal Pavilion. It was this young man who had harmed his daughter. This woman was likely affiliated with the pavilion. Given this, he could not allow her to successfully transcend. Just as Tian Boning prepared to act, a formidable shadow materialized before him. Russell, wielding a celestial artifact, stood resolute in the void. Approaching the ascending Immortal Pavilion, Russell sensed someone breaking through to the human immortal realm and came to observe. To her astonishment, she witnessed an utterly remarkable scene. The one who had transcended was none other than her own disciple. Although the circumstances were unclear, her paramount concern was to safeguard her disciple. Begone! Russell glared coldly at Qian Boning. Ah, so it was you who coveted my daughter's treasure, flaunting the appearance of yet another immortal from your ascending Immortal Pavilion. Huh? Do you truly believe that the emergence of an additional immortal could vanquish my moon god palace? We shall see. Furious, Qian Boning uttered a parting remark and turned away. He had misconstrued the situation, believing Russell was intentionally showcasing an additional immortal while seizing his daughter's treasure to summon him here. In truth, the reality was far from this interpretation. Once Qian Boning departed, Russell turned back to Qian Huanrou, her expression one of astonishment. Qian Huanrou had completed her breakthrough, and the reason for its remarkable smoothness lay in her previous encounters with heavenly tribulations. It was merely the constraints of the laws of the wilderness that had hindered her ascendance. With a smile, Qian Huanrou replied, Master, I was once a tribulation stage cultivator. But due to certain circumstances, my realm fell. Not long ago, I encountered a fortuitous opportunity that freed me from the constraints of the heavenly laws, allowing me to transcend. Qian Huanrou had not anticipated such a significant transformation. After her breakthrough to the Dao One realm, the Zhongyu technique had been fully activated. She had previously comprehended advanced laws, but due to her realm limitations, she could not advance. However, upon the Zhongyu technique transforming into celestial power, the constraints vanished, as if acknowledging her ascension, propelling her into this new realm. The Zhongyu technique is extraordinarily remarkable. Qian Huanrou longed to once again press Jiang Pinyin to the ground. Without this young man, she might have never achieved immortality. Once she returned, she would surely reward him handsomely. Hearing Qian Huanrou refer to her as master, Russell's face blossomed with a smile. Though her disciple had become an immortal, she had not turned her back on her. What you have obtained is not a trivial opportunity. The ability to guide you directly to immortality is likely an immortal-grade treasure. Russell refrained from inquiring further about this treasure. Glancing at Jiang Pinyin, and what of him? Has he also experienced a fallen realm? Qian Huanrou shook her head. He has not. He has always been at this realm. No wonder he is so formidable. It turns out it is due to your guidance, Russell surmised, seemingly uncovering the reason for Jiang Pinyin's exceptional prowess. Master, you are mistaken. His prowess is not a result of my cultivation. He is inherently outstanding, Qian Huanrou clarified. Russell assumed Qian Huanrou was being modest and chose not to linger on such matters, smiling as she floated over to grasp Qian Huanrou's hand. I have always perceived you as remarkably composed and steady. One cannot be so young. Henceforth, let us refer to each other as sisters. This does not concern me. What does my sister, Qian, have to fear? From now on, Qian will be the vice leader. Russell was exceedingly delighted by Qian Huanrou's breakthrough. Despite her injuries, the departure of an elder from the ascending Immortal Pavilion had placed immense pressure on their division. Qian Huanrou's advancement was akin to a timely gift, alleviating a significant burden. Nodding in agreement, Qian Huanrou replied, Very well. But sister, you are older than I. Haha, that works for me, Qian. Russell dismissed such trivial matters. Suddenly, Qian Huanrou's expression grew serious as she relayed the situation concerning Tian Shi and others to Russell. Upon hearing that the daughter of the Moon God Pavilion's leader had also undergone an unsettling transformation yet retained her consciousness, Russell's fury ignited. I always suspected this bizarre power emerged inexplicably. The cursed Moon God Pavilion must be behind this. Many have experienced transformations, and countless lives have been lost. Qian Huanrou inquired, Is there any antidote to counteract this strange power? Indeed, the exorcising pill would suffice. However, even with a remedy available, Russell's countenance remained grim. The exorcising pill was already a crucial resource for the journey to the immortal demon sea. Its demand was high, and its price exorbitant. With the emergence of this terrifying crisis, the supply would be insufficient. Even if they harvested all the ghost face flowers from the 5 absolute ghost forests, they could not concoct many exorcising pills. Russell's face was filled with melancholy. If this continued, the entire Yuan realm would descend into a hellish nightmare, and the number of innocent lives lost was unimaginable. Even with her position in the ascending Immortal Pavilion, she could only ensure her own safety and could not assist others. Nearby, Jiang Pingan, having overheard her need for exorcising pills, suddenly spoke up. Exorcising pills? I have one. He had purchased one during his previous acquisition of supplies. Russell glanced at Jiang Pingan. How many do you possess? Keep it for your own safety. If you become infected, it would be disastrous. Chapter 559. Visitors from the main pavilion. I have special channels to procure exorcising pills, and I can acquire many, Jiang Pingan asserted earnestly. How many can you obtain? Russell inquired. The ascending Immortal Pavilion had an immense demand for exorcising pills, and it was imperative to purchase them quickly, as their price would undoubtedly skyrocket in the future. You can acquire as many as you wish, provided the price is right. With Xiao Xiang as his backing, Jiang Pingan could afford to reveal a bit of his resources. Russell initially held on to a glimmer of hope, but upon hearing Jiang Pingan's claim of limitless availability, that hope shattered instantly. The exorcising pill, while not exceedingly rare, was certainly not abundant. How could one possibly acquire as many as desired? The main pavilion stock amounted to merely a few million. Noticing the change in Russell's expression, Jiang Pingan understood her skepticism and continued, I truly have channels. Please believe me. You have been deceived. The production of exorcising pills is not high, and it is impossible to obtain as many as one wishes. Russell believed Jiang Pingan was attempting to mislead her, suspecting that it was others who had deceived him. I am not lying. It is genuine. I can. Very well. First help me procure 100 exorcising pills, Russell interrupted Jiang Pingan. She had numerous matters to attend to and no time to debate with him. Let him procure them first. When he fails to acquire them, then he will understand that he has been misled. Just as Jiang Pingan was about to continue speaking, the communication talisman hanging at Russell's waist began to glow. A man's voice emanated from within, stating, in 3 days, we will send someone to investigate the anomalies among the cultivators. Additionally, prepare Qian Huanrou and Jiang Pingan, for Qiu Pingsheng will issue a challenge to both. Upon hearing the message, Russell furrowed his brow and responded through the talisman. Is there really time for a duel now? You are unaware of the terrifying nature of this force. Hurry and send someone over to mitigate the damages. This bizarre power originates from the moon goddess mansion. It is a mutated celestial energy that becomes exceedingly potent upon infection. We must swiftly eradicate the moon goddess mansion, or else the entire sect will suffer. The man on the other end replied, what is the rush? We will arrive in 3 days. After that, silence ensued. Frustrated, Russell smashed a nearby mountain in her anger. These wretched individuals clearly wished to avoid provoking the moon goddess mansion. Once the flames reached their doorstep, they would surely regret their inaction. The higher-ups of the sect did not believe Russell's words, suspecting she was merely seeking an excuse to annihilate the moon goddess mansion. For a sect possessing celestial-level combat prowess, they were unwilling to get involved. Perhaps only when the branch sect faced utter devastation would the main sect be compelled to intervene. However, such a scenario was highly improbable, as no one wished to provoke a branch sect endowed with celestial might. Russell exhaled in frustration and said to Jiang Pingan, return to the ascending Immortal Pavilion and enter seclusion immediately. Do not emerge. Qiu Pingsheng had acquired the Transcendence Technique, gaining celestial energy. Each of his ordinary attacks was equivalent to an attack of the ordinary secret technique level, rendering his combat power unimaginably formidable. Previously, Jiang Pingan might have been able to defeat Qiu Pingsheng, but now, it was utterly impossible. Evading Qiu Pingsheng's challenge through seclusion would preserve Jiang Pingan's dignity. All right, let us return to the ascending Immortal Pavilion. Sister Qian, make the most of your time to acclimatize to this realm. Russell tore through the void, revealing the ascending Immortal Pavilion to the group. Jiang Pingan refrained from unnecessary chatter. He, too, needed to familiarize himself with this realm while further researching the concealment of the universe technique. This technique could enable Xiao Xiang to directly restore her cultivation and break through to the human immortal level. He sensed that there were still depths to explore within the concealment of the universe technique. Jiang Pingan had always believed there was something extraordinary about this technique. Although it seemed to primarily store spiritual energy without any peculiar aspects, it had nevertheless become the method of the divine void Taoist, indicating its unique qualities. Just as he had surmised, upon reaching the Tao One realm, he had finally attained the true threshold for employing the concealment of the universe technique, revealing its genuine power. Thankfully, he had not abandoned this technique in the past. Analyzing Russell's words, it was highly likely that the concealment of the universe technique was a celestial-level method. Who exactly was the divine void Taoist? How could he create a technique of such caliber? As celestial energy coursed through Jiang Pingin's body, he felt a continual elevation with each circulation. Whether it was an illusion or a result of his low realm, Jiang Pingin sensed the absence of any boundary. It was as if he could cultivate indefinitely without encountering any hindrances. Perhaps his low realm was the reason he could not perceive the existence of barriers. Upon reaching the realm of Dao Wan, the energy stored within the body has become exceedingly formidable, with every inch of 1S being brimming with immense power. The creation of clones no longer necessitates the use of 1S primordial spirit. A mere thought suffices. The potency of the gaze has also undergone a transformation. Under the enhancement of celestial energy, one can perceive further and with greater clarity. The principles of the universe manifest before the eyes, facilitating an accelerated comprehension of the profound forces at play. In summary, every aspect of 1S being has undergone a significant elevation. After engaging in combat with Qiu Pingsheng in 3 days, I shall return to the wasteland realm, urging my true self, who remains at home with my daughter, to hasten the breakthrough to Dao Wan. I cannot fathom why Qiu Pingsheng is coming in 3 days, delaying my return home. As Jiang Pingin cultivates, the epidemic of aberrant transformations among cultivators intensifies, with countless practitioners turning into grotesque monsters. It is truly terrifying. These beings, once transformed, experience a surge in combat prowess by several folds. What is the source of this power? Despite their newfound strength, these aberrant cultivators are utterly repulsive. I would rather perish than undergo such a transformation. I have heard that the exorcism pill can prevent such mutations. I must procure some immediately. However, it is impossible to find them, as the price of the exorcism pill has skyrocketed tenfold. Who possesses the exorcism pill? This celestial maiden is willing to accompany you for a year in exchange. As the number of aberrant cultivators escalates, the price of the exorcism pill continues to soar, becoming a rare commodity, with some willing to pay exorbitant prices for it. No one knows if they will encounter a transformed cultivator. A single injury could result in becoming a merciless monster. The ascending Immortal Pavilion, being a powerful faction, remains relatively safe, provided one does not venture out recklessly. However, smaller sects face dire consequences, easily obliterated by a passing mad aberrant cultivator. In this tumultuous time, the hearts of nearby cultivators are filled with trepidation. 3 days later, within the teleportation array of the ascending Immortal Pavilion in Canglan Prefecture, numerous figures materialize. Representatives from the pavilion have arrived, their faces etched with impatience. What is Russell thinking? Treating us as fools, crafting such terrifying claims that even those at the Great Ascension stage could be infected and transformed into monsters. I suspect she merely seeks to deceive us into procuring exorcism pills and inciting us to confront the Moon Goddess Palace. What a waste of time. It would be better to go fishing in the Immortal Demon Sea. These powerful individuals do not believe Russell's assertions, dismissing the notion that a bizarre infectious power has emerged in Canglan Prefecture. If you doubt it, see for yourselves. Suddenly, Russell appears, coldly remarking, "First, hand over the 1,000,000 exorcism pills I ordered." To prevent any change of heart after witnessing the situation, she is eager to secure the pills. One of the powerful figures produces a storage artifact and tosses it to Russell, containing the 1,000,000 exorcism pills, along with the requisite payment. Russell, without hesitation, offers an artifact of celestial quality in exchange. Seeing her decisiveness, the others momentarily stand in astonishment. Such a precious item. And this woman exchanges it so readily for exorcism pills. Could it be that her claims hold merit? Witnessing is believing, exchanging glances. They soar toward the exterior of the ascending Immortal Pavilion. Ultimately, only a young cultivator clad in golden robes remains standing in place. Qiu Pingsheng reveals his celestial aura without concealment, surrounded by divine energy, the radiance of the laws swirling about him, rendering him resplendent, as though a celestial being reincarnated. Where is Jiang Pingin? Let him come forth. Qiu Pingsheng stood with his hands behind his back, an expression of haughty confidence gracing his features. He had transformed. He was no longer the same Qiu Pingsheng as just a few days prior. Even before achieving immortality, he had already acquired the essence of the celestial. With a mere flick of his hand, his power eclipsed that of ordinary cultivators wielding secret techniques. What right did Jiang Pingin have to contend with him? Today, he intended to trample Jiang Pingin beneath his feet. Chapter 560. Qiu Pingxing's challenge Jiang Pinyin was in seclusion. Russell harbored reservations about allowing Jiang Pinyin to engage in battle with his adversary. Qiu Pingxing radiated an overwhelming celestial aura among his peers. None could rival him unless they too possessed such divine energy. It could be asserted that Qiu Pingxing was now capable of effortlessly battling across realms. Only if Jiang Pinyin were to surpass Qiu Pingxing by 1 or 2 levels could he stand a chance of victory. Seclusion? He is merely afraid. Qiu Pingxing dismissed such fabrications, shifting his gaze to the ethereal Qian Huanrou beside Russell. Since Jiang Pinyin, that coward, had retreated, he would take his frustrations out on his companion. Qiu Pingxing detested the apathetic demeanor that adorned Qian Huanrou's face. It conveyed a profound lack of respect, as if she were belittling him. This woman had previously provoked him at the Grand Pavilion, and today she would pay the price. Challenge me? Qian Huanrou raised her eyes slightly. In that instant, Qiu Pingxing felt an unprecedented and terrifying pressure, so overwhelming that he collapsed to his knees. His eyes widened in horror. No, it cannot be. A celestial. Qian Huanrou had transcended to immortality. Just days ago, she had been on the same level as him. Yet now she had ascended to the heavens. The shock reverberated through Qiu Pingxing's mind, leaving him in a daze. Come on, I will spare you my hands and feet. Qian Huanrou gazed coldly at him. She maintained her icy demeanor towards everyone, except when she displayed warmth towards Jiang Pinyin. Qiu Pingxing trembled, sweat trickling down his forehead. Forget about sparing limbs. A mere glance from her could spell his demise. At that moment, Qian Huanrou noticed something and retracted her aura. A tall, broad-shouldered man emerged. Russell's expression shifted upon seeing Jiang Pinyin approach. I instructed you to remain in seclusion. Why have you emerged? I shall not shy away from any challenge posed by those of my level. Jiang Pinyin replied calmly, his tone unwavering. He walked the path of invincibility. If he feared his peers, his resolve would shatter. Though the heart of the path may seem insubstantial, it undeniably exists. Many have stagnated in their cultivation due to a shattered resolve, becoming riddled with flaws in battle and lacking in momentum. Russell sighed in resignation. This is not merely a matter of fear. The power of celestial energy is beyond your comprehension. Previously, when the Moon God Palace sent forth a challenge, that Tianxi, possessing but a wisp of celestial energy, wielded formidable strength. Now, Qiu Pingxing was saturated with celestial energy. Jiang Pinyin appeared unperturbed by Russell's concerns. Stepping onto the teleportation array leading to the arena, Qiu Pingxing hastily rose from the ground, casting a furtive glance at Qian Huanrou. If he could not best her, how could he hope to defeat Jiang Pinyin? What on earth was happening with Qian Huanrou? How had she achieved immortality? Qiu Pingxing stepped onto the teleportation array, arriving at the arena for the duel. As he entered, a multitude of gazes converged upon him. Qiu Pingxing radiated a brilliant golden light, exuding an overwhelming aura, ethereal and otherworldly, making it nearly impossible for him to go unnoticed. What an imposing presence. Initially, I assumed he was a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage. But he is merely a practitioner at the initial stage of the fusion phase. Who is he, and how can he possess such formidable energy? I have never encountered him before. Ethereal energy. How can one emanate such a rich essence of the celestial? In the arena, all the cultivator's attention was fixated on Qiu Pingxing, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. He reveled in the attention, delighting in the looks of shock from others. His head instinctively held high. I am Qiu Pingxing, the son of the 4th Pavilion Master of the Central Pavilion, a recipient of the Transcendental Ascension Technique. Fearing that others might not recognize his name and status, he offered an introduction. Upon learning of his identity, the crowd was taken aback. He is indeed the son of the 4th Pavilion Master, the son of the Celestial. No wonder he possesses such an ethereal aura. He has acquired the Transcendental Ascension Technique. Yet, what brings him here? I have come today to teach this fellow named Jiang Pinyin a lesson, to make him comprehend the consequences of provoking me. The crowd's gaze swiftly shifted to Jiang Pinyin, filled with sympathy. Jiang Pinyin has offended this man. He is doomed. In the entire ascending Immortal Pavilion, or rather, the entire Yuan realm, who is unaware of the Transcendental Ascension Technique. As the son of the Celestial, Qiu Pingxing, armed with this technique, could sweep away all opponents of his level within the sub-pavilion. He could even defeat those a minor realm above him. How has Jiang Pinyin dared to provoke such a terrifying figure? Yet, why does Jiang Pinyin appear so composed? Jiang Pinyin had already entered the barrier of the arena. Addressing Qiu Pingxing, can we proceed quickly? Qiu Pingsheng detested Jiang Pingin's demeanor. The fellow seemed to regard him with utter indifference. Is he feigning calmness? Or is this fool truly unaware of the might of the Transcendental Ascension Technique? As Qiu Pingsheng stepped into the arena, all other battles ceased, and the focus turned entirely to the two. They had never witnessed a low-tier cultivator wielding celestial power before. Today, they would witness the fabled might of the celestial energy. As members of the ascending Immortal Pavilion, they hoped for Jiang Pingyin to triumph, bringing honor to the sub-pavilion, though such a possibility seemed almost non-existent. It is said that celestial power elevates an individual entirely, transcending their original realm. Russell and Qian Huanrou concealed themselves in the void, silently observing the scene. Sister Qian, are you not going to intervene for Jiang Pingyin? If he loses, it will be a significant blow to him. We shall see how it unfolds, Qian Huanrou replied cryptically, believing the outcome would speak for itself. Russell was puzzled by Qian Huanrou's unwavering confidence in Jiang Pingyin. Within the arena's barrier, Qiu Pingsheng activated his celestial energy. The dazzling golden light illuminating the entire barrier, powerful, sacred, and oppressive. Even from outside the barrier, one could feel the terrifying force emanating from him. Jiang Pingyin, I am no longer the person I once was. Are you prepared? I shall soon have you beneath my feet. Qiu Pingsheng intended to gradually torment Jiang Pingyin, driving him to the brink of collapse. However, Jiang Pingyin, disinterested in engaging with his youthful adversary, deemed him too inexperienced and immature. With a mere thought, he employed the spiritual technique of reincarnation, summoning the solar deity. The solar deity activated the secret art, wielding its searing fists with devastating force. Qiu Pingsheng felt a jolt of surprise. What kind of power was this? It could project another's combat prowess. Yet, he remained unfazed, confident that it could not harm him. He unleashed the three mysterious true fire, a formidable blaze surging toward the solar deity. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, scattering scorching flames in all directions. Empowered by celestial energy, the three mysterious true fire intensified, overwhelming the solar deity, which was sent flying. Jiang Pingyin had no intention of defeating Qiu Pingsheng solely with the solar deity. Taking advantage of the moment of impact, he executed a lightning dash forward. He swung his destruction fist toward Qiu Pingsheng, the immense force threatening to uproot the very mountains within the barrier. Surprise attacks proved futile. Qiu Pingsheng invoked the divine art of annihilation, a single character of lethal intent that summoned the laws of heaven and earth, directly branding Jiang Pingyin. With a thunderous boom, Jiang Pingyin's body erupted, blood splattering everywhere. The observing cultivators gasped in shock. Jiang Pingyin had been vanquished in an instant. Huh. Qiu Pingsheng laughed heartily. I did not intend to kill him. He is simply too weak to withstand a single blow. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind Qiu Pingsheng, delivering a punch to his spine. Bang! Qiu Pingsheng was sent hurtling, crashing through several mountains. Jiang Pingyin lowered his fist and coldly remarked, I have witnessed this technique on your father. It holds no power over me. In Chapter 561, Battle with Qiu Pingsheng, while cultivating at the Wall of Reflection, Jiang Pingyin had encountered the projection of Qiu Pingsheng's father, Qiu Feng, and had engaged in combat with him. Possessing the ability to materialize, Jiang Pingyin could simulate any battle he had observed within his mind. After dueling with Qiu Feng hundreds of times in his thoughts, he had thoroughly analyzed his techniques. Jiang Pingyin surmised that his son, Qiu Pingsheng, might also wield the annihilation technique, prompting him to create a doppelganger as bait. Utilizing his mental prowess, he interfered with Qiu Pingsheng's perception, rendering him unable to sense his presence for a brief period, thus enabling the surprise attack from behind. Jiang Pingyin had achieved a flawless mastery of combat. Having crashed through numerous mountains, Qiu Pingsheng finally came to a halt, his spine fractured and pain radiating throughout his body. With such feeble attacks, do you think you can harm me? I possess celestial power. Your strikes are ineffective against me, Qiu Pingsheng boasted, channeling his celestial energy to heal his wounds. Agitated, he felt that he should have easily dispatched Jiang Pingyin, but was caught off guard by the counterattack. It must have been his own carelessness. Determined, Qiu Pingsheng prepared to unleash his divine technique. The Judgment Fist, isn't it? Before he could cast the spell, Jiang Pingyin anticipated his move and spoke up. Clenching his fist, a tempestuous energy surged, causing the laws of nature to fluctuate violently and descend into chaos. The Judgment Fist, coalescing above him, dissipated before it could fully form, overwhelmed by the tumultuous power. The second form of the Annihilation Fist, Chaos of the Ages. Witnessing this scene, both Qiu Pingsheng and the disciples of the ascending Immortal Pavilion, as well as Russell, widened their eyes in astonishment. What kind of sorcery is this? Qiu Pingsheng was profoundly shocked. His Samadhi true fire had previously been extinguished by this very fist technique, and now even the Judgment Fist could be obliterated. Jiang Pingan instantaneously appeared before Qiu Pingsheng, his fist swinging like a meteor plummeting from the heavens. This time, it was the first form of the Annihilation Fist, Demon Suppression. Chaos of the Ages and Demon Suppression were not ranked in superiority, while Chaos of the Ages could influence magical techniques albeit with slightly less offensive power. Demon Suppression was purely an assault, boasting a greater force. Qiu Pingsheng sought to retreat, but the celestial sealing and star-binding techniques had already ensnared him, leaving him no time to escape. He could only raise his fists to counter. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive collisions echoed. Jiang Pingan's left hand gathered Chaos of the Ages, while his right hand amassed Demon Suppression, each punch imbued with supreme offensive power. Having broken through to the first realm of Tao, his spiritual energy reserves had significantly increased, no longer limited to merely 3 punches. Qiu Pingsheng was forced back repeatedly. His arms contorted, his nose askew, blood gushing forth. Truly, the might of the immortal power was astonishing. It was indeed resilient. Jiang Pingan offered his commendation. Had Qiu Pingsheng been an ordinary cultivator in the initial stage of integration, he would have succumbed after just a few blows. However, with the power of an immortal, Qiu Pingsheng endured numerous strikes without sustaining a fatal injury. Yet, such praise felt like an insult to Qiu Pingsheng. He resolved to retaliate with all his might, unleashing the word of annihilation upon Jiang Pingan. However, this terrifying attack merely shredded Jiang Pingan's outer garment, unveiling his robust musculature. Although Jiang Pingan did not reveal his immortal power, his physique had already been transformed by it, coupled with the quintuple enhancement of the war god technique. The tribal totem markings adorned his body, rendering his physical strength terrifyingly formidable. This strike inflicted no damage whatsoever. Jiang Pingan intensified his assault. Under the influence of Chaos of the Ages, Qiu Pingsheng found it nearly impossible to mount any effective counterattack. The onlooking disciples of the ascending Immortal Pavilion could hardly believe their eyes, bewildered by the sight before them. The one being utterly crushed was, astonishingly, Qiu Pingsheng. What kind of divine power was Jiang Pingan wielding to amplify his combat prowess to such an extent? Furthermore, how could this fist technique influence the magical abilities of others? Truly monstrous. Why, despite wielding immortal energy, was Qiu Pingsheng being suppressed? Immortal energy was a coveted power long sought after by countless cultivators. There was a persistent rumor within the ascending Immortal Pavilion. To attain the transcendent immortal technique was to glimpse the gates of immortality. Immortal energy was the most yearned for power in the hearts of the disciples. In their eyes, whoever possessed immortal energy was undeniably invincible among their peers. Yet now, Qiu Pingsheng, who wielded such energy, found himself utterly overwhelmed by Jiang Pingan. It even instilled in everyone a peculiar illusion that perhaps immortal energy was ineffective. Qiu Pingsheng began to doubt his very existence. He had clearly mastered immortal energy, wielding an immensely powerful divine technique. Why then could he not inflict harm upon Jiang Pingan? Was his immortal energy a mere illusion? Impossible. This could not be. Qiu Pingsheng frantically summoned celestial energy, attempting to resist. Jiang Pingan unleashed the infinite fist, redirecting all of his opponent's power back upon him. Although he had ceased practicing the infinite fist, he was still able to wield it. This repulsive technique was particularly effective at unsettling one's mindset. Qiu Pingsheng found himself struck repeatedly by his own attacks, leaving him utterly humiliated. All his efforts merely served to harm himself, failing to inflict any damage upon Jiang Pingan. In the face of the celestial energized Qiu Pingsheng, Jiang Pingan remained composed and unruffled. Despite Qiu Pingsheng's spiritual energy having transformed into celestial energy, Jiang Pingan sensed that his opponent's manipulation of this energy was clumsy, preventing him from fully harnessing its potential. This was likely due to Qiu Pingsheng's lack of celestial-level techniques. He was merely employing ordinary earthly methods to channel this power, resulting in poor effectiveness. The art of transcending to immortality was nothing extraordinary. Jiang Pingan spoke softly, yet his voice resonated like thunder, echoing in the hearts of all present. The perceived destiny of the disciples of the ascending Immortal Pavilion appeared so feeble before him. "What are you boasting about? You cannot conquer me," Qiu Pingxing roared. Although he was unable to defeat Jiang Pingan, he was determined not to be vanquished. Jiang Pingan smiled faintly and immediately activated the lesser wuxiang technique, his form swelling to a towering height of 1,000 meters. A dark, battle-ready armor enveloped him, and a powerful demonic aura surged skyward. Resembling a deity from the celestial realm, his white hair flowing wildly, he raised his fist, channeling the destruction fist, merging the laws of annihilation, power, gravity, and battle intent into a singular force. Now, this was the true destruction fist. This strike descended like a falling star, causing the void to crumble in its wake. "No." Russell quickly appeared, shouting urgently. If Jiang Pingan were to slay Qiu Pingxing, it would lead to dire complications. Bang! Jiang Pingan's fist halted midair, the intense fighting spirit crashing down, driving Qiu Pingxing deep into a pit, fracturing the earth. Even without a direct hit, Qiu Pingxing was left gravely injured. Jiang Pingan had refrained from delivering a lethal blow. He could not afford to do so, for Qiu Pingxing possessed protective artifacts left by his father. Jiang Pingan withdrew his technique and turned to exit the arena. The disciples of the arena gazed at Jiang Pingan in astonishment, their eyes filled with trepidation. This man had defeated the son of the immortals, who wielded celestial energy. To all observers, such an achievement seemed unfathomable, yet Jiang Pingan had accomplished it. Given Jiang Pingan's formidable strength, why had he not received the art of transcending to immortality at the Grand Pavilion? Chapter 562. Surrender the celestial artifact lying in the pit. Qiu Pingxing coughed up blood, indifferent to the fractures in his bones, his face a mask of confusion and his eyes clouded with bewilderment. "Why? I have acquired celestial energy. How can I still be unable to triumph over Jiang Pingan? Why?" Qiu Pingxing had sought to use Jiang Pingan as a stepping stone on his path to invincibility, only to be cast aside by a single punch. The vast chasm between their strengths was unbearable, filling him with anguish and resentment, his dignity trampled beneath Jiang Pingan's feet. In truth, Qiu Pingxing was remarkably strong. Especially after obtaining a celestial artifact, he could nearly sweep away all rivals of his rank within the powerful ascending Immortal Pavilion. Truly a dragon among men. Yet, he had encountered the anomaly that was Jiang Pingan, leaving him questioning his very existence. Even the formidable Russell, a master of the human immortal realm, was astonished by Jiang Pingan's combat prowess. What kind of prodigy could defeat a son of the immortal, one imbued with celestial power, and be even more formidable than she had been in her youth? Most remarkably, Jiang Pingan achieved this victory with remarkable ease. Russell speculated that Jiang Pingan undoubtedly possessed other hidden trump cards. Indeed, Jiang Pingan had a few cards left to play, including celestial power, the threads of time, the eye of time, the toxins of his true form, and his devouring ability. Coughing, Qiu Pingxing rose from the ground, declaring, "I have not been defeated. I am merely too young. I lost due to my lack of mastery in the techniques. Once I learn more powerful spells, I will surely be able to overcome Jiang Pingan." Truly, the youth was quick to rationalize his failure and console himself. However, Qiu Pingxing was indeed young. At his age, Jiang Pingan had only just begun to grasp the laws of the universe. At that moment, several powerful figures from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion soared back to them. "Lord Russell, we return your celestial artifact. However, you must return the 100,000 exorcism pills." Fear filled the eyes of these figures. They had witnessed the terrifying scene outside, where countless cultivators and demonic beasts had been infected by a bizarre force, transforming into horrifying monsters. Aside from the exorcism pills, there was no other effective means to counter this threat. They had tested it themselves. Without the exorcism pills, they too would have succumbed to monstrosity. If this strange power were to spread, the main pavilion would not remain unscathed. Although celestial artifacts were immensely valuable, the exorcism pills were of greater importance in the face of such a bizarre threat. Russell was reluctant to return the exorcism pills, as they were essential for survival. Now is not the time for negotiations regarding the exorcism pills. You must rush back and have the main pavilion send someone to address the situation at the Moon God Manor and prevent this catastrophe. Otherwise, countless lives will be affected. Lord Russell, if you do not return the exorcism pills, our main pavilion will certainly refrain from intervening. One of the pavilion's powerful figures threatened. You have no authority to decide whether the main pavilion intervenes. Hurry back and inform them, Russell replied, unfazed by their intimidation. She was not a naive girl who could be easily swayed by mere words. The powerful figures exchanged glances and, accompanied by Qiu Pingsheng, hurried back to the main pavilion to report the situation. Jiang Pingan turned to Qian Huanrou and Xiao Xiang, suggesting, shall we return to my hometown? We can procure some exorcism pills. By hometown, he referred to the wilderness realm. Qian Huanrou nodded in agreement and addressed Russell, Sister Russell. I will make a trip back to my hometown and procure some exorcism pills for you. If you find exorcism pills, please acquire as many as possible. I suspect that those old fellows at the main pavilion may still hesitate to act against the moon god manor. Russell's expression grew serious. The unreliability of the main pavilion meant they had to rely on themselves. Farewell, Qian Huanrou said, embracing Jiang Pingan, and then tore through space to depart. The disciples nearby were left in confusion. Isn't Qian Huanrou the pupil of the pavilion master? Why does she refer to the pavilion master as sister? Did I mishear? You did not mishear. I heard her address her that way as well. As the disciples pondered this perplexity, Russell turned back and announced, Daoist Qian has reached the human immortal realm. From now on, she shall be the vice pavilion master. Henceforth, you must treat her with the same respect accorded to the pavilion master. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was left in utter astonishment, even more so than when Jiang Pingan triumphed over Qiu Pingsheng. Qian Huanrou was, astonishingly, an immortal. No wonder Jiang Pingan was so extraordinary. He had such a remarkable partner by his side. A woman older by 3 years brings fortune, and a woman older by 3,000 brings empires. The onlookers were filled with envy and admiration towards Jiang Pingan. If only they had an immortal companion to assist them. They too could possess the same formidable prowess as Jiang Pingan. Qian Huanrou was not only strikingly beautiful, but also immensely powerful. How could she possibly be drawn to Jiang Pingan? In a desolate wilderness far from the ascending immortal pavilion, Qian Huanrou appeared with Jiang Pingan. Jiang Pingan gently pushed Qian Huanrou away, saying, Xiao Xiang, you may use the protective shield to escort me. There is no need to hold me so closely. It was intentional, Qian Huanrou replied. The voice of the artifact spirit resonated in Jiang Pingan's mind, cautioning him. Tell Xiao Xiang not to utilize immortal-level powers when returning to the wilderness realm. It could easily attract the attention of powerful beings from the immortal realm. Once they discover us, all living beings in the wilderness realm will face dire consequences. The artifact spirit spoke with utmost seriousness. Jiang Pingan's expression turned grave. Realizing this was likely the reason why the formidable beings of the 3 forbidden lands remained hidden away. He relayed this information to Qian Huanrou, who furrowed her delicate brows, contemplating her hopes of using such power to eradicate the demon clans. It seemed that would not be feasible. At the very least, with Xiao Xiang's current strength, the demon clans would be deterred from making reckless incursions. With no immortals present, Xiao Xiang was invincible. Let us return, Jiang Pingan declared. And the treasure basin transported the 2 back to the wilderness realm. Upon their arrival, they found themselves in the grand hall of the demon god sect. In that instant, Jiang Pingan re-established his connection with his true self, and memories of the years spent with his daughter flooded his mind, causing a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. His little girl, Jiang Miaoi, was already 8 years old. So the rumors were true. You truly possess an immortal artifact, Qian Huanrou remarked. During their journey, she had sensed the barriers of the realms and the presence of the treasure basin. Jiang Pingan was secretly astonished that she could so easily perceive the existence of the treasure basin. No wonder it forbade him from using its teleportation powers in the presence of immortals. Qian Huanrou lifted her smooth, fair hand and grasped Jiang Pingan by the neck, pressing him against the wall. Surrender the immortal artifact, and I shall spare your life. Xiao Xiang, enough of this, she continued, noticing Jiang Pingan's reluctance to comply. With her other hand, she delicately traced her fingers across Jiang Pingan's front, as if wielding a knife, slicing through his clothing. At that moment, a small figure suddenly darted into the room. Hiding here, my father will never find me. Oh, there's another father here. Jiang Miaoi lifted her chubby little hand to cover her pink mouth, her wide eyes filled with shock and wonder at the sight of Jiang Pingan. Dressed in a pink silk gown adorned with exquisite floral embroidery and her long hair tied up with a pink ribbon, she was a vision of innocence. Upon noticing the presence of an outsider, Qian Huanrou immediately regained her composure and released Jiang Pingan's neck. "Your daughter?" she inquired, to which Jiang Pingan telepathically conveyed the origins of this child. Qian Huanrou's lips curled slightly, revealing the fact that the wooden figure would not take the initiative, compelling others to act instead. She retracted her icy demeanor, approached, and knelt down gently, inquiring of Jiang Miaoyi, "My dear Miaoyi, do you prefer a younger brother or sister?" "Either is fine, beautiful big sister." "Why do you ask?" Jiang Miaoyi lifted her small head, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she gazed at the enchanting figure before her. She felt that this sister was stunning, akin to her mother, yet possessing an even greater elegance. "If you wish for a younger brother or sister, your father must strive hard," Qian Huanrou said, lightly patting Jiang Miaoyi's small head before stepping forward and vanishing from sight. In the desolate realm, she did not need to tear through space. Traversing dimensions was effortless, as the fabric of this realm was far less stable than that of the primordial world. Jiang Miaoyi scampered towards her father, her little legs moving energetically, and exclaimed in her sweet voice, "Father, Miaoyi wants 100 younger siblings. You must work hard." She clenched her tiny fist and made a motivating gesture. Jiang Pingan could only smile wryly, utterly at a loss on how to explain things to this little girl. She was simply too idle. Today, he had to ensure she engaged in cultivation. What was the name of that celestial technique from the dark forbidden zone? Ah, yes. It was called Heavenly Demon 9 Transformations. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Pingan. The powerful being from the dark forbidden zone had mentioned that he lacked a celestial body and therefore could not cultivate this technique. But now that he possessed celestial power, could he then practice it? Chapter 563. The conspiracy beneath the technique. Jiang Pingan retrieved the black jade slip given to him by the celestial being from the dark forbidden zone. This slip contained the records of a celestial level technique, Heavenly Demon 9 Transformations. To be honest, Jiang Pingan felt quite tempted by this celestial level technique. After all, mastering it would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess significantly. However, this jade slip had a unique restriction. After being viewed once, it would self-destruct, embedding a restriction in the mind that would prevent it from being imparted to others. He could not possibly seize this opportunity from his daughter. Jiang Pingan asked the spirit of the treasure basin, "Esteemed elder, can this jade slip be copied?" "Yes, but it contains celestial level runes, and the resources required for copying are naturally not cheap. At least one secret treasure is needed," the spirit replied. Jiang Pingan was overjoyed. The possibility of replication was excellent. Exchanging one secret treasure for a celestial level technique was an incredible bargain. He hastily used his resources to replicate the celestial level technique. During this period, he had been trading resources back and forth and was now quite affluent. Acquiring a mere secret treasure was effortlessly achievable. Soon, an identical black jade slip appeared in Jiang Pingan's hands. Just as he was preparing to examine it, the spirit suddenly interjected, "This technique has a flaw." "What flaw?" Jiang Pingan paused, taken aback. "This technique is interwoven with a special secret art. If you cultivate this technique, you may easily fall prey to someone possessing that special art," the spirit warned. At these words, Jiang Pingan's body stiffened, and a cold sweat broke out. "I could be possessed. Indeed, I have witnessed a similar secret art while following the Holy King," the spirit confirmed. Jiang Pingan trembled. He had nearly placed his daughter in a perilous situation. Gripping his fists tightly, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. The true intention behind the chaos of the dark forbidden zone was to seize his daughter. Jiang Pingan had never felt such rage before. Having lost his family at a young age, he held an immense value for kinship and could not tolerate any harm inflicted upon those close to him, especially when it concerned his own child. The artifact spirit remarked, "The dark forbidden zone is inherently malevolent. The demonic race was conjured by it to oppose humanity and obstruct its growth. The special secret techniques within this cultivation method have been eradicated. You may continue your practice." Despite this, Jiang Pingan did not find solace and wore a grave expression. In approximately 10 years, the dark forbidden zone would come seeking his daughter. If she refused to accompany them, their hostility could escalate. The previous restraint might have stemmed from the fact that, although that entity was a celestial level powerhouse, it could not wield celestial powers. The demon god sect was not to be trifled with. They had numerous tribulation stage experts, and hence, the adversaries were cautious. However, if they truly resorted to violence, even without celestial power, the demon god sect would find it unbearable. Jiang Pingan contemplated taking his daughter to the Yuan realm to evade the dark forbidden zone. Yet that realm was also fraught with turmoil. Even if he managed to take her away, the Dark Forbidden Zone would undoubtedly retaliate against him and the demon god sect. The Dark Forbidden Zone loomed over him like a celestial sword, ready to descend at any moment, leaving Jiang Pinyin in a state of unease. "Father, what are you thinking? Your expression is quite alarming," Jiang Miaoyi said as she climbed into Jiang Pinyin's embrace, her slender arms wrapping around his neck. "Is it because Miaoyi is being lazy and doesn't want to practice, making you unhappy? Then Miaoyi will be obedient and practice well, so please don't be upset." She planted a hearty kiss on his cheek, exuding utmost sweetness. Jiang Pinyin suppressed his negative emotions and tenderly stroked her small nose. He was not angry with Miaoyi, but she indeed needed to cultivate. If her father were not around, she must be able to protect herself. Father will always be here. He is unrivaled and can defeat any villain. Jiang Miaoyi's eyes sparkled with admiration for Jiang Pinyin. In her world, he was the most formidable person. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Jiang Pinyin handed the heavenly demon 9 transformations to Jiang Miaoyi. "Then let us cultivate together." "All right," Jiang Miaoyi responded sweetly, mimicking Jiang Pinyin's posture. Bending her little legs and attempting to sit cross-legged on the bed, she struggled to maintain balance, fell back momentarily, then reclined against Jiang Pinyin as she resumed her seated position. Jiang Pinyin gently ruffled her hair and said, "Use the method I taught you previously to probe your consciousness into the jade slip." "I know," Jiang Miaoyi replied with a sweet smile. The two began their study of the heavenly demon 9 transformations. Before commencing his cultivation, Jiang Pinyin made a copy of the technique for Xiaoxiang, recognizing her need for celestial-level cultivation methods as well. As their consciousness entered the text, mysterious and profound rules flooded their minds. Although they did not recognize each rune, they inherently understood their significance. The heavenly demon 9 transformations comprised 9 layers. The first layer, also known as the first transformation, was the Transcendence. It involved inscribing runes within the body, utilizing the powers of heaven and earth to cleanse oneself and transcend the mortal form. In the second layer, the activation of the divine body occurs. The third layer involves the condensation of celestial energy. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Pinyin's expression became peculiar. Without employing the 9 transformations of the celestial demon, he had already completed the first 3 layers. The fourth layer, however, diverges significantly. It is known as celestial seed. By utilizing celestial energy and the laws he comprehends, one plants a seed within their being. When this seed germinates, one attains the 5th layer, the celestial root. Jiang Pinyin regarded this as the cultivation system of the Dark Forbidden Zone. Unlike conventional cultivation systems, this one has a remarkably high starting point, necessitating an extraordinary talent for mastery, rendering it unsuitable for ordinary individuals. The inhabitants of the Dark Forbidden Zone claimed that their daughter possessed a celestial demon body, thus enabling her to cultivate this technique. The attempt by those terrifying beings from the Dark Forbidden Zone to seize his daughter's essence made Jiang Pinyin acutely aware of her exceptional talent. While observing the 9 transformations of the celestial demon, he suddenly perceived something, abruptly opening his eyes. With the presence of Jiang Miaoyi, laws encircled her, and demonic energy surged wildly, a formidable aura flickering in and out of existence. Jiang Pinyin's eyes widened slightly. The laws. Typically, only cultivators who reach the nascent soul stage can invoke such laws. Yet, Miaoyi had just begun her cultivation and could already wield the power of the laws. Her starting point was on par with that of divine beasts from the Dragon Clan, akin to cultivators from the Origin Realm. His daughter's brilliance filled Jiang Pinyin with immense joy. He paused his own cultivation to protect and guide his daughter in her practice. A sudden thought struck him. If his daughter did not follow the conventional cultivation pathway, might the drawbacks of the cosmic concealment technique no longer apply? Ordinary cultivators practicing this technique cannot solidify their golden core, thus hindering further cultivation. This was precisely why Jiang Pinyin had opted to create his own realm. Now, his daughter would not need to endure the golden core stage at all. Jiang Pinyin decided to impart the cosmic concealment technique to his daughter. Jiang Miaoyi began her journey with 2 supreme techniques. Meanwhile, within the Dark Forbidden Zone, a pair of terrifying eyes suddenly opened. The technique had been triggered, yet no connection was perceived. It seemed they had been discovered. The celestial demon body is essential. Obtaining this avatar grants me the qualification to contend in the celestial realm. I hope the demon god sect does not court disaster. A shadow shrouded in dark mist stepped forth, heading towards the demon god sect. Chapter 564. Celestial arrival before the main hall of the demon god sect. Two powerful beings from the nine-tailed fox clan, both in the tribulation phase, were conversing nearby, safeguarding Jiang. She represented the hope of the nine-tailed foxes and the demon god sect. Nothing must go amiss, and thus only the most elite protectors were assigned to her. Suddenly, the two powerful foxes sensed something, immediately shouting, "Who goes there?" They detected a formidable presence attempting to approach through the void. Soon after, a shadow enveloped in black mist emerged, a chilling and terrifying voice emanating from the darkness. An entity from the dark forbidden zone had arrived. Upon recognizing the identity of the intruder, the two tribulation phase guardians felt a tremor of fear. The dark forbidden zone is one of the three most terrifying places in the world. According to ancient texts, it harbors many unknown and horrific beings. For reasons unknown, these entities remain confined within the forbidden zone, rarely manifesting before the eyes of the world. Why would such a being come to their demon god sect? Without the luxury of further inquiry, the two immediately shouted, "Level 1 alert." When the demon god sect faces a crisis, it triggers varying levels of vigilance, with level 9 being the lowest and level 1 the highest. A level 1 alert signifies that the demon god sect may be on the brink of annihilation, necessitating the readiness of all its formidable members and disciples. Upon hearing the alert, the elders of the sect promptly emerged, and those who were in secluded cultivation began to exit their retreats, including some formidable beings who had sealed themselves through esoteric techniques. A multitude of powerful figures gathered before the main hall of the sect, all eyes fixated on a shadowy figure. Although the presence emitted no discernible aura, an overwhelming sense of threat permeated the air. Who are you? The ability to infiltrate the inner sanctum of the demon god sect without a sound indicated that the visitor harbored malevolent intentions. In the dark forbidden zone, amidst the swirling black mist, the enigmatic entity spoke once more. As those four words echoed, every powerful figure trembled involuntarily. The dark forbidden zone? How could beings from there venture into their demon god sect? A hand, resembling a withered branch, extended from the mist, brandishing a black blade radiating an aura of supreme might. Sensing the ripples of power emanating from the blade, the sect's warriors instinctively recoiled. An immortal artifact. This was their first encounter with such a treasure. What was the intruder's intention? Alarmed, they hastily summoned their own magical artifacts. This immortal artifact can be yours, but in exchange, I demand the immortal demon body. The presence in the black mist spoke languidly. The term immortal demon body was unfamiliar to them, but they quickly deduced whom it referred to. This was the main hall of the sect, where the leader and his daughter, Jiang, resided. The entity was undoubtedly referring to Jiang. Upon her birth, Jiang had caused an extraordinary commotion, shaking the very foundations of the cultivation world, embodying an unknown divine physique. Perhaps this was indeed the immortal demon body the figure sought. No, Jiang mother, Ji Fei, vehemently objected without hesitation. She would never relinquish her daughter to another. There is but one opportunity. Hand over the immortal demon body, and this immortal artifact shall be yours, otherwise an indescribable, formidable aura emanated from the black mist. At that moment, every powerful figure felt the hair on their bodies stand on end, terror gripping them as the overwhelming force instinctively urged them to flee. What manner of power was this? How could it be so potent? This force unequivocally surpassed that of a crossing tribulation stage cultivator. I have already ascended to the immortal level, and with the immortal artifact in hand, should I choose to act, you will be powerless to stop me. Will you allow the demon god sect to be obliterated? Or will you surrender the immortal demon body in exchange for the immortal artifact? Upon hearing the intruder's cultivation level, a tempest of emotions surged within them, their hearts racing. An immortal? There truly existed an immortal in this world. No wonder the dark forbidden zone was so fearsome. Even crossing tribulation stage cultivators met their demise within its confines. It was indeed as some had speculated. There were immortals within the forbidden zone, rendering everything comprehensible. An immortal level being wielding an immortal artifact could effortlessly annihilate the demon god sect. To surrender the immortal demon body would ensure the safety of the sect and grant them an immortal artifact. Should they refuse, the sect's destruction was inevitable. Even a 6-year-old child would know which option bore the most benefit. Ji Fei's complexion had turned an ashen white, as if she had already glimpsed the impending outcome. In a frenzy, she bellowed, Should anyone dare to take my daughter away, I shall fight to the death. The other party's inexplicable intent to abduct her daughter signaled malevolence. Ji Fei would rather perish than witness the woman being traded away before her eyes. Suddenly, the elder Mo Chong addressed Ji Fei, "If you wish to die, do not drag us all down with you. Do you desire the entire demon god sect to accompany you to your grave?" The news that the denizens of the dark forbidden zone sought to take Jiang Miaoyi was most welcomed by Mo Chong. He harbored deep concerns regarding Jiang Miaoyi's potential growth. Although she had yet to commence her training, the supernatural phenomena surrounding her birth foretold the formidable power she would wield as she matured. If Jiang Miaoyi were to fully develop, the nine-tailed fox lineage would undoubtedly overshadow the Mo family. Moreover, Jiang Miaoyi was the daughter of Jiang Pingan, with whom Mo Chong bore a grudge. Should Jiang Miaoyi flourish, it would be Mo Chong who would first suffer the consequences. The crux of the matter was that if Jiang Miaoyi were not surrendered, they would be compelled to confront a celestial being wielding an immortal artifact, an utterly insurmountable challenge. No one wished for death, and many were inclined to relinquish Jiang Miaoyi. It was merely Mo Chong who voiced this sentiment. Upon hearing Mo Chong's words, Ji Fei's eyes turned crimson, her hands morphing into lethal claws, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surging forth. Mo Chong, you seek your own demise. Seek my own demise? I am in the late stage of integration, while you are merely in the mid-stage. Do you think you can kill me? Mo Chong disregarded Ji Fei's thoughts. Calling to the assembly, raise your hands to vote. Who consents to surrender Jiang Miaoyi in exchange for the immortal artifact? Saying this, he was the first to raise his hand. Suddenly, a golden staff appeared from the void, crashing down with a resounding thud, obliterating Mo Chong's raised hand. The fabric of reality tore apart as Jiang Pingan emerged. Wielding the earth-shattering demon staff, his visage as cold as the frost of 1,000 years, instilling fear in all who dared to meet his gaze. Just as Ji Fei was poised to act, she halted upon the sight of this man, inexplicably comforted. "Pingan, you must find a way. Someone is attempting to take Miaoyi," Ji Fei exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Fury etched across Mo Chong's face. He raised his remaining hand, pointing at Jiang Pingan and bellowing, "Dare you launch a sneak attack on this elder? You violate the sect's regulations. According to our laws, you shall be stripped of your title as leader." With a swift motion, Jiang Pingan brought down his staff once more, shattering Mo Chong completely. Mo Chong had not anticipated Jiang Pingan's assault and was caught completely off guard. A blood mist flickered with the glow of runes, and under the influence of the death replacement talisman, Mo Chong resurrected. He immediately retreated, daring only to roar from a distance. "Jiang Pingan, what is the meaning of this? You openly defy sect rules. From this day forth, you are no longer the leader of the demon god sect." Suddenly struck by a realization, he grinned maliciously. "Your daughter is to be taken away, and you cannot stop it. Ha ha." The thought of Jiang Pingan witnessing his daughter's abduction brought a twisted satisfaction to Mo Chong. Jiang Pingan cast a cold glance at Mo Chong, momentarily ignoring him. Before addressing the surrounding powerful figures, the adversary dares not strike. There is no need for fear. Mo Chong regarded Jiang Pingan as if he were a fool. "Dare not strike? What are you? Do you not realize that this esteemed elder is a celestial-level powerhouse? Do you take us for fools, wishing for our demise? A mere low-tier cultivator dares to assert that a celestial being would not take action. Who would believe such nonsense?" Chapter 565. Insulting the celestial being. Upon hearing Jiang Pingan declare that this celestial power would not intervene, everyone suspected he was leading them to their doom. After all, he is a celestial. Why would he hesitate to strike? Jiang Pingan coldly gazed at the swirling black mist. If he were truly capable, why would he have waited until now, engaging in trade with you using celestial artifacts? At this statement, the crowd fell into momentary silence. Indeed, the opponent was a celestial. Immensely powerful, wielding celestial artifacts. Logically, even if he were to act with force, they would be powerless to stop him. Why, then, would he insist on negotiation? Could it be that he truly fears acting? But why? Confusion clouded their expressions as they looked at Jiang Pingan. Jiang Pingan calmly explained, "It is quite simple. He fears being discovered by the celestial powers and fears for his life." Discovered by the celestial powers? Fearing death? The crowd was even more bewildered. Suddenly, the black mist churned violently, and the black blade in its grasp emanated a terrifying aura. "Child, you are well informed. but even without wielding celestial power, I can still inflict severe damage upon your demon god sect while holding a celestial artifact. I offer your sect one final chance. Surrender the celestial demon body and take the celestial artifact or face devastating consequences. With that, he unleashed a terrifying surge of celestial energy, causing the crowd to recoil in fear. The aura was overwhelming, leaving no room for resistance. We will take the celestial artifact. Senior, quickly eliminate Jiang Pingan. Elder Mo Chong shouted. His only desire was to see Jiang Pingan perish, as this represented the best opportunity to eradicate him. While Jiang Pingan's death would weaken the demon god sect, acquiring a celestial artifact would compensate for that loss. Unfazed, Jiang Pingan stared defiantly at the celestial entity within the dark zone. You old hound, do you think you are the only one with celestial artifacts? A collective gasp echoed through the assembly of powerful beings upon hearing Jiang Pingan insult the celestial being. None among them would dare speak so brazenly to a celestial. Jiang Pingan's audacity was astonishing. Was this not a death wish? Master, our celestial artifact is damaged. A powerful member of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan quickly communicated to Jiang Pingan, cognizant that he may still be unaware of the artifact's ruin, which emboldened him to speak so recklessly. The dark demon, enraged by the insult from a low-tier cultivator. The black mist around him surged violently as he raised his blade. Worm, if you seek death, I shall grant it to you. Panic spread across the faces of the crowd. What should they do? Would they truly engage in battle? A sinister grin appeared on Mo Chong's face. This time, Jiang Pingan was undoubtedly doomed. At that moment, a resplendent golden longsword cleaved through the void, striking heavily upon the black mist. The mist erupted, revealing a being adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a human yet distinctly possessing larger ears and wings. Then, an enchanting woman of unparalleled beauty materialized in the air, radiating celestial light, her ethereal presence making it difficult to gaze directly upon her. Huanrou. The elder powers of the demon god sect recognized her instantly. How could Huanrou appear so suddenly? Though the reason for her arrival was unclear, the sight of her wielding a celestial artifact brought a wave of relief to the gathered crowd. With the celestial slaying sword in hand, one should be able to instill a sense of trepidation in others. This is the true foundation of Jiang Pingan's audacity to confront celestial beings, Xiaoxiang. Huanrou slightly parted her crimson lips, casting a detached gaze upon the celestial entity within the dark forbidden zone, and coldly commanded, "Leave." The heavenly demon widened its eyes in disbelief as it beheld Huanrou. You have transcended to the realm of immortals. How could you achieve such a feat in the current desolate realm? Upon hearing this exclamation, the formidable beings of the demon god sect were equally astonished. Huanrou is an immortal? How can this be? In this era, it is impossible to ascend to immortality, even if one were to succeed. They should have ascended to the immortal realm. Although the heavenly demon felt shock and surprise, it did not fear Huanrou, for it recognized the celestial slaying sword. Does the great Qian dynasty wish to provoke my dark forbidden zone? Do you think there is but one immortal within? The powerful figures of the demon god sect trembled, their hearts steeped in dread. Just how terrifying is this dark forbidden zone? Huanrou, however, merely scoffed, regarding them as a bunch of cowering wastrels. If your immortal dares to strike, I shall unleash my full celestial power, allowing the celestial beings to locate the desolate realm. We can perish together if it comes to that. The expression of the heavenly demon instantly froze, only to contort in response. The reason the dark forbidden zone has sealed itself and refrains from wielding celestial power is due to the fear of detection by celestial beings. If they truly attract the attention of the celestial realm, the dark forbidden zone will undoubtedly meet its demise, reduced to mere fodder. After a prolonged silence, the heavenly demon finally uttered a few words. Very well. Do you truly believe that my dark forbidden zone cannot contend with you without using celestial power? Within a decade, I shall bring about the downfall of the demon god sect. The demonic energy in this world arose from me, and since your sect was born from it, it too shall perish due to my influence. After leaving these ominous words, the heavenly demon turned and vanished. Upon hearing the latter part of the proclamation, all the formidable beings of the demon god sect stood frozen in shock. The demonic energy originated from him? Is he indeed the source of all worldly demonic energy? According to legend, the worldly demonic energy comes from the heavenly demon. Could this individual be that very heavenly demon? A profound dread, stemming from the depths of their souls. Enveloped each individual, having offended such a terrifying existence, what fate awaited the demon god sect? Mo Chong, missing a hand, shouted in despair, "It's over. The demon god sect is finished. Having offended the dark forbidden zone, we shall all perish. It is all because Jiang Pinyin refused to surrender the celestial demon body that we find ourselves in this predicament." Jiang Pinyin suddenly turned, his icy gaze fixed upon him. Mo Chong sensed an overwhelming killing intent and immediately drew forth a secret treasure for defense. "I was injured due to your ambush. You are merely at the void refinement stage. Do you truly believe you can kill me?" This time, Mo Chong was prepared for defense and would not allow himself to be ambushed again. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed, and he found himself at the edge of a precipice, where his son was pleading desperately for his life. Mo Chong was taken aback. Had his son not already been slain by Jiang Pinyin for offending him? How could he still be here? No, it is an illusion. It is an illusion. Drawing upon his formidable soul power, cultivated during the late stage of the fusion realm, Mo Chong forcibly broke free from the illusion. However, as soon as he regained his awareness, he saw a golden staff poised above his forehead. Bam! By the time Mo Chong attempted to defend himself, it was too late. His body was obliterated. This time, Jiang Pinyin directed his attack at Mo Chong's brow, shattering the death substitute talisman and preventing his resurrection. The death substitute is of little significance in high-level combat. Blood and shattered flesh stained the ground as Jiang Pinyin stood amidst the crimson pool, his expression frigid. Witnessing this scene, the formidable members of the demon god sect were momentarily stunned. In that fleeting instant, they sensed the fluctuations of profound laws emanating from Jiang Pinyin. The sect leader had entered the integration stage. No, to be precise, the sect leader had forged a fourth realm. At just over 100 years of age, he had achieved the creation of this fourth realm. While others might spend thousands of years to reach the integration stage, even the most prodigious would require nearly a millennium. Jiang Pinyin had accomplished this in merely a century. It is essential to note that he had self-created this realm and cultivation system, an endeavor of immense difficulty. Moreover, he had just broken through and had already utilized a treasured artifact to slay a late integration stage powerhouse. What kind of monstrous talent is this? A member of the Mo family spoke solemnly. Sect leader, even if Mo Chong had made mistakes, he did not deserve death. Your actions are excessive. In the eyes of others, Mo Chong had committed no wrongdoing. Everything he did was in consideration of the demon god sect. Yet Jiang Pinyin's direct action to kill him was undeniably extreme. Whoever dares to harm my daughter shall meet their end, regardless of their identity. Are you attempting to remove me from my position, or seek vengeance for Mo Chong? A terrifying aura enveloped Jiang Pinyin, his icy visage betraying not a hint of emotion. Just as a member of the Mo family was about to speak, a wave of dreadful demonic energy surged forth from the main hall behind the sect leader, radiating a sense of purity despite its sinister nature. The demonic energy erupted, piercing through the cosmic expanse, creating a scene of sheer horror. Before anyone could recover from their earlier shock, they were once again struck with fear at this extraordinary manifestation. What was happening? How could such an anomaly occur? Was someone breaking through? Who was it? The grand hall doors creaked open, and a small figure emerged, wobbling in midair. Father! Father! Look, Miao Yi can fly. Jiang Miao Yi had completed the first transformation of the heavenly demon 9 transformations, transcending the mundane. Gazing at the fluctuations of energy surrounding Jiang Miao Yi, everyone was rendered speechless. The law fluctuations. To begin cultivation and already wield the laws. Moreover, it was the second-tier law fluctuations, an 8-year-old achieving the transformation stage. In that moment, even those ancient beings who had lived for tens of thousands of years could not contain their astonishment. Time seemed to freeze as everyone stared blankly at Jiang Miao Yi. Startled by the attention, Jiang Miao Yi quickly retreated into the hall, peeking out from the entrance. Her face flushed as she greeted, "Greetings, esteemed seniors." She then turned to Jiang Pinyin, bashfully asking, "Father, it took me quite a while to learn the techniques you taught me. Am I very foolish?" The crowd responded in unison. Achieving the transformation stage at 8 years old. If that is foolishness, then the entire realm of cultivation has no need for existence. This was more extraordinary than the offspring of divine beasts. The crowd finally understood why the immortals of the dark forbidden zone sought to take Jiang Miao Yi. Such a terrifying prodigy, what power would not desire her? Jiang Pinyin quickly shook off the blood from his body and summoned his spiritual energy to bury the remnants of flesh nearby. The coldness on his face dissipated as he gently remarked, "Miaoi is not foolish. She is quite capable." Upon hearing this evaluation, a myriad of question marks appeared above everyone's heads. To ascend to the transformation stage so swiftly in cultivation, was that merely acceptable? Was such a statement even conceivable? Elder LV Dan took a deep breath, recovering from his astonishment, and spoke. "Miaoi possesses a top-tier divine physique. She is the future hope of our demon god cult. As a father, it is understandable that the cult leader acted impulsively by slaying Elder Imo Chong to protect his own child. I apologize on behalf of the cult leader and offer a secret treasure as compensation to your Imo family. Do you have any objections?" Aside from the cult leader himself being an extraordinary genius, his daughter is a prodigy. Should they choose to leave the demon god cult, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss for us. The expressions of the Mo family's powerful figures were exceedingly complex. They refrained from responding, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. Suddenly, Qian Huanrou addressed Jiang Pinyin. "Come back with me to the great Qian dynasty. I will have Shaoshan step down, allowing you to ascend the throne." This proclamation sent shockwaves through the ranks of the demon god cult. The audacity of Qian Huanrou to propose an outsider as emperor was unprecedented in the history of the great Qian dynasty. Moments ago, everyone had speculated about her presence here. Now, the reason was painfully clear. It was all due to Jiang Pinyin. This might explain why Jiang Pinyin dared to confront an immortal, for he had a formidable ally. "We, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, are willing to depart alongside the cult leader," proclaimed a powerful figure from their ranks. With Jiang Miaoi, even if the Nine-Tailed Fox clan were to become independent, they could still rise to prominence, especially with Jiang Pinyin and the resources backing him. "Do not act rashly," interjected a Mo family elder. "We bear no grudge against the cult leader. We were merely contemplating how to express our apologies." Mo Chang's actions were reprehensible. He sought to use the cult leader's daughter as a bargaining chip. The elder, who had previously expressed dissatisfaction with Elder LV Dan, immediately shifted his stance, claiming they were considering compensation for Jiang Pinyin. If Jiang Pinyin truly departed with the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the demon god cult would face ruin. Despite the Mo family's grievances, they could discern the gravity of the situation. Jiang Pinyin fixed his gaze upon the Mo family's stronghold, declaring, "No need for compensation. I wish to avoid similar incidents in the future. Anyone who dares harm my daughter shall be dealt with swiftly." His formidable presence rendered the Mo family's top-tier experts silent. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable aura of power emanated from Jiang Pinyin. Turning to Qian Huanrou, he said, "Shaoxiang, I need you to make a quick trip." Qian Huanrou shook her head. "It's a simple task, but those in the dark forbidden zone may not relent easily. As long as it is not an immortal-level adversary, it matters not," Jiang Pinyin replied, handing her the heavenly demon 9 transformations. "Take a look. It may assist you in your cultivation." Upon probing its contents, Qian Huanrou's eyes sparkled with surprise. To her astonishment, it contained an immortal-level technique. This would indeed be invaluable, as she had been uncertain how to progress after reaching the human immortal stage. With this method, she now had a clear path forward in her cultivation journey. Jiang Pinyin possesses an astonishing array of treasures. I yearn to unearth all of his secrets. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to summon me. Qian Huanrou intends to first study the 9 transformations of the heavenly demon, raising her hand to part the fabric of space, preparing to depart. The formidable members of the demon god sect urgently call out, "Qian Daoist, we have inquiries to pose. The path to immortality lies within your leader." Qian Huanrou, aware of their questions, leaves behind a single remark before making her exit. The members of the demon god sect turn their fervent gazes toward Jiang Pinyin. In this era, the attainment of immortality seems an elusive dream, pursued relentlessly by many powerful beings, yet remaining ever elusive. Only the divine void Taoist has achieved such a state. Yet he left no teachings behind. Now, with Qian Huanrou stating that the path to immortality resides within their leader, how could they not be stirred? Were it not for Qian Huanrou's own ascension, they would remain skeptical. Yet her cultivation has been confirmed by the heavenly demon itself. Jiang Pinyin, feeling the weight of their intense stares, calmly replies, "The time is not yet ripe. When the moment arrives, you will naturally ascend." His current cultivation is still insufficient. He must first elevate himself through 2 great realms, gaining the strength for self-preservation before guiding these individuals to the source realm for their breakthroughs. Upon hearing this, the disappointment on many powerful faces is unmistakable. The dark forbidden zone will undoubtedly not allow us to proceed unscathed, barring unforeseen events. A fierce battle looms on the horizon, and we must be prepared. With that, Jiang Pinyin turns and strides toward the Grand Hall. As his daughter Miaoi has only just broken through and requires stability in her realm, we bid farewell to the esteemed leader. All the powerful beings clasp their fists in reverence, their attitudes exceedingly respectful, particularly those in the tribulation transcendence stage. The opportunity for immortality resides with their leader. As long as the leader is content, perhaps one day he shall break through to immortality, granting them endless lifespans. Meanwhile, in the realm of the demons, a terrifying aura envelopes the entirety of their domain. A multitude of the demon race's top powers emerge, gazing in terror at the source of this formidable force. It is a peculiar being with wings, somewhat resembling a human, yet distinctly different. Its presence exudes immense strength, instilling trepidation even among the many in the tribulation transcendence stage. "Who are you?" inquires a powerful member of the spider demon clan. "The heavenly demon," comes the proud and aloof reply. Upon hearing this name, all the powerful beings tremble, their faces stricken with horror. The heavenly demon, the origin of all demons, is their progenitor. The body of the heavenly demon is named in accordance with its title. How could the heavenly demon manifest here? What is the reason for this sudden appearance? Chapter 567. The crisis of the demon god sect. All demon race powers harbor doubts regarding the heavenly demon's identity. "How will you prove it?" asks the azure demon wolf. Before it can finish speaking, a flash of black light occurs, and its arm falls away. As they behold the celestial artifact in the hands of the heavenly demon, all demon race powers shudder. Celestial artifacts are well documented throughout the world, yet they have never encountered this particular one. We pay our respects to the heavenly demon. Though they cannot ascertain the being's identity with absolute certainty, its overwhelming strength and possession of a celestial artifact compel them to comply. The heavenly demon tosses the celestial artifact to the azure demon wolf, stating, "You may utilize this celestial artifact temporarily. Within 10 years, annihilate the demon god sect." The formidable beings of the demon clan exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. Why would the celestial demon seek the annihilation of the demon god sect? "My lord," they pondered, "with merely a celestial artifact, it is implausible to vanquish the demon god sect. Although their artifacts have been damaged, their profound foundation renders them a formidable foe." The principal concern lay in the existence of a monstrous entity within the demon god sect, invincible among its peers, capable of obliterating all adversaries of equal rank. Stopping him would be impossible, and engaging in war would inevitably lead to significant losses. In terms of overall strength, the demon clan vastly outclassed the demon god sect, excelling in individual combat prowess. Yet, the presence of this singular monster could crush all opponents of the same tier. "Is Jiang Pinyin safe?" one queried. "Fear not," replied the celestial demon, raising a hand to reveal a droplet of black blood, floating ominously above his palm. This droplet emanated a chilling and overwhelming dark power, instilling a sense of dread among the assembled demon clan warriors. They were astonished. How powerful could the celestial demon possibly be? Merely a single droplet of blood exuded such oppressive force. Could he be a celestial being? Indeed, it was a distinct possibility, having existed since antiquity. Only an immortal celestial could achieve such longevity. With this thought, the eyes of the demon clan warriors filled with reverence. The existence of celestial beings in this world was a staggering revelation. The celestial demon extended the droplet of black blood, capable of nurturing an unparalleled genius, effortlessly opposing Jiang Pinyin. "Furthermore, I shall return to the dark forbidden zone to enlist assistance. Within a decade, the demon god sect must be eradicated." The dark forbidden zone? The faces of the demon clan warriors contorted in shock, confirming the legends that the celestial demon indeed hailed from that ominous realm. With the dark forbidden zone's aid, the destruction of the demon god sect was merely a matter of time. "Yes, my lord." They were filled with fervor. Once the demon god sect was obliterated, the entire northern region would belong to the demon clan. What of Jiang Pinyin and the demon god sect? No matter their strength, they could not rival the dark forbidden zone. This time, the demon god sect's demise was assured. Days later, A terrifying crimson light erupted from the demon clan's territory, piercing the heavens. Even within the confines of the demon god sect, this dreadful aura was palpable. A group of elders hastily convened in the main hall. Jiang Pinyin was engaged in a game with Jiang Miaoi. "Master, we face grave danger," the elders exclaimed anxiously. Jiang Pinyin turned to Jiang Miaoi, saying, "Miaoi, go find Sister Xiaobai to play. She must be bored, with nothing to do but eat and read novels." Jiang Miaoi, slightly sarcastic, dashed off to the back hall to find Xiaobai, aware that the elders were discussing important matters. Jiang Pingyin's smile faded as he regarded the anxious elders. "What troubles you?" he inquired. "According to reports from our scouts, the celestial demon has allied with the demon clan." Ji Fei interjected urgently. "The celestial demon has bestowed upon them a celestial artifact and a droplet of blood, which they intend to use to cultivate an extraordinary genius to combat you. Moreover, it is rumored that the celestial demon seeks to recruit powerful beings from the dark forbidden zone to assist them. Our demon god sect is in peril." The faces of all the elders were etched with concern and trepidation, having not anticipated such a swift retaliation from the celestial demon. Jiang Pinyin, seated in the leader's position, calmly inquired, "Where lies the disparity between us and the demon clan?" Wu Jiao Wufei said solemnly, "There exist disparities in various aspects: numbers, individual combat prowess, and the adversary possesses an additional celestial artifact, compounding the differences. Previously, they refrained from engaging us due to your overwhelming strength, which intimidated them. However, now they have cultivated a top-tier genius with celestial blood, leaving them without any weaknesses. Should a conflict erupt, our demon god sect would undoubtedly struggle to endure for long. A true life-and-death crisis has arrived." Jiang Pinyin pondered for a moment before calmly responding, "Do not worry about me, nor about the celestial artifact. Xiao Xiang will assist." Xiao Xiang. The elders were momentarily taken aback, as if they had heard that name before. "It refers to Qian Huanrou," Ji Fei's voice imbued with endless sorrow. Everyone suddenly recalled that Jiang Pinyin had indeed referred to Qian Huanrou in such a manner not long ago. The glances directed at Jiang Pinyin grew peculiar. Xiao Xiang is evidently a term of endearment, reserved for those with whom one shares intimacy. What exactly is the relationship between the leader and Qian Huanrou, and how did they become so close? Qian Huanrou was even willing to offend the dark forbidden zone on behalf of the leader. Jiang Pinyin disregarded the strange stares from the others and continued, "The primary issue now lies in individual combat prowess. The demon race possesses inherently robust physiques, and combined with their artifacts and techniques, their combat strength is formidable. Here's the plan. Give me the damaged celestial artifact from our demon god sect as collateral for the channels, and I will negotiate for them to exchange it for more artifacts, equipping our Foundation Establishment disciples with first-tier artifacts." Equipping Foundation Establishment disciples with first-tier artifacts? The elders' eyes widened in disbelief. First-tier artifacts, indicative of the nascent soul level, embody the power of laws. If Foundation Establishment cultivators are armed with first-tier artifacts, would battling the demon race not be akin to cutting through fruit? Although the celestial artifact is damaged, it remains immensely powerful and valuable. Trading it for first-tier artifacts seems excessively disadvantageous. One elder expressed concern over losing the celestial artifact. Ji Fei responded, "Once we win the war and defeat the demon race, resources will return. At that point, we can redeem the celestial artifact. The current priority is ensuring the survival of the demon god sect. If we are defeated, we will not only lose the celestial artifact, but the entire sect as well." The elders exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in agreement, consenting to mortgage the celestial artifact. As Ji Fei articulated, the most pressing matter now is survival. The group proceeded to the heavenly demon space, presenting the shattered demon god sword to Jiang Pinyin. Now, only through a desperate struggle can the demon god sect be preserved. The news of the impending attack by the demon race on the demon god sect rapidly spread throughout the cultivation world. A grave situation has arisen. The demon race is set to assault the demon god sect. What constitutes such a grave situation? Hasn't the demon race always targeted the demon god sect? No, this time is different. It is said that the demon god sect has provoked the dark forbidden zone, which has instigated the demon race to attack, even providing them with a celestial artifact. Is that true? Then isn't the demon god sect doomed? The three great forbidden zones, each shrouded in mystery, predate humanity itself, existing even before the era of the devouring sky crocodile clan. It is said that any one of these zones could sweep through humanity, but for certain reasons, they cannot emerge. The demon god sect provoking the dark forbidden zone is tantamount to courting death. The demise of the demon god sect seems inevitable. Chapter 568 Reactions from all sides. The news that the dark forbidden zone intended to confront the demon god cult reached the celestial land of Tianzi, prompting the white-haired Liang Ping to disregard his elder demeanor and burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. Heaven is aiding me. Liang Ping could hardly believe that the demon god cult had provoked the dark forbidden zone. Just a short time ago, he had been troubled over how to deal with Jiang Pingyan, his hair turning white from worry. Little did he anticipate such an unexpected turn of events. Previously, Liang Ping had even resorted to using the forbidden artifacts of the time-forbidden zone in his efforts against Jiang Pingyan. Yet the destruction of such a powerful entity among the human races had failed to eliminate him. Now, with the dark forbidden zone involved, he eagerly awaited to see how Jiang Pingyan and the demon god cult would respond. He had also heard that the demon clan had cultivated an extraordinary genius to counter Jiang Pingyan, whose awakening had heralded an impressive celestial phenomenon visible throughout the entire northern region. Liang Ping hoped fervently for Jiang Pingyan's swift demise, as this would eliminate a rival for his son, Liang Xiaoong. If Jiang Pingyan were to grow stronger, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against the celestial land of Tianzi. Jiang Pingyan was an enigma, having achieved 3 realms by merely over 100 years of age. Given a few more centuries, he might well establish a 4th realm. They say you, Jiang Pingyan, are the leader of this era. I shall relish the sight of your leadership. Amused by the thought, Liang Ping chuckled once more. Equally pleased were the Tiandao Academy, the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan, and the Eastern Sea Demon clan. These factions all harbored grievances against Jiang Pingyan. Upon learning of the situation, Meng Jing sought out the elder of the Lei family, Lei Zong. Grandfather, Mu Tu is in danger. We must quickly rally our kin and head to the northern region to assist. Lei Zong looked at his granddaughter with a sense of helplessness. We cannot be evaded. The moment we set out, the Swallowing Sky Crocodile clan will surely surge forth from the endless mountains, resulting in casualties in our eastern region. Then let us lend Mu Tu the celestial artifact, Meng Jing proposed. Lei Zhang's eyes widened. Do you think celestial artifacts are as commonplace as cabbage? What if the demon clan seizes it? The celestial artifact is our family's greatest trump card, and its loss would be incalculable. If we cannot go and we cannot lend the artifact, then I shall go myself, Meng Jing declared, turning to leave in a huff. Lei Zong quickly intercepted her. Have you lost your senses? The demon clan and the dark forbidden zone are allied. No one can predict what might transpire. Venturing into the northern region is tantamount to seeking death. Meng Jing, possessing the celestial thunder body and being the future of the Lei family, was not to be endangered. If I must perish, I shall do so alongside Mu Tu, she retorted, unconcerned for her own safety, solely focused on Jiang Pingyan's well-being. Lei Zhang's frustration was palpable, his beard bristling. I can send an elder in the tribulation crossing stage, but you must refrain from going. Your cultivation cannot be of much assistance. That is unacceptable. I am going. Meng Jing's resolve was unwavering. Can we not at least send 2 elders in the tribulation crossing stage? We cannot risk sending too many. We must also defend the eastern region. Lei Zong recognized Meng Jing's intention to compel him to dispatch more personnel. Very well, but these 2 must bear precious artifacts. Their primary task is to protect Mu Tu. Agreed, but we must act swiftly. Lei Zong sighed in resignation. We must hasten to find our elders and head to the northern region. We cannot allow Mu Tu to come to harm, Meng Jing urged, pushing Lei Zong toward the exit. Meng Jing understood that she could not change the past. She could only compel the Lei family to send some formidable warriors in hopes of alleviating the peril in the northern domain and ensuring Jiang Pingyan's safety. In the great Xia, within the imperial city, Xia Qing, adorned in a phoenix robe, resolved to reach out to the Tian sect. I am willing to join your Tian sect, but I require your assistance in dispatching strong warriors to support the demon god sect. The ruler of the great Xia, Xia Yuanhao, gazed at his daughter with a complex expression. Are you not to become the empress? Becoming the empress had been his daughter's dream since childhood. If she joined the Tian sect and allied herself with another faction, that opportunity would slip away. Xia Qing shrugged nonchalantly. If it truly mattered, I would have joined the Tian sect long ago. Why now? Xia Yuanhao sighed helplessly. The demon god sect is on the brink of collapse. This time, it is not merely the demon clan's assault. There are darker forces at play. You would be better off advising Jiang Pingan to leave the northern domain swiftly. He could clearly see that his daughter was acting for Jiang Pingan's sake. Xiaqing lifted her beautiful gaze and replied, "Your current status and cultivation are inferior to Jiang Pingan's. You have no right to refer to him as that boy." Xia Yuanhao exclaimed, "I, your father, am speaking on your behalf, yet you speak for Jiang Pingan?" The pain was palpable, a deep ache in his heart. The rumor of the dark forces compelling the demon clan to target the demon god sect spread like wildfire. While the reasons behind the dark forces' actions remained unclear, their involvement had been confirmed. The demon god sect was indeed facing annihilation. Why not assist the demon god sect? They are also of the human race. Should they fall, the northern domain will surely descend into chaos. How can we assist? Other factions are struggling to survive. The demon god sect must fend for itself. Across the entire realm of cultivation, be it human or other races, the consensus was that the demon god sect was doomed. If it were merely the demon clan, the demon god sect could still resist. However, the dark forces had intervened. A simple example could illustrate the terror of these restrictions. A single taboo entity from the time forbidden zone nearly obliterated a top-tier human power. Moreover, the dark forces, known for targeting the demon god sect, were an even greater threat. Within the high-level meeting of the demon clan, a powerful thousand-legged demon worm laughed heartily. "I have already disseminated the news, causing a tremendous uproar throughout the realm of cultivation. No one will dare to support the demon god sect." The rapid spread of this information was evidently orchestrated by the demon clan itself. A formidable member of the Qing demon wolf clan remarked, "Surely the cultivators of the demon god sect are paralyzed with fear. They will likely flee just as they did before. We need not wait for the dark forces' support. We can strike now. Patience, we must endure. Waiting is the most torturous ordeal. Let them reach the brink of despair, and we shall obliterate the demon god sect in one fell swoop." The demon clan's leaders exchanged glances, revealing cruel smiles as they envisioned victory within their grasp. Inside the demon god sect, the atmosphere was expected to be more somber than that outside. However, the reality was quite the opposite. "When shall we engage with the demon clan? I cannot wait any longer." The numerous demon cultivators eagerly rubbed their fists, filled with excitement. "Hush! A command has been issued above. We must maintain a low profile and refrain from discussing our circumstances with others," a companion cautioned. "Rest assured, I shall not divulge anything. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, I possess a first-grade magical artifact. Other sect cultivators, even those who have attained the nascent soul stage, may struggle to acquire a quality first-grade treasure. Yet, these ordinary foundation establishment cultivators from the demon god sect are granted exquisite first-grade artifacts. Rumor has it that these resources were procured for us by the sect leader. Do we even need rumors? I could surmise with my very toes that it is indeed the leader's doing. Who else would provide us with such treasures in their absence? Only the leader shows us such kindness. All hail the leader." Whenever the leader's name is mentioned, these ordinary cultivators cannot help but chant in reverence. The contribution hall has distributed more resources, this time high-grade elixirs and talismans. All hail the leader. When will the demon clan arrive? I feel almost embarrassed to receive these resources. Chapter 569. Jiang Miaoi's master. As for the demon clan, Jiang Pingan did not dwell on the matter. His singular focus was on achieving immortality. From his understanding, merely becoming an ordinary immortal does not grant the ability to resurrect others. While an immortal can directly use their celestial power to revive a low-level cultivator whom they have slain, they cannot revive those who have been deceased for a long time, at least not in the realm of mortals. In the mortal realm, immortals are categorized into human immortal, earth immortal, and heaven immortal realms. It is rumored that the most formidable immortals in the mortal realm are at the earth immortal stage. Perhaps only those who reach the heaven immortal stage can resurrect their parents. He still has a considerable journey ahead to attain that level. Within the treasure-gathering pot space, the principles of the great Tao circulate around the enlightenment tree, and the soul's silkworm drifts lazily upon its branches, leisurely consuming its leaves to grow. The ink painting of the great emperor hangs from the branches, swaying gently in the breeze. Jiang Pingan sits beneath the tree, contemplating the profound rules, while Jiang Miaoi sits nearby, one eye closed and the other fixed on the 7-star worm of 10,000 poisons in her hand. She adores the little protective worm her father gifted her. It is simply delightful. The small white creature, unable to grow any larger, lies beside her. Propping its chin on its tiny hands, its large eyes glued to the storybook before it, its little legs swinging back and forth as it giggles at some amusing passage, its tiny horns nearly wobbling off from mirth. Jiang Pingan's body radiates golden celestial energy, and above his head, a golden seed of celestial power coalesces, infused with the principles of the great Tao. This seed is born from his understanding of the 9 transformations of the celestial demon. At the moment the principles fully merge with the seed, Jiang Pingan suddenly opens his eyes, his pupils turning to gold as the laws of heaven and earth unfold before him. The golden seed merges with his being, and Jiang Pingan transforms into a figure of divine sanctity, akin to a deity. Wow, Father! You have completed the 4th layer of the 9 transformations of the celestial demon and condensed it into a celestial seed. Jiang Miaoyi gazes at Jiang Pingan with admiration, her big eyes sparkling. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Pingan allows the golden aura to dissipate, his presence becoming subtle, rendering his cultivation level undetectable to others. Turning to his daughter, he smiles gently and says, "Your talent surpasses mine. Do not indulge in play, and you will soon condense your own celestial seed." "I am not indulging in play." Jiang Miaoyi, feeling a twinge of guilt, hastily tucked the 7 poison stars bug into her pocket. Jiang Pingan smiled gently, refraining from reprimanding the young girl. After all, it is natural for children to be playful. At this moment, Jiang Pingan finally confirmed that the 9 transformations of the celestial demon is not only a technique, but also a comprehensive cultivation system, a genuine path to immortality. His ability to cultivate the 9 transformations of the celestial demon does not stem from innate talent, but rather from the cosmic concealment art, which bestowed upon him celestial energy, thus providing him the opportunity for cultivation. Had he not chosen to create a cultivation system, he would have been unable to activate the cosmic concealment art and meet the prerequisites for the 9 transformations of the celestial demon. With the 9 transformations of the celestial demon at his disposal, there will be no need for arduous efforts in crafting a cultivation system. He will only need to cultivate the cosmic concealment art and the 9 transformations of the celestial demon, both celestial level techniques. By comprehending the profound principles in their entirety, he could attempt to break through the seed and ascend to the 5th level of the 9 transformations of the celestial demon, thereby solidifying his celestial root. At that point, his realm would be roughly equivalent to the Great Ascension stage. For some reason, the thought of not having to create a realm brought him a sense of relief, yet also a hint of reluctance. He had envisioned reaching the pinnacle through his own efforts, leaving behind a legendary legacy, but it seemed that dream would remain unfulfilled. Previously, he was reluctant to part with the cosmic concealment art, but now that he could cultivate it and had access to a superior cultivation system, there was no need for him to exert himself in creating one. Regarding his own cultivation, Jiang Pingan was not particularly anxious. His greatest concern remained the young girl beside him. Jiang Miaoyi possessed extraordinary talent, far beyond what an ordinary person could teach. It was essential to find her a worthy master. Should he take her to the Yuan realm to seek guidance from Lord Luo? Suddenly, Jiang Pingan's gaze fell upon the portrait of the ancient emperor nearby. The monochromatic figure stood atop a mountain, facing away from the world, lost in contemplation, exuding an imposing aura. An idea struck him. With a spark of inspiration, he lifted Jiang Miaoyi and stepped into the emperor's painting. The black and white world held an indescribable power, and only after reaching this realm did Jiang Pingan fully appreciate the painting's magnificence. Standing at the foot of the mountain, he clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and addressed the ancient emperor. "Esteemed predecessor, I have a request." Though this was merely a casual creation of the emperor, under the influence of powerful rules, the painting possessed its own consciousness. The ancient emperor turned his head, his face obscured, sensing something as he gazed at Jiang Miaoyi, who timidly hid behind Jiang Pingan, clutching his trousers with wide, curious eyes. "How fascinating. The figures within this painting can actually move. A fine seedling indeed, your daughter?" the ancient emperor inquired. "Your humble junior is ignorant and uncertain how to guide my daughter in her cultivation. I earnestly beseech you to offer her guidance," Jiang Pingan replied, his tone tentative. He was unsure whether the ancient emperor would be willing to assist, having sensed the emperor's aloofness through their previous encounters. Whether such a being would consent to act depended entirely on his own disposition. "Very well," the ancient emperor responded indifferently. "Thank you, esteemed predecessor," Jiang Pingan exclaimed in elation. To receive direct guidance from the emperor was a tremendous opportunity for Miaoyi. Jiang Pinyin quickly urged Jiang Miaoyi. Miaoyi, hurry and pay your respects to your master. Pay homage to a painting as my master? No, father is invincible. I wish to take father as my master, Jiang Miaoyi resolutely declined. Jiang Pinyin nearly choked on his own blood, fearing that the ancient emperor might change his mind, and hastily urged, the ancient emperor is far superior to me. I do not believe it. Father is the strongest. Jiang Miaoyi shook her little head in disagreement. Even if Jiang Pinyin himself claimed the ancient emperor was more formidable, she remained unconvinced. In her world, her father was the epitome of strength. As Jiang Pinyin anxiously tugged at his hair, the ancient emperor spoke leisurely. In this realm, I indeed cannot compare to your father. He has acquired far more knowledge than I. However, I am better suited to instruct you. I knew father was the strongest. Very well, I shall accept you as my master, Jiang Miaoyi conceded, reluctant to displease her father. Jiang Pinyin thought to himself, the ancient emperor accepting a disciple. And this little girl still hesitates. When she grows up and realizes who he truly is, she will understand the audacity of her actions today. Quickly, pay your respects. Jiang Pinyin urged the little ancestor. There is no need for such formalities. Let us commence directly. The ancient emperor dismissed the rituals with a wave of his hand, conjuring a resplendent light of principles before them. With a gentle push, this luminous principle, akin to a river of stars, descended before Jiang Miaoyi. First, grasp the principle of light. Father, I am hungry. Let us return, Jiang Miaoyi complained, finding the training exceedingly dull and seeking an excuse to escape. Very well. Let us return and find your mother, Jiang Pinyin replied. No. Mother is terrifying. If I do not practice, she will spank me, Jiang Miaoyi whimpered. Reluctant to face punishment, with a sorrowful expression, she began to comprehend the principle of light, and as she made her initial attempts, tiny starlights began to shimmer around her petite form. Jiang Pinyin watched with delight, reassured by the thought that his daughter possessed greater talent than he, destined for even higher achievements. He hoped this little girl would remain carefree forever. This tranquil training persisted for 3 months until the demon race finally began to stir. Both factions converged at the Duantian Cliff mining area. One side comprised demon entities, the humanoid demon spider, the azure demon wolf, and the 1,000-legged demon insect, while the other consisted of the disciples of the demon god sect. Countless beings filled the void, darkness enveloping the earth, creating a heavy atmosphere that stilled the laws of heaven and earth. Rather than engaging in immediate combat, both sides typically held several contests to undermine the opponent's morale before a great battle. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying surge of demonic energy erupted, black radiance soaring into the void, as a humanoid demon spider materialized at the forefront, its chest adorned with a human face, a most peculiar sight. Upon sensing the pure demonic aura emanating from this humanoid demon spider, the demon race cultivators trembled, their expressions shifting drastically. Even the aura of a transcendent being could not compare to its purity, far surpassing the strength of the celestial demon body. It must be understood that the celestial demon body is comparable to the existence of the chaos body. This indicates that this humanoid demon spider is stronger than the chaos body. Is this the pinnacle of combat prowess cultivated from the blood of the celestial demon Immortal? The sect leader is in peril. Chapter 570. The clash. The demon race's powerful beings wore expressions of glee. Previously, they had been suppressed by Jiang Pinyin, but today they could finally exact their revenge. No matter how formidable Jiang Pinyin may be, he remains merely a mortal. The one who has acquired the blood of the celestial being, the formidable Tuoba Mingjin, has transcended the realm of mere mortals, harboring within him a trace of divine power. Only those who have encountered such celestial might can truly comprehend its formidable strength. Employing it to execute spells elevates one to an entirely new echelon. Tuoba Mingjin strode between the two armies, casting a disdainful gaze over the disciples of the demon god cult, and proclaimed with pride, "Where is Jiang Pinyin? Today marks the day of my illustrious rise." Currently, the cultivation world buzzes with whispers that Jiang Pinyin is the foremost prodigy among myriad races. Should Tuoba Mingjin vanquish him, he would ascend to that esteemed title. Having obtained the blood of the celestial, he experienced an unprecedented evolution, enabling him to effortlessly confront foes of a higher cultivation level. This era shall belong to Tuoba Mingjin. Master, declare war directly. There is no need for pretense, Elder Lu Dan urged Jiang Pinyin telepathically. He feared for Jiang Pingin's safety. Should he falter in battle, it would not only dampen morale, but could also lead to his demise. The aura emanating from the human-faced spider alone hinted at its terrifying power. Lu Dan did not underestimate Jiang Pinyin. It was common knowledge among all that he was formidable. Yet this human-faced spider appeared even more formidable. Jiang Pinyin remained unfazed by Lu Dan's concerns and addressed Tuoba Mingjin with a calm demeanor. There is no need to conceal your strength. I too have made a breakthrough. What Tuoba Mingjin exhibited was the fluctuation of late-stage void refinement. Yet in truth, he had reached the stage of integration. Both Tuoba Mingjin and the Demon Clan warriors were momentarily taken aback. How did Jiang Pinyin discern Tuoba Mingjin's concealed cultivation? Moreover, was Jiang Pinyin not supposed to be developing his own realm? How could he have also ascended to the next level? Had this prodigy truly created a fourth realm? All present gazed at Jiang Pinyin in disbelief. At merely 100 years of age, to have created 4 realms was nothing short of monstrous. Other prodigies, even with diligent practice, could not hope to break through to the integration stage by such an age. Fortunately, they had Tuoba Mingjin, who could potentially subdue this aberration. If left unchecked, Jiang Pingyin's growth could prove perilous. Ha, this is exhilarating. Tuoba Mingjin laughed, releasing the seals upon himself, unleashing an even more formidable aura that churned the demonic clouds above. The stronger Jiang Pinyin became, the more exhilarated Tuoba Mingjin felt, for in his eyes, the more extraordinary Jiang Pinyin was, the more his own prowess would be magnified upon defeating him. Many integration stage warriors of the demon god cult paled. For though the human-faced spider seemed newly ascended to the integration stage, it exuded an immense pressure. Jiang Pinyin took a step forward, but Ji Fei suddenly grasped his hand. Her voice laced with concern. If you cannot win, retreat swiftly. Do not let Miao Yi lose her father. Understood, Jiang Pinyin replied calmly, stepping into the void as he advanced. The disciples of the demon god cult watched the battlefield with intense trepidation, uncertain whether their master could withstand the onslaught. Everyone held their breath, for an unparalleled battle was on the verge of eruption. This could very well be the clash between the 2 mightiest prodigies of this era. Tuoba Mingjin summoned the power within him, and an overwhelming tide of demonic energy surged forth, accompanied by howling winds. Jiang Pinyin, you are indeed formidable. However, you cannot fathom the immense power of the blood of the celestial beings. Today, allow me to unveil the might of our ancestral demons. Bang! Tuoba Mingjin's body shattered into fragments. Enough with the trivialities. In an instant, Jiang Pinyin materialized before Tuoba Mingjin, delivering a single, devastating punch. This strike did not stir much commotion, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary blow. Having condensed the essence of celestial seeds, his mastery over power had reached its zenith. He directly infused energy into his opponent's body, causing it to explode from within, preventing chaotic dispersion and thereby conserving energy while amplifying destructive force. Channeling his mental prowess, he collected the spilled blood, intending to purify it later and replicate the heavenly demon blood. To bestow this drop of celestial blood upon his adversary would be a sheer waste. The sudden turn of events left all observers momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding scenario. Wait, what just happened? The faceless demon spider has perished? Did he not acquire the heavenly demon blood? How could he be obliterated in a mere instant? Moreover, this punch appeared rather unremarkable. Could it be that this faceless demon spider was not as powerful as it seemed? Merely possessing an intimidating aura, the epic battle they had envisioned failed to materialize, and the anticipated demise of Jiang Pinyin did not occur. Ji Fei let out a sigh of relief, gazing at Jiang Pingyin's imposing silhouette, her beautiful eyes shimmering. This man is growing increasingly powerful. The expressions of the demon clan's warriors froze in disbelief. When Tuoba Mingjin had just broken through, he had undergone tests, proving capable of defeating a typical mid-stage integration cultivator. That strand of terrifying celestial power enabled him to unleash miraculous techniques. How could such a formidable Tuoba Mingjin be vanquished with a single blow? Despicable Jiang Pinyin, you resorted to treachery. The faceless demon spider roared in anguish. Having expended great resources to persuade others in the demon clan to allow his descendants to utilize this drop of heavenly demon blood. Yet, it was swiftly squandered by Jiang Pinyin. All his sacrifices had been in vain. He refused to accept this outcome. This individual is extraordinary. A being adorned with fleshly wings and peculiar markings fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Pinyin. Hailing from the dark forbidden zone, he had encountered many endowed with supreme talents. This Jiang Pinyin, even amidst the dark forbidden zone, would be regarded as a top-tier prodigy. The formidable beings from the dark forbidden zone addressed the demon clan's warriors. One individual cannot alter the outcome of war. This matter shall be resolved by my dark forbidden zone. Commence the assault. The faceless demon spider warrior bellowed in fury. Attack. With the assistance of the dark forbidden zone, our demon god sect shall undoubtedly face obliteration. Kill. He now sought to release his pent-up rage through slaughter. The powerful charged into the starry sky to battle, while the lower-tier beings surged forward. Kill. The demon god sect's cultivators could no longer contain their anticipation, the sounds of combat soaring to the heavens. As both sides drew near, the cultivators of the demon god sect brandished their artifacts, the dazzling brilliance of their multicolored weaponry illuminating the sky. The demon beings trembled in fear. Every one of them wielded artifacts. Even the foundation-building cultivators possessed first-tier artifacts. How could this be possible? Not even the nascent soul cultivators are guaranteed first-tier artifacts, yet they have equipped the foundation-building cultivators with such treasures. Is the human race not currently facing a dire shortage of artifacts? My eyes must be deceiving me. The practitioners of the demon god cult surged into the ranks of the demon army, wielding their formidable magical artifacts as if they were merely slicing cucumbers. The low-tier artifacts of the demon race resembled mere wooden sticks, utterly incapable of withstanding such superior treasures. Even the higher-tier practitioners possessed artifacts of a level surpassing their own. The infant soul stage cultivators wielded second-tier artifacts, while the transformation stage practitioners utilized third-tier ones. Those of the higher realms without access to superior artifacts fought with 2 or 3 of their own tier, focusing on sheer dominance. In the blink of an eye, countless demon beings fell, cascading like raindrops into the abyss. The entire demon race stood dumbfounded, a wave of fear surging within their hearts. What on earth was happening? Why did they possess such an abundance of high-quality artifacts? With the support of these powerful treasures, the inherent physical advantages of the demon beings were rendered meaningless. Chapter 571. Support from all sides. A terrifying battle erupted at the edge of the abyss, with blades flashing and laws intertwining chaotically. Jiang Pingan struck down a demon genius with a single punch, significantly bolstering the morale of the demon god cult practitioners. Those so-called geniuses nurtured by the blood of immortals were, but refused before the cult leader. Wielding their weapons, the practitioners of the demon god cult cheered exuberantly. Huh, scum. Taste my blade. I have never fought such a prosperous battle before. Everyone shout with me. The cult leader is mighty. Let us call for the cult leader as protection. The cult leader is mighty. With spirits high, the demon god cult grew ever more valiant in battle. In stark contrast, the morale of the demon beings, already shaken by Jiang Pingan's victory, plummeted further upon witnessing the high-tier artifacts wielded by the practitioners of the demon god cult. Even during their initial clash, they found themselves forced to retreat repeatedly. The expressions of the demon race's strong were grim. It was not just their lower-tier kin facing high-tier artifacts, but they, too, confronted formidable secret treasures in their opponent's arsenal. What was the meaning of this? How could the demon god cult possess so many advanced artifacts? Jiang Pingan found himself encircled by a group of bizarre humanoid entities with flesh-colored wings. They gazed at him with greed, revealing their fangs and drooling. This human is formidable. His flesh must be delectable. I crave his brain. It is my favorite delicacy. These entities from the dark forbidden zone understood Jiang Pingan's strength, yet they were not afraid. After all, he had only recently broken through to this realm, while they, being a group of mid to late stage fusion cultivators, could easily slay him. To them, Jiang Pingan was merely a meal. One of the demon beings from the dark forbidden zone tore through space, launching a sneak attack on Jiang Pingan from behind. If it had been any other early stage fusion cultivator, they would surely have fallen victim to the ambush, but this was Jiang Pingan. He spun around abruptly, wielding the heaven-shaking demon staff, the heavy weapon crashing down upon the assailant and cleaving their body in two. A supreme treasure. This fellow possesses a supreme treasure. The greed on the faces of the dark forbidden zone entities vanished, leaving only terror in its wake. The heaven-shaking demon staff, combined with the spatial traversing ability of the secret treasure gloves, swept across the battlefield, and numerous dark forbidden zone beings, caught off guard, were obliterated in an instant. Reaching the stage of fusion, particularly in its later phases, entails a remarkable resilience, as even if the body is torn apart, it can be reformed, rendering death a rare occurrence. However, Jiang Pinyin wields a treasure imbued with the essence of Tao, depriving them of the possibility of reconstruction. Employing the minor imperceptible technique, unimpeded by the laws of the elemental realm, his physique swells to an astounding 100,000 meters, the heaven-shaking demon rod in his grasp mirroring this immense growth. By invoking the battle god technique, his combat prowess amplifies fivefold. At this moment, Jiang Pinyin stands as a veritable demon deity amidst the void, radiating a formidable aura that causes the very laws of heaven and earth to tremble violently. As he brandishes the heaven-shaking demon rod, it appears as though he could stir the very stars themselves. Sensing this overwhelming surge, the elite warriors cast astonished glances towards Jiang Pinyin. How could one who has just broken through exude such a terrifying presence? What is the fourth realm he has created? He is truly a monster. Even cultivators who have spent millennia in the fusion stage do not emit the same level of power as Jiang Pinyin does now. While others experience diminishing returns in their cultivation as they ascend, this peculiar individual defies the norm, accelerating his growth at an unprecedented rate. Beings from the dark forbidden zones, once dominant on other battlefields, now flee in terror before Jiang Pinyin. He offers them no chance to escape, wielding his rod to obliterate any opposing entities of the same rank. The eyes of the demon race warriors blaze with rage. Jiang Pinyin's might exceeds their expectations, as does the weaponry of the demon god sect. The course of the battle has deviated entirely from anticipated trajectories. Why is Jiang Pinyin so powerful? Where do the vast array of weapons wielded by the demon god sect originate? A flurry of questions arises in the minds of the demon beings. Suddenly, a flying vessel materializes behind the demon god sect. The ancient Lei family arrives to provide support. With the sound of an aged voice, numerous cultivators emerge from the vessel. Jiang Pinyin recognizes several familiar faces: his master Wang Run, the tiger girl Li Ye, Yin Huang, and the Daxia princess Xia Qingjie. Before long, another flying vessel appears, and the light of the heavens seems to dim. The Taiyin Divine Sect has come to lend their aid. Warriors from the Taiyin Divine Sect make their presence known. Soon after, a third and fourth flying vessel arrives. The Corpse Handling Sect has come to assist. The Sacred Land of Souls has also sent reinforcements. Various factions continue to arrive in succession. Although these forces may not number many, those who do come are all formidable warriors. The expressions of the demon race grow increasingly grim. Damn it! How could anyone come to support the demon god sect? The cultivators of the demon god sect are equally perplexed. When did the demon god sect cultivate such favorable relations? It is unprecedented for a major power to come to their aid, especially when they had previously received no assistance at all. Known for their impulsive actions and notorious reputation, the demon god sect has historically maintained a solitary and aloof demeanor, engaging in trade with other factions but rarely fostering relationships. The unexpected arrival of so many allies in the midst of war profoundly moves the practitioners of the demon god sect. One of the demon god sect warriors recognizes a familiar figure from the Lei family and exclaims, "Friend Lei, 7,000 years ago we had our grievances. Yet you have set aside past animosities to offer your assistance. I am truly humbled. Leave in shame, for I am not here to assist you." Had it not been for the tears and pleas of the divine maiden of the Lei family, compelling us to lend our aid to your leader, we would have preferred to remain uninvolved. After a scathing remark, a formidable warrior from the Lei family joined the fray, fueled by indignation. The embarrassed warrior of the demon god sect coughed awkwardly, realizing that their adversaries had come solely due to their leader's influence. To mask his discomfort, he turned to a female powerhouse from the Taiyin sect and remarked, "Xiao Rui, I never imagined you still cherished the bond we once shared. I knew you still held me in your heart. You mistake my intentions," she coldly retorted. "It is solely because the princess of the great Xia possesses the Taiyin divine body, and her condition for joining us is to assist Jiang Pinyin." The male warrior's face fell, as he comprehended that all of them had come for Jiang Pinyin. It was likely that the corpse transporting sect had also joined for the same reason. The mood among the practitioners of the demon god sect was exceedingly complex. When Jiang Pinyin ascended to the position of leader, many had deemed him unworthy, considering it a gross elevation of his status. Yet, events unfolded that proved Jiang Pinyin and S leadership was indeed a boon for the demon god sect. The influx of powerful warriors into the battlefield exerted immense pressure on the demonic forces. No one anticipated that the demon god sect, long regarded with disdain, would receive such support. Damn humans, may they perish. The blue magic wolf, wielding a celestial weapon, channeled all its energy into the blade, swinging with all its might. The terrifying blade aura seemed capable of cleaving through the very stars. The opposing warrior was taken aback and swiftly evaded, knowing that a direct hit would spell certain doom. However, before the demon god sect warrior could catch his breath, he noticed a sinister grin spreading across the blue magic wolf's face. Realization dawned upon him, and he glanced towards the trajectory of the blade aura. Jiang and was directly in its path. Leader, quickly evade. The warrior of the demon god sect roared. No matter how formidable Jiang was, he could not withstand such a strike. If it connected, Jiang would undoubtedly meet his end. Chapter 572. How can we continue to fight? The blade intent, imbued with celestial energy, had already arrived before Jiang. The expressions of the demon god sect practitioners shifted dramatically. Any attempt to intervene was now futile. Even a tribulation stage expert would be unable to halt it. Just as a powerful being attempted to tear through space to rescue Jiang, a golden longsword pierced the void, materializing before him. The sword's brilliance cleaved through the blade intent. Only a celestial weapon could withstand an attack from another celestial weapon. It was the slaying Immortal's sword. Qian Huanrou traversed the void, her icy gaze fixed upon the blue magic wolf. Brandishing the slaying Immortal's sword, she took a step forward, instantly appearing before the blue magic wolf. The creature attempted to parry with its own blade. However, the energy from its previous strike had been entirely depleted. With a single stroke, Qian Huanrou unleashed a sword light that illuminated the cosmos, cleaving the blue magic wolf in twain, its life essence shattered, leading to its demise. The faces of the demonic warriors paled in shock. A single sword strike had slain a tribulation stage expert. How could this woman be so powerful? They recognized the slaying Immortal's sword and were aware of Qian Huanrou, but they had never anticipated her arrival or the extent of her strength. The formidable forces that came to support the demon god cult were taken aback by the unfolding scene. Hadn't Qian Huanrou been ambushed and gravely injured by a powerful member of the Rain clan, even going so far as to sever her own origin? How could her cultivation be restored? Why was there no discernible evidence of her power? Moreover, summoning a celestial artifact was notoriously arduous and energy-draining. How could she wield the sword of celestial slaughter with such ease? Most perplexingly, why had she brought a celestial artifact to this place? Qian Huanrou sensed something amiss, her brows furrowing slightly as she swiftly withdrew the demon blade and retreated a great distance. At that very moment, a peculiar figure adorned with strange patterns and wings, the celestial demon, materialized. His chilling gaze locked onto Qian Huanrou, questioning her intentions. Did she think he would hesitate to strike? What did she mean? If a high-ranking demon were to attack Jiang, he would retaliate against that very individual, with the sword of celestial slaughter in hand. Qian Huanrou regarded him with indifference, inviting confrontation. The celestial demon's eyes glinted with cold fury, and the surrounding space fractured under the weight of his suppressed rage. He longed to rend her to pieces, yet he refrained, knowing that unleashing his celestial power would attract the attention of the realm's most formidable beings. Suppressing his anger, the celestial demon attempted to communicate with the demon blade, seeking to reclaim his celestial artifact. Celestial-grade weapons possessed their own spirits and could not be wielded by others unless they were destroyed. The demon blade in Qian Huanrou's grasp trembled violently, threatening to slip from her control. She had initially believed she could manipulate the blade to aid Jiang, but it seemed she had overestimated her grasp on it. With a swift stroke, she cleaved the void and cast the blade aside. Useless. No matter where you throw it, my blade will return, the celestial demon remarked, his expression one of disdain, finding her actions rather childish. What if it were a time-forbidden zone? Qian Huanrou replied coolly. At her words, the celestial demon's countenance stiffened. He could no longer sense the demon blade. That wretched woman. Realizing the urgency, he vanished from his spot to search for his celestial artifact. The time-forbidden zone was exceptionally peculiar, existing as a world unto itself filled with anomalies. Should he delay, his blade might fall into the hands of the entities residing within. Witnessing the celestial demon's departure, the demon forces were left in bewilderment. Wasn't he the celestial demon and immortal? Why did he not confront Qian Huanrou? Qian Huanrou cast a glance at the magical treasures in the hands of the demon god cult's disciples, then turned her attention to Jiang Pingan. It appeared she need not intervene. The rest was theirs to manage. She could not afford to act rashly, for pressuring the enemy could prove perilous. Jiang Pingan nodded in agreement. Xiao Xiang, though not as formidable as the celestial demon, was not spared from his caution. The celestial demon refrained from attacking, not out of fear of her, but from concern that she might ignite her celestial power, attracting the attention of the celestial realm. Does the great Qian dynasty lack elixirs and magical artifacts? I shall provide some upon my return, Jiang Pingan remarked, eschewing any expressions of gratitude. That would feel overly formal given their relationship. Let us speak after the battle. Qian Huanrou tossed the sword of celestial slaughter to Jiang Pingan and retreated. Standing in the void like a celestial being, her ethereal presence captivating yet distant. Observing Qian Huanrou entrust the sword of celestial slaughter to Jiang Pingan without hesitation. The powerful figures from the demon clan, the demon god cult, the Tian sect, and the ancient thunder clan were left utterly astonished. The celestial artifacts can indeed be regarded as the most treasured possessions within the realm of cultivation. It is astonishing that Qian Huanrou would so readily entrust a celestial artifact to Jiang Pingan. Does she not fear its loss? There is something amiss. These two individuals are undoubtedly suspicious. The warriors of the Lei family perceive a looming threat. Realizing that the ancient and cunning Qian Huanrou possesses an exceptional talent for captivating men, their divine maiden is in peril. The Lei warriors hastily retrieved their communication talismans, urgently dispatching for reinforcements. They instructed Lei Ren to bring the celestial artifact forth. On the opposite side, a voice inquired solemnly, "What is the matter? Is the dark forbidden zone truly that terrifying? If it is dangerous, we must retreat at once. And do ensure that Jiang Pingan accompanies you." The other party mistakenly believed that the peril stemmed from the northern domain battlefield, prompting the request for assistance. Yet, it was not excessive danger they faced, but rather an unsettling situation with the demon god cult. They needed reinforcements immediately. Aside from the concern over the celestial artifact, what left the Lei warriors most astounded was the revelation that each disciple of the demon god cult possessed a magical treasure. Prior to the outbreak of this war, all had thought the demon god cult would meet its demise. The two Lei warriors had merely come to feign their presence for Jiang Pingan and Meng Jing. However, the actual state of the battlefield was entirely contrary to expectations. Each member of the demon god cult wielded a high-tier magical treasure, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. And with support from various formidable forces, they inadvertently formed a powerful coalition. Moreover, Jiang Pingan had entered the battlefield in the integration stage. Though he had only just achieved this breakthrough, his strength was extraordinary. At that moment, another surge of celestial energy manifested. A 9-story small tower suddenly appeared, expanding to span the starry expanse, hovering above Jiang Pingan. Upon sighting the tower, the experts from the sacred land of souls were momentarily taken aback. This was their revered Jinshin Tower. But wait, it was not their own, but rather a replica from the mysterious Cloud sect. Clad in azure, Li Yaya appeared beside Jiang Pingan. Despite her graceful stature and alluring figure, she remained quite bashful in front of him. "Brother Pingan, though the battle rages on, I will protect you," she declared. Jiang Pingan felt somewhat dazed. The once snot-nosed girl, now capable of safeguarding him, was a remarkable transformation. The demons and creatures of the dark forbidden zone on the battlefield were utterly bewildered, nearly exclaiming in disbelief. How could they, with little merit, confront both quasi-celestial and celestial artifacts? How could they possibly engage in combat? It was unfair. The demons' morale shattered. They had anticipated a one-sided war that would crush the demon god cult, only to find themselves overwhelmed by it instead. The beings on the battlefield had no intention of engaging Jiang Pingan unless they were utterly devoid of sense. They chose instead to flee. Witnessing this sight, warriors from other battlefields also began to retreat. Simultaneously, a swarm of bloodthirsty 9 nether insects soared up from the abyss of broken sky. Having feasted upon the corpses of the demons below, they spread their wings and surged towards the demon army. Soldiers of the demon god cult mounted the insects, pursuing the demon forces. Kill. The centuries-old grievances would, under the leadership of this generation's sect master, come to a definitive end. Chapter 573. Support from the demon clan on the battlefield. The clash of swords and the brilliance of spells filled the air, as corpses fell like raindrops, creating a gruesome path of bones. In the face of the relentless assault from the demon god sect, the morale of the demon clan plummeted, compelling them to retreat. Yet, the demon god sect harbored no intentions of granting them mercy. Seizing the opportunity, they aimed to extinguish their foes. Although the entities from the Dark Forbidden Zone possessed formidable individual combat prowess, their numbers were limited, rendering their overall impact on the battlefield minimal. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary capabilities of Jiang, who alone can sway the tide of an entire conflict. Following the news of the war between the demon god sect and the demon clan, the prices of elixirs and magical artifacts surged once more, igniting the ire and lamentations of cultivators. To their dismay, a commonplace first-level artifact had seen its price inflate by 15 times. In the future, even a 20-fold increase might not secure a purchase. Once the northern domain succumbs, and its mines fall under the control of the demon clan, resources will dwindle, causing prices of artifacts and elixirs to skyrocket even further. One can only hope that the demon god sect can hold its ground, for they are of the human race. Should the northern domain fall, humanity itself would be in peril. Yet, such hopes are futile, with the Dark Forbidden Zone allying with the demon clan. Even the peak of the demon god sect would struggle to withstand the onslaught. From the moment the sect appointed Jiang as its leader, I proclaimed that the demon god sect was doomed. I would make a better leader than him. From the outset, few believed in the demon god sect's prospects, viewing its demise as merely a matter of time. Elder Liang Ping of the Tianza Holy Land received the news and was so agitated that he could not concentrate on his cultivation. He seized a communication talisman to contact spies in the northern domain. With the outbreak of war, was Jiang already dead? According to customary wartime protocol, the champions of both sides would clash beforehand, and it was rumored that the demon clan had nurtured a prodigious talent to confront Jiang. Jiang was not dead. The spies seemed to have received some shocking news, speaking with considerable hesitation. Not dead. Liang Ping's smile faltered slightly. Had Jiang triumphed? This was within reason, given that the prodigy was indeed difficult to contend with. However, even if Jiang survived, the demon god sect, with its backing, must surely be retreating under duress. Yet, the spy on the other end of the talisman fell silent. Upon realizing the lack of response, Liang Ping grasped the gravity of the situation, and his smile vanished entirely. Not only had the demon god sect withstood the assault, but the demon clan had been repelled, and the demon god sect was currently pursuing a counteroffensive. Impossible, Liang Ping roared, for according to his knowledge, the demon god sect had become so destitute that it could scarcely afford weapons from the forging Immortal sect or elixirs from the alchemy school. How could they possibly withstand the united forces of the demon clan and the Dark Forbidden Zone at such a weakened state? The spy, intimidated, lowered his voice, responding softly. The particulars remain unclear, but the demon god sect is not impoverished. From our observations, even the Foundation establishment disciples of the demon god sect possess a first-level artifact, while higher-tier cultivators wield artifacts of a rank surpassing their own. Upon hearing this, Liang Ping felt as though he had been ensnared by a spell, rendered motionless in shock. He even questioned the veracity of the spy's claims. Even their Tianza Holy Land could not afford to equip Foundation establishment disciples with first-level artifacts. How could the demon god sect, now in decline, possibly possess such wealth? Even if there were sufficient funds, it would be implausible to acquire such a multitude of treasures during this era of resource scarcity. Where could the demon god sect possibly have amassed so many artifacts? Liang Ping inhaled deeply, releasing a prolonged sigh, and spoke gravely. Even if the demon god sect possesses such foundation, it cannot possibly thwart the alliance between the demon race and the Dark Forbidden Zone. Are there not other circumstances at play? Indeed, the scout responded. The ancient Thunder family, the sacred land of divine souls, and the corpse-delivering sect, among other formidable factions, have dispatched reinforcements. Reinforcements? When did the demon god sect forge such a strong rapport with those powers? Before Liang Ping could finish his thought, a realization struck him. While the demon god sect had little connection with these factions, Jiang was intricately woven into their networks. The thought nearly shattered Liang Ping's molars. He had not anticipated that Jiang, despite his modest cultivation, could command such extensive connections and resources. The voice from the transmission talisman continued. In addition to these powers, the supreme emperor of the great Qian dynasty, Huanrou, has also appeared, her cultivation restored for reasons unknown. She has lent the celestial artifact, the celestial sword, to Jiang Pinyin, and the Jinxian pagoda of the Misty sect has also emerged to protect him. Jiang Pinyin has gone on a rampage. Bang! Before the scout could finish, Liang Ping crushed the transmission talisman in fury. Qian Huanrou was also linked to Jiang Pinyin. She had even loaned him a celestial artifact. It was inconceivable for Liang Ping to borrow artifacts from their heavenly zeal sacred land. Such treasures would only be wielded in times of crisis. Yet, that woman, Qian Huanrou, had lent her artifact to Jiang Pinyin. How could the people of the great Qian dynasty not intervene? The bond between these two was undeniably extraordinary. Liang Ping's eyes blazed crimson, the fury within him akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. He had anticipated Jiang Pingyin's demise, or at least the downfall of the demon god sect, yet the events had unfolded in the opposite direction. The demon god sect, a premier force among the human race, drew immense attention, and this news swept through the cultivation world like a tempest, creating a tremendous uproar. The demon god sect had emerged victorious. Was it not said that the dark forbidden zone had also intervened? The depth of the demon god sect's resources was profound, with foundation-building disciples equipped with first-tier artifacts. Moreover, the support from various factions had assured the demon god sect's triumph. The grand news revealed that Qian Huanrou, having severed her own origin, had restored her cultivation and lived anew. She had even lent her celestial artifact to Jiang Pinyin. Was it common for celestial artifacts to be lent? What connection did Qian Huanrou have with the demon god sect? Although there was no direct link, it was said that she had specifically come to protect Jiang Pinyin. Ordinary cultivators were focused on the relationship between Qian Huanrou and Jiang Pinyin, pondering why she would lend him her celestial artifact. Meanwhile, the major factions were primarily concerned with Qian Huanrou's rebirth. She was among the rare few capable of achieving a second life after severing their own origin. Additionally, her rapid cultivation recovery, accomplished in just a few years, intrigued many powerful beings nearing the end of their lifespans, who sought to uncover her secret. In the northern domain, the battle raged on. The ancient Thunder family, the great Qian dynasty, the sacred land of divine souls, and the corpse-delivering sect, witnessing the one-sided nature of the conflict, immediately called for further reinforcements. At the outset, they merely dispatched a handful of individuals to create an illusion of support for Jiang Pinyin, believing that encountering the war would pose no significant challenge. However, as the situation escalated, reinforcements were hastily summoned. This course of action served a dual purpose. On one hand, it aimed to eradicate the demonic race and alleviate the pressure on humanity. On the other, the vast expanse of the northern domain, rich in resources, offered the potential for negotiation and the opportunity to seize valuable assets, should the demonic entities be expelled. In this world, nothing comes without reason. Every action stems from a pursuit of self-interest. As more reinforcements arrived, the pressure on the demons intensified. A powerful figure among the thousand-legged demonic worms shouted towards the denizens of the dark forbidden zone, "Why does the Lord of Heavenly Demons remain inactive? Even if he chooses not to intervene, could you not send more warriors to aid us? At this rate, we shall all perish." The dark forbidden zone had sent forth only a scant number of fighters, insufficient to sway the tide of battle. Just as a creature from the dark forbidden zone was about to respond, a colossal black hole spanning the heavens emerged, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that stained the world in darkness. The expression of the attacking human warriors transformed in an instant. They could sense the terrifying force lurking beyond the black hole. What lay beyond? How could such an overwhelming aura of malice exist? The dark forbidden zone. A warrior who had previously ventured there roared in realization. Had reinforcements from the demonic race finally arrived? Chapter 574. Challenging the dark forbidden zone, the enormous black hole belched forth a rolling tide of demonic energy, and one after another, beings radiating a terrifying presence soared forth. Their appearances were grotesque, resembling humans yet adorned with fleshly wings and peculiar markings. Upon their emergence, the very fabric of reality trembled, the colors of the world fading into an unfathomable darkness. An overwhelming sense of oppression descended upon the battlefield, halting all combat. Everyone gazed in shock and terror at these dreadful entities. Such potent auras. Each of these beings seemed to embody the pinnacle of talent. In that moment, the onlookers grasped the true essence of what constituted a demon. The pressure emanating from these entities was incomparably beyond that of the demonic race they had been battling. Those demons, previously battered and beleaguered, now wore expressions of joy and exhilaration. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Haha, humans! Your doom is at hand. The strength and terror of the beings from the dark forbidden zone were palpable to all. With the addition of such formidable combatants, the battlefield's outcome became uncertain once more. From the other side of the black hole came an ancient, chilling voice. Humans, begone. Merely 3 words sent many human soldiers into a state of paralysis. Their blood seemingly congealed. The dark forbidden zone appeared disinclined to engage in battle, perhaps intending to drive the humans away, to regroup and bolster their morale before launching a fresh assault. The human cultivators exchanged glances, and under the immense pressure, they were reluctant to continue the fight. Ultimately, regardless of whether they were ordinary cultivators or formidable warriors, all eyes converged upon one individual, Jiang Pingan. In such critical moments, it was customary to heed the directives of the powerful, yet instinctively, everyone felt an urge to await his command. Jiang Pingan returned the sword of celestial slaying to Qian Huanrou, stepping through the void with measured strides towards the black hole, his hair billowing in the ethereal currents. The leader of the demon god sect, Jiang Pingan, issued a challenge to the peerless prodigies of the dark forbidden zone. I implore you, bestow your guidance upon me. This presents a remarkable opportunity to eradicate the dark race, and Jiang Pingan is determined not to let it slip away. If this chance is missed, it may never return. However, the morale of his comrades is dampened by the presence of their adversaries, instilling a sense of trepidation that discourages them from engaging in battle. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly affect their resolve. Thus, Jiang Pingan's current task is to rekindle their fighting spirit. The beings from the dark forbidden zone were expressions of derision. The ignorant are unafraid, daring to challenge the talents of our dark forbidden zone. Do not vie with me. I shall take the lead. Alas, my realm exceeds yours. In the face of Jiang Pingan's challenge, the creatures of the dark forbidden zone exhibit no fear. Rather, they are exhilarated, eagerly stepping forward. A swift being from the early stage of integration darts before Jiang Pingan, mockingly fixing its gaze upon him. You humans from the outside world have no comprehension of the might of our dark forbidden zone. Allow me to share a secret. Our dark lineage can comprehend the principles of the universe from birth. Your talents from the outside world are but mere refuse in our realm. Such words, uttered amidst the impending conflict, are clearly intended to undermine Jiang Pingan and the human race, aiming to shatter their confidence. As anticipated, the human cultivators present widen their eyes in disbelief, their faces etched with shock. To comprehend the principles of the universe from birth, the beings of the dark forbidden zone are indeed terrifying. In the cultivation realm, only the dragon race, a supreme lineage, can grasp the principles immediately upon birth, yet their numbers are exceedingly scarce. The dark forbidden zone, however, boasts countless such beings. A chill sweeps through the hearts of all humans present, realizing the grave implications of provoking such a formidable force. The being from the dark forbidden zone, witnessing Jiang Pingan's calm demeanor and furrowed brow, is perplexed. How can this individual, Jiang Pingan, remain so unperturbed? Is he feigning composure? Let us see how long you can maintain this facade. It continues, you require thousands of years to reach the integration stage, while any member of our dark lineage can effortlessly attain it. How long did it take you to reach this realm? Thousands of years? I have only just turned 100, and individuals like me are abundant in our dark lineage. Upon hearing that he achieved the integration stage before reaching 100 years of age, all present, whether human or dark race, are struck with astonishment. Throughout human history, few have attained the integration stage before the age of 100. Such individuals exist only in legends and folklore. Jiang Pingan, having barely surpassed 100, achieving such heights, is already an exceptional prodigy, a rarity in history. Yet in the dark forbidden zone, there exists a multitude of such beings. How terrifying is the dark forbidden zone? A wave of dread washes over everyone. Even the most formidable among them feel fear in this moment. In comparison to the dark forbidden zone, the entirety of the human race appears insignificant. The most delighted are the beings of the dark race. The stronger the dark forbidden zone, the more advantageous it is for them. This time, the demon god sect is truly doomed. Leader, do not fight anymore. A powerful figure from the demon god sect hastily implores. The terrifying nature of the dark forbidden zone has exceeded all expectations, leaving no one aware of the depths of their foundation. Even at their worst, they can achieve the realm of fusion. a terrifying existence that has entirely transcended the limits of their comprehension. The formidable talents that have been nurtured are evidently fearsome. The fiend before Jiang Pinyin sneered coldly, declaring that a fight was inevitable. There would be no leaving without determining a victor. But before he could finish his sentence, his head exploded. Jiang Pinyin gathered the remaining bones into his storage bag, feeding them to the blood-devouring nine-nether worm. Wiping the blood from his hands, he turned his gaze towards the fiend and said nonchalantly, "Could you refrain from wasting time and send out a true prodigy?" This opponent was akin to the solar divine body he had encountered in the Immortal Ascension Pavilion, posing no challenge to him whatsoever. The abrupt turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. A peerless prodigy capable of inciting a commotion in the realm of cultivation was obliterated by Jiang Pinyin with a single punch. Although the beings from the dark forbidden zone were indeed powerful, Jiang Pinyin seemed to surpass them. The fear harbored by the human cultivators diminished significantly. The fiend's smiles froze, accusing him of being a despicable coward for resorting to a sneak attack. They could not fathom that Jiang Pinyin possessed such formidable strength, attributing his victory to a mere surprise assault. The expression of the powerful beings from the dark forbidden zone darkened. It appeared that Jiang Pinyin was indeed no ordinary adversary. Those from the dark lineage who had eagerly pressed forward earlier were now filled with trepidation. They were fortunate to have held back, for had they advanced, they would have met their demise. In the void, Jiang Pinyin became the focal point for all, his towering figure instilling a sense of security among the human race. Just then, a rift opened in space ahead. A being from the dark lineage emerged, at the early stage of fusion, peculiarly possessing 2 pairs of fleshly wings, whereas others had but one. Upon his arrival, the demonic energy in the heavens and earth surged violently, as if he were the sole entity in existence. The beings from the dark forbidden zone widened their eyes at the sight of him. Immortal, they exclaimed in disbelief. They actually sent Immortal to deal with an outsider cultivator? Surely, it is unnecessary. To summon Immortal was indeed overkill. He was someone capable of cultivating the 9 transformations of the celestial demon, ranking among the top 3 in combat prowess at the same level. It appeared that the ancestors were unwilling to allow the dark forbidden zone to suffer disgrace and sought to teach the human race a lesson. TSK. This Jiang fellow is doomed. Chapter 575. Battle with Immortal. Immortal stood tall in the void, a 6-pointed star gleaming within his pupils, his divine patterns flickering with an eerie light. He raised his gaze, calmly fixing his eyes on Jiang Pinyin, uttering words in a language Jiang could not comprehend. The translator from his kin standing behind Immortal conveyed, "Lord Immortal says that your ability to provoke him into action signifies some skill. But you are still destined to die. Lord Immortal harbors utter disdain for your human race, considering it beneath him to even use your language. Were it not for our dark lineage's confinement within the forbidden area, your kind would hardly matter." Every being from the dark forbidden zone wore an innate pride when confronting humans. In their eyes, the human race was but an inferior species, requiring a lifetime to comprehend the laws, existing on an entirely different plane from their dark lineage. Haha, Jiang Pinyin laughed heartily. You look down upon us humans? Do you truly believe your dark forbidden zone is worthy? Cowering in the forbidden zone, fearful of being discovered by the celestial realm, the Emperor leads the human race to ascend and wage war against the heavens. Where is your dark sanctuary? Unable to safeguard your own domain, you dare only to hide. From where do you draw your arrogance? The ability to comprehend the laws upon birth does not signify your superiority. Rather, it is merely a fortunate era in which you were born. In a competition of equals from the same epoch, what significance does your dark sanctuary hold? Jiang Pingyin's voice resonated throughout the battlefield, leaving both the human and demon races in a state of bewilderment. The Emperor waging war against the celestial realm? What was Jiang Pinyin implying? Did he possess knowledge of some hidden truths? The insulted beings of the dark sanctuary seethed with rage. Lord Immortal, annihilate him. Let this wretch witness the true might of our dark lineage. Without needing further provocation, Immortal's heart surged with murderous intent. How dare this human belittle his dark bloodline? The fleshly wings behind Immortal suddenly flapped, propelling him toward Jiang Pinyin in an instant, resembling an unparalleled blade aimed at Jiang Pinyin. As the wings sliced through the air, the fabric of space itself tore apart. Jiang Pinyin immediately unleashed the destruction fist, an unparalleled force erupting forth at that moment. The laws of annihilation seemed poised to obliterate everything. Sensing the might of this strike, Immortal's expression shifted, and the hexagram in his pupils radiated a brilliant light. Launching a mental assault, Jiang Pinyin felt a tremor within his spiritual sea as his inner greed, desire, and murderous intent surged forth. This was a top-tier talent capable of invoking various negative emotions within others. Were he an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly transform into a remorseless fiend under such provocation. This technique was not inferior to his reincarnation. However, it proved futile against him. Jiang Pinyin swiftly calmed his spiritual sea, activating reincarnation to counterattack. Immortal hesitated momentarily, and Jiang Pinyin's fist crashed down heavily. In that instant of impact, Immortal raised his wings in defense. Immortal was sent flying, his body colliding with and shattering a nearby meteorite. Their exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. And aside from the powerful beings above the ascendant stage who discerned some truths, those below the composite stage remained utterly oblivious. Immortal steadied himself, gazing at his shattered wings, and spoke in the tongue of the dark sanctuary. "No wonder you dare to be arrogant. You possess some skill." Jiang Pinyin replied calmly. "Cease your probing. Reveal your hidden celestial power directly. It would be a more dignified demise." Immortal furrowed his brow, pondering how the opponent knew of the existence of celestial energy and that he possessed it. The human cultivators and demon beings were filled with confusion. Celestial artifact? Did Immortal still conceal celestial treasures? However, they soon realized that Jiang Pinyin's words did not pertain to artifacts or treasures. "As you wish." Immortal, disregarding how Jiang Pinyin had acquired this knowledge, activated the celestial energy within him, causing his shattered wings to rapidly regenerate. This level of celestial energy, emanating a power akin to that of celestial artifacts, would not attract the attention of the celestial realm and could be utilized without restraint. In that moment, Immortal's entire demeanor transformed. The dark energy surrounding him shifted to gold. All beings, including some ancient and powerful entities, felt an impulse to worship. This power resonated with the fluctuations of celestial energy found in celestial artifacts. Celestial energy. At this moment, both the human cultivators and the beings of the demon clan were struck with astonishment, their hearts pounding like thunder, and their hair standing on end. How could this be possible? How could a cultivator in the harmonization stage wield celestial energy? I must be under an illusion. It has to be an illusion. The power, which is said to be grasped only upon reaching the realm of immortals, is astonishingly controlled by a mere harmonization stage cultivator. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed such an inconceivable phenomenon. This transcends all their understanding. Why? Why is a harmonization stage cultivator capable of harnessing celestial energy, a power that even the tribulation stage cultivators have yet to master? If the demon, Immortal, is wielding celestial energy in battle, how can Jiang Pinyin possibly triumph? Brother Pinyin, Liya promptly activated the celestial tower, its radiant light enveloping Jiang Pinyin in a protective shield. She possessed a quasi-celestial artifact and had some understanding of celestial energy, aware of its terrifying nature. This was far beyond what Brother Pinyin could contend with. Jiang Pinyin turned to Liya, offering a calm smile. "There is no need to protect me. We are merely competing." Yet, he wielded celestial energy, a force of immense power. Liya's face was etched with worry, fearing for Jiang Pinyin's safety. "Since I know he can wield celestial energy, I naturally have a way to contend with it," Jiang Pinyin asserted. Upon seeing the seriousness and determination in his gaze, Liya bit her lip and retracted the celestial tower. "Brother Pinyin, do be cautious. Have no fear. I will be fine," Jiang Pinyin reassured her, turning his attention back to Immortal, hoping not to be disappointed. "I am eager for a worthy opponent of equal standing. Let us see what you are truly capable of." Immortal uttered an incantation, channeling celestial energy within, and with a single punch, shattered the fabric of space, directing the blow toward Jiang Pinyin. Simultaneously, Jiang Pinyin struck back with his own fist. At the moment their fists collided, the space between them fractured, and both vanished from their original spots, the brilliant lights of their clash illuminating the dark void. Cultivators below the harmonization stage widened their eyes in disbelief. Were they truly engaged in combat? Why could they see nothing at all? Even cultivators at the harmonization level found it exceedingly challenging to discern the battle between the two. Was this truly a confrontation between harmonization stage cultivators? Amidst the exploding space, they fought fiercely, each punch seemingly invoking supreme secret techniques. As their battle intensified, a terrifying aura spread like wildfire, forcing all cultivators below the Great Ascension stage to retreat 100,000 miles. Indeed, the chaotic realm is unstable, capable of spanning thousands of miles in an instant. These two are merely testing each other. The ensuing conflict will only grow fiercer. Being too close would lead to collateral damage, Qian Huanrou remarked. Is it really necessary to retreat 100,000 miles? They are not Great Ascension stage powerhouses, muttered a harmonization stage cultivator, reluctant to withdraw too far. However, as he contemplated this, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped him. Jiang Pingyan's fist exuded a terrifying gravitational force, as if it sought to draw everything toward it. The harmonization stage cultivator's face paled in fear, and he hastily retreated, only stopping after fleeing 100,000 miles. What kind of martial technique is this? It can even attract people. It is said to be a self-created technique known as the Annihilation Fist, replied those privy to the news. Self-created techniques? He can even create his own. The first revelation that Jiang Pingyan could create his own secret techniques left many astounded. While ordinary cultivators toil tirelessly to master secret arts, success remains elusive for most. Yet, this individual has already embarked on the path of self-creation. However, the question looms, can Jiang Pingyan truly contend with the formidable demon Chaos, who possesses celestial energy? Anxiety pervaded the hearts of the human cultivators. Chapter 576. The Crimson Lotus of Fiery Retribution in the Void. Two beams of light collided with furious intensity, illuminating the expanse with radiant laws. The combatants' powers surged, their might growing increasingly terrifying. Each ordinary strike mimicked the execution of a secret technique, while every secret attack resembled the manifestation of supreme divine abilities. Fragments of shattered meteors floated in the void, reduced to ashes by the overwhelming force. As time progressed, the human cultivators who had initially harbored concerns for Jiang Pingyan began to shift towards astonishment. Was it possible that he exhibited such power immediately after his breakthrough? Some would even assert that he rivaled mid-stage integration experts. Even among those ranks, none could surpass Jiang Pingyan. What manner of creature was this? It was presumed that with demon chaos wielding celestial energy, Jiang Pingyan would surely falter. Yet, such fears remained unfulfilled. Was demon chaos not strong enough? No. It was Jiang Pingyan who was simply extraordinary. The smug expressions of the demon race and their dark lineage gradually faded. This was utterly inconceivable. How could a flawed human possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with the elite of the dark lineage? Demon Chaos had cultivated the 9 transformations of the celestial demon, coalescing celestial energy, while Jiang Pingyan possessed none. How could he be so formidable? There was undoubtedly something amiss with Jiang Pingyan. All present, including the ancient beings, were taken aback by Jiang Pingyan's prowess. While it was understandable that Demon Chaos, with celestial energy and a powerful physique, would exhibit unparalleled strength, what accounted for Jiang Pingyan's capabilities? In terms of physicality, spiritual energy reserves, and mental fortitude, he surpassed the standards expected at this level. Cursed, Demon Chaos gritted his teeth, his visage contorted with rage. He had never anticipated that even after invoking celestial energy, he would find himself evenly matched with Jiang Pingyan. He even harbored a disconcerting suspicion that Jiang Pingyan concealed further strength. With yet another violent clash, both opponents were forced apart, floating in the void. Demon Chaos's 6-pointed star pupils flickered with icy intent and murderous resolve. As a noble scion of the dark lineage, possessing celestial energy, how could he face his kin if he failed to vanquish Jiang Pingyan? You have compelled me to resort to this technique. Suddenly, a significant portion of the celestial energy enveloping Demon Chaos was siphoned away, converging into his 6-pointed star pupils. Mysterious runes of law began to emanate from his gaze. Spreading outward, Jiang Pingyan sensed the shift, his expression turning grave as he summoned a shield of dark thunder to protect himself. Futile, Demon Chaos roared, his pupils locking onto Jiang Pingyan. The laws of heaven and earth trembled violently as a thumb-sized, deep crimson flame lotus manifested above Jiang Pingyan. In an instant, he was engulfed by this crimson flame lotus, the very fabric of space warping around him. Qian Huanrou, who had been quietly observing, suddenly paled. The crimson lotus of fiery retribution. As this flame emerged, numerous demon cultivators recoiled, their faces etched with terror. The Crimson Lotus of Fiery Retribution. It was indeed the Crimson Lotus of Fiery Retribution. This is the fire of calamity, encountered solely during the tribulation period. How astonishing that the chaos could summon such a formidable force. Haha, Jiang Pinyin is doomed this time. The Crimson Lotus Karma Fire, a manifestation of heavenly tribulation, emerges as one transitions from mortal to celestial realms, fueled by sin. The deeper the transgressions, the more terrifying the Crimson Lotus Karma Fire becomes, often claiming the lives of even the most powerful during their tribulation. It only dissipates upon death or when sins are completely burned away. However, sin is not a tangible entity. How could it ever be entirely consumed? Thus, being engulfed in karma fire, without the aid of extraordinary treasures, guarantees death. For those of pure nature, this flame holds no power. Yet, every cultivator bears some measure of sin, making it nearly impossible to escape. The karma fire surrounding Jiang Pinyin blazed fiercely, instilling fear in all who beheld it. None dared to approach, for contact would result in their own incineration. Who possesses the purifying divine water? Qian Huanrou shouted anxiously. Even Qian Huanrou, who had reached the immortal realm, found herself powerless against the karma fire. Only the purest purifying divine water could extinguish such flames. No other force would suffice. The powerful among the human race shook their heads. The purifying divine water was scarce, typically reserved for tribulation, and seldom carried by anyone. It was over. Jiang Pinyin was truly finished. They all understood that he had slaughtered millions, his sins surpassing those of many tribulation experts. Even the purifying divine water might prove ineffective. The human cultivators were filled with despair. No one had anticipated that chaos possessed such power, even capable of summoning the tribulation fire. With a smirk, the chaos gazed down upon Jiang Pinyin, the six-pointed star gleaming with disdain. No matter how strong you are, even if you are a tribulation expert, if you carry sins, you shall perish beneath this overwhelming karma fire. The demons and beings of darkness laughed heartily. Jiang Pinyin's demise would undoubtedly shatter the resolve of the human race. Pinyin, hold on. Qian Huanrou tore open the fabric of space, preparing to seek the purifying divine water from the fortune commerce. Do not. Jiang Pinyin's pained and somber voice resonated amidst the terrifying karma fire. His body was charred beyond recognition. To all observers, it seemed Jiang Pinyin was beyond salvation. Brother Pinyin. Li Yeye's eyes brimmed with tears, ready to rush forward, but before she could reach him, a mental chain ensnared her. Jiang Pinyin, enveloped in the crimson lotus karma fire, stood tall. Karma fire, begone. Jiang Pinyin roared, and the flames around him diminished significantly. All stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. How could the karma fire suddenly lessen? Did it fear reproach? What a farce! Jiang Pinyin stood resolutely amidst the flames, his charred body returning to normal, as if no longer affected by the fire. So what if I have slain millions? They deserved it. When they massacred other beings, the karma fire did not appear, and when they harmed the innocent, the karma fire remained silent. If you were to punish evil, why did you not manifest before? What right do you have to judge me now? You are unworthy. I shall say it once more, begone. As the final word fell, the infernal flames surrounding Jiang Pinyin abruptly extinguished, vanishing as if they had never existed. In that moment, the world fell silent. All present gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Jiang Pinyin had somehow dispelled the infernal flames. A marvel for the ages. The crowd's emotions swung wildly, the unexpected turn of the battle stirring their hearts tumultuously. The demon chaos was left in a daze. Even the most formidable beings in the tribulation stage could not easily extinguish such flames. What gave Jiang Pinyin the audacity to do so? The infernal flames, a calamity intertwined with one's own sins, burned not merely the flesh but the very essence of karmic retribution. Yet, Jiang Pinyin did not perceive his actions as sinful. To put it simply, he harbored no guilt, no regrets, and no fears. While these sentiments may be easily articulated, achieving such a state is far from simple. Otherwise, countless tribulation stage experts would not have perished in the infernal flames. Jiang Pinyin gazed calmly at the demon chaos. Was this truly all there was? Was this truly the extent of it? The onlookers stood as if petrified. What manner of being was this, capable of defying even the infernal flames? Chapter 577. Harnessing celestial energy, you are certainly not of the human race. Demon Chaos refused to believe that Jiang Pinyin was one of the humans he held in disdain. As a top-tier prodigy of the dark lineage, he had few rivals at his level and was among the select few capable of mastering the 9 transformations of the celestial demon. Yet here was Jiang Pinyin, standing toe-to-toe with him, even able to disregard the infernal flames of the tribulation. Jiang Pinyin offered no reply but unleashed a lightning strike, for he sought to comprehend the essence of battle and could only grow through conflict. In response, Demon Chaos immediately cast his spells, his ultimate secret arts radiating a brilliant light. Witnessing the clash between the two, all beings present were struck with awe. This battle was nothing short of legendary. In the realm of cultivation, such an intense confrontation at the combined stage had not been witnessed in millions of years. The supreme secret arts wielded by both fighters seemed to require no spiritual energy, effortlessly unleashed. The powerful attacks that struck them felt as though mere pebbles had landed upon them, causing no harm whatsoever. The damage they sustained healed swiftly, akin to minor injuries. Their strength, speed, and recovery capabilities transcended the expected levels of their realm, drawing an ever-growing audience of powerful onlookers. The battle raged on for 10 days and nights, soaring from the heavens to the earth and then into the starry expanse. Demon Chaos grew increasingly impatient. Why, despite wielding celestial energy, could he not vanquish his opponent? To be evenly matched with Demon Chaos was no small feat. A powerful being from the Dark Forbidden Zone addressed Jiang Pinyin. Join our Dark Forbidden Zone, and we shall offer you the opportunity to ascend to the celestial realm. The human cultivators, upon hearing this, were struck with immense trepidation. Ascending to the celestial realm, achieving eternal life, was the dream of every cultivator. Such an offer from the Dark Forbidden Zone was hard to resist. They feared that Jiang Pinyin might accept their enticing proposal. Join your Dark Forbidden Zone. Allow you to seize my essence? Jiang Pingyin's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. The Dark Forbidden Zone's desire to usurp his daughter Miao weighed heavily on his heart. Had it not been for the discovery of the 9 transformations of the celestial demon by the treasure spirit, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In the Forbidden Zone, when the formidable figure encountered Jiang Pingyin's scornful remarks, he coldly retorted, "You have been given an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. While you are indeed powerful at this stage, you have reached your limit. As for Immortal, he has merely attained the 3rd level of the heavenly demon 9 transformations. His true talent has yet to manifest. Given time, Immortal will condense the immortal seed and easily crush you with but a flick of his wrist." The human cultivators were astonished, although they did not comprehend the concept of the immortal seed. The notion that such a terrifying prodigy had not yet fully revealed his gifts was utterly alarming. Immortal's combat prowess was sufficient to sweep away all other human prodigies of the same rank, and not just among humans. He could dominate prodigies of all races. Jiang Pingyin's expression remained inscrutable as he countered Immortal while inquiring, "So you have yet to unveil your complete talent. Do you possess any hidden cards? If not, let others come forth and compete with me." Immortal detected the disdain in Jiang Pingyin's tone, a contempt that filled him with frustration. As a top genius of the dark lineage, he had always basked in praise since he began his cultivation, never encountering setbacks. Now, being looked down upon by a human was an unbearable humiliation. "You insolent wretch, if you wish to challenge others, first triumph over me." Immortal, infuriated, spewed vile insults, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Jiang Pinyin furrowed his brow, remarking, "It seems your kin did not teach you the value of respect. Would you show respect to a dog on the roadside?" Immortal attempted to provoke Jiang Pinyin into losing his composure, seeking to uncover a flaw. Jiang Pinyin, however, coldly regarded him, his demonic aura unexpectedly transforming into a golden hue. In an instant, Jiang Pingyin's destruction fist illuminated the desolate cosmic expanse. At that moment, the eyes of the formidable beings present widened in shock. Celestial energy. Be cautious. The expressions of the dark lineage's strongmen shifted dramatically as they swiftly employed supreme spatial techniques to teleport Immortal away. Jiang Pinyin unleashed a punch, shattering the space before him across 1,000 miles, creating terrifying spatial turbulence that obliterated countless meteors. In that moment, billions of lives seemed to serve as mere backdrop, their brilliance overshadowed even by those of the strongest. The golden figure of Jiang Pinyin resembled a resplendent sun, blinding to behold. Immortal, drenched in sweat and filled with dread and disbelief, thought, "Impossible. How could a mere human wield celestial energy? This cannot be." At last, Mo1 understood the source of Jiang Pingyan's formidable strength. The truth was brutally stark. Jiang Pingyan also commanded celestial energy, yet even without its utilization, they were evenly matched. Once Jiang Pingyan invoked his celestial energy, the disparity between them became as vast as heaven and earth. With a single punch, he could obliterate Mo1. The outcome of this contest was already evident. Human cultivators were further astonished and shaken, utterly unprepared for Jiang Pingyan's concealed prowess. How had he achieved such mastery? The practitioners of the ancient Lei family were overwhelmed with excitement, their lips betraying their exhilaration. Jiang Pingyan was their esteemed son-in-law, and perhaps their family would bask in his glory and gain such formidable power. Such thoughts rendered the ancient Lei family cultivators utterly unable to maintain their composure. Observing Jiang Pingyan's silhouette, the distant divine phoenix, Yun Huang, displayed an extraordinarily intricate expression. The first time she encountered Jiang Pingyan, he was merely an unremarkable Qi cultivator, inconspicuous in every way. In the brief span of a century, Jiang Pingyan had transformed from a youth into an unparalleled prodigy of the human race, crafting a legendary narrative of his own. Yun Huang felt a complex mix of disappointment and joy. This man had matured at such an astonishing pace that all one could perceive was his retreating figure. Li Ye's eyes brimmed with admiration, her previous concerns dissipating. Truly, Brother Pingyan remained as formidable as ever. The 9 transformations of the celestial demon. You have actually mastered the 9 transformations of the celestial demon. The formidable beings of the dark forbidden zone sensed a familiar force of rules emanating from Jiang Pingyan, unmistakably associated with the 9 transformations of the celestial demon. The denizens of this dark realm were rendered incredulous. The cultivation prerequisites for the 9 transformations of the celestial demon were exceedingly stringent. One either possessed exceptional talent or required specialized resources for nurturing. Within the entire dark forbidden zone, those capable of directly cultivating the 9 transformations were fewer than a handful. The remaining prodigies had relied on vast resources to accumulate their strength, with only a select few able to practice the 9 transformations. How could Jiang Pingyan, without any specialized training, have successfully cultivated the 9 transformations? Jiang Pingyan spoke calmly. Next, the fact that he had been forced to use celestial energy truly underscored the prowess of the dark forbidden zone. The demonic beings collectively turned their gaze toward the powerful entities of the dark forbidden zone, hoping for them to dispatch even stronger prodigies to eliminate Jiang Pingyan. This aberration was swiftly approaching the legendary status of an emperor and needed to be eradicated. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The emergence of another emperor from the human race would be nothing short of terrifying. After a moment of shock, the strong man of the dark forbidden zone suddenly erupted into laughter, a sound both baffling and unsettling. Jiang Pingyan furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. What could be the source of their mirth? The laughter from the dark forbidden zone's strongman instilled great discomfort among the human cultivators. What was this individual laughing about? The astonished expressions on the faces of the dark lineage vanished, replaced by mocking smiles. The shock and frustration of Mo1 were supplanted by amusement. Jiang Pingyan, I must concede, you are indeed formidable. However, you shall remain confined to this realm for your entire life. Jiang Pingyan's brow furrowed deeper. What did this mean? The words were literal. He could not transcend. Mo1 chuckled. You must have condensed the celestial seed. The next step is to give birth to the celestial root. However, without the breakthrough methods of my dark lineage, you will never be able to manifest the celestial root. Haha. Jiang Pingyan's pupils constricted. The smug demeanor of Mo1 indicated he was not lying. If what he claimed were true, then the inability to manifest the celestial root would preclude any advancement to the next realm. The powerful being of the dark lineage spoke languidly. This is celestial magic. The heavenly rules of the wild realm are incomplete. Without special secret techniques, one cannot give birth to the celestial root. I offer you one final opportunity. Join my dark forbidden zone, where we can provide you the chance to attain the celestial root. Do not entertain thoughts of discarding the celestial seed to begin your cultivation anew. You can sense that the celestial seed is intrinsically linked to your very essence. Should it shatter, even if you survive, the opportunity for cultivation will be irrevocably lost. Upon hearing these words, the human cultivators, who were initially elated for Jiang Pingyan, felt as though cold water had been splashed upon them. It turns out that Jiang Pingyan's formidable strength stems from his practice of the techniques from the dark forbidden zone. Yet this path harbors its own drawbacks. Without the dark forbidden zone, he cannot transcend. In this case, Jiang Pinyin would be forever confined to this stage. Qian Huanrou furrowed her delicate brows. She too had cultivated the 9 transformations of the celestial demon. Yet she had not encountered such a predicament and had successfully solidified her celestial root. Was it because she had already ascended to the status of an immortal that she had avoided this fate? The powerful beings of the Forbidden Zone observed the gravity etched upon Jiang Pingyin's countenance and said with a smile, "Allow me, out of great compassion, to enlighten you. There exists another means to condense your celestial root. Journey to the celestial realm. The laws of heaven and earth there are complete, and practicing this art will face no hindrance. However, the connection between the celestial realm and the wasteland realm has been severed by the Emperor. You cannot venture to the celestial realm, but we of the Dark Forbidden Zone possess a method to traverse there. Thus, you find yourself with but one option: join our Dark Forbidden Zone. I am drawn to your remarkable talent and wish to recruit you. You are an astute individual and surely know how to choose wisely. As long as Jiang Pinyin harbors aspirations for growth, he must align himself with the Dark Forbidden Zone. For otherwise, he will be unable to condense his celestial root and will remain trapped in his current realm for eternity. The methods to condense the celestial root and the path to the celestial realm lie firmly within the grasp of the Dark Forbidden Zone. Jiang Pinyin has no alternatives. His eyes flickered with contemplation. A path to the celestial realm? He recalled that the origin realm had connections to the celestial realm, seemingly allowing passage. Though it appeared daunting, it remained a possibility. Thank you for your guidance, Jiang Pinyin replied politely, appreciative of such rare kindness from an adversary. The beings of the Dark Forbidden Zone could scarcely fathom that Jiang Pinyin might possess a route to the celestial realm. Even though the wasteland realm was sealed, who would have anticipated that Jiang Pinyin could traverse to another domain? Observing Jiang Pingyin's refusal to join the Dark Forbidden Zone, the expressions of the Forbidden Zone's strongman darkened. Do you take me for a fool? He retorted. Next, Jiang Pinyin declared boldly, intent on continuing his challenge. The countenance of the Forbidden Zone's strongman changed. He thought to himself, "Foolish one, there will come a day when you seek our aid." Jiang Pinyin would undoubtedly regret this decision, and when that time came, he would face the consequences. There was no need to search for anyone else to battle Jiang Pinyin. Reluctantly, they acknowledged that this prodigy could indeed sweep away the elite of the Dark Forbidden Zone of the same rank. Suddenly, the strong man of the Forbidden Zone raised his hand and seized a manifestation of a tribulation-stage human-faced demon spider, swallowing it whole in a single gulp. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Why would the Forbidden Zone strongman attack the demon clan? What are you doing? The powerful members of the human-faced demon spider clan questioned incredulously. They had done nothing to provoke him. Why would the strongman turn against them? At that moment, several strong beings from the Forbidden Zone emerged from the black hole, each radiating an unimaginable aura of power. Qian Huanrou's expression shifted to one of profound seriousness as she gripped her celestial slayer's sword tightly. Although they suppressed their power, she could discern that these individuals were all formidable beings of celestial caliber. The denizens of the Forbidden Zone launched an offensive against the forces of the demon clan. These formidable practitioners, who had cultivated for countless epochs, found themselves utterly defenseless against the terrifying might of the Forbidden Zone warriors, being captured and devoured one by one. All sentient beings stood in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Wasn't the Dark Forbidden Zone an ally of the demon clan? Why did they suddenly turn against them? What exactly do you intend to do? The demon clan warriors, filled with rage, retaliated, unleashing a terrifying wave that swept across the cosmic expanse, causing the stars to tremble. You demons are nothing but sustenance cultivated by our Dark Forbidden Zone. Once you are sufficiently plump, you shall be consumed. The celestial demon, wielding a demonic blade, returned from the temporal Forbidden Zone. Attaining the celestial realm, while it signifies eternal life, this eternity is conditional, reliant upon the abundance of resources. With resources, one can endure. Without them, lifespan will inevitably dwindle. The longer one lives, the greater the demand for resources. The celestial demon swung the demonic blade, its celestial radiance cutting through the starry sky, as several elite demon clan warriors were stained with blood across the cosmos. Witnessing this scene, all present were engulfed in terror and shock, fleeing in panic. What manner of being was this, capable of slaying multiple top-tier warriors with a single strike? The elite of the Blue Demon Wolf clan, gripped by fear, cried out, "My Lord Celestial Demon, we can unite against the human race. Why must you turn against us?" At this mention, fury surged upon the Celestial Demon's visage as he seized the blue demon wolf, crushing its skull with a brutal bite, blood filling his mouth. Did he not wish to strike against the human race? To phrase it delicately, he could not. To put it bluntly, he dared not. In ancient times, the emperor had delivered a severe beating to him, instructing him to refrain from attacking humanity. Although the emperor had departed from the desolate realm, that being was incomprehensibly powerful. According to the information he had received, that monster was wreaking havoc in the celestial realm. As long as the emperor lived, the celestial demon would not dare to make a full-scale assault on humanity. Otherwise, could a mere demon god cult withstand the might of the Forbidden Zone? The celestial demon could only secretly cultivate the demon clan, allowing them to grow stronger, serving both as a means to confront humanity and as nurtured sustenance. The decision to harvest now stemmed from the dark Forbidden Zone needing to prepare for an impending event, requiring an abundance of energy. A massive being of the Forbidden Zone opened its great maw, inhaling forcefully, as billions of lower-tier demon beings were rendered powerless, all drawn toward it. "No, I do not wish to die. Spare my life. I am a once-in-a-millennium talent of the demon clan. I am a unified phase warrior. I can serve you. Becoming your servant, do not slay me." The cries of despair and pleas merged into a cacophony. Yet, there was not a shred of sympathy upon the faces of the Forbidden Zone warriors, who would feel compassion for their own sustenance. In mere moments, the battlefield lay desolate, as billions of demon beings vanished, consumed by these terrifying entities. A monstrous aura enveloped the entirety of the northern domain. The human cultivators were rendered speechless with fear. An existence that had thrived for countless ages, commanding respect among the mighty, could only hold out for a fleeting moment before the might of the dark Forbidden Zone. Despair and horror filled the hearts of all. Who could withstand such terrifying beings? Chapter 579. The severed path to witness the obliteration of the monstrous demonic race was an experience that could only be encapsulated in 2 words: utter despair. The might of these formidable beings from the Forbidden Zones utterly transcended their wildest imaginings. Celestials. These entities were undoubtedly celestial beings. There exist immortals among mortals. The celestial demon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a frigid gaze upon the human cultivators. A shiver coursed through everyone, as if they had descended into the depths of the abyss, drowning in despair. In the face of such beings, fleeing was futile. One could only fervently pray that the ancient emperor would not perish in battle. Otherwise, the fate that awaited them would be that of the demonic race. The celestial demon left behind a chilling remark before turning to enter the black hole, followed by other beings from the dark Forbidden Zones. The demon of chaos sneered at Jiang, saying, "When you seek our aid from the dark Forbidden Zones to break through, remember to come on your knees. Otherwise, do not expect our assistance." Jiang had cultivated the 9 transformations of the celestial demon, yet without the unique secret arts of the dark Forbidden Zones, he would be unable to condense his immortal roots. This implied that Jiang could at most grasp the principles of the laws, reaching only the level of the integration stage, after which he would be unable to continue his cultivation. With the beings from the dark Forbidden Zone departing and the black hole sealing shut, Huanrou set down the immortal slaying sword in her grasp. Though she understood that her adversaries would not dare to strike easily, it did not imply that they would refrain from action. Faced with a multitude of celestial beings, she too felt the weight of pressure. The burden on the others was even more profound, from the foundation establishment to the tribulation crossing stage. Every individual was drenched in sweat. The horror emanating from the dark Forbidden Zones sent shivers down their spines, as if they had danced at the precipice of death. It seemed that the reason the powerful beings from the dark Forbidden Zones refrained from attacking the human race was due to their apprehension of the Emperor. The dark Forbidden Zones appeared to possess some unique channels of information regarding the Emperor's situation in the celestial realm. This battle concluded inexplicably, with the demonic race vanishing without a trace, yet the crowd found little joy in the outcome. The reason was simple. The human race had long considered itself the pinnacle of the cultivation world, believing that even in the face of threats from other races, they remained the foremost race. However, as the depth of the dark Forbidden Zones became evident, it dawned upon them that the fate of humanity was not truly in their own hands. The magnitude of this realization was profoundly unsettling. Before long, These revelations inevitably sent shockwaves throughout the entire cultivation realm, igniting fervor among the myriad beings. The demonic race had perished. All beings of the demonic race had been consumed by the powerful entities of the dark, forbidden zones. They were all dead. Celestials resided within the dark, forbidden zones. Truly, they were immortals. This monumental news, coupled with the ascension of Qian Huanrou from the great Qian dynasty, sent ripples of fear and excitement through the myriad races. The dread stemmed from the formidable power of the dark, forbidden zones, while the exhilaration arose from the prospect of witnessing the opportunity for ascension. Ascension was the dream and pursuit of countless cultivators. Even those of mediocre talent in the Qi refinement stage harbored dreams of becoming immortals. In this era, the prospect of attaining immortality seemed an unattainable dream. The emergence of celestials from the dark, forbidden zones, alongside the news of Qian Huanrou's ascension, instilled hope in countless ancient beings teetering on the brink of mortality. An innumerable host of powerful figures awoke from their slumber, bearing rare treasures and heading towards the great Qian dynasty, eager to pay their respects to Qian Huanrou. Everyone was aware that not long ago, Qian Huanrou had severed her own source, and all had assumed she was doomed to die. To everyone's astonishment, not only has she lived a second life, but she has also ascended to immortality. The entire realm is eager to uncover the secret behind Qian Huanrou's extraordinary achievement. Some speculate that alongside the dark forbidden zone lies the time forbidden zone and the chaotic forbidden zone, which are also home to immortals. The events surrounding Jiang Pinyin have also stirred considerable public discourse. It is rumored that Jiang Pinyin triumphed over the prodigies of the dark forbidden zone, even mastering the legendary essence of immortality. I have indeed heard of this, yet it is also said that his cultivation technique is derived from the dark forbidden zone, and only with their assistance can he achieve a breakthrough, despite having made enemies of them. What a delightful turn of events. Jiang Pinyin will never reach the great ascension stage in this lifetime. What are you, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, so gleeful about? Although Jiang Pinyin's situation has attracted some attention, it pales in comparison to the emergence of immortals. Certain adversaries, such as the Tianza Holy Land and the Tiandao Academy, are particularly pleased to learn that Jiang Pinyin cannot grow stronger. These factions are well aware that allowing such a prodigy to flourish unchecked would lead to terrifying consequences. Fortunately, he is unable to progress further, alleviating their concerns. Within the grand hall of the demon god sect, Qian Huanrou sits before Jiang Pinyin, her breathtaking visage imbued with solemnity. The strong from the dark forbidden zone do not appear to be fabricating tales. Without their secret methods, it is highly improbable that one could condense the roots of immortality. One could traverse from the origin realm to the immortal realm, a plan Jiang Pinyin had already devised. However, Qian Huanrou shook her head, explaining that she had inquired with Sister Russell regarding the conditions for entering the immortal realm, which are exceedingly stringent. Only through the endorsement of an immortal force and passing their rigorous tests can one hope to enter. Although the assessments do not stipulate a minimum cultivation level, based on past experiences, the Great Ascension stage is the bare minimum. Those with insufficient levels may perish during the trials. Given that you cannot cultivate to the Great Ascension standard, this path is effectively closed to you. A cloud of worry shadowed Qian Huanrou's brow as she regarded Jiang Pinyin. His expression turned grave. The joy he felt from acquiring the 9 transformations of heaven and demon had evaporated. Unable to condense the roots of immortality, unable to eliminate the immortal seeds, and barred from entering the immortal realm, he found himself utterly stymied. With a sigh, Qian Huanrou suggested that upon returning to the origin realm, they should consult Sister Russell, who might possess a solution to this predicament. Jiang Pinyin nodded in agreement. It seemed they had no other recourse. He could only hope that Russell would have a way to resolve their plight. Suddenly, the communication jade slip at Qian Huanrou's waist illuminated, emanating the voice of Qian Wanshan, the ruler of the great Qian dynasty. Grandmother, powerful figures from the Haoyue Holy Land, the Human Emperor dynasty, and the Beastmaster dynasty have arrived, seeking an audience with you. Inform them that I am in seclusion and do not know when I shall emerge. Entertain them well, but if anyone from the Tianza Holy Land or the Tiandao Academy comes, dismiss them immediately. These 2 factions harbor enmity toward Jiang Pinyin, and I shall grant them no courtesy. Qian Wanshan fell silent, having discerned the reason for his grandmother's disdain toward these 2 factions. What had transpired between her and Jiang Pinyin over the years? How had she managed to break through to the level of an immortal? Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Pingan added, I possess a vast array of high-grade elixirs and artifacts, which I can offer to the great Qian dynasty at a reasonable price. Marvelous. The treasures and elixirs of various ranks. We shall acquire as many as we desire. Qian Huanshan was elated, for he had already discerned that the reason the demon god sect held an advantage was due to their vast array of treasures. Even those in the foundation establishment stage were equipped with ranked artifacts. Although he was unaware of how Jiang Pingan procured such resources, he understood that resources could be purchased in abundance. Those that were surplus could be sold to earn a profit. However, Qian Huanrou remarked, there is no need to purchase at a discount. Sell at market price. Your cultivation requires diligence. Do not be extravagant. I possess ample resources. Jiang Pingan replied, how can one ever have sufficient resources? Any extra you can earn is beneficial. Upon hearing this, Qian Huanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Grandmother, how could we not buy resources at a lower price if possible? Silence. Enduring hardship is advantageous for your cultivation. If there are no funds, let the royal family earn their keep. After receiving his grandmother's reprimand, Qian Huanshan fell silent. If enduring hardship benefits cultivation, why should Jiang Pingan be spared? Who exactly was his grandmother? Moreover, he, the emperor of the great Qian dynasty, was unable to even touch a celestial artifact, while his grandmother lent one to Jiang Pingan. Qian Huanshan began to suspect that the next time he encountered Jiang Pingan, the latter might surpass him by 2 generations. Chapter 580. Crisis at the Ascension Pavilion. The emergence of immortals in the dark forbidden zone and the ascension of Qian Huanrou had stirred a fervor throughout the cultivation world. The Yu clan, who bore a grudge against the great Qian dynasty, hastily withdrew from the chaotic starry realm, frightened to compete for resource planets. Previously, the Yu clan had allied with the Swallowing Heaven Crocodile clan to launch a surprise attack on Qian Huanrou, inflicting serious injury. They had never anticipated that not only had Qian Huanrou survived, but she had also ascended to immortality. Naturally, the Yu clan was filled with dread at her ascension. For the moment, Qian Huanrou chose to ignore the Yu clan. Her most pressing concern was to resolve Jiang Pingan's predicament in breaking through. If this issue remained unresolved, Jiang Pingan would never ascend to the next realm in his lifetime. Despite visits from the top powerhouses of various factions, Qian Huanrou disregarded them. None were as crucial as Jiang Pingan. After attending to some trivial matters, she urged Jiang Pingan to hasten their return to the primordial realm. Although Jiang Pingan himself was not overly anxious, despite the assistance of the Enlightenment Tree and the Hall of Time, it would still take several hundred years to fully grasp the profound principles. He felt compelled to comply with Shaoxiang's insistence to head to the primordial realm. Compared to the wild realm, Jiang Pingan sensed the primordial realm to be far more perilous. This was due to the overwhelming number of powerful cultivators, coupled with the Moon God Palace's creation of a variant celestial aura that could transform individuals into monsters. Those infected would become even stronger than before, with the terrifying ability to even affect great ascension stage cultivators. Although Jiang Pingan's celestial aura could counteract this infection, he was certain he could not match the strength of a formidable infected opponent. In the primordial realm, Canglan Prefecture, at the Ascension Pavilion, Russell sat in his chamber, gazing at the information jade slip in hand, his brow furrowed with concern. An elder rushed in, his face filled with urgency. Pavilion Master, a grave situation has arisen. We have lost control of 3 crucial cities. The loss of these cities will result in 1/5 of our income. Moreover, this trend is expanding, and other cities are on the brink of collapse. More than half of the million dispelling elixirs have already been consumed. If this continues, not only will our ascendant pavilion suffer, but the entire Canglan Prefecture will descend into a hellish nightmare. Master, why haven't we received any communication from the main pavilion? What should we do now? The elder, fraught with anxiety, resembled an ant on a hot pan, utterly at a loss. Russell closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and, exhaling slowly, opened her eyes once more. There remains but one path forward, to eliminate all those infected. Hearing this, the elder's expression changed drastically. Master, that is utterly unthinkable. The number of infected cultivators has long surpassed 100 million. Although these individuals are infected, there exists a possibility of recovery. If you proceed with such an action, you will be reviled by the entire realm of cultivators. Although Russell's intentions are to save more lives, many will not perceive it this way. they will merely see her slaughtering countless cultivators. History is replete with such instances where noble deeds have been met with calumny, resulting in dire outcomes. This is precisely why no other celestial being has ventured to take such actions, for no one wishes to bear such infamy. Russell's beautiful eyes brimmed with resoluteness. I too do not wish for this, yet no alternative presents itself. The main pavilion is unwilling to intervene, and other factions are reluctant to engage in this matter. If we allow this peculiar energy to continue spreading, our ascendant pavilion will also falter. Slowly rising to her feet, Russell declared, I cannot bear to see the legacy established by my ancestors crumble under my watch. This matter must be addressed by someone. Elder, there is no need for further persuasion. My mind is made up. Interrupting the elder, Russell raised her hand and tore through the fabric of space, ready to depart when a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Wait. A modestly dressed woman in white and a broad-shouldered man with striking features entered. These two were none other than Qian Huanrou and Jiang. Upon seeing Qian Huanrou, Russell remarked, Sister Qian, your timing is impeccable. I entrust the affairs of the Ascendant Pavilion to you. The spread of this strange energy is too rapid. I must take action, or more lives will be lost. Jiang, admiring Russell's sense of duty, stated, There is no need for such drastic measures. I have brought some dispelling elixirs that can counter these mutants. Russell shook her head, unaware of the number of individuals already infected. Even if you were to acquire 1,000,000 elixirs, it would not resolve the issue. Not to mention that acquiring such a quantity is nearly impossible. 1,000,000 dispelling elixirs are worth hundreds of millions of crystals, equivalent to the value of an ordinary celestial artifact. Due to the uproar surrounding the infected, various factions are hoarding dispelling elixirs, causing their prices to soar. Even with Jiang and Qian Huanrou's wealth, procuring a significant number of elixirs would prove exceedingly difficult. After a moment of silence, Jiang inquired, What if it were 10 million? At such a time, there is no room for jest. Russell's demeanor grew cold. Had it not been for Qian Huanrou's presence, she would have been incensed. Even the superpowers of the realm may struggle to amass 10 million dispelling elixirs. What gives you the right to claim such a feat? Without offering an explanation, Jiang tossed a storage ring forward. Russell instinctively caught the ring, questioning, What is this? Do you truly believe you can acquire 10 million exorcism pills? Russell's voice faltered as she beheld the exorcism pills within the storage ring. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the violent tremors of the granary before her. 10 million exorcism pills. How could that be possible? Even someone as worldly as Russell found herself momentarily stunned. Is there really such a quantity? The elder beside her gaped in disbelief, his expression mirroring hers. In this era, 10 million exorcism pills could incite a frenzy among immortals. How did Jiang procure such an immense stash of exorcism pills? Observing the puzzled and astonished gazes of Russell and the elder, Jiang explained, On our way home, we fortuitously passed by an ancient tomb and happened to collect a few within. Russell and the elder both interjected, Could you concoct a more plausible explanation? How were they to respond to such a tale? It was too coincidental that they were in dire need of exorcism pills and just so happened to stumble upon an ancient tomb filled with them. For others, a single exorcism pill might be worth dozens or even hundreds of crystal coins, but for Jiang it was merely a single crystal coin. The exorcism pill itself held little intrinsic value. Its worth stemmed from the scarcity of its materials and its status as a vital resource for traversing the immortal demon sea. With the emergence of mysterious forces, the price of exorcism pills had skyrocketed. Russell, being astute, refrained from probing further into the source of the exorcism pills. Recognizing the importance of feigning ignorance in human interactions, while these pills could temporarily alleviate their urgent needs, the sheer number of infected individuals rendered them insufficient. The number of cultivators afflicted by the mysterious force had long surpassed 100 million, and these exorcism pills would merely prolong the inevitable. Jiang spoke calmly. I have a strategy that may resolve this crisis. Russell's expression became peculiar. What could this young lad possibly propose that she could not? Chapter 581. Jiang plan. No strategy would suffice. They were confronted by adversaries, cultivators who had already lost consciousness to the infection. Russell doubted the existence of any plan capable of averting the crisis. If such a remedy existed, the elites of the ascending Immortal Pavilion and various powerful factions would have already devised it. How could it fall to a mere insignificant figure like Jiang? If Jiang truly possessed a solution, Then what had all these powerful beings accomplished over the years? Jiang Pingan clarified. My plan may require the pavilion master to make some sacrifices. However, this cost would be far lesser than the consequences of a direct slaughter. If such a plan were feasible, I would offer you an immortal artifact, Russell boldly pledged, illustrating her earnest intentions. Even Qian Huanrou regarded Jiang Pingan with a perplexed expression, uncertain of what scheme he had in mind. Jiang Pingan continued, the plan is quite straightforward. The pavilion master will publicly announce that, in pursuit of alternative methods to address the mutated celestial energy, the ascending immortal pavilion intends to allow thousands of disciples to willingly become infected with this mutated energy, thereby seeking new paths to immortality. Upon hearing Jiang Pingan's plan, the three bystanders wore strange expressions. They were not fools and certainly comprehended Jiang Pingan's intentions. This was a tactic to intimidate other factions into collaborating to resolve the matter at hand. If the divisions of the ascending immortal pavilion were to become infected with the forces of mutation, the entirety of Canglan Prefecture would instantaneously transform into a hell on earth, a calamity that no faction could withstand. Previously, Russell had contemplated uniting with other powers to address this crisis, yet each entity harbored ulterior motives, wishing instead for this disaster to deplete their rivals without taking action themselves. Russell rested his chin on his hand and remarked, though the plan is sound, such a simplistic scheme would undoubtedly be recognized as a ruse by them. Those individuals all have their own agendas and are reluctant to bear any costs. If cooperation were feasible, it would have been resolved long ago. Jiang Pingan nodded in agreement, suggesting that it was now imperative for the pavilion master to take action, to procure a long chain and bind tens of thousands of the infected, parading them through the strongholds of various factions. If we are to perish, let us perish together. Why should the ascending immortal pavilion shoulder this burden alone? The individuals present were momentarily taken aback. How morally reprehensible was this young man, to lead infected individuals into the heart of rival factions, potentially instilling terror in those great powers. An elder nearby hastily interjected, this is unthinkable. If the pavilion master were to do this, all factions would harbor animosity towards us. Russell shook his head, acknowledging that there were no other alternatives left. They must compel everyone to act, even if it led to a massacre. It would mitigate the blame directed at the ascending immortal pavilion. The elder voiced his concerns. What if they still refuse to act? To which Russell replied, then, as Jiang Pingan suggested, let us all face annihilation together. Why should we alone bear the consequences? Russell's expression grew exceptionally cold, an aura of terror inadvertently emanating from her, causing Jiang Pingan to retreat several steps in shock. The sheer might of the immortal was overwhelming. Even a mere trace of her presence rendered him defenseless. Russell reined in her aura and turned her gaze towards Qian Huanrou, stating, this 10 million exorcism pills are difficult for me to purchase outright. Once I manage to sell them, I shall ensure that every last coin is returned to Sister Qian. Russell believed these pills were procured by Qian Huanrou, with Jiang Pingan merely serving as a conduit for communication. No one would credit such an extraordinary quantity of exorcism pills to Jiang Pingan alone. Do not rush, Qian Huanrou replied, offering no explanation. Even if she were to reveal the truth, it would not be believed. Moreover, it was paramount to keep Jiang Pingan's secrets hidden. Through Jiang Pingan's continual provision of vast resources, Qian Huanrou had begun to suspect that he possessed a unique artifact capable of mass replication. Perhaps this artifact was the celestial tool that allowed him to traverse between realms. Jiang Pingan then spoke up, Pavilion Master, you just promised me a celestial artifact. Russell's expression stiffened. She had merely spoken offhandedly, unaware that Jiang Pingan would devise a way to make it happen. Ahem, let's discuss this matter once the crisis is resolved. For now, I must address the impending peril. After a brief pause, Qian Huanrou added, I have a matter to consult with Sister Russell. As she spoke, she glanced at the elder beside her. The elder, perceptive enough to sense the gravity of their conversation, quickly excused himself. Esteemed pavilion masters, I shall take my leave. He bowed respectfully and departed. Once the elder had exited, Qian Huanrou relayed the matter of the 9 transformations of the celestial demon to Russell, recounting Jiang Pingan's experiences. Upon hearing of Jiang Pingan's predicament, Russell's brow furrowed in concern. Jiang Pingan's cultivation technique allows him to condense an immortal seed. It must be a celestial realm technique, which complicates matters significantly. Once the celestial seed is condensed, it cannot be revoked. one must journey to the celestial realm, where the laws of the celestial path allow for the birth of a celestial root. Ordinary individuals may only access the celestial realm through the celestial traces that govern our primordial world. The selection of disciples by the celestial sect occurs once every 1,000 years, with the next event set to take place in 50 years. Even if Jiang were to be recommended to participate in the selection by ascending the Celestial Pavilion, his current cultivation level would render him incapable of passing the assessment. Historically, only 2 cultivators have managed to succeed in the early stages of the Great Ascension, and no one has ever passed the examination at the integration stage. Jiang wore a grave expression, as this aligned closely with what Huanrou had conveyed. Was there truly no other alternative? There was, indeed. If one could locate the Tai Su celestial spirit fruit, a celestial root could be birthed. Upon hearing this, both Jiang and Huanrou rejoiced, realizing they had inquired of the right person. You are celebrating prematurely, Russell interjected. The Tai Su celestial spirit fruit is exceedingly rare, only manifesting within celestial abodes. Consuming a single fruit grants immediate access to a celestial root, and anyone fortunate enough to obtain it typically consumes it at once. The last appearance of the Tai Su celestial spirit fruit was 3 centuries ago, inciting fierce competition among various powerful factions. To put it bluntly, the probability of finding the Tai Su celestial spirit fruit is no greater than that of succeeding in the celestial trace selection. It is quite possible that Jiang may remain trapped at this stage for the entirety of his life. Russell regarded Jiang with a gaze filled with pity and sympathy. What a prodigious talent he was, capable of overcoming even the son of the celestial, Qiu Pingxing, who wielded celestial energy. It was unforeseen that she had advanced her cultivation with celestial-level techniques, leading to her current stagnation. Perhaps it was precisely because Jiang practiced celestial-level methods that he possessed such extraordinary combat prowess. She had initially been perplexed by his strength, but upon learning of his celestial-level cultivation, everything fell into place. A look of concern surfaced on Huanrou's eternally unchanging visage, one she had not exhibited even during her own self-sacrifice of origin. Russell was taken aback by the intensity of her emotions, as it was the first time she had witnessed such a dramatic display from Huanrou. Suddenly, a thought struck Huanrou, and she inquired. Jiang previously competed against the Moon Goddess Palace and obtained a celestial abode token. With this token, he can enter the celestial abode, correct? She wished to venture to the celestial abode to assist Jiang in locating the Tai Su celestial spirit fruit. Russell nodded, affirming that possessing the celestial abode token would indeed grant access, but only for Jiang himself. That celestial abode has restrictions based on cultivation level. The reason I instructed you to reach the integration stage was precisely because entry is limited to those of that cultivation level. Huanrou has already attained the human celestial realm and cannot enter the celestial abode. I shall go alone, Jiang decided, realizing this was his only path forward. It will be futile if you accompany me. If you do not go, you will never find peace. Russell had intended to voice further thoughts, but ultimately refrained. Finding the Tai Su celestial spirit fruit is not an easy endeavor. Such treasures require immense fortune to obtain. However, this young man's prideful nature means he will not calm down without facing the obstacles ahead. Before long, he will return, disheartened, accepting the reality of his limitations. Chapter 582. The Immortal and Demon Sea, the Canglan Immortal Residence before departing. Russell entrusted the Immortal Residence token and the Jade Slip containing information about the Canglan Immortal Residence to Jiang. The Immortal Residence is a small world left behind by immortals after their demise. Once cultivators reach the void refinement stage, they can open up space within their bodies. And upon attaining the immortal realm, they can even create a small world. Many immortals enjoy cultivating rare herbs and treasures within their inner worlds, nurturing them with immortal energy to accelerate their growth, which also benefits the immortal's cultivation. Additionally, some immortals specifically raise their offspring in these inner worlds, which often contain training grounds. The Canglan Immortal Residence serves as a nurturing ground for disciples' cultivation. Situated in the Immortal and Demon Sea, it may not be the most opportune immortal residence, yet it remains a favored training location for cultivators. Within its confines, as long as certain conditions are met, one can receive rewards. As long as one refrains from wandering aimlessly, they are unlikely to encounter anything terrifying. Given its safety and abundant resources, it is a popular destination for many. However, entry to this immortal residence is conditional upon possessing the immortal residence token, and one's cultivation level must not exceed the integration stage. Qian Huanrou handed the immortal slaying sword to Jiang. Although the use of immortal artifacts is prohibited within the Tianlan immortal residence, she insisted he keep it. Should danger arise, he could lure the enemy out of the residence before employing the sword. Jiang shook his head, asserting it was unnecessary. The treasured item he possessed was sufficient. If he faced an adversary that even his treasured item could not overcome, using the sword would be futile. Moreover, should he encounter peril, he risked losing the immortal slaying sword, which would be a significant loss. Qian Huanrou forcefully pressed the sword into Jiang embrace. Take it. If you truly find yourself in an insurmountable danger, simply cast the immortal slaying sword into the void. The enemy will undoubtedly covet it more than they desire your life, giving you precious time to escape. Thankfully, the formidable beings of the Qian dynasty were not present. Had they overheard such words, they might have been driven to madness. The immortal slaying sword is the most treasured artifact of the Qian dynasty, and Qian Huanrou's suggestion to use it as bait for safety was audacious. Jiang heart brimmed with emotion. However, before his sentiment could linger, Qian Huanrou forcefully pinned him down. The uncertainty of when they would meet again weighed heavily on her heart. The thought of parting made her wish to consume Jiang entirely. Days later, Jiang escaped the clutches of danger and utilized a teleportation array to arrive at the Tianlan immortal residence within the Immortal and Demon Sea. This sea, known as the resting place of fallen immortals, is influenced by the laws emanating from their decaying bodies, giving rise to many terrifying rules and bizarre phenomena. For instance, within the Immortal and Demon Sea, there exists a particular malevolent spirit akin to an evil specter, which can easily attack those unarmed with dispelling pills. Various illusions and toxic mists also pose threats that necessitate dispelling pills for resolution. However, these dangers bore little impact on Jiang as his mental fortitude was exceptionally strong, rendering him immune to typical mental assaults. The toxic mists were ineffective against him. Although he had given the wand poison 7-star insect to his daughter for protection, he had already acquired its capabilities and no longer required external assistance. Moreover, with the immortal energy coursing through his body, he remained impervious to various toxins and malevolent forces. Essentially, as long as he does not encounter hostile cultivators or any terrifying beings, this journey to the Tianlan Immortal Mansion should pose no danger. His enemies in the Yuan realm are merely two: the daughter of the Moon God Mansion's lord and Qiu Pingxing, the son of an immortal from the Ascension Pavilion. Surely, it is improbable that he would be unfortunate enough to cross paths with them. At the entrance of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, the Crimson Sea is shrouded in a malevolent aura, while the sky hangs heavy with an ominous energy, invoking a sense of unease. The usually bustling Tianlan Immortal Mansion has turned desolate, with only a sparse few scattered about. The emergence of strange powers in Canglan Prefecture has driven the price of exorcism pills to soar, rendering them unaffordable for many. Even those who can afford them are reluctant to spend, preferring to reserve them for potential crises. This has led to a significant decline in visitors to the once vibrant Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Outside the Tianlan Immortal Mansion lies a colossal island, adorned with a teleportation array, from which a group of cultivators, their bodies warped and gray, emerge. Upon their arrival, many faces turn pale with fear. Monsters. They are the kind of mutated creatures that have appeared in Canglan Prefecture. Damn it! How can such things be here? Run. One must not be injured, otherwise it would be disastrous. Many recognized these darkened figures as those infected by the mutated energy, prompting them to flee in terror. I must see for myself whether these fellows are as formidable as the rumors suggest. Yet, some remain skeptical, believing that the recent tales of the infected have been exaggerated. A late-stage harmonization cultivator, wielding a precious sword, charges forward, illuminating the sky with the brilliance of his sword intent. Seeking death, one of the infected raises an arm, grotesquely stretching hundreds of meters, and swipes down. Boom. The late-stage harmonization cultivator is obliterated before he can evade. Had he been struck by ordinary energy, he might have had a chance to recover. However, being shattered by the mutated celestial energy leaves no hope for bodily restoration. Those still doubting the strength of the infected, witnessing this scene, are instantly filled with dread, their hairs standing on end. Monsters. Run. A late-stage harmonization cultivator was effortlessly slain with a single blow. It is difficult to believe such power exists among the infected without witnessing it firsthand. A panicked crowd scatters, some fleeing into the depths of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion space, while others plunge into the depths of the Immortal Demon Sea. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings are left desolate, with only a handful of infected remaining. These remaining infected possess consciousness. They are cultivators from the Moon God Mansion. They have come to breach the trials of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion to obtain rewards. A bunch of trash. Tian Shilu, the daughter of the Moon God Mansion's lord, wears a disdainful smile. Her arms, thick as tree trunks, descend to her waist. Her visage contorted and nearly devoid of humanity. Once I acquire the Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruit and cultivate my celestial roots, I shall surely crush that scoundrel into oblivion. Contemplating a certain individual, Tian Shilu's face contorts in rage. In her lifetime, she has tasted defeat only twice, both times at the hands of Jiang Pingan. A fact that fills her with unrelenting bitterness. Her purpose for coming to the Tianlan Immortal Mansion is to seek the Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruit. Once she obtains it and gives birth to celestial roots, she is certain she will be able to vanquish Jiang Pingan. Suddenly, the formation beside flickered, and a figure emerged. Mad with rage, Tian Shi cursed, feeling an overwhelming hatred for Jiang Pingan. Now, everyone resembled him. Lately, she had often been in a daze, mistaking everyone for Jiang Pingan. And now, hallucination struck again. Raising her hand, she unleashed a secret technique directly towards the figure. She was indifferent to the identity of her target. In her foul mood, this person had no chance of survival. In that moment, the attacked cultivator transformed into a bolt of black lightning, evading the assault and rushing into the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Black lightning. Tian Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. In this world, only one person wielded black lightning, Jiang Pingan. This was no illusion. The person truly was Jiang Pingan. After a brief moment of astonishment, her mouth stretched into a wide grin. Huh, heaven is aiding me. Everyone pursue him. She never imagined encountering Jiang Pingan here. Her luck was simply extraordinary. With over a dozen companions, including several late-stage integration experts, taking down Jiang Pingan alone would be a breeze. Chapter 583. Pursuit. Jiang Pingan felt that before his next outing, he should consult a fate master for a divination. The number of his enemies in the Yuan realm could be counted on one hand. He never anticipated that arriving at the Tianlan Immortal Mansion would lead to an encounter with one of them. Faced with a dozen late-stage integration realm cultivators, Jiang Pingan's current combat power, without utilizing top-tier artifacts, was insufficient to resolve the situation. Moreover, this woman named Tian, she also possessed a top-tier artifact. Most critically, she bore a trace of her father's divine consciousness, making her impossible to kill. Desperate, Jiang Pingan charged into the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. The surrounding scenery changed instantly. The gray sky vanished, replaced by a brilliant blue. A radiant sun and a luminous moon hung on either side of the heavens. The dozen or so Moon God Palace cultivators swiftly pursued him, surrounding Jiang Pingan. His expression darkened as he turned to Tian Shi and shouted, "Dare to battle me one-on-one? Why should we duel when we have the numbers? We will cripple him, and I shall personally deliver the final blow," Tian Shi retorted. Having no intention of a singular confrontation, fully aware that she could not defeat Jiang Pingan, regardless of the means employed, as long as she could personally slay Jiang Pingan, that would suffice. Attack. With Tian Shi's command, a group of powerful cultivators launched their assault on Jiang Pingan. He swiftly invoked the technique of reincarnation, summoning the projection of a late-stage integration cultivator, which then self-destructed. Boom. A terrifying energy surged across the land, radiating blinding light, a force seemingly capable of annihilating everything. Several early-stage integration cultivators, caught unprepared, were instantly reduced to ashes. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Pingan fled rapidly, while the self-detonation of a late-stage integration expert was fearsome. With quick reflexes and timely defenses, it posed little threat. Do you think you can escape? A mid-stage integration cultivator dashed to Jiang Pingan's rear, landing a powerful punch that struck true. The sound of cracking bones echoed as blood spurted from Jiang Pingan's mouth, his body crashing heavily onto the ground. The earth was exceptionally hard. As he collided, only a cloud of dust was kicked up. Jiang Pingan was covered in mud, his face a canvas of despair and fury. He turned to glare at the crowd above, shouting, "You have slain me. The Ascending Immortal Pavilion will not overlook your transgressions. The onlookers regarded him with disdain. They were foes, unperturbed by such threats. I shall send you straight to the underworld. Tianxi unleashed her celestial power, the moon wheel, launching an attack at Jiang Pingan. Let us perish together. Jiang Pingan detonated himself, a blinding radiance rendering the sun nearly colorless, forming a colossal sphere of energy within a radius of several thousand meters. The crowd hastily retreated to evade the blast. A cultivator from the moon god manor smirked. Jiang Pingan, is this all you amount to? In the face of absolute power, even the most gifted are rendered insignificant. Rumors had once suggested that Jiang Pingan was formidable, yet he appeared rather ordinary. However, Tianxi's brow furrowed in concern. No, the force of this explosion is inconsistent. He had harnessed celestial energy. Such a self-detonation could not yield merely this level of impact. A clone. It must be a clone. Tianxi expanded his consciousness, detecting Jiang Pingan fleeing in the distance. Upon reaching the fusion stage, one could effortlessly create clones if the energy was sufficient. The entity that perished before them was merely a projection. No one anticipated that Jiang Pingan could craft a clone and escape right beneath their noses, his speed astounding. It was no wonder he had spoken a torrent of nonsense earlier. It was merely a distraction. Quick, pursue him. He aims for the assessment checkpoint. Combat is prohibited there. Tianxi shouted. According to the rules of the celestial manor, fighting within the assessment grounds was forbidden, punishable by annihilation. Tianxi discerned Jiang Pingan's intent to seek refuge in the examination site. The members of the moon god manor cursed as they hastened after him. Jiang Pingan sensed the murderous intent closing in behind him, his heart heavy with gravity. The checkpoint was still a distance away. At this speed, he would undoubtedly be caught. There is a celestial artifact here. He roared, simultaneously gathering celestial energy and launching it into the sky, where it erupted in a dazzling display of golden brilliance. Even from afar, a cultivator of the fusion stage could perceive such a disturbance. I discovered the celestial artifact first. Nonsense. I was the one who found it first. It is mine, lost long ago. Sensing the surge of celestial power, countless cultivators soared in from all directions. Seizing the moment, Jiang Pingan proclaimed, "These individuals are tainted by aberrant forces. Let us vanquish them together." He intended to unite the crowd to confront his pursuers. Who dares obstruct the moon god manor? Tianxi unleashed a terrifying malevolent energy from within, instilling fear in those nearby, who hastily retreated. Where is the celestial artifact? Which scoundrel claimed there was a celestial artifact here? It is Jiang Pingan. He is being hunted by the moon god manor. High above, amidst the clouds, several disciples clad in the garb of the Ascending Immortal Pavilion noticed the commotion. They recognized Jiang Pingan. Years prior, he had shown brilliantly during the contest for the Transcendence Technique, yet ultimately failed to acquire it. Anyone with a modicum of sense understood that Jiang Pingan possessed the strength worthy of attaining the Transcendence Technique. For certain reasons, he was deemed unworthy of acquiring the art of transcendence. Despite the passage of several years, the memory of Jiang Pingan's singular punch remained vivid in the minds of many, who still engaged in hushed discussions about it. It was later rumored that Qiu Pingsheng, having obtained the art of transcendence, sought to challenge Jiang Pingan, only to be defeated by him. This incident caused quite a stir within the entire Ascending Immortals Pavilion. No one had anticipated that even with the art of transcendence, one could still fall short against Jiang Pingan. Some suggested that Qiu Pingsheng had recently acquired the art and was yet unfamiliar with its power, which led to his defeat. Regardless of the reasons, Jiang Pingan's strength was beyond question. To their astonishment, they encountered Jiang Pingan while performing sect duties at the Tianlan Immortal Manor. "Jiang, my friend, the Moon God Manor is pursuing you. We must hasten to offer assistance." Among them was Ranhanshan from the Canglan Branch Pavilion. Upon witnessing Jiang Pingan being hunted, she prepared to act, only to find that the others remained unmoved. A disciple of the Ascending Immortals Pavilion coldly remarked, "Jiang Pingan has enmity with Qiu Pingsheng. Should we assist him and Qiu discover it, he would surely retaliate against us. Qiu Pingsheng is the son of an immortal. We cannot afford to provoke him. But the Moon God Manor is an enemy to our Ascending Immortals Pavilion." Ranhanshan protested. A female disciple shrugged dismissively, asserting, "The Moon God Manor is your Canglan Branch's adversary, not ours." This female disciple was not affiliated with the Canglan Branch. The Ascending Immortals Pavilion functioned as a coalition, with each branch maintaining tenuous connections, collaborating only when beneficial. Typically, they refrained from intervening in one another's affairs. Ran Hongshun then glanced at Yu Qianxiu and Shen Tuyi, among others from the Canglan branch. If Jiang Pinyin were to perish, it would be a loss for our branch. Shen Tuyi spoke coldly. With our current cultivation, rushing to his aid would be tantamount to seeking death. Even if we had the strength, I have no desire to assist him. His darker thoughts even entertained the notion that Jiang Pinyin should perish swiftly. In truth, he held no significant grudge against Jiang Pinyin. Yet the complexities of human nature often breed envy towards those who surpass us and thrive. Among the group of over a dozen individuals, none were inclined to assist Jiang Pinyin. As their conversation unfolded, a late-stage fusion realm expert had already caught up to Jiang Pinyin. This is the end. Ran Hongshun's heart sank. No one could save Jiang Pinyin now. For a late-stage fusion realm expert, eliminating an early-stage fusion realm cultivator was as effortless as eating or drinking. A flicker of delight crossed Shen Tuyi's indifferent visage. This Jiang Pinyin, who had seemingly emerged from nowhere, regardless of his exceptional talent, was destined to meet his demise today. Chapter 584. Entering the testing grounds, a terrifying sword energy swept towards Jiang Pinyin, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Unable to evade, he attempted to retrieve the heaven-shaking demon staff for defense, but halted his movements. According to the rules of the Tianlan Immortal Manor, the use of artifacts surpassing the fusion realm was strictly prohibited. Should one produce a high-level artifact, it would be confiscated by the manor's spatial realm, with even immortal weapons being no exception. Hence, Jiang Pinyin was left with no choice but to summon the Yin Thunder, forming thick layers of shields to envelop his body. Bang! As expected, the Yin Thunder shield was cleaved apart, and the sword energy, imbued with the essence of profound laws, struck Jiang Pinyin with great force. Jiang Pinyin seemed like a stone hurled into the air, his body propelled violently, leaving a trail of crimson behind him. His chest was cleaved open, revealing ghastly white bones. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Pinyin disregarded his injuries and, harnessing the force of the attack, soared towards the square ahead. If he could reach the assessment site, where the rules of the immortal abode would prevent combat, he would be safe. Remarkably, he had not perished. All who witnessed this scene were left in shock. A formidable practitioner at the late stage of the integration realm had failed to slay a cultivator at the early stage. Such an outcome was utterly astonishing. Under normal circumstances, even a mid-stage integration master could effortlessly eliminate an early-stage cultivator. The pursuer from the Moon God Palace widened his eyes, astonished that his opponent had survived. He possessed the power of aberrant immortal energy, his offensive capabilities magnitude stronger than those of an average late-stage integration practitioner. The fact that his strike had not succeeded in vanquishing the foe raised doubts about the defensive prowess of Jiang Pinyin. I refuse to believe you can withstand another blow. The late-stage integration pursuer thought, as an eerie energy surged within him, darkening the sky to a foreboding gray. The terrifying aura sent shivers down the spines of all present. What kind of power was this? The pursuer unleashed a second strike, one even mightier than the last, combining the essence of his skill with aberrant immortal energy. Seemingly capable of shattering anything in its path, all eyes were trained on the scene, fully aware that the hunted individual was surely doomed. The force of this strike was such that even a late-stage integration master would struggle to withstand it. Jiang Pingyin's eyes burned with determination as he fixated on the distant square. He was so close, yet so far. Time was running out. Resolutely, he prepared to expend a domain-level artifact. Though utilizing a high-tier artifact would attract the attention of the local heavenly rules, it could potentially shield him from the impending attack, granting him a moment's respite to escape. Just as Jiang Pinyin was about to retrieve the artifact, a mirror unexpectedly appeared in his path. He had no time to evade and plunged directly into it. In an instant, he traversed through space, arriving at the assessment square. The sword aura behind him struck the mirror, causing it to shatter, with the residual shockwave dissipating around the square, countered by a peculiar force. Jiang Pinyin and his pursuer turned their gazes towards the distant clouds, spotting a group of individuals garbed in the attire of the ascending Immortal Pavilion. Damn that ascending Immortal Pavilion! The pursuer from the Moon God Palace snarled, filled with hatred as he glared at these figures. So close to killing Jiang Pinyin. Yet he had been thwarted by the intervention of the ascending Immortal Pavilion. Shen Tuyi, fuming with indignation, confronted Ran Hongshun. What are you doing? The one who had intervened was indeed Ran Hongshun. She had utilized her innate divine ability, mirror image to create a spatial passage, allowing Jiang Pinyin to reach the square ahead of schedule. We are all disciples of the same pavilion. It was but a simple act, Ran Hongxun replied earnestly. Jiang Pinyin is a prodigy of our division. His growth benefits us all. Her intervention stemmed solely from their shared affiliation with the ascending Immortal Pavilion. Such a foolish act. Shintu Yi chastised angrily. You are creating enemies for our team. This will jeopardize our mission. Ren Hongxun elucidated. We are inherently adversaries of the Moon God Palace. Moreover, our numbers are considerable. They dare not act recklessly. Assisting Jiang Pinyin is merely a trivial matter and will not bear significant consequences. Ren Hongxun had already contemplated the ramifications before taking action. Should repercussions arise, are you prepared to bear the responsibility? Shintu Yi was incensed. Had it not been for Ren Hongxun's intervention, Jiang Pinyin would have undoubtedly perished. The others bore expressions of reproach. If anything goes awry, I shall take responsibility. Ren Hongxun retorted vehemently. We are all members of the same faction. Cooperation among us is essential for mutual survival. If we cannot extend assistance, then what is there to discuss? However, we do possess several formidable cultivators in the late integration stage. The Moon God Palace would not easily engage in battle. What harm is there in offering a helping hand? If everyone remains so selfish, they might as well become solitary cultivators. The practitioners of the Moon God Palace cast resentful glances at them, yet refrained from initiating conflict. Their purpose for being present was not to spill blood, but rather to acquire resources. 3 centuries prior, a Taishu immortal spirit fruit had appeared here, inciting a frenzy among numerous major powers. This fruit has the potential to help an individual condense their immortal root. Achieving this signifies the commencement of a genuine path to cultivation, facilitating ascension far more readily than for others. Consuming a Taishu immortal spirit fruit during the integration stage could elevate one directly to the great ascension stage, underscoring the fruit's immense value. However, obtaining the Taishu immortal spirit fruit is no simple feat. One must demonstrate sufficient talent. Thank you. Jiang Pinyin clasped his hands in gratitude towards Ren Hongxun, acknowledging that the latter had saved his life and, at the very least, spared him a domain-level magical artifact. With no time to spare, Jiang Pinyin swiftly seated himself on the ground, channeling the celestial energy within him to heal his pierced chest. He had already entered the assessment area. No one dared to act here unless they wished for their own demise. Those who dared to engage in conflict within the assessment zone would be annihilated by the prevailing forces. Qian, she glared at Jiang Pinyin, fists clenched in frustration, nearly capable of eliminating the wretch. Due to the regulations of this place, he could not act directly, but would have to wait for Jiang Pinyin to emerge. One individual would remain outside to guard. Should Jiang Pinyin attempt to flee, he would be executed immediately. After issuing the command, Qian, she led the others into the plaza adorned with stone statues. No one paid attention to Jiang Pinyin. All eyes were fixated on the practitioners of the Moon God Palace. Who were they? Their appearances were bizarre. One of them even possessed 5 hands. They were aberrants from Canglan Prefecture. Those infected with such powers typically lost their consciousness. How were they unharmed? Rumors suggested that this peculiar power was unleashed by the Moon God Palace, which seemed to have mastered it, preventing loss of awareness but resulting in physical mutations. The transformations were grotesque, rendering them nearly unrecognizable as human. The crowd recoiled in disgust and fear, wary of contamination from the practitioners of the Moon God Palace. Facing the peculiar gazes of those around him, Qian, she wore a contemptuous expression. A bunch of fools. Our evolution represents the true path of cultivation for practitioners. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Moon God Palace. With that, Qian, she entered the assessment plaza, ready to undertake the challenge. The assessment of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion was straightforward. Combat against stone statues. In the heart of the square, stretching from the entrance to its farthest end, stand 3,000 stone statues, each capable of engaging in combat. The statues closest to the entrance possess weaker prowess, though weak is a relative term. For within these 3,000 statues, apart from the final 100, the remaining 2,900 are the once mighty prodigies of the celestial realm. For countless millennia since the discovery of this celestial abode, innumerable prodigies from the myriad realms have come to challenge its might. Yet the best performance recorded was merely the 2,900 position. Upon defeating a stone statue, it will retreat, leaving behind the challenger's likeness. For ages, no one has managed to reach the rank of 2,900. those who have managed to leave their own statues. Aside from a few talented individuals who fell midway, have all emerged as formidable figures, with some even ascending to immortality. The rank of 2,900 stands as an insurmountable goal. Practitioners from the myriad realms cannot hope to surpass it. Thus, no one considers entering this echelon as an objective. Instead, the focus remains on the final 100 ranks, which align with the aspirations of the celestial prodigies. Tianxi's goal this time is to secure a position within the top 90 of humanity, to showcase her strength to the assembled crowd. Chapter 585. The assessment statues securing a place within the top 90 signifies entry among the most illustrious prodigies of the myriad realms. This is an exceedingly daunting ranking, one that ordinary practitioners scarcely have the chance to attain. Even the last ranked position within this hierarchy commands significant renown in the myriad realms, a source of pride for one's lineage. This ranking has remained unchanged for decades. As Tianxi traverses past the rows of statues, she arrives before the 90th statue, which holds the 2090th overall rank. The spectators are taken aback by her audacity. Has she lost her senses, daring to challenge the esteemed figure ranked 90th? This predecessor once overshadowed contemporaries, possessing unparalleled swordsmanship that distinguished them during the celestial sect selections, and it is rumored they have long since attained immortality in the celestial realm. That arrogant, foolish woman, I wager she will be swiftly eliminated. Observing Tianxi's actions, the onlookers perceive her as an excessively proud and grotesque figure. Typically, challengers begin from the lowest ranks, yet she boldly initiates her challenge from the 90th position, a truly audacious move. I accept the challenge. With her declaration, the surrounding energies coalesce, forming a barrier that envelopes both the statue and Tianxi. The statue, seemingly animated, radiates a formidable aura, reflecting the might it once possessed. Tianxi, at the mid-stage of integration, finds the statue adjusting to match her own level of power. Of course, this adjustment merely alters the strength of the laws at play, without diminishing or augmenting the techniques it wields. The statue brandishes its sword, striking with a swiftness so acute that it is nearly imperceptible. This venerable figure has mastered the art of the swift sword, winning battles through sheer speed. In response, Tianxi immediately employs spatial techniques. As the light of her sword fades into the void, simultaneously invoking her divine ability, Moon Rebirth, the battle is poised to erupt. The profound law glimmered with a spectrum of colors, its formidable energy fluctuations causing the void to tremble. Supreme divine abilities materialized incessantly, and even through the barrier. The might of the two combatants could be sensed. All eyes were fixated on the battlefield, none daring to blink, lest they miss the thrilling clash. Witnessing such a confrontation between top-tier prodigies proved immensely beneficial for observers. It is said that when one's mental prowess reaches a certain level, they can visualize the battles of others within their minds, even comprehending the laws and techniques employed by their adversaries. A truly extraordinary feat, however, this remains mere legend, purportedly possessed only by a legendary emperor, with no other individual known to wield such power. As the battle unfolded, gasps of astonishment arose from the onlookers. Indeed, the esteemed figure, ranked 90 in history, displayed a sword speed so swift that even a late-stage cultivator found it difficult to discern. This woman is no ordinary foe. Her techniques are executed with effortless finesse. Who is she? Within the moon god manor, there exists only one woman capable of such combat prowess, the daughter of the manor's lord, Tianxi. Tianxi? I've heard of her. They say she is a stunning beauty, yet she has transformed into this ghastly form. Upon realizing that the fighter was Tianxi, many who had heard tales of her lamented her current state. Presently, Tianxi appeared ashen, her arms thicker than her torso, and two additional arms protruded from her chest, resembling a patchwork figure, devoid of any semblance of beauty. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge the overwhelming power of this transformation. Tianxi was able to hold her ground against the esteemed elder. Indeed, though both combatants wielded ordinary attacks, Tianxi's strikes proved slightly more potent, and her divine abilities were even stronger. Should she triumph over this elder, I would join the moon god manor. Although I may become less attractive, I yearn for power. The gathered crowd was awestruck by the strength Tianxi displayed, with some even yearning for such power themselves. Jiang Pingan sat not far away, healing his wounds while observing the duel, his mind conjuring images of the two fighters. The power of visualization awakened during his time at the Immortal Ascension Pavilion allowed him to project the combat scenes into his consciousness, enabling him to engage in battle within his mind. At that moment, a voice reached his ears. I will soon use the power of mirroring to create a false image for you. Take the opportunity to escape. The speaker was Ran Hongchun. Thank you, but it is unnecessary. They cannot harm me here, Jiang Pingan responded telepathically. Ran Hongchun was left speechless. While they indeed could not harm him for the moment, could he truly remain there forever? While I am still here, I can assist you a bit. You must leave quickly. I genuinely do not need it. I intend to stay here for a while to search for the Tai Su Immortal Spirit Fruit, Jiang Pingan declared. He felt deeply moved by the woman's willingness to help, as she had just saved him. Everyone desires the Tai Su Immortal Spirit Fruit, but such treasures are not easily obtained. Typically, only those ranked within the top 80 of the human race in the Yuan realm have a chance of acquiring them. Ran Hongchun sensed that Jiang Pingan was lost in a dream. The top 80 figures of the human race in the Yuan realm signify the illustrious Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Throughout the vast expanse of history spanning several 100,000 years, those who have attained the integration stage and secured a place among the top 80 are monumental figures. Each a paragon of their era, with none having fallen midway. They have all become renowned. For instance, the 81st position belongs to Rosu, the master of the Canglan Prefecture's branch. Even a powerhouse like him ranks a mere 81st. Moreover, even if Jiang Pingan were to fortuitously enter the top 80, there is no guarantee he would obtain the Tai Su Immortal Spirit Fruit, as this reward is entirely random and dependent on luck. There's no need to trouble yourself. I have my own plans. Jiang Pingan declined the offer with resolute determination. Finding the Tai Su Immortal Spirit Fruit is his sole avenue for breaking through. Without it, he would remain unable to transcend, become an immortal, or resurrect his parents. Ran Hongchun felt a surge of irritation. How could Jiang Pingan be so foolish? In such dire circumstances, he still clung to thoughts of treasures, a true epitome of greed. Forget it. It's futile to advise the stubborn, she mused. Noticing his silence, Jiang Pingan resumed his observation of the battle, mentally engaging in the duel between the two combatants. As word spread of the fierce battle, more and more cultivators flocked to witness the clash between Tianxi and the statue, their gasps of awe and admiration echoing throughout the venue. To be able to contend with the sword cultivator ranked 90 among the human race in such a manner would undoubtedly earn them renown across the Yuan realm. The battle raged on for 5 consecutive days and nights, with no one departing, all waiting for a resolution. An unspoken anticipation filled the air, as if a prodigy was about to make their mark across the entire Yuan realm. On the 5th day, Tianxi bore the marks of countless sword wounds, her blood flowing a ghastly gray dye. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Tianxi wrapped her 4 arms around the statue, and a sharp claw sprouted from her shoulder, shattering the statue's head in a single strike. In that moment, the 3,000 statue at the entrance erupted, causing the statue's rank below 2,990 to retreat. The statue of the sword cultivator, initially ranked 90, fell to 91, while the position of 90 was claimed by Tianxi's statue, now adorned with 5 arms. A profound shock rippled through the spectators. The Yuan realm had witnessed the emergence of another supreme prodigy. As long as she does not fall, she is destined for immortality and will undoubtedly become a formidable power. Ran Hongchun's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that Tianxi had indeed accomplished the extraordinary. Within the entire Canglan Prefecture branch, no peer could hope to surpass her. Should this woman continue to grow, she would inevitably become a significant adversary. Chapter 586. The target of Jiang Pingan's challenge, a remarkable talent, has emerged. Tianxi, ranked 90 among the historical figures in the integration stage. Achieving the height of 90 on her first challenge is certain to astonish the entire Yuan realm. The Moon Goddess Mansion is truly formidable. As long as Tianxi does not fall, she is virtually assured of ascension. Tianxi's victory over the statue ranked 90 sparked a tremendous uproar, and the onlookers erupted in exclamations of admiration. Standing atop her statue, Tianxi reveled in the awe and reverence of those around her. Anyone who joins my Moon Goddess Mansion shall be granted such power. Together, we shall ascend to immortality. Seizing the moment, Tianxi began to recruit, targeting those with tokens and respectable status, ensuring they were worth courting. A cultivator immediately exclaimed, "I wish to join the Moon God Palace." "So do I," I wish to join as well. The strength displayed by Qian, she left many cultivators awestruck. This power was likely comparable to the rumored celestial force. Although this power could render one unappealing, its sheer might was undeniably captivating. Many yearned for strength, disregarding appearances. Several cultivators from the ascending Immortal Pavilion of Canglan Prefecture bore heavy hearts, as if a great mountain pressed upon them. The Moon God Palace was formidable in itself, and with the acquisition of this anomalous power, its combat prowess visibly surged. If this continued, the Moon God Palace's strength was bound to become unfathomable. Ran Hongqian once again warned Jiang Pinyin, "You must leave quickly. The only one who might stand a chance against Tianxi in the future is you. You cannot afford to encounter mishaps here." Aware that she was no match for Tianxi, Ran Hongqian recognized that among the entire Canglan Prefecture branch, only Jiang Pinyin possessed the potential to overcome Tianxi. Jiang Pingyin's combat strength was well known, having even triumphed over Qiu Pingxing, who had attained celestial energy. Should anything happen to Jiang Pinyin here, it would be unlikely for anyone to contend with Tianxi in the future. Thus, it was imperative to ensure Jiang Pingyin's safety. Jiang Pinyin slowly rose to his feet. Ran Hongqian exhaled in relief. This man was not entirely foolish. Do not make any sudden movements. I shall create an illusion for you to leave discreetly. However, Jiang Pinyin did not respond nor retreat. Instead, he advanced forward. What are you doing? Ran Hongqian shouted. This fool is not seizing the opportunity to flee, but is moving forward instead. Does he wish to draw the attention of the Moon God Palace? A challenge. Jiang Pinyin calmly replied. Upon hearing this, Ran Hongqian nearly spat blood in frustration. She had thought him to be a clever man who would hastily escape. To her dismay, he was instead a fool, intent on issuing a challenge. If Jiang Pinyin drew too much attention, the Moon God Palace would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Tianxi, reveling in the attention of others, noticed Jiang Pinyin approaching her. The moment she laid eyes on him, her smile vanished, replaced by a grotesque expression. Jiang Pinyin, that scoundrel, must be intent on challenging her statue, seeking to highlight his own prowess. Had it not been for the restriction against violence here, she would have certainly dealt with this scoundrel. As Jiang Pinyin drew near, Tianxi opened her mouth. Jiang Pinyin, do not think that you. Yet before she could finish, she saw Jiang Pinyin walk past her, completely disregarding her presence. Tianxi's expression froze, then contorted with rage as two additional eyes sprouted upon her face, glaring furiously at Jiang Pinyin. She had assumed Jiang Pinyin was approaching to provoke her, only to realize he completely ignored her. More infuriating than provocation was the utter disregard. Jiang Pinyin was indifferent to her, nearly driving Tianxi to the brink of fury. Others also took notice of Jiang Pinyin, diverting their gaze from Tianxi. Oh, isn't that the one who was severely injured by a late-stage cultivator of the Moon God Palace? It took him 5 days to recover. How remarkable is his recuperative ability? What's so surprising about it? He must have consumed some high-grade healing elixir. But what is he doing? Why is he still moving forward? Is he challenging the statue? A challenge? He is courting death. Those esteemed predecessors ranked higher than him could defeat him with a single move. Each statue stands as a testament to the extraordinary figures of past eras, having endured countless ages. How could some unknown trash dare to challenge them? Ran Hongqian's expression shifted dramatically as she recalled what Jiang Pinyin had previously said about desiring the Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruit. She had informed him that to obtain it, one must at least rank within the top 80. Could it be that Jiang Pinyin truly intends to challenge the statue of the 80th ranked figure? That would be tantamount to suicide. Even if Jiang Pinyin is indeed formidable, a single misstep could lead to his demise. As Jiang Pinyin traversed the solid stone slabs, he passed by towering statues, each representing a legendary figure who had swept through their respective eras, leaving behind their own legendary tales. Sword God Wei Lan, Boxing King Chui Chun, Taiyan Divine Body Su Halian, and the Ascension Pavilion's Luo Su. Although merely statues, they still exuded the unparalleled grandeur of these prodigies. And the weight of history was palpable. Jiang Pinyin moved slowly, passing one historical figure after another. As he ventured further, the crowd began to realize that this man was indeed on a path to self-destruction. If he were to stop before the statue ranked 90, one could merely call it arrogance. However, he continued past the statue of the 80-ranked figure without pausing. Was this not a death wish? Ran Hongqian shouted, Jiang Pinyin, come back. If you truly wish to challenge, take it step by step. This will lead to death. Even Qian, she dared only to challenge those ranked 90. What was Jiang Pinyin aiming to accomplish? He approached the statue of the 80-ranked figure without hesitation, continuing on. Was he intending to challenge the top-ranked Saint King of the human race directly? As Ran Hongqian pondered this casually, her thoughts swiftly materialized into reality. Jiang Pinyin passed by legendary figures of history and ultimately halted before the statue of the Saint King, who ranked first among the human race and 2,901st overall. All eyes turned to Jiang Pinyin, hopeful that he was indeed challenging the Saint King, thus allowing them to witness the elder's prowess. Even if it were merely a single strike from the Saint King, it would suffice. They wished for Jiang Pinyin to muster the courage to confront the Saint King. Fellow cultivator, I believe you can overcome the Saint King and etch your name in history. Go. Do not hesitate. Everyone anticipated Jiang Pingyin's challenge, eager to see this legendary figure in action. The Saint King, a paragon of excellence, was said to hail from another realm, having established a cultivation system that continues to influence the present, amplifying the overall strength of the Yuan realm several-fold. He was also the first to discover the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, ultimately achieving a ranking of 2,901. This rank represents the pinnacle of the human race. For hundreds of thousands of years, countless gifted individuals have aspired to surpass it, yet none have reached such heights. The Saint King is revered by all. To defeat the Saint King? Such a notion is utterly unfathomable. Initially, Qian, she was incensed by Jiang Pingyin's disregard, but upon witnessing his audacious actions, she found herself elated. This fool, Jiang Pinyin, truly believes himself strong enough to conquer the Saint King. Chapter 587. The battle. Saint King Jiang Pinyin stood before the towering statue, gazing at the venerable figure. The visage of the Saint King was obscured by an enigmatic force, rendering it inscrutable, as if it were a taboo of the cosmos. Standing before the statue, an overwhelming pressure akin to that of the stars bore down upon him. This was the second time Jiang Pinyin had encountered such an oppressive rival of the same tier, the first being the portrait of the emperor. However, the emperor's painting was merely a casual rendering from his youth, lacking any substantial power. In contrast, this statue encapsulated the pinnacle combat prowess of the Saint King at this realm. Had the Saint King's statue and the emperor's portrait engaged in battle within the same realm, victory would undoubtedly belong to the statue. The Saint King stood upon the shoulders of the emperor, merging the dual realms of cultivation, and with the aid of the treasure basin, became the most astonishing figure following the emperor. Indeed, Jiang Pinyin had some connection with the Saint King. The first adversary he faced upon creating the initial realm was a projection left by the Saint King in his earlier days. Naturally, that was merely a projection resulting from the fluctuations of the laws, possessing limited combat strength. It was under the oppressive influence of the Saint King's malevolent thoughts that Jiang Pinyin awakened his spiritual force. Jiang Pinyin clasped his fists in salute, seeking guidance. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers chuckled, finding his politeness somewhat amusing. They speculated whether this fool could withstand a single strike from the Saint King. Having survived a full-force attack from a late-stage harmonization cultivator, he must possess some skill. Perhaps he could endure 10 exchanges before the Saint King. 10 exchanges? 3 would be generous. The crowd gazed upon the statue of the Saint King with reverence, grateful to this fool for affording them the opportunity to witness the Saint King's unparalleled majesty. With a peculiar sound resonating, an array of symbols emerged, enveloping both the statue and Jiang Pinyin. The statue of the Saint King appeared to come to life, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of brilliance that illuminated the entire arena, resembling a deity in dominion. The immense pressure radiated from the center of the arena, compelling everyone to retreat in trepidation, their hearts filled with awe. Was this the might of the Saint King? The mere aura emanating from him extinguished any thoughts of battle. Jiang Pinyin stood resolute at the forefront of this pressure, his raven hair swirling wildly, his garments rustling fiercely. Unfazed, his eyes blazed with a fierce flame. Bearing the saint body, he was destined for combat. He yearned for confrontation, for the opportunity to witness extraordinary techniques, and to encounter unparalleled prodigies among his peers. The Saint King, a transcendent figure who established the cultivation system, had influenced the existence of 2 realms. Faced with such an opponent, Jiang Pinyin found it challenging to suppress his inner desire for battle. With a resounding boom, a powerful celestial force surged forth from Jiang Pinyin, fueled by his martial intent. A black and gold battle spirit enveloped him, as if he were clad in formidable armor. The principles of destruction, Combat intent, strength, and gravity converged in his hands, coalescing into the first form of the Annihilation Fist. Empowered by the Emperor's palm imprint and the barbarian totem patterns, this punch represented the mightiest strike Jiang Pinyin had ever unleashed. As he swung his fist, it felt as though the very heavens and earth were drawn into a dance, initially mocking the practitioners of Jiang Pinyin. The onlookers found their laughter abruptly halted as they felt the force of his punch, their eyes widening in astonishment. Could this truly be the technique wielded by a practitioner at the early stage of integration? From the faint aura of profound meaning emanating from Jiang Pinyin, one could discern that he had merely just stepped into this realm. Yet the strength of that punch was far beyond what one would expect from a practitioner at such an early stage of integration. The statue of the Holy King raised its hand, merging the energies of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, into a rune shield that stood before it. At the moment Jiang Pinyin's fist struck, the laws of the 5 elements erupted in dazzling brilliance, forming a strange power that absorbed the impact of his blow. Jiang Pinyin's gaze sharpened. How could such a formidable punch be so effortlessly thwarted? Summoning the secret mental technique of rebirth, a human-faced demon spider, representative of the mid to late stage of integration, materialized behind the statue of the Holy King. This creature had been slain by Jiang Pinyin during his battle with the demon clan using the celestial slaughter sword. Through his formidable mental prowess, he could temporarily control this human-faced demon spider. The spider unleashed venomous silk towards the statue in a surprise attack. At that moment, the Holy King's form suddenly split, revealing a translucent body that appeared almost liquid. The poisoned silk, upon contact with this water-like doppelganger, not only failed to inflict harm, but was also completely dissolved. This water entity possessed an extraordinary corrosive quality. The spider's legs pierced into the watery form, yet still caused no damage whatsoever. Jiang Pinyin was profoundly shocked. This was a human-faced demon spider of the late integration stage, unable to harm the water clone. Within the confines of the barrier, four figures clashed with fervor. As the laws of heaven and earth were thrown into disarray, and the skies changed their hues. The rules governing this testing ground sensed the tumult and expanded the spatial barrier tenfold. The onlookers outside were left dumbfounded, taking a long time to regain their composure. Celestial aura. This individual possessed celestial energy. Who was he? What was that spider, and how did it emerge? It bore the strength of a late-stage integration practitioner. Such terrifying martial prowess, such powerful techniques. How had they never witnessed anything like this before? As the battle commenced, the display of Jiang Pinyin's strength stirred a monumental uproar. Not only were those unfamiliar with him astounded, but even members of the ascending Immortal Pavilion were equally shocked. What was happening? How did Jiang Pinyin possess celestial energy? Hadn't he failed to acquire the celestial transformation technique? Despite having left the main branch of the ascending Immortal Pavilion without obtaining the celestial transformation technique, how was he now wielding celestial energy? It could only mean he possessed a celestial-level cultivation method. Given the inherent limitations of the Yuan realm, it is exceedingly rare for practitioners capable of cultivating celestial-level techniques to arise. Although some do exist, they are prodigious talents, 1 in a million. For the rest to pursue celestial-level cultivation, they must rely on extraordinary resources for development. It remains unclear whether Jiang Pinyin is a natural genius or the product of special resources. In truth, neither is the case. He has mastered the celestial concealment technique. As the fierce confrontation between Jiang Pinyin and the statue of the Holy King unfolded, the hearts of onlookers raced with fervent intensity. Each strike exchanged between the two was nothing short of terrifying, seemingly capable of piercing through all. The Holy King wielded the secret arts of the 5 elements, complemented by a water avatar that could corrode anything in its path, overpowering even the late-stage human-faced demon spider. Of course, it might be attributed to Jiang Pinyin's still developing spiritual strength, hindering the full potential of the demon spider. However, one thing was certain, at this realm, the Holy King could withstand the assaults of ordinary late-stage cultivators. A cultivator swallowed hard, fixated on Jiang Pinyin amidst the battle, his voice trembling. Could this individual truly have a chance at defeating the Holy King? Surely, that was a jest. How could the Holy King possibly lose? It was rumored that the Holy King possessed 3 bodies and had only revealed 2 thus far. As discussions swirled among the crowd, the statue of the Holy King once again split, giving rise to a new avatar radiating an unparalleled, domineering aura. It had emerged, the mightiest physique of the human race. The Overlord body. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the assembly. The Overlord body, a unique constitution of the Holy King, boasted strength and defense that reached the zenith of human capability. Its overwhelming power eclipsed all peers, capable of sweeping aside cultivators of equal rank. In later accounts, the Holy King even shattered the barriers of the celestial realm with a single punch, leaving behind countless immortal legends. Within the hierarchy of the human physique in the Yuan realm, the Overlord body consistently held the top position. Upon its appearance, the terrifying blood qi emanating from the Overlord body resembled a blazing sun, instilling a palpable sense of searing heat. The fact that this individual could compel the Holy King to utilize 3 bodies marked him as a formidable contender. Witnessing Jiang Pingan's prowess, the crowd ceased their mockery, though they remained skeptical of his ability to triumph over the Holy King. With the emergence of the Overlord body, it seemed this battle was destined for an abrupt conclusion. If one did not hastily flee, they risked being obliterated by a single punch. Kill him! Kill him! Tianxi glared at Jiang Pingan, fervently praying in his heart for the Holy King to vanquish him. Jiang Pingan ceased his use of the rebirth technique. For in the face of such an existence as the Holy King, this ordinary late-stage human-faced demon spider was too taxing on his mental energy and of little consequence. The peculiar nature of the water avatar rendered it immune to conventional laws of harm. 2 bodies emerged from Jiang Pingan, 3 figures now standing in the void, confronting the 3 statues of the Holy King from a distance. Witnessing this scene, Ran Hongxian transmitted a message: "Your avatars are futile. Come out swiftly." The Holy King employs the secret technique Dao Body, and each avatar is an independent entity. It's a 3-against-1 situation. The avatars created by secret techniques differ immensely from those that are merely split from the main body. Each distinct body can cultivate and battle independently, akin to having 3 persons. In contrast, ordinary avatars are merely energy divided from the main body. While they may enhance combat strength momentarily, they are unsustainable over time. Such avatars could never hope to rival the Holy King's Dao body. Within the barrier, as 6 bodies emerged, their formidable presence caused the very fabric of space to tremble violently. The 2 sides clashed once more, igniting a peak battle at the initial stage of integration, spawning 3 separate battlegrounds. The clash between the holy demon body and the dominant body represents a collision of physiques. It is the most primal form of combat. Each impact resonates like thunder, shattering the void and causing mountains to crumble with a mere flick of the wrist. Ran Hongxian stands in astonishment, dumbfounded. The power of Jiang Pingan's avatar proves to be utterly on par with the dominant body. No, this is certainly not an ordinary avatar. Jiang Pingan's manifestation embodies an intense battle intent, a remarkably rare principle seldom seen throughout history. Those who comprehend this principle are invariably warriors consumed by the thrill of combat. At that moment, a voice nearby exclaimed, "Look at that body battling against the Holy King's water avatar. It possesses the power of devouring." Many observers noted that Jiang Pingan's avatar, in its skirmishes with the water avatar, absorbed a considerable amount of its spiritual energy. Moreover, this devouring avatar exhibits terrifying recuperative abilities, rapidly healing its corroded form, completely unperturbed by the water avatar's decay. Astonishingly, these 2 avatars are not inferior to the Holy King at all. Who can enlighten me on the origins of this prodigious individual? It is evident to all that Jiang Pingan's avatar is not a mere duplicate, but rather a manifestation of secret techniques. Both avatars display formidable combat prowess. One wields the principle of battle intent, capable of contending with the legendary dominant body. The other possesses the rare ability to devour, seemingly able to consume all forms of power. Each of these corporeal forms could be deemed unparalleled throughout history. The crowd momentarily forgot the commotion caused by Tianxi, their attention fixated on the duel between Jiang Pingan and the Holy King. 6 corporeal forms, 3 battlefields. Each arena a pinnacle of combat, an overwhelming spectacle to behold. Ran Hongxian felt her cheeks flush, embarrassed by her earlier demeanor. This insufferable man, so powerful yet reticent, left her in a state of anxiety. Observing Jiang Pingan navigating the battlefield, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. From whence does this man hail, and what is his past? Such an extraordinary figure. Why had she never heard of him prior to his joining the Ascendant Pavilion? After the initial shock, The others from the Ascendant Pavilion were gripped by regret. Regardless of whether Jiang Pinyin could defeat the Holy King, his displayed strength was sufficient to affirm his might. Should he avoid misfortune and continue to grow, he would undoubtedly become a significant figure. They had squandered an opportunity to forge a connection with him. Now, they found themselves wishing fervently for Jiang Pinyin not to overcome the Holy King, perhaps to lessen their own regret. If Jiang Pinyin were to triumph over the Holy King, it would signify that he had surpassed the pinnacle of humanity in the combined realm. Such an achievement would echo throughout eternity. Meanwhile, Tian Shi and her companions from the Moon God Mansion harbored even more malevolent intentions. The stronger Jiang Pinyin appeared, the more they were consumed by fear and trepidation. Anxious about his potential growth, they desperately wished for his downfall. No matter the circumstances, Jiang Pinyin must not leave the Tianlan Immortal Mansion alive. On the battlefield, 6 figures continuously collided, unleashing an array of supreme secret techniques and divine abilities that illuminated the skies. The Holy King wielded the principles of the 5 elements, manifesting terrifying power as various elite techniques unfolded. The fusion of the laws of gold and earth, along with the convergence of the laws of water and wood, results in a continuous reorganization and release of 5 distinct laws, perpetually unleashing techniques that catch Jiang Pinyin completely off guard, rendering him defenseless. He even experiences the illusion that many of these techniques are spontaneously conjured by the Holy King, feeling their rawness yet undeniable potency. Each clash is fraught with the specter of life and death. With a sudden thrust, an ice spike pierces Jiang Pingin's body. Yet he retaliates with a fierce punch to the Holy King's shoulder, both of them being forced to retreat before charging back into the fray. Techniques such as the Destruction Fist, the Limitless Fist, the Sealing Heavens, and the Star Manipulation are all unleashed in this moment, showcasing the entirety of Jiang Pingin's lifelong training. As the battle rages on, his body becomes marred with wounds, blood flowing freely and bones exposed, yet his eyes shine ever brighter. This sensation, this feeling of being invincible, is intoxicating. Treading upon the shattered void, Jiang Pinyin swings his bloodied fists. Each collision and pang of pain ignites an unquenchable fighting spirit within him. His will to battle evolves, merging his soul, body, and the laws of the universe. He transcends through combat, grows stronger through adversity, as his blood surges with fervor. Each clash sends shivers down the spines of onlookers, stirring their blood and prompting them to use communication talismans to reach out to others. Brothers, come quickly. Witness this pinnacle duel. I swear, someone is challenging the Holy King's statue, and the two are evenly matched. After this battle, regardless of whether he can triumph over the Holy King, this individual will undoubtedly leave a lasting legacy throughout the entire realm of Yuan. Everyone will remember his name. Chapter 589. The complete version of the Tao body. Can anyone truly contend with the Holy King? Surely this is a jest. Who possesses the strength to battle such a figure? Those who receive the news could scarcely believe it. The Holy King, an unparalleled entity of an era, has swept away all peers, established the cultivation system, and fought against immortals, remaining invincible for ages. For countless millennia, the Holy King has held the record for the ranking during the fusion stage, a feat that has never been surpassed. Now, the claim that an obscure cultivator could stand against the Holy King seems absurd to any rational mind. Yet, a handful of individuals still gather to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing the figure daring to confront the Holy King, they are left in awe. Jiang Pingin's holy demon body clone engages fiercely with the tyrannical body, devouring a clone that disregards the terrifying corrosive powers of the water clone. Both are evenly matched. This individual's clone is surprisingly not inferior to the Holy King. Is he perhaps utilizing the secret technique known as the Tao body? It is evident to the onlookers that Jiang Pingin's mastery of the laws is still in its infancy, clearly just having broken through. To fully comprehend the laws of the Tao is to reach the mid-fusion stage. Only by merging soul, body, and the heavenly laws, known as the harmonization of Tao, can one attain the late fusion stage, deepening their command over the laws of the Tao. Complete integration with the heavenly Tao, touching upon the rules of the domain, allows for a breakthrough to the great ascension stage, granting mastery over domain power. Yet, this combatant facing the Holy King, though lacking in law mastery compared to the Holy King's statue, still manages to stand toe-to-toe with him. Many harbor doubts. If this individual were to fully comprehend the profound laws, Could he truly vanquish the Holy King? His name is Jiang, hailing from the Canglan branch of the ascending Immortal Pavilion. As word of his name spread, it began to echo among the many cultivators who gathered to witness the confrontation, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Would this mark the rise of a new legend, or merely the continuation of the Holy King's saga? The answer would be determined in this fateful battle. The clash appeared endless, extending over 3 days, then another 3, 10 days, and yet another 10. The spectators were left in awe. Such an intense confrontation would leave ordinary cultivators either drained of spiritual energy or unable to keep pace. In contrast, Jiang seemed to thrive amidst the chaos, his mastery of the profound combat intent soaring ever higher. With the aid of his devouring avatar, his energy restoration was remarkably swift, and when the other two bodies ran low on energy, merging them would resolve the issue. The Holy King's avatars were formidable as well, perpetually replenished by the technique known as endless life. Jiang soon realized that this technique was not merely a restoration spell. It was a method for revitalizing spiritual energy. The version understood by the predecessors of the Great Xia was far from complete. As the battle raged on, day turned to night and back again. An array of secret techniques blossomed within the void. After countless exchanges, when Jiang devouring avatar had exhausted its energy, an overwhelming suction force erupted from his being, drawing in the Holy King's water avatar. Under the corrosive might of the water avatar, Jiang devouring avatar suffered grievous damage, its form riddled with decay. However, the water avatar sustained even greater injury. The technique Dao Body, while powerful, bore a critical flaw. If one avatar perished, all would perish. Fearless of the water avatar's assault, the devouring avatar pressed on, ready to eradicate the Holy King. In this battle, he emerged victorious, fully consuming the Holy King's water avatar. Yet, the anticipated outcome eluded him. Upon the water avatar's demise, the other two bodies did not perish. Jiang expression darkened, confusion and concern flooding his mind. What transpired? Why had they not perished? To his utter astonishment, a translucent water avatar emerged from within the Holy King. The water avatar had reappeared. Jiang pupils constricted in disbelief. Impossible. He had clearly slain the water avatar. Logically, the other bodies should have perished as well. How could a new avatar come into existence? Was this the true, complete form of the Dao body? Indeed, the whisper from the stained world confirmed his suspicions. Merely slaying one avatar was insufficient to harm the Holy King. The true body must be eliminated to prevent the emergence of any avatars. Furthermore, even if the true body was slain, the other two bodies must also be eradicated. The Holy King's 3 forms surged through the void towards Jiang. Perhaps influenced by the mounting pressure, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining continuous injuries. A collective sigh of relief emerged from the crowd. Jiang seemed on the verge of collapse. This battle was nearing its conclusion, and the Holy King's position remained unshakable. This battle lasted an entire month, straining my eyes, yet the rewards were immense. Jiang is truly extraordinary. His combat prowess likely ranks among the top 3 of all time in the integration stage. As the tides turned against him, it seemed to everyone that the end of this conflict was imminent. After such a prolonged struggle, Jiang spirit and physique appeared to have reached their limits. However, they soon realized their misjudgment. Jiang swiftly regained his composure, his indomitable spirit causing his battle armor to radiate brilliantly. It seemed as though he would never tire. Wielding the chaotic ancient artifact in his left hand and the demon-subduing staff in his right, engaging in an epic clash with the Holy King at the pinnacle of the integration stage. A monster. This man is indeed a monster. How long must this battle continue? Could it be that Jiang's mastery in the integration stage has truly reached the level of the Holy King? Even the observing cultivators felt fatigue, not to mention the participants in the fray. That Jiang could maintain his focus amidst such intense combat was nothing short of monstrous. On the 37th day, the devouring avatar once again consumed the water avatar, yet the Holy King recreated the avatar once more. By the 40th day, the Holy King employed a powerful 5-element secret technique to conjure an immensely formidable formation, nearly leading to Jiang's demise. Had it not been for his timely use of a mental secret technique to summon a human-faced demon spider of the late integration stage to shield him, he would have undoubtedly perished. The human-faced demon spider was slain. Seizing this moment, Jiang Pinyin consumed the Holy King's water avatar once again. With both his body and spirit reaching their limits, every second in this fierce duel with such a peak existence was a matter of life and death. Yet the Holy King's stone avatar showed no signs of fatigue, nor did it possess any limitations in spirit. On the 55th day, Jiang Pinyin could no longer endure. His reaction slowed, and the Holy King's formidable avatar inflicted severe damage upon the sacred demon body. If you cannot win, then concede and challenge the second. The spectators were on the brink of exhaustion, yet yearned to witness the outcome. As if he could hear their cries, Jiang Pinyin merged the three bloodied bodies into one. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. It seemed he was about to concede, signaling the end of this fierce contest. The Holy King continued to etch his legend, unassailable at the top. Perhaps, after several centuries of comprehending the profound laws, Jiang Pinyin might have the opportunity to challenge for the first position. Just as everyone anticipated Jiang Pinyin's exit, he unexpectedly charged directly at the Holy King's true form. His determination remained unyielded, though it seemed futile. The onlookers understood his actions. Who wouldn't he aspire to be the best? But not everyone can ascend to that pinnacle, especially not at Jiang Pinyin's present level. Suddenly, the demonic armor enveloping him erupted with an ancient and mysterious aura, and a projection piercing the heavens materialized behind him. His aura surged to 6 times its usual intensity. He still had a trump card. Chapter 590, New Rankings. No one anticipated that at such a critical juncture, Jiang Pinyin still possessed a hidden strength. His combat power escalated from 5-fold to 6-fold. The relentless days of peak combat had enhanced his understanding of the profound laws, granting him the opportunity to unleash the 5th layer of the Battle God technique. Although he could not fully unleash his power yet, it was sufficient. At this moment, Jiang Pinyin resembled a deity descending upon the earth, exuding a formidable aura that caused the spatial barrier to tremble violently. His body transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting forth at an astonishing speed. The statue of the Holy King reacted swiftly, immediately employing the 5-element secret technique for defense. Jiang Pinyin activated the second form of the Annihilation Fist, known as Chaos of the Ancient Times. The laws of heaven and earth descended into disarray, all rules becoming chaotic. The defensive magic of the Holy King dissipated, and Jiang Pinyin seized this fleeting opportunity to invoke the Celestial Seal, momentarily trapping the Holy King, and unleashed the first form of the Annihilation Fist. The Holy King retreated at once. However, the terrifying currents of law imbued with celestial power, akin to the gaping maw of a demon, devoured the 3 bodies of the Holy King. Wherever the force of the fist swept through, everything was obliterated, and the 3 bodies were crushed under the overwhelming power. Aside from the remaining remnants of the dominant body, the other 2 were reduced to ashes. The once thundering battlefield fell into an eerie silence, save for the chilling tempest that swept across the arena. Jiang Pinyin stood resolutely in the void, his white hair billowing, crimson blood trickling from his fingertips, gasping for breath. His body and spirit had reached their limits. This was his final punch. He had vanquished the Holy King with a single blow. Everyone appeared frozen in place, incredulously gazing at that figure. At this moment, he loomed larger than life in their eyes, inspiring awe. The Holy King, who had established the cultivation system and remained unchallenged for hundreds of thousands of years, had been defeated. Boom. In the square, the last statue shattered, and the remaining 99 statues moved in unison, stirring up clouds of dust. This was the first occurrence of such a spectacle in hundreds of thousands of years. These statues had hardly moved even once in decades. This time, all statues were animated. Jiang Pinyin had triumphed. History. I have witnessed history. Inconceivable. Jiang Pinyin's combat prowess at the stage of integration had reached the pinnacle among humanity. Shouts and gasps echoed, a crescendo of excitement that seemed to reverberate throughout the celestial lawn Immortal mansion. No one had anticipated such an outcome. Jiang Pinyin had forged a new legend, an event capable of shaking the entirety of the Yuan realm and stirring the great powers. The disciples of the Moon God Mansion, already pale, appeared even grayer now. A tempest of murderous intent and fear surged within them. They could scarcely fathom how terrifying Jiang Pinyin would become as he continued to grow. Whatever the cost, he must be extinguished. Ran Hongshan covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. She finally understood why she was unable to replicate Jiang Pinyin's innate divine abilities. How could such a monster be duplicated? For reasons unknown, Ran Hongxian found Jiang Pingyun strikingly handsome, as if he radiated light. Previously envious of Jiang Pingyun for various reasons, Shen Tuyi's expression shifted several times before he suddenly chuckled at himself. Once envious of his counterpart, he realized that they were not even on the same level. Harboring jealousy towards such a person was merely self-inflicted torment. Such individuals could only be revered from afar. Jiang Pingyun's statue appeared in the 2,901st position, marking the pinnacle ranking achieved by humanity in the Yuan realm. However, within the confines of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, Jiang Pingyun found himself ranked a mere 2,901st, a position that placed him at the very bottom. Ahead of him lay 2,900 formidable adversaries, each ranking a chasm apart from the next. The celestial realm is not solely inhabited by immortals. It also hosts lower-tier cultivators. Those who grasp the profound laws of the universe do not refer to themselves merely as cultivators of the integration stage. For the individuals preceding him are all adept in the comprehension of these arcane principles. As the spatial barrier dissipated, Jiang Pingyun stood resolutely within his statue, proclaiming aloud his desire for the Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruit. Such locales typically harbor the vestiges of powerful beings, tasked with overseeing the trials. Jiang Pingyun sought to ascertain whether he could directly request the coveted Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruit. The plaza's trials offered only a single reward per attempt. With each prize being randomized, the higher the ranking, the more splendid the reward, with his status as the foremost among the human race. Obtaining the Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruit seemed well within reach. Suddenly, a voice, steeped in ancient wisdom, resonated, "Defeat 3 more statues, and the Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruit shall be yours." Upon hearing this voice, those still reeling from shock experienced another tremor in their bodies. The consciousness within the Immortal Mansion had indeed responded. Many were aware that the Tianlan Immortal Mansion housed the consciousness left by its master, overseeing this realm. Yet it had remained silent until now. Throughout history, countless extraordinary talents had ventured here, performing remarkably in their trials and yearning to connect with the mansion. However, until this moment, the Tianlan Immortal Mansion had never responded. The desire to commune with the mansion's consciousness was straightforward. These immortal abodes possessed legacies that many sought to inherit. This marked the first instance of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion responding to another. Jealousy filled the gazes of the onlookers directed at Jiang Pingyun. The mansion's consciousness, by acknowledging Jiang Pingyun, clearly recognized his exceptional performance. Upon hearing the stipulation presented, Jiang Pingyun furrowed his brow in contemplation. Logically, given his achievements, he should be entitled to the Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruit. Why then was there a condition attached? Moreover, this condition was formidable. The gap between each rank was immense, and advancing even a single position necessitated considerable enhancement, a height unattainable even by many holy kings. At his current level, Jiang Pingyun felt utterly incapable of surpassing this challenge. Yet, he found himself with no alternatives. Should he fail to acquire the Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruit, he would be unable to coalesce his immortal root, forever stalling at this juncture. Without further ado, Jiang Pingyun seated himself upon his statue, focusing on regaining his physical strength and mental clarity. Although defeating 3 opponents was daunting, it was not beyond reach. Presently, he had merely grazed the surface of the profound laws, yet to fully comprehend their essence. Should he succeed in mastering these laws completely, his combat prowess would ascend to a new echelon. However, this endeavor would demand a considerable span of time, perhaps years, decades, or even centuries. Witnessing Jiang Pingyun's continued inactivity, those behind him began to murmur. Surely, he would not dare to persist in his challenges? He had only bested a holy king with a single blow. It seemed nearly impossible for him to press onward against even stronger foes. Perhaps there exists an opportunity. Let us not forget that his understanding of the profound laws remains fundamentally incomplete. Not to mention the other laws, simply focusing on the law of destruction, this rare principle, when elevated to the level of profundity, rivals the most formidable divine abilities, and, when combined with such powers, becomes even more formidable. Nevertheless, the stone statues ahead represent cultivators from the celestial realm, masters of celestial-level techniques. How could they possibly be weak? While some harbor faith in Jiang Pingyun's ability to succeed in his challenge, the majority remain skeptical. Those who have dared to confront the stone statues understand that the disparity in strength among them is immense. Before Jiang Pinyin lies a host of celestial realm cultivators, equipped with celestial level techniques, wielding celestial energy, and comprehending the rules of the celestial path. For humanity, the pinnacle of the integration stage is the Sacred King. No, it is now Jiang Pinyin. Jiang Pinyin may only challenge a single statue. Attempting to confront three is utterly impossible. Chapter 591. The stirring of the primordial realm. This battle ignited a fervent passion within me. I too must embark on a challenge. Witnessing Jiang Pinyin's clash with the Sacred King stirred the hearts of many cultivators, instilling an indomitable spirit as they entered the plaza to challenge the 3,000th cultivator. Yet, the outcome was swift and decisive. They were cast out. Goodness, even the 3,000th cultivator possesses such strength. What sort of monsters lie ahead? The fervor within these cultivators swiftly extinguished. They composed themselves. This is the pinnacle of the integration stage, accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. Not something to be challenged lightly. Only those who have faced the stone statues truly comprehend the daunting difficulty of entering the top 100 of the integration stage for humanity. Realizing the vast chasm that separates them from Jiang Pinyin, they could only gaze longingly at Jiang Pinyin's retreating figure, forever out of reach. The news of Jiang Pinyin's victory over the Sacred King statue spread throughout the primordial realm with astonishing rapidity, sending tremors through the major superpowers, even alarming the celestial beings. Who is Jiang Pinyin? How could he possibly vanquish the Sacred King? Why had this name never before been heard? What insidious means did he employ to conquer the Sacred King? The Sacred King is invincible among his peers. It is inconceivable that he could be defeated through ordinary methods. Is Jiang Pinyin a son of the celestial realm? No, that cannot be. There are no celestial beings surnamed Jiang in the entire primordial realm. So how could he possess such power? Jiang Pinyin's name seemed to have emerged out of nowhere. Indeed, it did, leaving all in a state of disbelief and astonishment. As investigations unfolded, more information about Jiang Pinyin surfaced, revealing his exploits within the Grand Pavilion. Haha, it is laughable. Such an extraordinary talent as Jiang Pinyin was actually driven away by the Grand Pavilion. Numerous factions learned that Jiang Pinyin, through his remarkable gifts, had begun to shine within the Grand Pavilion, poised to obtain the path to transcendence. Yet, this opportunity was snatched away by those within the Grand Pavilion. This signifies that the Grand Pavilion has lost an unparalleled genius. Everyone revels in this misfortune, speculating whether those at the Grand Pavilion might come to regret their actions. Qian Huanrou and Yi Wuqing also learned of this matter and felt joy for Jiang Pinyin. This man radiates like the sun, dazzling wherever he may be. We ought to draw Jiang Pinyin to our side. Once he matures, he will undoubtedly be remarkable. There is no necessity for persuasion. It is fundamentally improbable for Jiang Pinyin to achieve growth. Why is that? The rationale is quite simple. Jiang Pinyin has not acquired the transcendent techniques of the Ascension Pavilion, yet possesses celestial power. This indicates that he has cultivated celestial level techniques, the majority of which necessitate the forging of celestial roots. However, in the origin realm, there are no celestial laws, rendering the birth of celestial roots impossible. Thus, it becomes clear why Jiang Pinyin sought the Taishu celestial spirit fruit at the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. The news of Jiang Pinyin's triumph over the Saint King statue caused quite a stir, attracting the interest of numerous factions. Nevertheless, upon discerning the source of Jiang Pinyin's celestial power, their enthusiasm for recruitment waned. Without the Taishu celestial spirit fruit, it is impossible to condense celestial roots within the origin realm. This implies that Jiang Pinyin will remain perpetually stagnant at this level. According to intelligence reports, Jiang Pinyin must defeat 3 more opponents at the Tianlan Immortal Mansion to obtain the Taishu celestial spirit fruit. Such a possibility is exceedingly slim. Jiang Pinyin's victory over the Saint King was already remarkable. How could he possibly challenge the prodigies of the celestial realm? As this news spread, many expressed their deep regret for Jiang Pinyin. Conversely, his adversaries reveled in delight. Within the Ascension Pavilion's main hall, in a secluded training ground, Qiu Pingxing learned of Jiang Pinyin's feats from his father. Upon hearing that Jiang Pinyin had defeated the Saint King, Qiu Pingxing was momentarily stunned. But his spirits lifted upon realizing that Jiang Pinyin had cultivated celestial level techniques, yet could not break through. I knew that bastard couldn't possibly surpass me. It turns out he practiced celestial level techniques. This fool dares to cultivate celestial level techniques without any special resources. Celestial-level techniques may sound formidable, but for ordinary cultivators, they are akin to poisoned water in a desert, capable of quenching thirst, yet deadly. Only upon reaching the great Ascension stage can one safely cultivate celestial-level techniques. Otherwise, why wouldn't the offspring of powerful factions cultivate them? These factions have connections to the celestial realm and lack for such techniques. It is precisely for this reason that they do not permit low-tier cultivators from practicing them. Once I reached the great Ascension stage, I could effortlessly slay him. Qiu Pingxing's frustrations evaporated. Ever since his defeat at the hands of Jiang Pingyun, he had been on the verge of a breakdown. Qiu Feng remarked indifferently, "Such a level of adversary is not worth your attention. Your sights should be set far beyond. The celestial realm is your true stage." A sudden realization dawned on Qiu Pingxing. Indeed, what is Jiang Pingyun compared to the celestial realm, which is my aspiration? Father, may I participate in the sect examination in 50 years? I long to venture into the celestial realm ahead of time. Qiu Feng bluntly retorted, "You are merely dreaming. At your current level, participating in the examination would be tantamount to seeking death. Focus on your cultivation, and we shall speak of it when you attain celestial status." "Yes, Father." Qiu Pingxing resumed his training, rapidly advancing under the guidance of his celestial father. At the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, the site of the examination, Jiang Pingyun sat atop the statue, contemplating the laws while cultivating. Many cultivators eagerly anticipated when Jiang Pingyun would challenge the celestial realm's practitioners. Watching such battles is a feast for the eyes and offers valuable lessons. Do not dwell on it. Comprehending a single principle of the profound mysteries requires at least a century. For Jiang Pingyun to grasp so many laws, it would take him several thousand years to reach the mid-stage of integration. Several thousand years. By then, I would have already ascended to the stage of great completion. It truly lacks interest. I shall take my leave. Upon realizing that a monumental battle would not be witnessed in the near future, the surrounding cultivators gradually departed. They could not afford to wait for Jiang Pingyun to ponder the laws here. Understanding the principles of the profound mysteries is no simple task. Even in the origin realm, grasping a single law demands centuries of dedication. The cultivators of the Moon God Mansion fixated on Jiang Pingyun. Someone inquired of Tianxi, "Miss, shall we remain here?" They were unaware of when he might emerge. After a moment of contemplation, Tianxi shook her head, stating, "There is no need. According to the intelligence, this rascal must obtain the Tai Su Immortal Spirit Fruit to advance. He might need to cultivate here for 100 years, or even 1,000. Waiting here for him would be a waste of time. Let us explore the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, with fortune on our side. We may discover immortal crystals that would benefit our cultivation." The cultivators of the Moon God Mansion also departed. Regardless of Jiang Pingyun's strength, he was merely at the initial stage of integration. In the short term, or even throughout this lifetime, he would not become a powerful being of great completion. He posed no threat. Naturally, they also desired to eliminate Jiang Pingyun, but how could they act if he remained hidden? Who possesses the time to squander thousands of years here with him? Chapter 592. The downfall of the Moon God Mansion. Jiang Pingyun remained indifferent to the evaluations and opinions from the outside world. Whether praised or scorned, it mattered not. He had never been one to pursue fame, nor aspired to reign supreme. In his eyes, there existed but one goal: to become an immortal. Only by attaining immortality would he cease to be bullied. Only through immortality could he resurrect his parents. Only by becoming an immortal could he safeguard his loved ones. Jiang Pingyun divided himself into numerous avatars, meditating within the Palace of Time. The Palace of Time possessed a quintuple time dilation compared to the outside world, allowing each avatar to save fivefold the time. Simultaneously, situated beside the Tree of Enlightenment, the comprehension speed was further amplified. A black hole emerged above the head of one of his avatars, into which Jiang Pingyun cast an 18-clawed octopus. These octopuses, hunted in the dark forbidden zone, harbored the essence of destruction. The devouring power, apart from its combat capabilities, could also accelerate the understanding of laws. The reason the ancestor crocodile dominated an era was due to this formidable, devouring ability. While others needed to meticulously observe the laws of heaven and earth to grasp their profound meanings, with the devouring power, one could bypass such complexities. Directly consuming the laws allowed for their transformation into one's own. Such was its tyranny. However, this method of comprehension bore its drawbacks, as it would waste a considerable amount of laws. Fortunately, Jiang Pingyun lacked for resources. He continuously cast the replicated 18-clawed octopuses into the black hole. Moreover, leveraging the might of his ocular technique, he could distinctly perceive the laws of heaven and earth, understanding their most fundamental forces, thus accelerating his comprehension. While it might take others centuries, or even millennia, to grasp a single principle of the profound mysteries, Jiang resolutely condensed that time to mere years. Amidst the capricious dance of wind and snow, as flowers bloom and wither, Jiang sits unmoving atop a stone statue, as if he were a mere stone himself, enduring the relentless passage of time. The path of cultivation is marked by solitude, and often it can be tedious. Only those who can withstand loneliness may ascend to greater heights and behold more exquisite vistas. The commotion caused by Jiang triumph over the Saint King statue gradually subsided with the passage of time. Perhaps it is only when one visits the Tianlan Immortal residence and gazes upon the solitary figure atop the statue that they might recall, ah, this is the individual who vanquished the Saint King statue, Jiang. In contrast to the stirs stirred by Jiang, the affairs of Canglan Prefecture commanded even greater attention. The master of the ascending Immortals Pavilion, Rosu, has gone mad. She has stormed into various factions accompanied by the infected, intent on spreading the contagion to all. What on earth is she attempting? Does she wish to transform the entire realm of Yuans into a hellish purgatory? It is rumored that Rosu is coercing the major factions to intervene in the Canglan crisis, act or perish together. A monumental revelation. 8 immortals have allied to besiege the Lord of the Moon God Mansion. The news of this celestial confrontation sent ripples of shock throughout the realms. The Moon God Mansion, a bastion of immortals, has existed for an immeasurable time, untouched by conflict. In the realm of Yuans, few dare to provoke a power that boasts immortals. For the vengeance of a single immortal is a terrifying prospect. One can only imagine an immortal lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at one's descendants and faction. The painstakingly built dynasty and influence could be obliterated with a mere flick of their hand. Such a tremendous cost is unbearable. Thus, a tacit rule prevails amidst the conflicts of the Yuan's realm. If your immortal refrains from action, ours shall do the same. This time, however, the immortals of various factions in Canglan have united to strike, aiming to sever the roots of future calamities. This crisis could have been easily resolved, but the various factions, each harboring ulterior motives, were reluctant to provoke the Moon God Mansion's immortals, resulting in a prolonged standoff. Rosu, defying these factions, compelled them to take action. For an entire year, 8 immortals besieged the Moon God Mansion's immortal, pursuing their adversary from Canglan Prefecture to the Sea of Immortals and Demons. Once one reaches the level of immortal, as long as there is energy, they are essentially immortal and indestructible, making them exceedingly difficult to slay. Even with the odds being 8-1, the battle raged on for a year. This elucidates why the major factions hesitated to act. Should the immortal escape, the repercussions would be endless. Once they engage, they must ensure the immortal is eradicated. After all, with 8 against 1, the master of the Moon God Mansion ultimately fell. In truth, the Moon God Mansion possessed another immortal, the former elder of the Discipline Office, Huanrou, who had defected from the Ascending Immortals Pavilion. However, Huanrou's ties to the Moon God Mansion were tenuous at best, and when the siege commenced, he promptly betrayed them, being the first to strike against Tianboning. Joining the assault, there was no room for loyalty. Otherwise, he too might meet his demise. This choice was evident to even the simplest of minds. The fate of the Moon God Mansion bore no consequence to him. As long as he survived, that was sufficient. With Tianboning slain, the majority of the Moon God Mansion's disciples met a similar fate. The vast power of the Moon God Mansion crumbled under the relentless onslaught of numerous factions. In the dense forest of Tianlan Immortal Mansion, Tianxi and several cultivators from the Moon God Mansion were desperately fleeing, their bodies stained with ashen blood, pursued by a relentless group of assailants. "My lady, hurry and run. We will hold them off." The loyal attendants, sensing the dire situation, were willing to sacrifice themselves to ensure Tianxi's survival. As the daughter of an immortal, blessed with extraordinary talent, she was the last hope of the Moon God Mansion, the only one capable of avenging them. Do you think you can escape? You worthless fools of the Moon God Mansion have carelessly spread the forces of mutation, resulting in countless deaths. A multitude of cultivators surrounded them. Although the cultivators of the Moon God Mansion had become powerful through mutation, they were vastly outnumbered by their pursuers. Despair enveloped the remaining moon god cultivators. They had anticipated ushering in a new era, yet they found themselves facing an untimely demise. With bitterness etched on her face, Tianqi glared at the crowd. "You wish to kill me? Dream on. You shall all perish." Suddenly, she summoned a drop of black blood, a terrifying dark celestial power emanating from it, chilling the hearts of those surrounding her. The cultivators' expressions shifted dramatically. Celestial blood. This is a drop of celestial blood, infused with the essence of celestial laws. It is certainly not the celestial blood of the moon god mansion's master. It harbors dark celestial energy, deeply malevolent. This precious drop of celestial blood was a gift from Huanrou after his betrayal of the Ascension Pavilion. Although Tianqi had intended to refine it after reaching the great ascension stage for better absorption, she could no longer afford to wait. She sought to harness its power to annihilate her pursuers. However, the moment she consumed the blood, she sensed something amiss, her expression changing drastically. "Huanrou, you treacherous scoundrel! You have deceived me." With a thunderous roar, Tianqi's body exploded, blood morphing into sharp blades that swiftly pierced through both the cultivators of the moon god mansion and their attackers. Under the influence of high-level laws, those struck down had no chance of recovery, falling lifeless to the ground in a torrent of blood. In an instant, all the living beings in the vicinity met their end. Yet, the blood on the ground began to writhe ominously, consuming the surrounding blood and corpses to form a new male figure. This man was tall, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, enveloped in a malevolent dark celestial energy. "Huanrou, you worthless fool, only providing me with this trash of a body. Very well, I shall make do with it for now. Later, I will seize Jiang. That body is quite impressive. Once I return to the immortal realm, I can forge a divine warrior body from it, surpassing my previous cultivation." He tore through the fabric of space and vanished from sight. If Jiang were to hear this man's voice, he would find it hauntingly familiar. During his time in the Ascension Pavilion's 5 Absolutes Ghost Forest, he had nearly been supplanted by a drop of celestial blood, and the voice of that blood had sounded just like this man's. Chapter 593. Yi Haotian Jiang had a vast array of profound laws to comprehend, including the laws of destruction, power, gravity, and battle intent, among others. The more laws one sought to understand, the longer the required time. In addition to grasping these laws, he also needed to learn various techniques, which demanded even more time. Despite the lengthy lifespans of cultivators, their existence is predominantly consumed by the arduous pursuit of cultivation. On the 5th year following Jiang's triumph over the sacred king statue, a mysterious man clad in a golden robe stepped forth, treading upon the void. "Jiang, do you dare to engage in battle?" The voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the heavens. Nearby cultivators, who were challenging the statue, turned their gazes in unison towards the source of this audacious proclamation. Who is this person, so presumptuous as to challenge Jiang? At the fusion stage, Jiang's combat prowess had ascended to an unparalleled peak. Unless one were of a higher realm, defeating him was nigh impossible. Why would this individual seek a confrontation with Jiang? Perhaps he merely desired fame. None had ever seen this man before, and speculation swirled among the onlookers regarding his motives. Yet, Jiang suddenly opened his eyes, fixating intently on the man before him. The golden-robed figure bore an expression of aloofness, a demeanor shaped by the trials of time, reminiscent of the enigmatic Qian Huanrou. "You possess a battle physique. You would not refuse a challenge from one of your own tier. My strength will not disappoint you," he stated coolly. Jiang's countenance turned grave. "Indeed, you shall not disappoint me. How could a reincarnated celestial being be weak?" Yi Haotian was momentarily taken aback. "You actually discerned it." Despite his efforts to mask his aura and alter his voice, Jiang had still unveiled his identity. "I did not identify you," Jiang replied solemnly. "But the energy emanating from you bears a striking resemblance to that drop of black blood from years past. I merely sought to provoke you." Yi Haotian narrowed his eyes, realizing that this young man was not only formidable in strength, but also possessed a profound intellect. The nearby cultivators were left astounded, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. What did Jiang just say? A reincarnated celestial? This individual is a reincarnated celestial? Is it true? Which celestial being has returned? How does Jiang possess such knowledge? To ordinary cultivators, celestial beings are figures of legend, almost unreachable, and even in the Yuan realm, Their numbers are few. Each celestial represents a myriad of tales. A living legend. Which faction does this celestial belong to? Why has he sought out Jiang Pingan? And how does Jiang Pingan know of his identity? The crowd held their breath, ears attuned to the unfolding dialogue, fearful that even the slightest sound might obscure their understanding. Yi Haoyan crossed his arms, his penetrating gaze locked on Jiang Pingan. Are you afraid? I recall that those with your physique do not shy away from any challenge. Jiang Pingan replied coolly. Not fearing challenges does not equate to foolishness. You have already reached the late fusion stage. Do you intend to lure me out merely to slay me? Surprise deepened in Yi Haoyan's eyes. It seems you possess a unique divine eye. Being seen through repeatedly made Yi Haoyan acutely aware of the peculiarity of Jiang Pingan's eyes, intensifying his desire for this vessel. I offer you an opportunity to alter your destiny. Follow me, and I shall assist you in obtaining the Tai Su Immortal Spirit Fruit. Yi Haoyan's tone was imbued with an innate arrogance, as if bestowing a great favor. Jiang Pingan's expression remained indifferent. Do you take me for a child of 3? You have come all this way merely to solicit my allegiance. Only a fool would believe such a proposition. Yi Haoyan suddenly turned his gaze towards the palace at the end of the square, coldly inquiring. What rank must one attain in this place of assessment to obtain all the Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruits? He was addressing the consciousness within the Tianlan Immortal Mansion. Answer me, or when I return to the Immortal Realm, I shall annihilate your Tianlan sect. His domineering and arrogant voice resonated beneath the vast sky. The hearts of the gathered cultivators trembled violently, for it dawned on them that this individual was a reincarnated celestial being. But why had he been reborn in the Yuanqing? Was he perhaps the very immortal who once invaded the Yuanqing resurrected? No sooner had he finished speaking than an ethereal voice echoed, attain first place. And you shall receive all the Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruits. Yi Haoyan smirked. What worth did first place in a trash sect like the Tianlan sect hold? With a single step, he transformed into a streak of golden light, traversing through the 3,000 stone statues, arriving before the first statue. Die. The first statue was about to strike when Yi Haoyan's foot descended, his celestial energy surging, as if the very heavens and earth were beneath his feet, causing the statue to explode in response. The remaining 2,999 statues retreated a step in unison. In the position of first place, a stone statue of Yi Haoyan clad in golden robes materialized. Yi Haoyan stood with arms crossed in the void, his golden robe billowing, exuding an aura of fearsome power. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left dumbfounded, a profound sense of oppression filling their hearts. The statue ranked first was utterly obliterated by a single kick. For countless generations, innumerable predecessors had ventured here in the Yuanqing, yet not even 200 had succeeded in passing through. Yet he had effortlessly shattered the first-ranked statue. Fear and admiration surged within the hearts of the cultivators. Was this the might of a reincarnated celestial? The immense disparity in strength extinguished any thoughts of pursuit. Jiang Pingan stood frozen, staring blankly at him. It was the first time he had felt such a vast gap within the same realm. Buzzing. Countless runes swirled above Yi Haoyan's head, as golden fruits the size of fists descended from the heavens. These fruits radiated an aura of advanced laws. The patterns of heavenly rules imprinted upon them. Instantly, all cultivators were captivated by these fruits, their eyes brimming with desire and greed. Was this the Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruit? It was said that consuming a single Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruit could forge an immortal root and allow one to step into the great ascension stage. Forging an immortal root was the foundation of cultivation in the immortal realm, the commencement of the journey of ascension. This was the coveted fruit sought by countless cultivators in the Yuanqing. And now, so many had appeared. Immortal Senior, I am willing to follow you. A female cultivator immediately knelt upon the ground, her forehead pressed to the earth. I too wish to follow you, Senior. Immortal Senior, please grant me a Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruit. I vow to serve you for eternity. One by one, cultivators knelt, beseeching for a single fruit. For them, these fruits represented their future. Forging an immortal root meant 1 foot in the door of the immortal realm. Even knowing that this immortal might be the reincarnation of the invader from their Yuanqing, they cared not. Do you think you are worthy to follow me? Yi Haoyan let out a cold laugh, casually waving his hand, causing a multitude of Tai Su immortal fruits to turn to ashes, leaving only one resting in his palm. At the moment the fruits disintegrated, every cultivator felt as if their heart was shattering. Yi Haoyan disregarded the reactions of those around him, raising the remaining fruit and gazing at Jiang Pingan. This is your final opportunity. My patience is limited. Follow me, and I shall lead you to conquer the immortal realm and achieve an immortal status. Otherwise, death awaits. The other cultivators looked at Jiang Pingan with eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. To be favored by an immortal was an extraordinary fortune, and even a fool would know how to choose. Many cultivators longed to be in Jiang Pingan's position, eager to follow this reincarnated immortal. Being acknowledged by a reincarnated immortal promised a future of unimpeded cultivation. The experiences and techniques possessed by the immortal were invaluable resources beyond measure. Judging by the tone of this reincarnated immortal, his standing in the immortal realm seemed formidable, suggesting an exceedingly promising future. Although this immortal had fallen from grace, he possessed the power to easily vanquish the top-ranking stone statue, demonstrating an extraordinary level of strength, far surpassing that of the cultivators from the mortal realm. Moreover, this immortal still held a Tai Su immortal fruit, which, if consumed, would enable a breakthrough to the great ascension stage, saving thousands of years of arduous effort. Anyone would choose to follow him. Just when everyone believed Jiang Pingan would surely submit, he spoke. I have never been one to follow others, and as for your intentions, you are well aware of them. Though he desired the Tai Su immortal fruit, he recognized the ill will behind the offer. Upon witnessing Jiang Pingan's refusal, the other cultivators were utterly astonished. Was Jiang Pingan a fool? This was an invitation from an immortal of the immortal realm, a chance to alter one's destiny, and he was oblivious to its significance. The immortals of the immortal realm were on an entirely different level from those of the mortal realm. Surely, he, being a genius, was too proud to realize what he was forfeiting. Many cultivators felt pity for Jiang Pingan, while others secretly rejoiced, wishing to deny him what they could not attain. Observing Jiang Pingan's resolute demeanor, Yi Haoyan understood that he would not yield. He promptly consumed the fruit, exclaiming, wasting my time. The last fruit was gone, extinguishing Jiang Pingan's final hope. Yi Haoyan addressed the consciousness of the immortal mansion, declaring, I command you to lift the restrictions on combat within this place. He was preparing to take direct action. According to Tianxi's memories, this area was bound by the constraints set by the immortal. Engaging in combat would result in immediate obliteration. With his current level of cultivation, he dared not act recklessly. Jiang Pingan immediately gathered his spirit, channeling his immortal energy to its utmost, preparing for flight. He harbored no thoughts of combat. The power disparity was insurmountable. Facing this individual was akin to battling a formidable great ascension expert. Apologies. I am but a consciousness. The rules are predetermined, and I lack the authority to alter them. The voice of the immortal mansion echoed once more. Yi Haoyan's expression turned icy as he threatened, Do you wish to see the Tianlan immortal sect perish? Apologies. I truly cannot modify the rules. I am merely a consciousness. Useless. Yi Haoyan was quite vexed, for this indicated that Jiang Pingan was concealed here, rendering him unable to take action. Transfer your inheritance to me, and upon my return to the celestial realm, I shall look after your Tianlan sect. Yi Haoyan, too, required resources for his growth. Regrettably, there exists no inheritance here, only a limited number of resources, each available for only one allocation per individual. Responded the voice of the celestial abode's regulations. What a worthless entity. Upon my return to the celestial realm, I shall be the first to deal with your Tianlan sect. Yi Haoyan, having no time to linger, realized that his identity had been exposed. Powerful celestial beings from the Yuan realm would be eyeing the celestial techniques and various secrets he possessed. He had to depart. Casting a glance at Jiang Pingan, he thought, The body I desire shall eventually belong to me. Remember my name, Yi Haoyan. With that, he tore through the fabric of space and vanished. As Yi Haoyan departed, many cultivators fell to their knees, crying out, Senior, take me with you. I can do anything. Senior, I possess a special divine body and can serve you. Celestial Senior. Despite their fervent pleas, Yi Haoyan did not return. The cultivators were utterly disheartened. Having missed the opportunity to be in the presence of a celestial being and losing a significant chance, Jiang Pingan's expression darkened. The final opportunity to forge his celestial root had been obliterated by this self-proclaimed reincarnation of Yi Haoyan, whose formidable strength had annihilated all the Tai Su celestial spirit fruits. He had definitively lost his chance to forge the celestial root. There is still one Tai Su celestial spirit fruit. echoed the voice of the celestial abode's regulations within Jiang Ping'an's consciousness. He trembled with excitement. Wonderful. There is still a chance. Should you cease your challenges and assist me, I can offer you a Tai Su celestial spirit fruit. The consciousness within the celestial abode continued to transmit, not only the fruit, but the entire celestial abode and its inheritance can be yours. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping'an paused, not allowing himself to be overtaken by elation. Such an offer of substantial benefits could not be without complications and might be even more challenging than defeating the 3 stone statues. My abilities are limited. I cannot be of much help, Jiang Ping'an responded. It is not a difficult task. You need only to carry a fragment of my divine consciousness back to the celestial realm. The voice of the celestial abode was imbued with profound sorrow. I have cultivated for countless years, striving for strength and higher realms, only to realize too late what I truly desired. I long to return to my sect, to reminisce about the companions with whom I established the Tianlan celestial sect, to think of my descendants. As a senior, I implore you, do not follow in my footsteps, neglecting those around you in pursuit of status and cultivation. The consciousness within the celestial abode earnestly cautioned him. However, Jiang Ping'an replied, I cultivate to ensure a better life for those around me. Yu Su fell silent, recognizing that his own understanding was eclipsed by that of a junior. Not wishing to dwell on this matter, Yu Su continued, in my lifetime, I was known as Yu Su. You may call me senior or you the celestial. Jiang Ping'an, have you considered my proposal? If you assist me in returning to the celestial realm, I shall grant you the Tai Su celestial spirit fruit, and the inheritance of the celestial abode will also be yours. Jiang Ping'an did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, why have you sought me? Esteemed elder? Because of your formidable strength, you possess the opportunity to ascend to the celestial realm, replied Yu Su. Over the years, countless prodigies have arrived here, many of whom could have entered the celestial realm. If they wished to return home, they would have surely found someone to assist you long ago. Jiang Ping'an questioned further. I have only recently awakened, Yu Su explained. Ah, that makes sense, Jiang Ping'an said, enlightenment dawning upon him. Very well, I consent to your assistance. Provide me with the Tai Su immortal spirit fruit, and upon my ascension, I shall escort you to the celestial realm. Yu Su's countenance brightened. You may enter the palace ahead. The Tai Su immortal spirit fruit awaits within. There, you will also find the legacy of the celestial abode, allowing you to acquire celestial arts. These are my gifts to you. How splendid! Jiang Ping'an exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He stepped forward, activating the 5th layer of the battle god technique, amplifying his speed 6-fold, and in a terrifying burst of velocity, he swiftly exited the assessment grounds and fled towards the exit. These old wretches, each more treacherous than the last, covet his very essence. Did they consider him merely a fledgling in the realm of cultivation? The reason this individual appeared in the Yuan realm could only be an attempt at invasion, followed by his demise. Could such a person be virtuous? Would he benevolently bestow his legacy upon him? Such notions were ludicrous. Furthermore, if the other truly desired to return home promptly, would he enlist the aid of a minor cultivator who merely grasped the profound laws? It would take millennia to reach the celestial realm. He hardly seemed in a hurry. Thus, Jiang Ping'an was certain the other sought to usurp his body. Jiang Ping'an was well versed in the art of body snatching. He had encountered it several times and had nearly grown accustomed to it. Chapter 595. The celestial abode of Tianlan takes action. Yu Su was elated, anticipating the imminent acquisition of this splendid vessel. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Ping'an suddenly bolted. Yu Su was incensed. This cunning little rascal had discerned his ulterior motive. Were it anyone else, the promise of a legacy would have surely ensnared them. Yet this lad was remarkably astute. You think you can escape, little rabbit? A myriad of runes coalesced into a colossal hand, reaching out to seize Jiang Ping'an. The hand loomed over the sky, seemingly capable of grasping everything. Just as Jiang Ping'an was about to reach the exit, the enormous hand descended abruptly. Jiang Ping'an's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately drew forth his reflective shield and positioned it behind him. This artifact was a secret treasure, capable of withstanding even the casual strikes of a tribulation stage powerhouse. Boom! The force of the massive hand's assault evidently surpassed the limits of the treasure, rebounding the attack and exploding in a violent display. The secret treasure was rendered utterly useless. Nevertheless, the reflected strike caused the celestial hand of runes to burst apart. granting Jiang Pinyin a fleeting opportunity to escape. Damn it! Yusu seethed with rage. He had failed to capture his target with a single strike. What a disgrace. Had his body not been damaged, he would never have been thwarted by a low-tier artifact. Another rune-formed hand materialized, lunging towards the already escaped Jiang Pinyin. I refuse to believe you possess another treasure. In this realm, possessing even one secret treasure was remarkable. He doubted Jiang Pinyin could produce yet another shield. At the moment when the colossal hand was about to descend upon Jiang Pinyin, another reflective shield emerged. With a resounding bang, the shield shattered upon impact, sending Jiang Pinyin hurtling through the air, blood spilling from his mouth as his body was ejected from the celestial abode. Yusu stood in stunned silence, astonished that Jiang Pinyin possessed yet another secret treasure. Cursed be it. To allow a mere insect to escape was a disgrace. Outside the celestial abode, Jiang Pinyin was beyond Yusu's reach, rendering him unable to strike. Concurrently, a chilling voice resonated within the celestial abode. If I ascend to immortality, I shall dismantle your celestial abode and annihilate your Canglan immortal sect. Fueled by fury, Jiang Pinyin fled at great speed. Although he could not contend with the Canglan celestial abode at present, he vowed to remember this enmity. The cultivators within the abode were left in a state of bewilderment and shock. The events unfolded too rapidly for them to comprehend what had transpired. As they regained their senses, their eyes widened in disbelief. The celestial abode had made a move against Jiang Pinyin, yet it had failed. The reasons behind this assault remained a mystery to them. A chill swept through many, realizing that the Canglan celestial abode possessed its own consciousness. The remaining cultivators, feeling uneasy, hastily departed. Some, however, noticed the fragments of the shattered treasure and rushed to collect them, for even remnants of a secret treasure were deemed invaluable by ordinary cultivators. Having successfully evaded capture after consuming 2 secret treasures, Jiang Pinyin vanished within the sea of celestial and demonic entities. He ran for over 10 days, only pausing when the jade talisman at his waist illuminated, signaling a communication. The anxious voice of Qian Huanrou reached him. I have received word that you encountered a reincarnated immortal. Where are you? I shall come to fetch you. The news of the reincarnated immortal had spread swiftly, especially concerning matters related to the celestial realm. Jiang Pinyin exhaled deeply. For the moment, he was unscathed. He recounted the general sequence of events. Qian Huanrou responded solemnly. This Yi Hao Yin is no ordinary figure. I shall come to get you right away. No need, he replied. The opponent has departed. I am currently in the sea of celestial and demonic entities, preparing to cultivate here for a while to enhance my strength. Standing upon the inky surface of the sea, Jiang Pinyin observed the surrounding black mist, where various unknown, terrifying auras flickered ominously. The sea of celestial and demonic entities was perilous, having claimed the lives of many immortals and birthed numerous monsters. If you seek combat, I shall serve as your sparring partner, he declared. Qian Huanrou, well acquainted with the dangers of the sea of celestial and demonic entities, knew it to be exceedingly treacherous. Aside from specific protected areas, the rest constituted forbidden zones, even home to sea demons of immortal caliber. Not even those in the ascendant stage dared to test their mettle in such a place. Jiang Pingyin's actions were recklessly perilous. What I require is the crucible of life and death, he asserted. As a vision materialized in his mind, Yi Hao Yin had obliterated the first statue of the Canglan celestial abode with a single kick, an event that profoundly impacted him. The stark disparity between their strengths left Jiang Pinyin unsettled and unwilling to accept his limitations, igniting within him a fierce determination. It dawned upon him that there was still vast potential for growth within this realm. Jiang Pinyin resolved to transcend his own limitations through battle, continuously striving for strength. Sighing, Qian Huanrou understood his thoughts. She comprehended Jiang Pingyin's character. Once this man set his mind on something, no one could sway him. If there is any danger, call me promptly. Moreover, it matters not that you have not acquired the Taishu Immortal Spirit Fruit. In 50 years, there will be the Immortal Sect Assessment in the Yuan realm, and I shall participate. You may enter my inner world, and I will guide you to the Immortal realm. I trust you did not misconstrue my meaning regarding entering my inner self? Jiang Pinyin thought, no explanation is better than a sudden clarification. It leaves one with the impression that this woman is being deliberate. After their conversation concluded, Jiang Pingyin's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps he could indeed attempt the immortal assessment. Was it merely a span of 50 years? Suddenly, a monstrous maw, lined with jagged teeth, erupted from the dark ocean depths, as if it could consume anything in its path. It was a late-stage fusion monster fish. Jiang Pinyin, undaunted, gazed back with resplendent eyes. The combat prowess possessed by Yi Haoyan was equally within his grasp. Confronted with this terrifying beast, Jiang Pinyin chose to face it head-on rather than flee. Above the sea of immortals and beneath the shroud of black clouds, Jiang Pinyin embarked on solitary cultivation. The only opportunity to forge an immortal route lay in journeying to the immortal realm. No matter how arduous the path, he was determined to persevere. In the years that followed, aside from his training, Jiang Pinyin devoted time to his daughters. The treasure trove he possessed made traversing the realms exceedingly simple. As news of his access to high-tier magical artifacts and elixirs spread, various factions flocked to him for resources, further enriching the already affluent Jiang Pinyin. Unsurprisingly, this stirred a considerable uproar within the cultivation world of the Wild Realm, igniting widespread speculation. From where did Jiang Pinyin procure such an abundance of artifacts and potions? The top-tier powers, including the Eastern Sea Anti-Demon Legion, the ancient Lei clan, the Qian dynasty, and the Demon God sect, were all in pursuit of Jiang Pinyin for such treasures. Rumors suggested that he had some unique channel. Nonsense. Even the combined resources of all major human factions could not match Jiang Pinyin's wealth. There was certainly something amiss. While everyone was in confusion, the Celestial Path Academy unexpectedly issued a statement. Our Celestial Path Academy has fortuitously discovered manuscripts left by the Great Emperor, which record that before ascending, the Emperor bequeathed a plethora of elixirs and artifacts. These resources were originally stored within the Celestial Path Academy, intended for distribution among human cultivators in times of crisis. However, several years ago, the rogue Jiang Pinyin infiltrated our academy, slaughtered our disciples, and absconded with these resources. These items were meant to be freely shared. Now, this scoundrel has unlawfully hoarded what rightfully belongs to us. Fellow human brethren, I implore you to unite and reclaim our resources, to ensure that the legacy bestowed upon us by our ancestors is not usurped by this vile individual. Upon the announcement, the cultivation community erupted in chaos. Soon after, the Tianzi sacred land followed suit with their own proclamation. It was revealed that the resources sold by Jiang Pinyin were indeed rightfully theirs. Chapter 596, The Indignant Jiang Miaoyi. Is it true? The resources Jiang Pinyin is selling were left for us by the Great Emperor? Cursed Jiang Pinyin. No wonder he has ascended so swiftly. It turns out he has appropriated resources that rightfully belong to us for his cultivation. We must unite all forces to reclaim what is ours. The announcement from the Celestial Tao Academy has stirred a tempest, invoking a chorus of condemnation. Human nature is inherently selfish. Many do not even question the veracity of the claims. Others, even when aware of the falsehood, feign ignorance to join the uproar, seeking to profit from the chaos. Such a substantial bounty is too tempting for anyone to resist. Numerous factions are covertly fanning the flames, rendering Jiang Pinyin the target of collective ire. As for Jiang Pinyin, he is indifferent. If explanations were effective, rumors would not exist in this world. People only believe in the truths that align with their interests. Over the years, the narrative has evolved, transforming Jiang Pinyin from a hero combating the demon clan into a thief. These individuals deem him selfish for utilizing their resources for his own cultivation. It infuriates me. At the entrance of the demon god sect's main hall, a graceful young woman stormed in, her 9 ethereal white tails billowing behind her. Her delicate features were striking, with arched brows resembling a painting, eyes sparkling with intelligence like the brightest stars in the night sky, a petite and straight nose, and rosy lips. Her clenched teeth reflected her seething anger. Father, I have uncovered the truth at the Wealth Source Merchant Association. It is the Celestial Tao Academy and the Heavenly Sacred Ground that conspire against you. With the shadow of the Forging Immortal sect and the Alchemy School lurking behind them, we must mobilize to obliterate them. Jiang Miaoyi exclaimed. Her small fists raised in indignation. The once naive girl had blossomed into a remarkable woman, possessing talents surpassing her father's and beauty eclipsing her mother's. Should the world learn of her prowess, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. Do not concern yourself. Focus on your cultivation under the guidance of the ancient emperor. Their opinions bear no weight on me, Jiang Pinyin stated nonchalantly. It does matter. It upsets Miaoyi, she retorted, her fists clenched. unable to contain her frustration upon hearing the outside world malign her father. Unlike her father's tranquil disposition, she was not so unperturbed. Jiang Ping sighed, and to alleviate his daughter's anger, he presented her with a black sword emanating a celestial aura. This is the restored celestial demon sword. Find a secluded spot to familiarize yourself with it. Do not disclose its existence to anyone. Consider it your trump card. Jiang Ping had invested decades of savings to restore the once-destroyed demon god sword. If his adopted daughter, Jiang Xiaoxue, possessed a celestial weapon, his biological daughter certainly could not be left wanting. Upon recognizing it as a celestial artifact, Jiang Miao Yi's eyes sparkled with joy. "Father, you are so wonderful," she exclaimed, kissing him on the cheek before swiftly stowing the celestial demon sword and darting away. "Do not always think about fighting," Jiang Ping cautioned. Aware that Jiang Miao Yi frequently entertained thoughts of battle, such violence was unbecoming of a lady. "Fear not, father, Miao Yi despises bloodshed," she called back before vanishing from sight. She sought out a secluded spot, retrieved a communication talisman, and whispered, "Sister Xiaoxue, Sister Xiaoya, I too possess a celestial artifact. Let us undertake a grand endeavor. We shall vanquish those scoundrels who have falsely accused my father. However, we must not act recklessly. We need to conduct thorough research beforehand." Jiang Miaoyi seemed to have perfectly inherited someone's rebellious spirit. Just as Jiang Miaoyi departed, the nine-tailed fox, Ji Fei, entered. Observing how joyfully Miaoyi had left, she inquired, "Have you granted her more resources? A girl having a few hidden cards is advantageous. After all, what if she encounters danger?" Jiang Ping feared for his daughter's safety. He had already bestowed over 1,000 death talismans upon her, and he called that having a few hidden cards? "You are too indulgent with her. It will inevitably lead to trouble." Ji Fei, feeling exasperated, suspected that if this man possessed a celestial artifact, he would undoubtedly give it to Miaoyi. Let us focus on the matter at hand. A grand assembly is to be convened in Zhongzhou, where the leaders of the human races, including various sect masters, emperors, and saints, are required to attend. It is purportedly to discuss strategies against the alien races. However, I suspect this meeting will not be straightforward. The initiators are the Tiandao Academy and the Tianzi Sacred Land, and their true intention may be to use this opportunity to challenge you and force you to relinquish resources. In recent years, the Tiandao Academy had been spreading rumors that Jiang Ping had stolen the resources bequeathed by the Great Emperor, seeking to unite various factions to reclaim these resources. The upcoming human assembly convened by the Tiandao Academy and the Tianzi Sacred Land evidently harbored ill intentions. Ji Fei, a shrewd woman, shared her suspicions with Jiang Ping. "Going to Zhongzhou?" Jiang Ping's gaze sharpened slightly as a thought suddenly struck him. Meng Jing and Huanrou had previously warned him that the diviner had glimpsed his future through a celestial artifact, foreseeing a great battle in Zhongzhou years hence, during which he would be besieged. Considering the timeline, that moment seemed imminent. Simply send someone in my stead to the meeting and claim that I am in seclusion. As long as I do not venture to Zhongzhou, I shall not be besieged. Jiang Ping did not believe that the future was predetermined. Every step taken outside was an unknown, with countless variables rendering the future unpredictable. How could one possibly foresee it? As for the diviner's claim that he would perish in 3,000 years, Jiang Ping was even less inclined to believe it. Ji Fei nodded in agreement. "I share your thoughts. Having another attend on your behalf may provoke some powerful individual's ire, yet it is preferable to confronting those loathsome characters directly. By the way, master, could you examine my leg? It has been quite painful these past few days." Ji Fei lifted her long, fair leg, resting it upon the chair where Jiang Ping sat. As her skirt slipped, her pristine skin became increasingly visible, and as she spoke, she leaned toward Jiang Ping. He swiftly dodged, tossing her a 9 turns Qian pill, a remedy potent enough to heal even monumental injuries. "This will mend your leg," he said. "That insufferable man is truly tiresome," Ji Fei remarked, clutching the 9 turns Qian pill before departing with a sway of her delicate waist, a hint of forlornness in her demeanor. Months later, the assembly of the foremost powers of the human race commenced without Jiang Ping, inciting long-lasting ire from the Tianzi Sacred Land and the Tiandao Academy. They had intended to seize this opportunity to unite various major forces against Jiang Ping, positioning themselves atop the moral high ground to denounce him and compel the surrender of his resources. They observed Jiang Ping's abundant resources with envy, wishing to impede his continued prosperity. Thus, They concocted lies and sought to defame him. Little did they know that Jiang Pinyin was utterly indifferent to his reputation, paying no heed to external judgments, leaving them with no opportunity to strike. During a crucial assembly of the foremost powers of the human race, a disciple from the Tiandao Academy rushed into the meeting, addressing Changsun Hao with urgency. "Elder, there is grave news." Changsun Hao, son of Changsun Pingxin, who had ventured into the chaos-forbidden zone with the chaos body, was now managing the family affairs and was one of the attendees of this assembly. With the abrupt entrance of the Tiandao Academy disciple, the meeting came to an abrupt halt, all eyes turning to Changsun Hao, their faces etched with discontent. It was highly inappropriate for a disciple of Tiandao Academy to intrude upon such a significant occasion. Changsun Hao, feeling humiliated, bellowed in anger. "Do you not see the gravity of the situation? Get out." Yet, the disciple persisted, prompting Changsun Hao to shout, "Out." Even if the Tiandao Academy were being dismantled, it could wait until after the meeting. He waved his hand, dismissing the disciple forcefully. Rising, he clasped his fists in apology to the various factions present. "I sincerely apologize for this disturbance. Let us continue the meeting." The conference resumed. Shortly thereafter, a sensational news item reverberated throughout the cultivation world. The Tiandao mountain of the Tiandao Academy had been severed in two, with half of it, along with several enlightenment trees and various precious materials, mysteriously vanishing. Chapter 597. The Tiandao Academy is robbed. Breaking news. The Tiandao mountain of the Tiandao Academy has been robbed. A vast array of resources has been seized. Unbelievable. The Tiandao Academy is home to a multitude of powerful beings, fortified by ancient defensive formations that even tribulation-stage cultivators cannot breach. It is true. I have seen it myself. Only a small portion of Tiandao Mountain remains. The sight was utterly hilarious. The members of the Tiandao Academy were left dumbfounded, reportedly unaware of the culprits behind the act. Though the Tiandao Academy may not rival the top human factions, it is not to be underestimated. Having survived numerous crises thanks to the ancient defensive formations left by illustrious cultivators, the protective array surrounding Tiandao Mountain is considered one of the premier formations among the human race. However, an unforeseen calamity struck. The protective formation failed to activate, leaving Tiandao Mountain inexplicably vulnerable to attack, resulting in the loss of over a dozen invaluable enlightenment trees. All major factions, alarmed, hastily increased their patrols, fearing that this band of thieves might target their sections. If even the Tiandao Academy's protective formation could not withstand them, few formations in existence could resist these enigmatic marauders. What transpired? Who assailed the Tiandao Academy? Why did the formation fail to respond? These thieves were utterly ruthless, even pilfering the Academy's protective array. Among them must be a master of formations, possibly having set their sights on the Tiandao Academy for millennia, even with the array stolen. Why did the Academy's cultivators fail to detect the intruders? There were indications of terrifying fluctuations from celestial artifacts, causing all-powerful beings to flee in fear. By the time they regained their composure, Tiandao Mountain had been cleaved, and the robbers had vanished. The Heavenly Tao Academy has descended into madness, with all disciples and elders, including those ancient souls resting in their coffins, frantically searching for the thief's whereabouts. Should they fail to recover their resources, the Academy may well face obliteration. The entire cultivation world is abuzz with speculation, as various factions ponder the identity of the individual who has pilfered half of the Heavenly Tao Mountain. Given the presence of a celestial artifact, it is evident that this must be the work of a formidable force. Yet, the Heavenly Tao Academy remains uncertain as to which power is responsible. A misjudgment could lead to severe repercussions. Amidst the rampant speculation, the Heavenly Tao Academy abruptly announced that they have identified the perpetrator. It is the demon god cult. Their leader, Jiang, is labeled a thief, having not only stolen the resources left to humanity by the Emperor, but also the Academy's grand formation, thereby devastating the Heavenly Tao Mountain and seizing its treasures. Within 3 days, the demon god cult must return the resources to the Heavenly Tao Academy. Otherwise, the Academy shall join forces with the Celestial Zealot sect, the Radiant Moon sect, the Sun God, the Forged Immortal sect, and the Alchemy clan to seek retribution in the northern region. Has the Heavenly Tao Academy truly uncovered the culprit? Certainly not. The decision to blame the demon god cult is merely a tactic to coerce Jiang into relinquishing his resources. This is a case of crafting a justifiable pretext. The Academy finds itself with no alternatives, as a significant portion of their resources has been unjustly taken, leaving them on the brink of extinction. Thus, they unite with other powerful factions, positioning themselves on a moral high ground, prepared to exert pressure. As the news broke, many uninformed individuals began to vilify Jiang Pinyin and the demon god cult. The cult's members are deemed ruthless fiends, while humanity faces peril. They turn against their own kind. How despicable! Indeed, the wretched Jiang Pinyin has absconded with the resources bestowed by the emperor. The demon god cult must be compelled to return these resources, for the Heavenly Tao Academy has nurtured numerous exceptional talents, the very backbone of humanity. We cannot allow the pillars of our race to suffer indignation. Within a secluded cave, 3 exceptionally beautiful women sat upon the ground, surrounded by various rare treasures and several enlightenment trees. Cursed Heavenly Tao Academy. They dare to slander the demon god cult without a shred of evidence. They shall not go unpunished. Jiang Miaoi seethed, distributing enlightenment trees to her companions. Li Yeye and Zhang Xiaoxue remained silent. It seemed this matter was indeed linked to the demon god cult. However, their adversaries lack evidence. If the truth were revealed, few would believe that the masterminds behind this scheme are 3 women, each under 500 years of age. Outsiders presume that a cabal of ancient beings orchestrated this ploy, but the reality is that it was the trio. Zhang Xiaoxue employed the life and death register to master the formation, achieving an astounding level of expertise, which enabled her to breach the formation and discreetly abscond with its materials. Jiang Miaoi was tasked with cleaving the Heavenly Tao Mountain, while Li Yeye utilized the Celestial Suppression Tower to transport the mountain and conceal their traces. Should the world learn that the architects of this audacious act are these 3 women, the revelation would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Not long ago, the 3 received word that the Heavenly Tao Academy, in alliance with various major powers, was preparing to venture into the northern region. This greatly angered Jiang Miaoi. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoxue noticed her change in expression, swiftly turned to the enlightenment tree, and struck it with a forceful slap. In an instant, a peculiar rune emerged upon the tree. This is bad. It's a tracking rune. Quickly, conceal the enlightenment tree, Zhang Xiaoxue shouted. However, it was too late. A multitude of terrifying auras swept in from the horizon. Damn thieves, let us see where you run. Quickly, enter the Celestial Suppression Tower. Li Yeye immediately activated the tower. Just before entering, Zhang Xiaoxue hurriedly took out a distressed jade slip and cried out, "Father, help! I have been discovered by the Celestial Academy." As the slip shattered, her voice and coordinates were instantly transmitted back. Jiang Pinyin, who was cultivating within the demon god sect, suddenly changed his expression. The distress rune imprinted within his soul cracked open, and the voice of his daughter, Jiang Miaoi, echoed in his mind. An unprecedented panic surged within him. Jiang Pinyin flew out of the great hall, summoning all the elders of the demon god sect urgently. For the first time, the elders heard Jiang Pinyin issue commands in such distress, and they all appeared. "Master, what has happened?" An elder inquired, puzzled. "Miaoi has gone to the central continent and is being besieged by the experts of the Celestial Academy. How long will it take to reach the central continent from here?" Jiang Pinyin asked urgently. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the elders drastically changed. Jiang Miaoi possessed talents surpassing even those of the sect master. She was the future of the demon god sect, and nothing must happen to her. How did this girl end up in the central continent? How could she be besieged by the Celestial Academy? Could it be that the one who robbed the Celestial Academy was this girl? It will take at least 2 months at the fastest. Ji Fei was on the verge of tears. "Master, please think of a way. We cannot let Miaoi come to harm." Jiang Pinyin clenched his fists. 2 months was far too long, and something would surely go awry. Chapter 598. The Siege of the Celestial Academy. The members of the demon god sect could hardly fathom that the one who had recently stirred up such a commotion by robbing the Celestial Academy was none other than Jiang Miaoi. Even an ancient being in the tribulation stage would find it impossible. How could this girl have accomplished such a feat? There was no time for contemplation, as everyone was engulfed in anxiety. The northern region was too distant from the central continent, even at full speed. It would take at least 2 months. Against the onslaught of the Celestial Academy's formidable experts, Jiang Miaoi's strength would not be able to withstand it. Ji Fei's eyes glistened with tears. "Master, is there any way to contact Senior Qian Huanrou? With her strength, she would surely arrive swiftly." Only a celestial being could traverse the vast expanse between two domains quickly enough to save his daughter. Xiaoxi was in seclusion. Jiang Pingyuan, in his current identity, had not brought the treasure basin. The barrier between the two realms prevented communication between his avatars, rendering him incapable of summoning Qian Huanrou. What should we do? Ji Fei wished she could trade her own life for her daughter's safety. Jiang Pingyuan, equally anxious, realized that worry would not solve their predicament. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he promptly retrieved a communication talisman. Although he could not rush there himself, he could seek assistance. This talisman belonged to the sovereign of the sacred land of Seoul. Previously, Jiang Pingyuan visited Zhongzhou, where he was invited to be a guest by an elder from the divine Seoul sacred land. By chance, he ascended to the top of the Jinshan Tower and managed to obtain the divine thought technique. During the previous invasion by the demon clan, the divine Seoul sacred land had extended assistance, and Jiang Pingyuan had sold many magical artifacts to them, establishing a rapport between the two parties. Master Su, my daughter has encountered some peril in Zhongzhou and urgently requires assistance. I implore you to take action, Jiang Pingyuan earnestly requested. Soon, Su Bin responded. There is no need for such formality in our relationship. Please specify the location. Fearing that the gravity of the situation might be lost on Su Bin, Jiang Pingyuan added. The situation is dire. She is being besieged by powerful figures from the Heavenly Tao Academy. I hope you can dispatch additional personnel, and I shall bestow 5 treasured items as a token of gratitude afterward. Besieged by the Heavenly Tao Academy? How did my niece draw their ire? Su Bin was taken aback. The specifics are unclear. It seems that she has seized their mountain stronghold. I beseech you to act swiftly. Jiang Pingyuan relayed the coordinates. Su Bin was astounded. The Heavenly Tao Mountain has been pilfered by Jiang Pingyuan's daughter? How can this be? She has hardly been born long enough to possess such prowess. With no time for doubt, he recognized Jiang Pingyuan's urgency and declared, Elders, heed my command. Follow me to rescue her. He promptly led his entourage to the rescue. Will we make it in time? Ji Fei lamented, tears streaming down her face. We should be able to. Xiaoya has entered the Jinshan Tower with Miao Yi, which should buy us some time. We must set off immediately. Despite the assistance, Jiang Pingyuan remained anxious and personally embarked on a flying vessel towards Zhongzhou. In Zhongzhou, amidst a resplendent 9-story pagoda radiating a spectrum of colors, the formidable figures from the Heavenly Tao Academy surrounded it. This was a counterfeit Jinshan Tower, constructed by the members of the Miao Liao sect, who dared to commission the Miao Liao sect to rob from us. One exclaimed, the Miao Liao sect is unworthy of possessing a quasi-immortal artifact. Eliminate the thieves and seize this artifact. I observed that the thieves were 3 exceptionally beautiful women. I am in need of slaves. Those 3 shall be mine. The members of the Heavenly Tao Academy were in high spirits, having not only located the thieves but also discovered a quasi-immortal artifact, with the added allure of their beauty. However, some noted, it is peculiar. The cultivation levels of the 3 women seem rather low, the highest being only at the integration stage. Regardless of their cultivation, they are encircled, retorted Changsun Hao, his voice cold as he addressed the Jinshan Tower. Come out now for a chance at survival. If we are forced to act, you shall undoubtedly perish. Do not think that hiding within a quasi-immortal artifact ensures your safety. A quasi-immortal artifact is merely a name. It is only slightly superior to treasured items and is far from the might of a true immortal artifact. If the Jinshan Tower were in the hands of a high-level cultivator, it might possess some lethality, but in the hands of low-level cultivators, its effectiveness is limited. They have a tribulation stage expert, 3 great ascension stage experts, and dozens of integration stage experts. Those 3 women pose no threat to them. A trembling voice from within the tower replied, Wait, let us discuss this. Do you take me for a fool, attempting to buy time? Changsun Hao retorted. You have 3 breaths to comply. After that, we will launch a full-scale assault and destroy the Jinshan Tower. Changsun Hao, having lived many years, discerned their intention to delay. The tremulous voice of Jiang Miaoyi suddenly vanished, replaced by a furious curse. A bunch of decrepit old fools. When my father Jiang Pingyuan arrives, you shall all perish. Upon hearing this, Changsun Hao and his companions shuddered. Jiang Pingyuan's daughter was indeed present. This woman had caused a significant commotion in the realm of cultivation upon her birth, a phenomenon that reverberated throughout the entire community. It was astonishing to find her here. After a brief moment of astonishment, Changsun Hao erupted into laughter, exclaiming, This is splendid. Heaven is on my side. Jiang Miaoi was a substantial bargaining chip. If they could seize her, they could threaten Jiang Pingan as they pleased. No more waiting, everyone. Attack together. Break open the Jinxian Tower. Chang Sunhao immediately commanded an assault. The members of Tiandao Academy, upon hearing the order, followed Chang Sunhao as he summoned his magical artifact to launch an attack on the Jinxian Tower. Just as their strikes reached the vicinity of the tower, a myriad of runes materialized around it, forming a colossal blade that pierced the heavens, effortlessly sweeping away all incoming assaults. The sight of this blade left the members of Tiandao Academy aghast, their eyes widening in horror. They were all too familiar with this weapon. It was the legendary grand formation of their own academy. How could such a formation appear here? This is bad. Run. This formation, a remnant of ancient times, could annihilate even those in the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Now activated by their attack, its power was utterly formidable. They attempted to flee, but it was too late. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, its edge imbued with the essence of the Tao, sweeping across the battlefield. The group of cultivators disintegrated like withered leaves in autumn upon contact. In an instant, several Ascendant stage experts and dozens of Integration stage cultivators were reduced to ashes. Chang Sunhao, the swiftest among them, evaded the onslaught. Standing at the far end of the starry sky, he glared furiously at the Jinxian Tower, his eyes aflame with rage. It was over, utterly over. These cultivators were the backbone of the Changsun family, and now they were all dead. The Changsun family was finished. And so too was Tiandao Academy. What infuriated him the most was that these individuals had perished at the hands of their own academy's grand formation. You vile creature! You plotted against me. Chang Sunhao bellowed, his voice shaking the heavens and shattering countless mountains. Jiang Miaoi had intentionally invoked her father's name to incite their reckless assault. Everything had been a conspiracy. Her expression was solemn. It was indeed a challenge to slay those in the Tribulation Transcendence stage, a troublesome predicament. Damn you! I will see you dead. Chang Sunhao's heart brimmed with murderous intent. This formation required immense resources, and it was unlikely that the adversaries possessed many. They could unleash but a single strike. He vowed to capture the three women and make them suffer excruciatingly. Chang Sunhao summoned a treasure-level sword, channeling secret techniques as he swung it towards the Jinxian Tower. The powerful aura seemed capable of cleaving the very stars. Chapter 599. 3 Celestial Artifacts. Chang Sunhao wielded his treasured weapon, striking at the Jinxian Tower. These three women could not possibly sustain the formation for long. Breaking through the Jinxian Tower was merely a matter of time. As anticipated, the grand formation surrounding the tower ceased its offensive and could only maintain a defensive stance. Fueled by rage, Chang Sunhao relentlessly slashed at the runes encircling the Jinxian Tower. As time progressed, the runes began to fade into obscurity. Just as the defensive runes were on the verge of vanishing, a sword radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from the Tower of Immortals, casting a shroud of darkness over the realm. The sinister blade surged towards Chang Sunhao, who stared wide-eyed in horror. An immortal artifact, the Sword of Heavenly Demons. This is impossible. The Sword of Heavenly Demons had been destroyed. How could it appear here, intact? Yet, there was no mistaking it. He had seen it before. Moreover, the fluctuations of celestial energy emanating from it left no room for deception. The sorrow and fury within Chang Sunhao were swiftly replaced by exhilaration. Although he was uncertain why the Sword of Heavenly Demons had been restored, it was undeniably the case. However, due to the low cultivation level of its wielder, its true power could not be unleashed. The adversary wielding this artifact was akin to delivering it on a silver platter. Foolish woman, to employ an immortal artifact in such a manner. Huh. Chang Sunhao laughed heartily, momentarily forgetting the deaths of others. He effortlessly evaded the sword's attack and swiftly grasped the hilt. The Sword of Heavenly Demons is mine. With this artifact in my possession, I could traverse anywhere, save for the forbidden zones. However, at the very moment Chang Sunhao seized the sword, a golden slip of paper fell from its blade. This golden parchment radiated the aura of an immortal artifact, swiftly folding into a paper dagger that pierced Chang Sunhao's skull in an instant, splattering his brain matter. Under the assault of the celestial-grade treasure, Chang Sunhao's sea of consciousness shattered, and his awareness dissipated. In that fleeting moment of oblivion, he was engulfed in bewilderment and shock. It turned out that the Sword of Heavenly Demons was merely a decoy. The true assault was initiated by the enchanted paper affixed to it. These three women possessed 3 immortal artifacts. What audacity! He would never have imagined that he would perish at the hands of a quasi-immortal artifact and 2 immortal artifacts. It seemed no one had ever been attacked by 3 immortal artifacts. He had unwittingly set a precedent, something to boast about. Yet, he would have no opportunity to do so. He had met his end at the hands of 3 low-level cultivators. Chang Sunhao's body plummeted to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, his eyes still wide open in death. The runes around the Tower of Immortals dissipated, and the 3 women soared forth from the tower. Little paper. As Jiang Xiaoxiu gently called out, the Book of Life and Death ensnared the sword of heavenly demons, drawing it back. Humph. This is for those who would harm my father. Jiang Miaoi triumphantly declared as she stowed the sword. Anyone who wishes ill upon my father shall be obliterated. The other 2 women nodded in fervent agreement. Anyone who inflicted harm upon Jiang Pinyin must perish. Just then, a massive flying vessel tore through the void, winds howling. The expressions of the 3 women shifted. More foes were approaching. However, upon discerning the insignia upon the vessel, they exhaled in relief. It was the flying vessel of the sacred realm of souls. Likely, it was a rescue mission. As their spiritual senses swept over the corpses below, Sovereign Su Bin and the elders of the sacred realm of souls were left in a state of shock. Even in death, the cultivators' fluctuations of law could reveal their levels of cultivation. Dozens of fusion stage experts, 3 ascension stage masters, and 1 tribulation stage powerhouse, all dead. It appears to have been resolved in a single blow, leaving no traces of a grand battle. The assailant must undoubtedly be a master, capable of swiftly vanquishing those in the tribulation stage. It is clear to whom this pertains. Su Bin spoke languidly. Master Jiang has indeed summoned the immortal Qian to take action. With an immortal involved, there is no need for us to assist. He stepped forward to the 3 women, inquiring, where is immortal Qian? Su Bin had long desired to meet Qian Huanrou, eager to seek guidance on how to attain immortality in the mortal realm. Yet, Qian Huanrou had consistently proclaimed her seclusion, refusing to see anyone. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Immortal Qian? Aunt Qian? Aunt Qian has not arrived. I wonder what she and the other incarnations of my father are engaged in. Perhaps they are busy preparing for my younger sister's arrival, Jiang Miaoi cheerfully remarked. Su Bin and the elders of the Sacred Spirit sect widened their eyes in astonishment. It turned out that Qian Huanrou indeed had such a connection with Master Jiang. No wonder she was willing to lend her immortal artifact to him. Suppressing his curiosity, Su Bin gazed perplexedly at the surrounding corpses. If immortal Qian was absent, how had these individuals met their demise? We are the ones who killed them, Jiang Miaoi replied nonchalantly, unfazed by the formidable presence of these top-tier powers. The Great Emperor is her mentor, Jiang Pinyin is her father, and immortal Qian is her stepmother. She has encountered countless powerful figures and is accustomed to it. You killed them? That is inconceivable, Su Bin retorted, utterly incredulous. These young girls possessed relatively low cultivation. Even a single cultivator at the Great Ascendant stage could easily dispatch them. How could they have slain even those at the tribulation stage? Once one reaches the tribulation stage, it becomes exceedingly difficult to perish. With their level of cultivation, even with an immortal's artifact, they could not possibly kill a tribulation stage expert. Jiang Miaoi shrugged. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. I cannot disclose how we accomplished it, and please refrain from spreading rumors. My father has instructed me to remain low profile. Su Bin exchanged glances with the other elders. It was evident that this young girl was merely boasting. It was undoubtedly Qian Huanrou who had intervened. Prior to their arrival, they had sensed fluctuations of immortal energy. Qian Huanrou must have instructed them to conceal her involvement, fabricating a tale that they were the ones responsible. Even the prodigious Jiang Pinyin could not have possibly slain 3 cultivators at the Great Ascendant stage and 1 at the Tribulation stage. The assailants who had raided the Dao Academy were also likely to be linked to Qian Huanrou. The daughter of Jiang Pinyin had confirmed this connection, making it reasonable for Qian Huanrou to act in vengeance for Jiang Pinyin by robbing the Dao Academy. Jiang Pinyin must possess extraordinary qualities to have garnered such favor from Qian Huanrou. Let us depart quickly, having slaughtered so many at the Dao Academy. They will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. We should take refuge in our sacred spirit sect until your father arrives to collect you, Su Bin urged warmly, exhibiting no airs, akin to a caring elder. Thank you, esteemed senior, Jiang Miaoi, Jiang Xiaoxue, and Li Yeye, having tidied the battlefield, proceeded towards the sacred spirit sect. Soon after, News of the annihilation of the Longsun family from the Dao Academy spread like wildfire. Before their demise, the Longsun cultivators had managed to convey the matter of the quasi-immortal artifact, the Immortal Suppressing Tower. The world came to know that the Immortal Suppressing Tower had been acquired by the spirit of the heavenly water, Li Yiye, who had brought it to assist Jiang Pinyin during his battle against the demonic forces. It was now undeniably certain that the assailants of the Dao Academy were indeed affiliated with the demon god cult. In the esteemed Tian Dao Academy, the celestial sanctuary of Tianzhe, numerous formidable factions have united to denounce the malevolent demon god sect and Jiang Pinyin. The demon god sect, devoid of humanity, resorted to barbarous slaughter of the disciples of Tian Dao Academy upon the revelation of their thefts, resulting in the tragic demise of over 100 members of the Changsun family. Tian Dao Academy has nurtured countless prodigies for our human race. Yet the demon god sect has repaid such benevolence with cruelty, inciting the wrath of both deities and mortals alike. With Jiang Pinyin at the helm, the demon god sect is merely a congregation of fiends. With such a presence, our human race faces obliteration without the need for foreign invaders. The demon god sect must surrender the perpetrators and restore justice to Tian Dao Academy. Under the impetus of various factions, within mere months, the realm of cultivation has been engulfed in outrage, and the demon god sect has become a target of universal condemnation, portraying Tian Dao Academy as the true victim. As Jiang Pinyin journeys towards the sacred land of souls, he receives this news and remains silent for a prolonged moment before instructing the elders, alter the course of the flying vessel. We shall not proceed to collect Miao Yi and her companions, but instead head to Tian Dao Academy. Master, what are your intentions? Please, do not act impulsively. Should we act rashly now, our demon god sect's righteousness may become obscured, and this is not within our territory. Engaging would be detrimental. Wu Feiyu sensed Jiang Pingyin's agitation and prepared for confrontation. I shall not act impulsively. I merely intend to offer an apology. Disseminate the news. Inform them that I am heading to Tian Dao Mountain to engage in dialogue. Anyone with grievances may address them face to face. Jiang Pingyin's tone remained calm, devoid of any visible emotional turbulence. Upon hearing these words, Wu Feiyu felt a peculiar sensation, unable to articulate the source of his discomfort. It was likely the first time he witnessed the master yielding, which elicited a sense of strangeness. Despite the concession, Wu Feiyu felt no shame. For Tian Dao Academy had galvanized public sentiment across the entire cultivation community. No one dared invoke the ire of the masses. Chapter 600. I disdain slaughter, have you heard? The leader of the demon god sect intends to apologize at Tian Dao Academy. It is imperative that he apologizes. The entire realm of cultivation is enraged. Does he dare to refuse? If apologies were effective, why bother with cultivation at all? Jiang Pinyin and his demon god sect must bear the consequences. Let us go witness this confrontation of the fiend firsthand. Upon hearing of Jiang Pingyin's intent to apologize, numerous factions and multitudes of cultivators hastened towards Tian Dao Academy. Tian Dao Mountain, once revered as the Imperial Mountain, has existed for countless ages, where innumerable strong practitioners have engaged in discourse and cultivation, giving rise to countless titans of strength. Yet, this has become mere history. The majestic peaks have been diminished, leaving only a fraction of their former glory. When Jiang Pinyin and the esteemed elders arrived at Tian Dao Academy, they were met with a throng of cultivators. Practitioners from various formidable factions gathered: Tianzhe Sacred Land, Sun God Sect, Bright Moon Sacred Land, and Sacred Land of Souls. As Jiang Pinyin alighted from the flying vessel, countless gazes converged upon him. So, this is Jiang Pinyin, possessing such strength at a young age and ascending to the position of leader of the demon god sect. Truly remarkable. Yet, what does it matter? Rumor has it he has mastered the arcane arts of the dark forbidden zone. Without the means of that realm, he cannot advance, remaining forever at the stage of integration. To reach the stage of integration is already an extraordinary feat, for the major factions possess few cultivators of such caliber. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Pinyin. In just over a century, this man had crafted countless legends, inciting waves of fervor time and again. He transcended his contemporaries, standing at the forefront of his era. Father, why apologize to them when they were the ones who slandered you first? Jiang Miaoyi exclaimed, her beautiful face brimming with indignation. Jiang Pinyin did not respond to his daughter. Instead, He surveyed the assembled cultivators and declared in a resonant voice, "I have come here today to clarify certain matters. It was the Heavenly Tao Academy that first slandered me, and the resources I possess were not pilfered from them. The Heavenly Tao Academy, in collusion with malevolent forces, anticipated my arrival to defend myself. The cultivators they had infiltrated among the crowd immediately launched their attacks. Jiang demon, cease your pretense. You merely wish to absolve yourself of your sins. Apologize promptly and return the resources you looted, compensating the Heavenly Tao Academy for their losses. Furthermore, return the resources left by the emperors to the community. Why should you alone hoard so much? You, demon, have slaughtered countless innocents, and your crimes are innumerable." The cacophony of curses and accusations echoed around them. The elders of the demon god sect wore grim expressions, finding themselves at a loss for words. The reputation of the demon god sect was already tarnished. Any attempt at explanation would be futile. The powerful figures from the Heavenly Tao Academy and the sacred land of Tianza exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into faint smirks. Jiang Pinyin and the demon god sect dared not confront the entirety of the cultivation world. They must unearth every secret surrounding Jiang Pinyin. Ignoring the surrounding vitriol, Jiang Pinyin stated, "Today, I am here to apologize, but not to the Heavenly Tao Academy. I owe an apology to my two daughters and to Xiaoya. I have neglected to address the slanders of the Heavenly Tao Academy, unwilling to engage in disputes with you, which has only exacerbated the rumors and caused distress to those around me. My daughters, in their concern for me, have even risked making foolish decisions. As a father, I feel deeply remorseful. I have explained what needed explaining. It was the Heavenly Tao Academy that first maligned us, and our counterattack is justified." Many were taken aback by his words. Jiang Pinyin was not there to apologize to the Heavenly Tao Academy after all. The hidden cultivators resumed their attacks. "This demon continues to quibble. Everyone has heard. His demon god sect has harmed the friends of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Now that all the heroes are gathered here, if you do not provide a reasonable explanation, do not expect to leave. Language is an invisible blade. Though lacking a sharp edge, it can inflict considerable harm. Innocent individuals can be driven to despair." Upon hearing her father's attacks, Jiang Miaoi's eyes reddened with fury. "You bunch of scoundrels." Boom, boom, boom. Before Jiang Miaoi could finish her sentence, cultivators exploded amidst the crowd, blood staining the bodies of many. In an instant, the cacophony of curses fell silent. Everyone stared at Jiang Pinyin in disbelief. He had openly committed murder. His reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Jiang Pinyin coldly surveyed the surroundings. "I have stated before, I do not wish for my loved ones to suffer further unhappiness. Do not force my hand. I will not hesitate to take lives." The crowd was left in utter confusion. Was this what it meant to abhor killing? Having taken the lives of countless beings, you claim to abhor killing? Liang Ping of the Heavenly Zeal Sacred Land, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of joy. Youth is indeed characterized by impetuosity. To commit murder in public, even if justified, renders the act unjustifiable. This time, Jiang Pinyin is utterly doomed. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Ping struck, declaring, "Jiang Pinyin, as a paragon of the human race and a leader of this generation, you slaughter the innocent with abandon, committing unspeakable atrocities, treating human life as mere fodder. Such a person, boom." Jiang Pinyin instantly vanished and delivered a devastating blow, obliterating Liang Ping. He had long harbored disdain for this old man, who had continually sought to undermine him. Previously lacking the strength and status to retaliate, he now stood as the lord of the demon god sect. Having grasped the principles of profound laws, why should he endure any further disrespect? And then, he spoke, addressing the scattered remnants of flesh upon the ground. The crowd gasped. He is already dead. How can he respond? Has he lost his mind? Jiang Pinyin has gone mad, daring to slay even an elder of the Heavenly Zeal Sacred Land. A demon. This is nothing less than a demon. Such a fiend cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. Everyone was astounded. Jiang Pinyin had audaciously attacked an elder of the Heavenly Zeal Sacred Land. This act was tantamount to declaring war on them. Not only were the onlookers shocked, but even the elders of the demon god sect had not anticipated such an occurrence. Wasn't he supposed to come and apologize? Is this what you call an apology? This is more reminiscent of a demon than any of us old fiends. Let the fighting commence. A voice, ripe for mockery, rang out from the crowd. Jiang, my friend, when you kill, do leave the whole body intact. Do not smash it to pieces. The corpse transport sect pays handsomely for intact corpses. The speaker was none other than Busi, who had long since arrived in Central State, awaiting to collect the remains. Liang Ping's demise incited fury within the heavenly zeal sacred land. Esteemed comrades, Jiang the demon has lost all semblance of humanity. Such a being's existence will only herald the destruction of our race. Let us unite to annihilate the demon god sect. This Jiang Pingan must be slain today to prevent future calamities. Warriors from the heavenly zeal sacred land, the celestial Tao Academy, the solar divine sect, and numerous other powerful factions readied their weapons. As they prepared to strike, Jiang Miaoi cried out, Qian Huanrou is my stepmother, the beloved of my father. Dare you lay a hand on him, and when she returns, she will obliterate you and your entire lineage. Upon hearing this, the cultivators who had intended to act were instantly immobilized, as if struck by a spell. Qian Huanrou, an unparalleled beauty, was the first mortal to ascend to immortality after the great emperors ventured to the celestial realm, breaking new ground in history. Besides the beings of the forbidden zones, she was considered the foremost among all. Those who had just clamored to eliminate Jiang Pingan now stood frozen in awkward silence. The Lord of the Heavenly Zeal Sacred Land immediately retorted, You silly girl, spouting such nonsense. How could immortal Qian possibly be interested in one as lowly as Jiang Pingan? Do not think to intimidate us with such fabrications. Seeing his disbelief, Jiang Miaoi replied languidly, You old fossil, if you do not believe me, then do try it. The sovereign of the celestial sacred land feigned disbelief, yet deep within, uncertainty gnawed at his heart. Previously, during the siege of the demon god sect, Qian Huanrou had personally intervened and even lent the celestial slaying sword to Jiang Pingan. Such treasures, akin to divine artifacts, are rarely entrusted even to one's own progeny. Yet Qian Huanrou did so, signifying an extraordinarily close bond between the two. Whispers circulated regarding the nature of their relationship, suggesting that perhaps there is veracity in those rumors. The various factions, paralyzed by fear of Qian Huanrou's wrath, dared not take action. Furthermore, the demon god sect itself posed a formidable challenge. Now, the major powers found themselves in a precarious predicament, uncertain of how to proceed. Retreating would be a disgrace, yet remaining stuck in this stalemate was equally uncomfortable. Standing at the forefront, Jiang Pingan resembled a deity, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who might approach. I offer you a singular opportunity to take my life, he proclaimed, his gaze sweeping over the assembled powers. All of you in the harmonization stage, including those in the later stages, may engage me in a life and death battle. I am aware that you lack the courage to confront me alone. Thus, feel free to come at me as a collective, however many of you there may be. This is your sole chance to slay me. Cherish it wisely. His words elicited astonishment from the crowd. To challenge all harmonization stage practitioners? Had he been blinded by rage? Having recently ascended to the harmonization stage, he dared to confront the later stage practitioners, and indeed a multitude at that. Harmonization stage experts, even among the foremost powers of the human race, are considered the backbone of strength. A leading faction might possess no more than 100 of them. The higher the realm, the more challenging it becomes to engage in cross-stage combat. Even if Jiang Pingan possessed exceptional talent allowing for such feats, his current capabilities were merely at the initial level of harmonization. How formidable could he truly be? To equal a later stage practitioner would be praiseworthy. Yet he now sought to challenge a whole host. If Jiang Pingan were not deluded, he must surely be overcome with fury. This was tantamount to courting death. Will you not employ a higher-tier artifact? Someone inquired tentatively. It was common knowledge that Jiang Pingan possessed a treasure of unparalleled might, rendering opponents of his level incapable of standing against him. I shall not. At most, I will utilize a harmonization stage artifact, Jiang Pingan replied coolly. Did you all hear that? This is Jiang Pingan's own stipulation. The sovereign of the celestial sacred land felt elated. Just when he pondered how to deal with Jiang Pingan, he had not anticipated the audacity of this youth's hubris. Slaying Jiang Pingan during the duel would leave even Qian Huanrou without recourse. Do not act impulsively. With the protection of the celestial immortal, they will not dare to strike. Many elders of the demon god sect shared the belief that Jiang Pingan had inflated his sense of self-worth. The sovereign of the sacred land of divine souls advised, Jiang, you are too rash. While you are indeed strong and may not falter even against later stage harmonization practitioners, to confront a multitude is sheer folly. Father, I wish to join as well, Jiang Miaoi exclaimed, grasping Jiang Pingin's hand immediately. Absolutely not. It is far too dangerous, Jiang Pingin insisted. Unwilling to expose his daughter to even the slightest peril, Jiang Xiaoxue and Li Yaya also yearned to assist, yet their cultivation levels fell short. You speak of danger. Yet I am resolute in my decision to join, Jiang Xiaoxue declared firmly, leaving no room for refusal. Jiang, your daughter exhibits such filial piety. How could you possibly deny her? We have consented to allow your daughter to participate in the competition. Otherwise, it would appear as though we are bullying you. The leader of the Sun God sect intends to eradicate both Jiang Pingin and his daughter to eliminate future threats. In truth, the Sun God sect has no direct conflict with Jiang Pingin, except for the incident when he eliminated the Sun God body that the sect had coveted. The real issue lies in the profound enmity between the Sun God sect and the Lei family. During the opening of the Emperor's relics, a fierce battle erupted, resulting in the previous leader of the sect falling at the hands of the Lei family. Furthermore, driven by the desire to seize the resources possessed by Jiang Pingin, the Sun God sect aligned itself with the opposing faction. Jiang Pingin finds himself in a dilemma. He genuinely wishes to shield his daughter from bloodshed. Yet, in this world, how can one avoid killing? Perhaps it is time for the young girl to confront reality and undergo her trials. Jiang sect leader, we are here to assist you, spoke Su Bin, the master of the sacred land of souls. No need. With too many people, those cowards who only dare to act from the shadows will refrain from showing up. Jiang Pingin declined Su Bin's assistance, taking his daughter Jiang Xiaoxue's hand and soaring into the air, landing atop the half-remaining imperial mountain. Who dares to fight? Jiang Pingin, clad in black, and Jiang Miaoi, in flowing blue, appeared as radiant as twin suns, dazzling to behold. Madness swept through the crowd. Jiang Pingin was truly driven to the brink, behaving in a manner that defied reason. This was akin to courting death. Had he overestimated his prowess or underestimated the number of his foes? The various factions exchanged glances, recognizing that this might be their final opportunity to eliminate Jiang Pingin, and they must strike with all their might. All those at the integration stage of the Heavenly Zeal Sacred Land, step forward. Sun God Sect, all integration stage experts, take the stage. All integration stage experts of the Heavenly Tao Academy, advance and annihilate the two, avenging the Long Sun family. The experts of the Bright Moon Sacred Land, engage. The integration stage cultivators from all factions surged forth from the crowd. As these cultivators appeared, the laws of heaven and earth underwent a dramatic transformation. The once clear sky darkened with ominous clouds, and fierce winds howled, sending leaves spiraling down. The combined might of nearly 100 integration stage experts gathered, comprising a significant portion of the human race's elite. How could Jiang Pingin possibly emerge victorious? Sighs of resignation escaped from Su Bin and the others. Jiang Pingin was still too young, too impulsive. Even as a late-stage integration expert, he could not hope to contend against 100 foes, especially when he had only recently achieved this stage while his adversaries had lived for millennia. Even with Jiang Miaoi by his side, the outcome of the battle would remain unchanged. As Jiang Pingin surveyed the nearly 100 formidable foes surrounding him, his heart burned with hatred and fury. This group had persistently provoked him, threatening his loved ones, and he could no longer endure it. The reason behind his reckless decision was to ensure they paid a bloody price, to instill pain and fear within them. Kill. The nearly 100 integration stage experts roared in unison, and the atmosphere was instantly shrouded in a chilling aura of slaughter. The very fabric of space ripped apart by overwhelming power. Numerous cultivators were frightened into retreat, for battles at the integration stage were terrifying. A moment's carelessness could lead to disastrous repercussions. The gleam of blades and the aura of swords surged towards the two individuals on the mountain, where the essence of profound rules traversed, causing the void to tremble. A formidable secret technique enveloped them, impenetrable and devoid of any chance for escape. The enemies witnessing this scene were elated, as long as they did not reach the great Ascension realm and comprehend the powers of the domain. The demise of these two was inevitable. Chapter 602. The monster born from Jiang Pingin with the assault of nearly 100 cultivators at the combined body stage. The heavens seemed to shatter, and the stars appeared to sway. Faced with such a terrifying onslaught, a singular thought echoed in the minds of all present. These two were doomed. If they were in that position, with the same level of cultivation, they could scarcely conceive of a way to evade such dense and fearsome attacks. The forces of the demon god cult and the divine soul's sacred land immediately sprang into action. However, the other powerful factions had long anticipated this move, swiftly intervening. This duel was proposed by Jiang himself. Do you intend to breach the rules? The Lord of the Heavenly Zephyr's sacred land stated coldly. No matter what, Jiang was destined to perish today. The members of the demon god cult were filled with anxiety, yet Jiang Miaoyi, standing at the eye of the storm, remained unfazed. As she raised her delicate white hand, the surrounding space shifted, creating chaotic spatial currents. The incoming attacks abruptly altered their course, turning back to strike at the enemies. Many early-stage combined body cultivators, unable to evade in time, were consumed by the high-level secret technique, suffering severe injuries or even death. Late-stage combined body cultivation. The power of space. Upon witnessing Jiang Miaoyi's cultivation level, all present were astounded. How many years had it been since her birth? Yet she had already attained the late stage of combined body cultivation. Moreover, she had comprehended the exceedingly rare laws of space. This was even more monstrous than Jiang. At under 50 years old, her late-stage combined body cultivation was a rarity throughout the annals of the cultivation world. Even the elders of the demon god cult were oblivious to Jiang Miaoyi having reached such a level, leaving everyone in disbelief. Her 9 tails danced alongside her flowing hair, and her icy gaze swept over the enemies. You harm my father. You shall pay dearly. As the final word fell, the laws of heaven and earth descended upon them. In an instant, all early and mid-stage combined body cultivators were shrouded by the overwhelming essence of power and under the onslaught of the raging energy. They were reduced to a mist of blood. The onlookers were struck as if by lightning. What was happening? What transpired? How did this group perish after a mere utterance? Only a few strong individuals and soul cultivators sensed the mental fluctuations. Su Bin, the Lord of the Divine Soul's sacred land, trembled as he exclaimed in shock. The divine thought technique. This is impossible. A single thought could determine life and death. A thought could alter the world, and the laws would follow the divine thought. There could be no mistake. A single word could dictate life or death. This was indeed the divine thought technique. Upon hearing Su Bin utter the 3 words divine thought technique, disbelief spread across the faces of the crowd. The divine thought technique, the pinnacle of spiritual secret arts, was created by the emperors. Throughout history, no one had ever succeeded in mastering it. From the divine thought technique, later powerful secret techniques such as heavenly sealing and blood slaughter art were derived. How could Jiang Miaoyi have grasped such a technique? In the briefest moment, nearly 100 combined body cultivators had dwindled to merely 20 or 30. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Busi gazed upon the numerous cultivators left in disarray, their bodies desecrated beyond recognition. His heart ached to the point of fainting. So many exquisite corpses, utterly wasted. He had clearly instructed them to preserve their forms. Why would they not heed his words? Busi's heart bled within him. However, a perplexing thought plagued his mind. Within the ancient mirror of past and future, he could find no trace of Jiang Miaoyi, only that of Jiang. Had the future altered? The eyes of the powerful from various sects glinted with rage. Cultivating a being at the fusion stage demanded countless resources and millennia of effort. The loss of so many would render any recovery impossible for a millennium. Fear and fury surged within them. This Jiang Miaoyi was more formidable than Jiang. Kill. Slay them. Even if she were to master the art of divine thought, she could not sustain it indefinitely. The holy master of Tianzi's sanctum roared in a fit of hysteria. Indeed, my mental prowess pales in comparison to my father's. I can only utilize divine thought once. Jiang Miaoyi, with unerring honesty, opened her internal space and called out, Sister Xiaobai, join me in battle and avenge our father. Upon her words, an exquisite beast soared forth from within her. It bore a resemblance to a horse, its entire form a pristine white, with starlight shimmering around it. Its soft, white mane danced with the breeze, while its golden eyes sparkled, crowned with 2 dragon horns, enveloped in the essence of light. Jiang Miaoyi mounted Xiaobai and charged towards the assailants. In an instant, both rider and steed vanished from sight, leaving only a streak of white light slicing through a dozen foes. The late-stage fusion cultivators felt an overwhelming force strike them, sending them uncontrollably hurtling into the starry expanse. Father, these individuals are mine. You may handle the rest, Jiang Miaoyi declared, guiding Xiaobai to pursue those she had just sent flying. The onlookers stood in stunned silence as Jiang Miaoi disappeared. The principle of light. This woman not only grasped the principle of space, but had also comprehended the rare principle of light. The principle of light epitomizes swiftness, and is no less challenging to master than the principle of space. What manner of prodigy is this? Moreover, even her steed had seemingly comprehended the principle of light. Within the realm of cultivation, few beasts possess such an understanding. The Imperial Dragon. This white beast is the fabled Imperial Dragon. An elder, who had lived for many years, recognized Xiaobai at once, gasping in astonishment. Imperial Dragon? What is this Imperial Dragon? Most had never heard of such a creature. The elder trembled, his gaze fixated on Xiaobai. The Imperial Dragon has only graced history twice, once beside the Emperor and once beside the Holy King, hence its name. It is said that the Imperial Dragon embodies the great fortune of the world. Those who possess it are blessed with ceaseless opportunities, destined to dominate the realm. Historical texts suggest that it was the presence of the Imperial Dragon that enabled the rise of both the Emperor and the Holy King. For those unfamiliar with the Imperial Dragon, these words stirred a tempest within their hearts. So, this was the mount of the Emperor and the Holy King. Such a rare auspice had fallen into Jiang Miaoi's hands. Could it be that Jiang Miaoi was endowed with the potential of an emperor? In the face of a dozen elite late-stage cultivators, Jiang Miaoi rode her steed, Little White, wielding a luminous sword forged from the essence of transcendent principles. Utilizing her unparalleled speed and mastery of spatial laws, she compelled the formidable adversaries to retreat in disarray. Amidst the starry expanse, Jiang Miaoi, draped in flowing azure garments, exuded an ethereal grace, her breathtaking silhouette striking the hearts of onlookers. They stood entranced, having never before witnessed such an astonishing beauty. At under 50 years of age, while most cultivators were still in the foundational stages, she had already ascended to the pinnacle of the merging stage. All the talents and historical figures of the realm paled in comparison before her. Jiang Pingan had indeed spawned a prodigy. Chapter 603. Mutual destruction. As the crowd marveled at Jiang Miaoi's prowess, they did not forget Jiang Pingan. His battle, however, was far from effortless. Yet, his performance was equally mesmerizing. Engaging in combat against multiple late-stage cultivators in the early merging phase, Jiang Pingan unleashed the battle god technique, amplifying his strength sixfold, enhancing all laws of power to an extraordinary level. Under the augmentation of celestial energy, his combat prowess transcended the limits of his realm. In just a few short years, Jiang Pingan had comprehensively grasped the essence of battle intent. What harrowing trials had he endured? It was well known that to elevate one's understanding of battle intent, one must engage in relentless combat, particularly life and death struggles. In merely a few years, he had fully assimilated the laws of battle intent, a testament to his continuous experience in perilous encounters. This formidable being was merciless not only to others, but also to himself. He had not only mastered the laws of battle intent, but had also comprehended the laws of destruction. Jiang Pingan swung his fists imbued with the essence of annihilation. Wherever he struck, myriad laws crumbled, and none dared to engage him in close combat. Even so, facing over a dozen late-stage cultivators proved taxing, as wounds began to mar his form. Suddenly, an adversary from the late merging stage launched a stealthy assault, thrusting a long sword through Jiang Pingan's heart. Grasping the blade from the front, he seized control of his assailant, and in an instant, a small black orb materialized, piercing through the attacker's skull. This orb, known as the Black Star, was a spiritual artifact containing the laws of gravity and strength. Jiang Pingan had procured it from the Immortal Pavilion, seldom employing it until now. When confronted by a horde of merging cultivators, he infused the Black Star with the laws of destruction, shadow lightning, gravity, and strength, channeling his mental energy to launch the attack. With its inherent formidable attributes, augmented by the laws, it became even more potent. The artifacts of other cultivators were no match for its might. Upon collision, their treasures would shatter or be pierced through. Jiang Pingan fought valiantly, each injury further igniting his battle intent, and wherever the Black Star passed, corpses fell. Typically, late-stage cultivators could reconstruct their bodies even when obliterated. But Jiang Pingan's unique mastery of the laws of destruction could annihilate everything, obliterating the very essence of life in his foes, rendering them incapable of resurrection. This was the true strength of the power of destruction, possessing the most formidable destructive capability in existence. As adversaries continue to succumb, Jiang Pingin's advantages grow ever more pronounced. Kill him. Slay him. The formidable figures from various factions, who once exhibited composure and equanimity, now succumb to hysterical roars, their eyes shimmering with profound dread. Nearly 100 powerful beings besiege the two, yet against all odds, these two maintain the upper hand. Should this persist, their lives may be forfeit. As the elder's lifespan wanes, he resolves to make a final contribution to his sect and care for his descendants. A venerable elder, in the late stage of integration, invokes forbidden techniques, sacrificing his life force. With hands deftly weaving seals, he conjures a formidable secret art, ensnaring Jiang Pingin within a unique barrier that distorts the very fabric of space. Jiang Pingin's expression shifts as he unleashes a devastating punch against the sealed space. Yet it proves futile, in vain, for as a late-stage integration master, I burn my life to wield this spatial forbidden art. Even your daughter, who commands the laws of space, cannot break this confinement. The elder feels his vitality waning at an accelerating pace. Jiang Pingin, forgive me, you are not a malevolent soul. Yet our stances diverge. Let us fall together. This technique, known as the space funeral, is designed to annihilate all. Even your death replacement talisman shall offer no solace. Within the barrier, space shatters into fragments, unleashing a terrifying spatial tempest. Jiang Pingin charges forward, delivering a devastating blow that shatters the barrier. Yet his own body is torn apart by the chaotic storm, blood cascading forth. The disciples of the demon god sect are struck with alarm. Master, faced with this technique, even a nascent stage master may not withstand it. Time is revered, space reigns supreme. The power of space, the epitome of strength, can disregard distance and traverse the void at unparalleled speed. It can forge perfect defenses utilizing spatial energy, redirecting attacks, rendering any defense at the same tier invincible. It can, with overwhelming spatial might, shred adversaries, proving nearly impossible to defend against, inflicting devastating damage. A late-stage integration master, burning their life force to unleash this attack, renders any equivalent defense utterly futile. Jiang Pingin's body disintegrates at a visible rate, each drop of blood caught in the tumult of this force. The death replacement talisman activates, forming runes, yet within the disordered spatial realm, the runes disintegrate, failing to activate and ultimately vanishing amidst the spatial turbulence. Father, Brother Pingin, Jiang Xiaoxue and Li Ye tremble violently, their minds rendered blank, as the world transforms into shades of gray. Just arriving, Meng Jing is struck dumb by the scene before her. Sovereign Su Bin of the sacred land of souls sighs in resignation. The very occurrence he most dreaded has transpired. A generation of prodigies has fallen. From afar, Busi furrows his brow. The future has indeed shifted. Not only has Jiang Miaoyi appeared, but Jiang Pingin has also perished. Haha. The masters of the Tianzi sacred land and the sun god sect, among others, laugh unabashedly, disregarding their dignity. He is dead. Jiang Pingin is finally dead. What of your unparalleled talent? What of your incomparable prowess? To challenge so many masters at once is but a path to demise. The dozen or so masters who faced Jiang Miaoyi exhale in relief, with Jiang Pingin's demise. They can now redirect their efforts toward her, alleviating their burdens. Jiang Miaoyi, your father has perished. A formidable warrior in the fusion stage assailed Jiang Miaoyi while attempting to destabilize her resolve, seeking to exploit any weaknesses to eliminate her. Fool, what are these insignificant beings compared to my father? Jiang Miaoyi scoffed disdainfully. Observing her demeanor, a sense of dread enveloped the stronger opponents. Could it be that Jiang Pingin had not perished? Impossible. Jiang Pingin had been torn asunder by the spatial tempest, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. He could not possibly still be alive. Just as everyone assumed Jiang Pingin had fallen, an imposing figure materialized from thin air. Jiang Pingin's obsidian eyes sparkled, his hands adorned with strange green runes, a mysterious aura enveloping him. Upon seeing Jiang Pingin's emergence, the despairing Jiang Xiaoxue and others widened their eyes in shock and wept with joy. He was alive. He had not died. The smiles on the faces of numerous adversaries froze. Impossible. Jiang Pingin had undeniably met his end. The death talisman had failed to activate. How could he still be alive? The power of time. This was indeed the power of time. Jiang Pingin still wielded the force of time, witnessing the surging energy around him. Several strong individuals gasped in astonishment. Time is revered, space is sovereign. The renown of the force of time has always overshadowed that of spatial power. Though often spoken of in tandem, they are not equal. Spatial power merely serves to highlight the supremacy of time. The power of time resembles a forbidden force. For even to harness a fleeting moment of its essence demands an exorbitant price. It is a challenge even for tribulation stage warriors to fathom this power. Yet now, they beheld this force manifest within Jiang Pinyin. Thus, this was indeed Jiang Pinyin's true trump card. Chapter 604. Eternal Daylight. Jiang Pinyin stood as a divine entity, evoking awe and trepidation, making others reluctant to meet his gaze. Very well, you have compelled me to reveal my trump card. Were it not for the power of time, I would have perished. This technique is truly formidable. You must be wondering how I came to possess the power of time. Raising his hand, he regarded the green markings upon it, and spoke with a calm demeanor. I extend my gratitude to the holy land of Tianza for this opportunity. The forbidden artifact once intended to slay me has granted me the power of time, enabling my body to revert to 5 breaths prior. Given Jiang Pinyin's nature, he would not easily divulge such a hidden strength. The reason for his disclosure was merely to elate those present. Indeed, upon hearing this, the Holy Lord of Tianza was elated, though his face turned a shade of purple as he struggled to contain his fury, ultimately succumbing to rage and spitting forth blood. He had never anticipated that the very artifact intended to extinguish Jiang Pinyin's life would become his fortune. This power had allowed Jiang Pinyin to navigate through this life and death ordeal. And I must also express my gratitude to the Holy Land of Tianza for the Emperor's Heart Sutra bestowed upon me by Liang Ping, which enabled me to establish a second system of realms. Alas, Liang Ping has just met his demise at my hands. Consider this your opportunity to express gratitude on my behalf. Before the astonishment of the crowd could subside, Jiang Pinyin invoked the secret mental technique Rebirth, summoning the elderly figure who had previously burned his life essence. This elder, who had been slain by Jiang Pinyin before his complete obliteration, was now poised for rebirth. Upon witnessing this elder, the head of the Tiandao Academy's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Quick, take cover." Jiang Pinyin possesses the extraordinary ability to reincarnate the deceased, allowing the reborn to wield the same arcane techniques. During his previous challenge at the Heavenly Dao Academy, he showcased this formidable power. However, the Academy's headmaster declared it was too late. The reincarnated white-haired elder had already sealed the surrounding space, ensnaring a dozen formidable beings in the fusion stage. "I concede. Release me," cried the leader of the Sun God sect, desperation etched upon his face. "I am also a victim of circumstance. I implore you to set me free. I am willing to withdraw from the sacred land of Tianza. Grant me a path to survival." The assembled fusion stage masters shouted in terror, having just witnessed the terrifying nature of this technique, unwilling to endure its consequences firsthand. Some begged for mercy, while others attempted to breach the sealed space, striving to reopen it. The Space of Entombment, a rather fitting title. Jiang Pinyin summoned his mental energy to its zenith, invoking the laws of the universe to compel the reincarnated elder to fully exert the spatial technique. With a crack, the barrier's space shattered like fragile glass, and the cultivators within were torn apart as if they were mere paper. Jiang Pinyin, the Sun God sect shall not let you escape unscathed. Release me." A tempest of spatial energy erupted forth, and the numerous ancient beings, who had survived for millennia, were reduced to mere fragments of their former selves. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their minds momentarily paralyzed. For many, it was the first encounter with such an unfathomable ability, leaving them profoundly shaken. Jiang Pinyin's capacity to reincarnate others and allow them to harness their past abilities was unprecedented in history. This seemed akin to a form of spiritual power, rivaling even the might of divine consciousness techniques. "Father, save me," Jiang Miaoi cried out, besieged amidst the stars. "Enough of this," Jiang Pinyin replied, somewhat exasperated. Jiang Miaoi playfully stuck out her pink tongue, her voice sweetly coaxing. "Isn't it to showcase your prowess, dear father? Very well, I shall cease." Jiang Miaoi raised her delicate hand, forming a gesture, instantly illuminating the cosmos with a brilliance that eclipsed the sun, prompting all to instinctively shield their eyes. The radiance was fleeting, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As the spectators regained their sight, they beheld a horrifying scene. The elite masters surrounding Miaoi had all been transformed into lifeless corpses, suspended in the void before disintegrating into ashes, scattering into the ether. The crowd shuddered violently. In a single strike, a dozen top-tier experts had perished, with no one even witnessing their demise. What sorcery is this? This technique bears an uncanny resemblance to the ancient scripture known as Eternal Day. Utilizing the power of the aurora, it penetrates the corporeal forms of cultivators, annihilating foes and obliterating all. Eternal Day? What is this arcane art that I have never encountered before? The techniques created by the emperors have long been lost to time. Yet how could she wield such power? The crowd stared in disbelief at Jiang Miaoyi. This woman had concealed her true capabilities all along. As silence enveloped the world, the sound of falling leaves resonated. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. They expected the demise of the father and daughter. Yet it was nearly 100 elite masters who had fallen instead. In less than the duration of a tea brew, nearly 100 formidable beings were eradicated. It is essential to recognize that cultivators in the harmonization stage are extraordinarily resilient, seldom facing death. Over the past 3 millennia, the number of fallen harmonization experts scarcely compares to the fatalities incurred in this singular event. Such a widespread occurrence of harmonization stage deaths has not been witnessed in eons. Busi collapsed upon the ground, writhing in agony, his eyes reflecting a profound despair. The bodies of nearly 100 elite cultivators perished, leaving no remains. This father-daughter duo exhibited a disturbing penchant for leaving no corpses behind after their slaughter. Such a valuable resource has been utterly squandered. Had they sold the bodies to the corpse transport sect, they could have forged an entire army of harmonization experts. Now all is lost. The assembly was jolted from their stupor by Busi's pained cries, causing them to shudder in fear. The cultivators from the heavenly Zeal Sacred Land, the Sun God sect, and the Heavenly Tao Academy wore expressions of sheer horror. They had unwittingly provoked such a monstrosity. Particularly alarming was Jiang Miaoyi, who, at less than 100 years of age, had already attained the harmonization stage, surpassing even Jiang Pinyin in terror. Once she matures, who could stand against her? Is there anyone left? Jiang Pinyin surveyed the various opposing factions, feeling he had yet to satiate his thirst for vengeance. A spectator among the cultivators shouted, "Jiang Pinyin, you have gone too far. You have exterminated 1% of the harmonization experts among our human race. Do you comprehend the implications this holds for us? It plunges the entire human race into peril. Should foreign forces invade, we shall be in grave danger." Others quickly echoed in agreement. Indeed, regardless of your grievances, you must not lose sight of the greater good. The death of so many has weakened our race. If our people face a crisis, you too will be deemed the villains. Suddenly, Jiang Pinyin erupted into laughter, interrupting the cacophony of accusations. An elder who had been chastising him retorted, "What is so amusing? Am I mistaken in my assertions? I do not oppose you. I merely speak the truth." "Truth, you say?" From a distance, Meng Jing seethed. "When my beloved was besieged, when he was wrongfully accused and attacked, where were you, you old scoundrel, to speak of justice? Yet now you dare to spew nonsense." The elder's expression faltered. "Why are you silent now, you old wretch?" Pretending to be wise, Meng Jing turned to face the elder of the Lei family. The Lei patriarch, grasping her intent, summoned forth divine thunder imbued with the essence of the thunder path, which descended from the heavens and struck the accuser, reducing him and his companions to ashes without a trace of suffering. Meng Jing cast a fierce glare across the assembly. "I care not who you are. Should you dare to speak ill of my beloved in my presence, I shall see to your demise." Ahem. The Lei patriarch coughed awkwardly, reminding her that as the divine daughter of the Lei family, her public discourse need not be so crass. Meng Jing nodded and reiterated, "Who dares to speak ill of my beloved shall face the annihilation of their entire family." Chapter 605. Farewell to the chaotic body. Xiao Jing, temper your murderous intent. It may cloud your spirit, Jiang Pinyin gently advised. The crowd murmured in disbelief. "You dare speak of such things? No one harbors a heavier heart than you. Nearly 100 harmonization experts have met their end at your hands. The hearts of the cultivators from the heavenly Zeal Sacred Land, the Sun God sect, and the Heavenly Tao Academy bled with sorrow. Harmonization experts are not mere cultivators. They are the backbone of any faction. A substantial loss has occurred, one that cannot be recovered in mere millennia. No one anticipated that Jiang Pinyin and his daughter Jiang Miaoyi would be so formidable. This reality instills profound fear and regret in many factions, who now ponder the folly of provoking them, knowing that their lives will be fraught with trepidation henceforth. At this juncture, the void above the heavens ruptured, as a formidable figure in the tribulation stage accompanied a young man clad in a golden robe, traversing the expanse of the void. Upon seeing these two, Jiang Pingan narrowed his eyes, reigniting the murderous intent that had just begun to subside. These two were none other than the chaotic body, Situ Lingfeng, and the venerable ancestor of the Changsun clan, Changsun Pingzhen. It was these two who had stripped him of his devouring talent, falsely accused him, and placed a bounty on his head, attracting the attention of assassins. Situ Lingfeng had undergone a transformative change, radiating with a resplendent array of colors, exuding both sanctity and power. Jiang Pingan. Situ Lingfeng looked down upon him, his demeanor suffused with an air of superiority. Last time, you were fortunate enough to best me in a single move. This time, I shall trample you beneath my feet. After his defeat by Jiang Pingan, he had been returned to the chaotic Forbidden Zone to undergo further cultivation. Within that realm, he had battled numerous top-tier prodigies, many of whom were not inferior to Jiang Pingan. He had forsaken various techniques and divine bodies to specialize in chaotic power, leading to a meteoric rise in strength, achieving late-stage refinement in but a few decades. Jiang Pingan, I am no longer the person I once was. Your talent is formidable, yet merely dominant within the wild realm. This vast world is beyond your imagination. Upon his return to the chaotic Forbidden Zone, Situ Lingfeng had come to grasp the true nature of this world. Once he eliminates Jiang Pingan, he intends to devote himself to cultivation, preparing for the future. Whispers among the powerful within the chaotic Forbidden Zone suggested that the Emperor might be in peril within the celestial realm, and the wild realm is likely to be discovered. When that moment arrives, celestial beings will descend, turning the entire wild realm into a wasteland. To survive the impending crisis, he must strengthen himself. Jiang Pingan and Liang Xiaohong are merely transient encounters on his path, destined to perish at his hands. Observing the arrogance etched upon Situ Lingfeng's face, Jiang Pingan's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Have you been in seclusion, oblivious to the happenings in the outside world? Situ Lingfeng's pride intensified as he replied. Let me enlighten you. I have been in closed-door cultivation within the chaotic Forbidden Zone for some time. The three great Forbidden Zones are the most enigmatic places on Earth. Even tribulation stage experts may fall within their confines, and I take great pride in having entered. His emergence was prompted by the matter concerning the protector, Changsun Pingzhen, whose sun's jade tablet had shattered, presumably signaling his demise. Upon arriving at Tiandao Mountain, he discovered Jiang Pingan's presence and noted that half of the Imperial Mountain had inexplicably vanished. Regarding the events in the outside world, Situ Lingfeng was entirely uninformed, as the chaotic power within the Forbidden Zone obstructed the use of transmission talismans. The president of Tiandao Academy, witnessing Situ Lingfeng's intent to challenge Jiang Pingan, urgently called out, Situ, do not act impulsively. You are not Jiang Pingan's match at present. Situ Lingfeng shook his head. Dean, you do not comprehend. You are unaware of my current might. Within the Chaos Forbidden Zone, my cultivation level surpasses that of the outside world by unfathomable margins. Even the emperors have practiced within, toiling for decades to reach the late stage of void refinement. Jiang Pingan has already stepped into the integration stage. Long Sun Pingzhen, a formidable figure in the tribulation stage, could perceive the fluctuations of profound laws emanating from Jiang Pingan, his eyes flashing with astonishment. What? An integration stage cultivator? The arrogance that once adorned Situ Lingfeng's visage dissipated completely. He had believed that his decades-long ascent to the late stage of void refinement was impressive. Yet, to his dismay, Jiang Pingan had surpassed him, achieving the integration stage. No, wait. Jiang Pingan has forged a self-created realm, crafting a fourth stage, which is significantly more arduous than the typical cultivation path. Situ Lingfeng's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze darkened, revealing an undercurrent of resentment and envy. You must have hastily fabricated this realm for the sake of a breakthrough. It cannot be too formidable. Even if you have ascended to the next stage, you cannot possibly grasp many profound laws in such a short span. I, the young master, can battle across realms. Regaining his composure, Situ Lingfeng radiated a spectrum of colors, the power of chaos surging forth. Today, he would match the integration stage cultivators with his late stage of void refinement and astonish the world. With fervor igniting his spirit, Situ Lingfeng surged through the void toward Jiang Pingan. You cannot defeat him. The dean of the Heavenly Tao Academy attempted to intervene, but his words only fueled C2 Lingfeng's determination. After years of arduous cultivation, he would not accept defeat. Today was the day C2 Lingfeng would redeem his honor. With a powerful swing of his chaos fist aimed at Jiang Pinyin, the overwhelming force of chaos disrupted the surrounding laws and order. Jiang Pinyin casually retaliated with a single punch, and C2 Lingfeng instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Amidst the blood mist, life runes flickered, and C2 Lingfeng reemerged. This time, the confidence that once graced his countenance had vanished, replaced by sheer terror and disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. Jiang Pinyin merely delivered a casual punch that obliterated my form, triggering the death talisman. Why? Why has he grown so powerful? The chasm between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Jiang Pinyin, disinterested in explanations, invoked the mental secret art of reincarnation. C2 Lingfeng, with his Tao heart shattered, plunged directly into the illusion of reincarnation, where he repeatedly suffered defeat at the hands of Jiang Pinyin. After countless failures, his soul was torn apart in agony, leading to his ultimate demise. Yet, in the outside world, only a fleeting moment passed. Chaos body, C2 Lingfeng, is dead. This outcome, save for Long Sun Pingjin, was not unexpected, but it left a profound sense of melancholy. A chaos body capable of leading in any era had met such an end in this age. Long Sun Pingjin stood dumbfounded. As a protector of the chaos body, he had witnessed its demise before his very eyes. He could never have anticipated that Jiang Pinyin had matured to such an extraordinary level. Fury surged within Long Sun Pingjin as he raised his hand in anger. You scoundrel! Die! Only by safeguarding C2 Lingfeng could he hope to ascend to immortality. With C2 Lingfeng's death, his own chance at transcendence was severed. Dare you lay a hand on my demon god sect leader? Do you think my demon god sect is powerless? A multitude of formidable warriors from the demon god sect stood before Jiang Pinyin. Dare to touch the son-in-law of the Lei family? You seek death. The members of the Lei family sprang into action. The sacred land of divine soul proclaimed a significant announcement. Jiang Pinyin had ascended to the pinnacle of the Tower of Immortals, according to their customs. He was to be regarded as the sovereign of the sacred land of divine soul. Previously concealed, this revelation was now laid bare. Given that Jiang Pinyin had become the leader of the demon god sect, the sacred land of divine soul decided to elevate his daughter, Jiang Miaoi, to the position of sovereign. The machinations of the sacred land of divine soul could be heard echoing across the vastness of the cosmos. In an instant, Changsun Pingjin, who had acted against Jiang Pinyin, found himself besieged by a group of powerful beings. He was utterly dumbfounded, as if he had stirred a hornet's nest. Chapter 606, Pacification. Fellow Taoists, save me. Surrounded by a horde of strong adversaries, Changsun Pingjin was terrified and began to plead for assistance. He had never anticipated that his actions against Jiang Pinyin would provoke the ire of the powerful factions. With so many adept warriors assailing him, escape was utterly impossible. The president of the Celestial Academy shouted, Jiang Pinyin, you fiend! You pilfered resources from my Celestial Academy, slaughtered my disciples, and sought to dismantle what humanity has tirelessly built over countless ages, not succumbing to the demonic races, but to your hands. You are a scourge upon mankind. Fellow Taoists, strike together to protect my Celestial Academy. The president began to vilify Jiang Pinyin, inciting public sentiment to rally against him. However, as the tide turned, many powerful figures from various factions, perceiving the futility of their situation, tore through space and fled. Their initial aggression had been motivated by greed, but now it was evident that Jiang Pinyin was not to be trifled with. Though Jiang Pinyin was unable to break through, his daughter was an entirely different matter. Jiang Miaoi, possessing talents surpassing even her father's, would become unstoppable as she matured. Despite having previously offended Jiang Pinyin, it was still not too late to retreat, for he was unlikely to pursue them. In the blink of an eye, the only remaining adversaries were those from the Celestial Academy, with even the Tianzi's sacred land retreating upon realizing the dire circumstances. The ancient Thunder family, the demon god sect, and the sacred land of divine soul launched an assault on the few strong members of the Celestial Academy. Ordinary cultivators dared not voice their concerns, hastily fleeing to avoid being caught in the crossfire. From this point onward, Jiang Pinyin was no longer involved. Brother Jiang, may I procure the corpse of the chaos body? Name your price. Bu Si swiftly approached, his gaze fixated on the corpse of Situ Lingfeng, his eyes gleaming as if he beheld an unparalleled beauty. Jiang Pingan tossed it to him, saying, "Consider it a gift." He then retrieved the corpses he had brought back from the primordial realm and offered them as well. The ghost-sending sect had assisted him on numerous occasions, and this was merely a gesture of goodwill. The sun god body, the golden god body, and the azure wood spirit body. Upon witnessing the divine essences contained within these corpses, Buxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Each of these corpses was a divine body, and many exuded strange and potent energies. Where did Jiang Pingan acquire so many high-grade divine bodies? Did he bring them back from the immortal realm? Is he truly offering this to me for free? Buxi could scarcely believe it. Any single one of these corpses, if auctioned, would incite a frenzied bidding war. "Take them," Jiang Pingan said calmly. These corpses were carelessly acquired from the primordial realm. While they hold little significance there, they are exceedingly rare in the wilderness realm. If you desire something, speak up. Otherwise, I shall remain uneasy. Buxi's palms fidgeted against his garments as he contemplated seizing a corpse from the ground, yet hesitated. "Forget it," he finally said. Just as Jiang Pingan was about to collect the bodies, Buxi swiftly snatched them away. A man's word is his bond. "How can one speak and not act?" he declared. "Our ghost summoning sect has maintained a cordial relationship with the demon god cult for generations." Leaving these words behind, Buxi departed with the corpses, brimming with anticipation for what he intended to do with them. Wooden-headed, Meng Jing leaped into Jiang Pingan's embrace, reminiscent of her childhood, nuzzling her head against him. Even though they frequently communicated through sound transmission talismans, nothing could compare to an in-person meeting. "Wow, Aunt Meng, you are stunning. How did father manage to win your heart?" Jiang Miao interjected with a laugh. "Your father is as dull as wood. How could he possibly pursue a woman?" Meng Jing retorted as she emerged from Jiang Pingan's hold. Having often conversed with Jiang Miao through the talismans, they were well acquainted. Jiang Miao suddenly realized. So it was Aunt Meng who took the initiative. My mother did the same, and surely Aunt Qian did too. Father seems to prefer the assertive approach. She turned to Li Yiya and quipped, "Little you must also be proactive. Otherwise, father wouldn't take action." Li Yiya's cheeks flushed as she cast a furtive glance at Jiang Pingan, as if plotting something. Jiang Pingan, exasperated, thought, "How can my daughter be so indiscreet with her words? If she were a son, I would surely kick him into the cosmos." Ignoring his daughter, he asked Meng Jing, "If you consume the Chaos Thunder Fruit, could you evolve further?" "Perhaps," Meng Jing's grandfather, Lei Zong, interjected. "Little Jing currently possesses the Celestial Thunder Body, which is quite formidable. Should she truly consume the Chaos Thunder Fruit, she might evolve into the Chaos Celestial Thunder Body, surpassing our ancestors." Lei Zhang's eyes sparkled with hope, but he soon sighed, shaking his head. However, the Chaos Thunder Fruit exists solely in the Chaos Forbidden Zone, inaccessible to outsiders. Jiang Pingan presented Meng Jing with a storage ring, saying, "Here are 10 Chaos Thunder Fruits. Try consuming one to see if it can enhance your innate talent." He had nurtured these fruits over decades, and they had finally matured. "What did you say?" "Chaos Thunder Fruits." Lei Zhang's eyes widened in shock, and he gasped before regaining his composure, thinking Jiang Pingan must be jesting, almost falling for the ruse. To mask his earlier surprise, he jested, "Sect leader Jiang, the Chaos Thunder Fruit is no ordinary item. Even acquiring a single one is a daunting task. If you truly manage to obtain 10, I shall nominate you as the head of the Lei family." Before he could finish, a fruit radiating with multicolored brilliance appeared in Meng Jing's hand, with lightning coursing through the chaotic luminescence, the primal power of chaos thunder surging within. Utterly extraordinary. As this fruit emerged, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, and a tempest howled. Lei Zong, as if struck by lightning, stood frozen in astonishment. The Chaos Thunder Fruit. This is undeniably the Chaos Thunder Fruit. It harbors the power of thunder and chaos. Jiang Pingan truly possesses such a treasure. Moreover, there are 10 of them. Meng Jing gazed quizzically at the fruit in her hand and inquired, "Mutu, is this fruit delectable?" "The flavor is rather ordinary, somewhat electric on the palate. I have consumed several, yet none have transformed me into the Chaos Thunder Body. It appears I lack the innate talent for thunder." Although Jiang Pingan practiced the demonic thunder scripture, he did not possess the thunder body himself. He had no desire to cultivate such a form, as wielding too many powers could hinder his progress, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Lei Zong, overhearing their conversation, was utterly bewildered. How could these two be discussing the taste of the Chaos Thunder fruit? Consuming this fruit could result in an evolution into the Chaos Thunder body, dramatically amplifying one's combat prowess. Even if it bore a foul taste, it would still be worth consuming. Let us first consume these 10 Chaos Thunder fruits and see if we can attain the Chaos Thunder power. If not, I shall provide you with more, Jiang Pingan expressed, wishing for Meng Jing to grow stronger. Beside them, Lei Zhang's breathing quickened, his eyes reddening, for Jiang Pingan possessed even more Chaos Thunder fruits. Suddenly, Lei Zhang turned towards a cultivator from the Heavenly Dao Academy, roaring with fury, "Hey, you scoundrel, dare to provoke my Lei family's son-in-law. I shall obliterate you, wretched lot." The cultivator from the Heavenly Dao Academy wore a bewildered expression, wondering when he had offended Jiang Pingan. Upon witnessing Lei Zhang charge at him, he promptly fled. Chapter 607. Jiang Pingan's participation in the assessment. Meng Jing consumed the Chaos Thunder fruit, and a kaleidoscopic Chaos Thunder manifested above the Heavenly Dao Academy. Its formidable aura radiating for thousands of miles, akin to celestial thunder descending upon the earth. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for an entire month before dissipating. Meng Jing successfully evolved, becoming the Chaos Celestial Thunder body, her attacks now imbued with the essence of chaotic principles, rendering her exponentially more powerful than before. During this period, news of the events transpiring at the Heavenly Dao Academy spread throughout the cultivation world. The duo of Jiang Pingan and Jiang Miao was regarded as monstrous, having slain over 100 formidable cultivators in the fusion stage. These two were deemed demonic, with so many human powerhouses vanquished. What would happen if the alien races launched an assault? These two demons must be eradicated. Speak such words to my face. I choose not to seek a partner or bear children. I am not cowardly. This battle reverberated across the realm, inciting many to slander and vilify Jiang Pingan and Jiang Miao. However, various factions eager to curry favor with Jiang Pingan began to speak out in his defense. Even the previously aggressive Haoyu's sacred land and the Sun God cult began to extol him, claiming they too had been deceived by the Heavenly Dao Academy and Tian's sacred land, presenting themselves as victims. As to whether these factions were genuinely duped, only they knew. Amidst the clarifications and voices of support from numerous powerful factions, Jiang Pingan's reputation was restored, while the Heavenly Dao Academy became a target of universal disdain. Though a significant number of human powerhouses perished, no alien races dared to invade. On one hand, Jiang Pingan had sold a plethora of resources, bolstering the confidence of various factions. On the other hand, Qian Huanrou ascended to immortality, instilling fear in the alien races and deterring them from taking action. With the conclusion of this battle, the cultivation world returned to a semblance of tranquility. Jiang Miao's name resounded throughout the realm, as princes, saints, and divine scions from various factions sought to forge alliances through marriage. Everyone aspired to wed such an extraordinary talent with unparalleled potential. In response to these matrimonial overtures, Jiang Miao stipulated a singular condition: to defeat her father among those of the same cultivation level. Upon the dissemination of this requirement, the mighty factions were left despondent. Everyone believes that if Jiang Miao steadfastly adheres to this condition, she will remain single for life. In the entire realm of cultivation, who could possibly rival Jiang Pingan? The chaotic body has been slain, the grand ancestor crocodile has been defeated, and those top talents from the dark forbidden zone have all succumbed. Jiang Pingan has achieved true invincibility among his peers. Although Jiang Pingan stands undefeated at his level, he is unable to transcend to the great ascension stage. He is striving for this, planning to take part in the celestial sect examination of the Yuan realm in a few decades, not solely for himself, but also for Jiang Miao. Unknown to outsiders, Jiang Miao is equally unable to ascend to the next realm. Jiang Pingan intends to venture to the celestial realm to gather celestial roots, and to seek methods for his daughter to do the same. If he could discover the means to engender celestial roots, it would not only resolve his daughter's dilemma, but also guide those around him onto the true path of ascension. The days ahead became tranquil. Jiang Pingan dedicated his time either to the companionship of those near him or to his cultivation. He had initially intended to confront Liang Xiaohong, the holy son of the Tianzi sacred land, who was responsible for Uncle Meng's demise, but Meng Jing insisted on handling it herself. Under the urging of the Lei family, Jiang Pingan and Meng Jing worked tirelessly day and night in hopes of having a child. Yet, Despite their efforts, conception remained elusive. The stronger the lineage, the more arduous the struggle to conceive, a law of the cultivation world. In the Yuan realm, immortals seeking to bear a child after ascension must pay a tremendous price. Marrying thousands of wives, and even after countless years, success is not guaranteed. More often than not, it relies on mere fortune. 30 years later, in the Yuan realm, Canglan Prefecture, at the Hall of the Ascended in the Ascension Pavilion. The pavilion master, Rosu, grasped Qian Huanrou's hand solemnly. Sister Qian, are you truly determined to participate in the celestial sect examination? This trial is fraught with peril. For immortals, it is no simpler than for others. It is, in fact, more arduous. The celestial sect will impose even more challenging tests on immortals. The celestial sect examination is about to commence, and Qian Huanrou is preparing to take part. Much to Rosu's dismay, regardless of the risks, I must try. I must take Ping into the celestial realm to help him gather celestial roots. Or else he will forever be trapped here. Qian Huanrou was well aware of the dangers, yet she was resolute in her decision to proceed. Rosu's expression was complex. She could hardly fathom why someone of Qian Huanrou's age would still be swayed by a man. Life is meant to be pursued joyfully, even in becoming an immortal. It is for the sake of happiness. With this young man, it is easy and delightful. A smile suddenly graced Qian Huanrou's lips at the mention of Jiang Pingan. Very happy? Has he endured well? Ahem. Rosu realized that discussing such topics was unbecoming for an immortal, quickly shifting the conversation. By the way, where has that rascal Jiang Pingan been these past decades? Ever since he defeated the Holy King statue and caused a stir in the Yuan realm, he has been silent. And I have not seen him at the Ascension Pavilion. Qian Huanrou replied. He is undergoing trials in the sea of immortals and demons. What? Upon hearing this, Rosu exclaimed in astonishment, that boy has lost his mind. This is no trial, it's a death wish. If he were to test himself in the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, there would be restrictions on levels, and he wouldn't encounter high-level adversaries. Venturing into the sea of immortals and demons is tantamount to courting death. In the realm of the immortal and demon sea, countless terrors and enigmas have emerged. Unless one ascends to immortality, others who venture there face a perilous existence, with no guardian to safeguard them. Jiang Pingan's decision to undertake trials in such a place is akin to courting death. Hurry and bring him back. Disaster awaits if anything goes awry, Russell urged. At that moment, a maid entered the room, announcing, Masters, the Inspector Jiang Pingan seeks an audience. Russell immediately relaxed, realizing that the young man was not foolish enough to truly venture into the dangers of the immortal and demon sea for cultivation. Let him in, she commanded. If he had indeed gone to face the trials, he would have long since been reduced to mere beastly waste. Shortly after the maid left, a broad-shouldered man with stubble on his face entered with a steady gait. Upon seeing Jiang Pingan, both Russell and Qian Huanrou were momentarily taken aback. The present Jiang Pingan emanated an inexplicable air of composure. His eyes, like still waters, seemed to have witnessed the vicissitudes of life and death, instilling a sense of tranquility in those who beheld him, akin to an ancient being of immense wisdom. Jiang Pingan clasped his fists and respectfully greeted Russell, Master. Qian Huanrou gazed gently at him. The immortal and demon sea is fraught with danger, is it not? Indeed, Jiang Pingan nodded. Over the past few decades, he had engaged in relentless slaughters within the sea, confronting sea demons of the great ascension stage over 100 times, often teetering on the brink of death, experiences more perilous than all he had previously endured combined. Master, the selection for the immortal sect is about to commence. Please assist me in registering, he said earnestly. Participation in the immortal sect's assessment necessitated a recommendation from an immortal sect. Otherwise, entry was impossible. You need not register. Sister Qian intends to participate in the assessment. When the time comes, you may enter her body and accompany her, Russell replied. I wish to participate on my own. From what I gather, the assessment for immortals is more challenging than that for Great Ascension and Tribulation Crossing experts, Jiang Pingan stated. The evaluation of immortals from the primordial realm is notoriously rigorous, with records of numerous immortals perishing during the process. Jiang Pingan did not wish to put Xiaoxiang at risk. Register? You? Don't jest, Russell chuckled, incredulous that a mere harmonization stage cultivator would seek to enter the immortal assessment. However, upon witnessing the seriousness in Jiang Pingan's gaze, her amusement faded. Are you truly serious? Yes, Jiang Ping affirmed with a nod. What level of arrogance is this? You aspire to participate in the Immortal Sex Assessment? Historically, no harmonization stage cultivator has ever succeeded in passing such trials. Russell's voice escalated, alarmed by what she perceived as a lapse in Jiang Ping's judgment. While she acknowledged his prowess in defeating the Saint King statue, it was within the same realm. The Immortal Assessment does not arrange battles based on the cultivator's realm. For a harmonization stage cultivator to pass the assessment is not merely a pipe dream. It is akin to chasing illusions. To put it plainly, no harmonization stage cultivator in the entire primordial realm would undertake the Immortal Sex Assessment. Moreover, you have only just broken through to the harmonization stage, your strength being limited. Russell's voice trailed off abruptly, her astonishment palpable as she recognized that Jiang Ping's aura was comparable to that of a peak harmonization stage practitioner. How did you advance so swiftly? Have you resorted to forbidden substances? Jiang Ping's ascension to this level had taken merely around 50 years. In such a brief span of time, he astonishingly reached a level comparable to that of a late-stage cultivator. Typically, a cultivator in the fusion stage must thoroughly comprehend all laws to attain the mid-fusion phase, and only through the integration of body, soul, and laws can one progress to the late stage. This endeavor usually requires hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Yet, Jiang Ping accomplished this in merely around 50 years. Such a pace of breakthrough is truly terrifying. Even Russell, a formidable being in the realm of immortals, was left astounded. This led her to suspect that Jiang Ping had resorted to potent elixirs designed for rapid enhancement of strength in order to participate in the selection of the immortal sect. However, such elixirs often come with side effects that can exploit a cultivator's innate talents, resulting in a net loss. Jiang Ping calmly asserted that perhaps due to practicing celestial-grade techniques and condensing celestial seeds, his rapid advancement was understandable. He casually offered a flimsy excuse. The 9 transformations of the celestial demon indeed facilitated his swift progress, but that was merely one aspect of the truth. The divine gaze, devouring talent, the tree of enlightenment. The treasure-gathering basin, alongside decades of life and death battles, were what truly enabled him to reach his current stature. Jiang Ping stated, I would appreciate it if the sect leader could assist in securing a spot for me. Moreover, please revoke Xiaoxiang's position, as my participation alone suffices. That is not permissible. Your realm is too low, Qian Huanrou responded, her urgency palpable upon hearing he would not allow her to participate. Russell had mentioned that there had been no historical precedent for a cultivator in the fusion phase passing the assessment. While the challenges of the immortal examination are formidable, there still exists a chance of success. Your participation poses far greater danger than mine. Jiang Ping shook his head. Your presence is crucial at home, should you depart. What would happen if danger arises? The home he referred to was undoubtedly the wilderness realm. Once one enters the immortal realm, returning becomes exceedingly difficult. Qian Huanrou seemed poised to argue further, but Jiang Ping approached her, gently running his hand through her hair and planting a soft kiss on her forehead. His voice, magnetic and profound, echoed, Xiaoxiang, be obedient. Qian Huanrou gazed at Jiang Ping with wide, watery eyes for a long moment before finally nodding. All right, I shall heed your words. Russell looked utterly astonished. You were swayed just like that? You are an immortal, a woman who has lived for over 10,000 years. And you simply acquiesced to a young man's words? You both must consider this carefully. To pass the assessment is a perilous endeavor, fraught with the potential for death. Even great ascension and transcendence stage beings, as well as immortals, can fall. Russell's expression was grave and earnest. Jiang Ping nodded in acknowledgement. Since you are so resolute, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Your life is your own. I will endorse your participation in the Immortal Sect Assessment. Russell believed she had conveyed all that needed to be said. If her counsel failed to sway them, there was little else to be done. With the few months remaining, you two should cherish your time together. After this, it may well be a final farewell. Rising, Russell addressed Jiang Ping. By the way, I still owe you some evil-repelling pills. I shall convert them into resources for you. With that, Russell exited, granting the two a moment of solitude. Jiang Ping took Qian Huanrou into the treasure-gathering basin space. Xiaoxiang, have you always been curious about the origins of my resources, how I can traverse 2 realms, and what this celestial artifact truly is? Today, I shall reveal all to you. Jiang Ping confided all matters regarding the treasure basin to Qian Huanrou. Are you not afraid I might resort to murder to silence you? Qian Huanrou inquired. If you intended to kill me, you would have done so by now. Besides, I had already planned to bestow the treasure basin upon you, Jiang Pingan replied. The treasure basin stated that if it were to be taken to the celestial realm, it would cease to function. This extraordinary celestial artifact was predicated on the foundations of the primordial and wilderness realms, utilizing the transformation of resources from the primordial realm. Once it reached the celestial realm, its capabilities would be rendered null. Moreover, the treasure basin possessed limited power and could not replicate items exceeding the inherent level of the primordial realm. In other words, high-tier celestial artifacts and elixirs were beyond its capacity for duplication, as the rules governing them differed entirely. Jiang Pingan intended to give the treasure basin to Xiaoxiang, believing that her prowess would allow her to harness its true potential. Qian Huanrou was inclined to refuse. Yet the treasure basin had already soared from Jiang Pingan's body and landed in her hands. Witnessing the bestowal of such a precious celestial artifact filled Qian Huanrou with profound emotion. What immense trust this represented. She cast the treasure basin aside and pinned Jiang Pingan down. Xiaoxiang, wait, there is still something I must say. But Qian Huanrou offered him no opportunity to speak, showering affection upon him in a fervent display of her heartfelt gratitude. As the celestial sect examination drew nearer, discussions about it proliferated throughout the primordial realm. The primordial realm was governed by a celestial sect from the celestial realm, which held the examination every millennium to select exceptional talents to join its ranks. Becoming a member of the celestial sect was the aspiration and pursuit of countless cultivators in the primordial realm. Within its ranks, one could encounter formidable beings, learn profound techniques, and glimpse a broader world, competing with the greatest heroes across the land. However, the celestial sect examination was notoriously rigorous. Passing it was no simple feat, with at least 80% of participants meeting their demise each time. These fallen individuals were often the elite of the primordial realm. Have you heard? This year's celestial sect selection includes 2 cultivators at the integration stage. Is that true? Which faction is so foolish as to send integration stage cultivators to their doom? Indeed, even those at the ascension stage may not survive. 4 integration stage cultivators to participate in the celestial sect examination is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Have these 2 been wronged? The news of 2 integration stage cultivators entering the celestial sect examination spread rapidly, sparking much discussion and concern. Many speculated whether the 2 had been subjected to some form of persecution, deliberately sent to their deaths in the examination. It was virtually inconceivable for an ordinary person to participate in the celestial sect examination at the integration stage. One of these integration stage cultivators hailed from the Celestial Pavilion branch in Canglan Prefecture, while the other had a connection to that same branch. This individual was the elder Huanrou, who had defected from the Canglan branch to establish a new faction known as the Yi sect. Within the Yi sect, the formidable Huanrou, a being of the human celestial realm, respectfully presented a storage artifact to a cultivator radiating with the essence of profound loss. Senior, do not forget our agreement. Rest assured, I shall retrieve you to the celestial realm in 1,000 years. The man calmly accepted the resources. If Jiang Pingan were present, he would recognize this individual as Yi Haoyan, the reincarnated celestial being he had encountered at the Tianlan celestial mansion. Huanrou assisted Yi Haoyan in his resurrection, and in return, Yi Haoyan pledged to ensure a safe passage to the celestial realm, arranging for him to join his own celestial sect. Thank you, esteemed senior. Huanrou exclaimed with great joy. The perilous trials required to reach the celestial realm were now rendered far less daunting with the assurance of this venerable figure. Moreover, the celestial sect of Yi Haoyan was significantly more formidable than the sect controlling their realm, indicating that Huanrou would commence his journey to the celestial realm from a position of greater advantage than others. By the way, esteemed senior, the person you have been keeping an eye on, Jiang Pingan, is also participating in this celestial sect selection. Upon hearing this, Yi Haoyan was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. Haha, such is fate. The battle body shall undoubtedly belong to me. Jiang Pingan, let us see where you can escape this time. Chapter 609. The content of the trials. Noticing Yi Haoyan's excitement, Huanrou inquired curiously, esteemed senior, what is a battle body? It must be extraordinary if it can provoke such a reaction from a powerful being of the celestial realm. Yi Haoyan, in high spirits, elaborated. The battle body is a unique physique that can comprehend the laws of battle intent. The stronger the battle intent, the greater the combat prowess. The fool who invaded your realm and killed me possessed such a physique. Huanrou was momentarily taken aback. A sovereign? The legend of the sovereign stirred his thoughts about Jiang Pingyan's physique. A smile crept across Yi Haoyan's lips. This lad not only possesses a battle body but also harbors a terrifying talent for devouring. Both will belong to me. Initially, he had thought he would return to the celestial realm without the opportunity to seize Jiang Pingyan's body. To his surprise, fortune favored him, as this young man was indeed participating in the celestial sect trials. Such is destiny. Jiang Pingyan is meant to be mine. Meanwhile, at the celestial Ascension Pavilion, Qiu Pingsheng, the son of the celestial, was also apprised of Jiang Pingyan's participation in the trials. Haha, this fool, driven to the brink, seeks to enter the celestial sect trials to forge a celestial route. What a fool's errand. If he manages to pass the trials, I shall willingly forfeit my own talents. After a moment of laughter, Qiu Pingsheng suddenly fell silent, recalling his father's admonition to remain cautious and not to be overly complacent. He retrieved a communication talisman and said, "Brother, I need your assistance. Please eliminate someone during the celestial sect trials." Though Qiu Pingsheng was the son of the celestial, he was not the only child. Before his father's ascension, he had several siblings, one of whom would also participate in the trials. His elder brother, a formidable being with astonishing talent and terrifying combat strength, had once swept through the ranks of the celestial Ascension Pavilion. Rumors even suggested that the son of the celestial paled in comparison to him. As a powerful being at the Great Ascension stage, his brother provided a layer of security that rendered Jiang Pingyan's chances of passing the trials non-existent. The day of selection arrived as scheduled. Russell handed a golden jade talisman to Jiang Pingyan, inscribed with numerous mysterious runes. This is a teleportation talisman. Infuse it with spiritual energy, and you will be transported to the trials. You still have the opportunity to reconsider, but once you enter, it is either death or success. Without hesitation, Jiang Pingyan accepted the jade talisman. Russell shook his head in resignation, acknowledging the stubbornness of the young man, foreseeing a day when he might regret his decision. Russell then produced a black bottle, powerful celestial rules swirling around it. This is a human celestial level treasure, the devouring bottle, capable of refining anything. With this bottle in hand, even the early stage masters of the Great Ascension would be no match for you. Within this vessel lies 1,000,000 celestial crystals and a tome of advanced celestial techniques, intended as compensation for the previous evil-warding elixir. Jiang Pingyan accepted the celestial artifact and remarked, "Surely, this trifle pales in comparison to the value of the evil-warding elixir?" Coughing awkwardly, Russell replied, "Alas, I simply could not gather more." "Never mind. Please take good care of Xiao Xiang and Yi Wuqing," Jiang Pingyan stated, not desiring an excess of celestial artifacts, for with his current strength, he could hardly harness their full potential. Should he fall in that realm, these resources would merely become another's gain. Jiang Pingyan stowed away the devouring sky bottle, casting a lingering glance at Xiao Xiang. "I must take my leave." With that, he infused energy into the jade tablet, activating the runes inscribed upon the teleportation talisman, enveloping Jiang Pingyan completely and whisking him away in an instant. Qian Huanrou clenched her fist tightly within her sleeve, striving to suppress the turmoil within. Russell sighed deeply. You should have stopped him. She had indeed managed to gather the resources, but did not wish Jiang Pingyan to squander them. She would return the resources to Qian Huanrou later. Pingyan will be fine. He can enter the celestial realm, Qian Huanrou asserted, her eyes filled with determination. Russell intended to voice further thoughts, but ultimately refrained. It was no wonder these two were drawn to one another, both possessing the same stubborn temperament. Even masters at the Great Ascension stage might falter in the trials. What right did Jiang Pingyan have to succeed? Russell held her tongue, knowing that when Jiang Pingyan's nameplate shattered, she would not be so resolute. Meanwhile, Jiang Pingyan, having utilized the teleportation, found himself within a magnificent golden hall. Another practitioner of the profound laws? What purpose do such beings serve at this level? A voice of disdain reached his ears. The source of this voice was a man seated at the forefront of the hall, exuding an aura of the Tao, suggesting he was a practitioner of the tribulation stage. The man scrutinized Jiang Pingyan with a look of revulsion, as if he were gazing upon refuse. He held a brush and, in the celestial tongue, coldly inquired, "What is your name?" Jiang Pingyan had learned the celestial language months prior, courtesy of a jade slip acquired from Russell through Shaoxiang. With Jiang Pingyan's mental acuity, mastering a language was but a fleeting moment's endeavor. Jiang Pingyan, he replied calmly. The man swiftly inscribed Jiang Pingyan's name with the brush, then carelessly tossed him an identity jade slip. From now on, you shall be a registered disciple of the Feathered Emperor Celestial Sect. To become a formal disciple, you must first pass the assessment. The content of the assessment was straightforward. The Feathered Emperor Celestial Sect was engaged in a fierce struggle with the Tianlan Celestial Sect over a newly discovered domain. Survive 300 years in battle, and you shall attain formal disciple status. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the assessment? Am I not merely fodder? The examination of the Feathered Emperor Celestial Sect had always been shrouded in mystery for the Yuan realm. Jiang Pingyan had assumed that even if it were not a conventional contest, some form of trial would be involved. It appeared he had completely misjudged the situation. It was simply a summons to serve as cannon fodder. No wonder the pass rate for the assessment was so dismally low. The scale of celestial-level warfare was beyond imagination. The man responsible for the ranks pointed towards the 4 individuals in the corner and stated, "Those are your squad members. Go and familiarize yourselves with them. The front lines are in desperate need of reinforcements, so you must depart immediately. For any other matters, consult your captain." The man's demeanor towards Jiang Pingyan was far from cordial, as if he were inherently incapable of smiling. At that moment, a teleportation array illuminated around them, and a formidable being, exuding celestial energy, materialized. Upon seeing this powerful figure, the man instantly transformed his expression, standing to greet her with a smile. Jiang Pingyan chose not to linger, turning to approach the quartet in the corner. Among the 4, 3 had comprehended the complete principles of the arcana, with one radiating the power of a domain, classified as a great ascension stage warrior in the realm of Yuanshi. Here, they were referred to as domain masters. The one wielding domain power wore a grim expression, unable to fathom that due to a slight transgression, she was assigned to lead these less experienced individuals to the front lines. In the perilous environment of battle, the absence of reliable allies would exponentially increase the mortality rate. Abandoning these weaklings would also incur penalties, reducing her resources. At this point, her only hope was that these 2 newcomers were exceptional talents, ensuring she would not be hindered. "Follow me," Gubalan stated coldly, casting a cursory glance over the 4 as she proceeded outside. "Do not presume that your prowess in the lower realms makes you superior. Individuals of your caliber are commonplace. From this moment forward, you shall heed my commands. Any act of defiance will result in death." The chilling aura that emanated from her left the 4 feeling as though they were encased in ice, their internal energies rendered inert. "I am Gubalan. You may refer to me as either Senior or Sister Gu. Before we head to the battlefield, I would like you to introduce your talents. I will delegate tasks according to your abilities." A robust man, radiating a fierce vitality and boasting powerful muscles, stepped forward and declared, "I am Zhen Yong, a body cultivator who has attained the path through strength. In our realm of Huitian, my physical prowess ranks first among my peers." As he introduced himself, he intentionally flexed his muscles to accentuate his formidable presence. Jiang Pingyan surmised that the 3 individuals were likely from Huitian, as their auras were distinctly different from the cultivation system established by the Holy Kings. According to Jiang Pingyan's understanding, the Yuhuang Immortal sect governed 2 realms, Yuanshi and Huitian. It was said that Huitian was discovered earlier and had integrated into the celestial realm's vast landscape sooner, thus possessing a higher overall standard than Yuanshi. Another female cultivator, with a sweet smile, chimed in, "I also hail from Huitian. My name is Su Bing, and I am a versatile cultivator proficient in all 5 elemental attributes. I look forward to your guidance, Sister Gu." The 3rd individual, a slender man who seemed to blend into the background, spoke in a monotone voice, "I am Mo. From Huitian, an assassin skilled in the art of stealth." Upon completing their introductions, the 3 turned their gaze towards Jiang Pingyan, who was unfamiliar to them. It was evident that he originated from Yuanshi. "I come from Yuanshi. My name is Jiang Pingyan, and I excel in martial arts, particularly in close combat." Jiang Pingyan offered a brief introduction, neither deliberately concealing nor ostentatiously displaying anything. In this unfamiliar realm, one must maintain a balance between humility and visibility. Being too modest can lead to neglect, while excessive visibility can result in peril. Gubalan silently memorized the names and abilities of a few individuals. As they conversed, they approached a teleportation portal. Gu Balan addressed the guard stationed at the teleportation array, saying, Xiao Liang, come here for a moment and help these newcomers from the lower realm to calm themselves. No matter how she articulated it, the few prodigies descending from the lower realm remained oblivious to reality, lost in the illusion of their unmatched superiority. It was only through experience that they would awaken to the truth. One of the guards on duty moved, directing his gaze toward Gu Balan. Sister Gu, whom have you offended to be assigned such weaklings from the lower realm? Upon hearing the derogatory term weaklings, the three from the mixed celestial realm displayed visible displeasure. If such remarks came from a formidable individual or a true genius, they might not have reacted so adversely. But being belittled by an inconspicuous guard felt like an affront to their dignity. As distinguished talents of the mixed celestial realm, having emerged from countless competitors and basked in accolades, how could a mere guard dare to disdain them? Jiang clenched his fists, a surge of uncontrolled fury radiating from him like a brilliant rainbow cutting through the sky. His powerful voice resonated. I am Jiang, newly arrived and eager to witness the techniques of my celestial companions. Please enlighten me. Typically, those who practiced body refinement exhibited fiery tempers, unable to conceal their emotions. He sought to make this guard understand not to look down upon others. What does it matter if we come from the lower realm? We merely start from a lower point. What right does a guard have to insult us? Chapter 610. The Might of the Guard in response to Jiang's challenge. The guard known as Xiao Liang chuckled. Such audacity. Just as Sister Gu indicated, you ought to calm yourselves. Come now, lest the elders discover my idleness while on duty and impose a penalty. Observing the disdain and derision in the guard's eyes ignited the flames of fury within Jiang. He strode forward confidently, raising his fist. Brother, please instruct me. This punch contained the essence of power, the principle of gold, augmented by a unique technique, unleashing a formidable wave of force. However, it did not incite a tempest or extraordinary phenomena, for Gu Balan, standing nearby, exerted her domain power to control the energy at will. Within her sphere, Gu Balan could nearly govern everything. Jiang Pinyin regarded Jiang's punch with solemnity. Indeed, he was a top-tier body cultivator from the mixed celestial realm, and this strike rivaled his own destructive fist when not fueled by celestial energy. Yet, the guard merely smiled, casually lifting his left hand. With a resounding impact, the two forces collided, yet the guard remained unfazed, effortlessly absorbing the blow. The fury on Jiang's face morphed into disbelief. This is impossible. He could hardly accept it, raising his other fist to strike anew. This time, he unleashed his full strength, imbued with profound principles, pushing his martial skills to their zenith. With another clash, the guard still easily caught the punch, not even taking a step back. Is that all you've got? Xiao Liang scoffed, exuding a surge of powerful vitality. Jiang attempted to brace himself, only to be sent flying by the overwhelming force. Su Bing and Mo hurriedly caught Jiang, but under the forceful impact, the three of them were hurled backward, staggering several steps before finally halting. Their faces bore expressions of astonishment. Jiang, a paragon of strength within their realm, had honed his physique to its utmost limits. Yet, before this gatekeeper, he appeared utterly feeble, his full-force punch effortlessly intercepted. The gatekeeper, merely by exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust, had sent Jiang sprawling. Despite the gatekeeper's realm not surpassing theirs, the essence radiating from him was imbued with profound laws. His might was unfathomable. You four weaklings may come at me together. With just one hand, I shall dispatch you. The gatekeeper, Xiao Liang, sneered disdainfully at the group. The three young talents from the mixed heaven realm felt a surge of indignation. Having grown up amidst accolades, they had never before faced such contempt from a mere gatekeeper. Let us all attack at once, Jiang declared firmly. Alone, he might falter, but together, they could surely overcome this gatekeeper. There's no need, Jiang Pinyin replied coolly. The skills, experience, resources, and bloodline of the celestial realm's cultivators far exceed our own. He had previously challenged the statue of Tianlan Immortal Mansion and encountered Yi Haoyan, thus understanding the formidable nature of celestial cultivators. Why are the cultivators of the Yuan realm so cowardly? If you choose not to engage, so be it. The three of us shall confront him together. Jiang cast a scornful glance at Jiang Pinyin and charged toward the gatekeeper alongside the other two. Jiang Pinyin shook his head in resignation. These individuals truly needed to regain their composure. At least you possess self-awareness, Gu Bailing remarked, her gaze fixed on Jiang Pinyin. You might outlive those three. Meanwhile, Jin Yong, Su Bing, and Mo had reached the gatekeeper's vicinity. The physical cultivator Jin Yong and the sword cultivator Su Bing launched their assaults, while Mo, the assassin, vanished from sight, preparing to strike from behind. The gatekeeper, Xiao Yang, smirked with disdain, gripping the sword at his waist. With a flick of his thumb, the blade sprang forth, unleashing a terrifying surge of sword energy. In an instant, the trio seemed ensnared, frozen in place, their eyes wide with fear as beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads. A crimson line appeared on their cheeks, and a drop of blood fell to the ground alongside their perspiration. They had barely caught a glimpse of the sword's trajectory, utterly oblivious to the speed at which it had been drawn. Had the gatekeeper desired their demise, they would have perished in that moment. Such astonishing swiftness. The disparity in skill left the three reeling, unable to recover from the shock. The gatekeeper, Xiao Yang, lowered his thumb, sheathing the sword as if it had never been drawn. He stood tall, as though he had never moved, quietly stationed before the portal, indistinguishable from the other guards surrounding him. Feeling calm now, Gu Bailing expressed satisfaction with their reactions, initiating their first lesson in the celestial realm, accepting one's own ordinariness. However, do not feel too disheartened. To become a gatekeeper at the Feather Emperor Immortal sect signifies at least a moderate level of talent. Your current abilities rank as below average, but not entirely lacking. Moreover, hailing from the lower realms does not imply weakness. Long ago, an extraordinary individual emerged from the lower realms, sweeping across the vast expanse, vanquishing celestial beings and annihilating true immortals. This figure established the Immortal Sect Alliance, single-handedly altering the landscape of the immortal realm and instilling fear throughout the celestial domain. When speaking of this person, Gu Bailing's eyes brimmed with admiration. The three individuals, whose resolve had nearly shattered, found some solace in her words. In the lower realms, they were unrivaled prodigies. Here, they could merely be deemed mediocre. At least they were not among the lowest. Furthermore, their current lack of combat prowess did not preclude future potential. They simply lacked advanced techniques. As Gu Bailing asserted, one could indeed carve out a remarkable legacy even when originating from the lower realms. Senior Sister Gu, what is the name of this esteemed figure who transformed the immortal realm? Su Bing inquired, her demeanor having settled, with a sweet curiosity. Gu Bailing answered, her tone imbued with reverence. Our Yu Huang Immortal Sect is a member of the Ancient Alliance. Senior Sister Gu, could you elaborate on Senior Gu Di? Jin Yong decided to seek knowledge from this predecessor, aspiring to follow in their illustrious footsteps. Let us discuss that once you have survived. It is time to enter the battlefield, Gu Bailing replied succinctly, making her way toward the teleportation portal. The three endeavored to suppress the tumult of emotions within them as they followed her toward the portal. Their initial confidence in the examination waned after encountering the gatekeeper, and they began to realize their roles as mere cannon fodder. Move aside, coward from the origin realm, Jin Yong declared as he purposely shouldered past Jiang Pinyin, harboring resentment over Jiang's earlier inaction. Jiang Pinyin, taken aback, found that his well-meaning counsel had not only gone unappreciated but had also earned him animosity. Disinterested in further confrontation, he focused instead on how to survive the next 300 years and how to ascend to the immortal realm to cultivate his immortal roots. As they traversed the teleportation array, a terrifying gravitational force descended upon them. Except for Jin Yong, Su Bing and Mo knelt on the ground. Even Jin Yong, a physical cultivator, staggered momentarily, his knees buckling. Gu Bailing glanced back at the unyielding Jiang Pinyin, remarking, "You are remarkably strong, stronger than the three of us." To remain motionless under such overwhelming gravity requires exceptional strength. The trio from the mixed heaven realm exchanged glances, astonished. Could this cultivator from the origin realm truly surpass them? Jiang Pinyin shook his head. I have merely comprehended the essence of gravity. Such fluctuations do not significantly affect me. The three involuntarily exhaled in relief, realizing that his strength stemmed solely from his understanding of gravitational principles. Indeed, it made sense. The origin realm was less advanced than they were, so it was improbable that it could produce a prodigy more formidable than themselves. Chapter 611. Confronting the celestial practitioners of Tianlan Immortal Manor, you have grasped the principles of the essence? Gu Bailing gazed at Jiang Pinyin, stating, you are fortunate. This place is quite suitable for your combat abilities. We currently stand in an area known as the Black River, a zone of unstable gravity. At times, the gravitational force is immense, while at others, it may vanish entirely, significantly impacting the combat of cultivators. For you, the effect is minimal. Beside them flowed a black river, and upon closer examination, one could discern that this river contained peculiar gravitational rules, sometimes flowing slowly and at other times rushing forth with great speed. The corpses are clearly visible, their severed limbs washed down by the river's currents, exuding an aura of formidable power, indicative of their former greatness. The resonance of a celestial artifact. With a tumultuous surge, a shattered sword hilt surged forth, soaring into the air, radiating a brilliant golden light, dazzling like a sun. It is a broken celestial weapon. Even in its damaged state, its worth is incalculable. The three prodigies from the chaos realm felt their eyes redden, and they immediately darted forward. They never anticipated encountering such a grand opportunity, a sign of imminent ascendance. Halt! Gu Belan shouted, unleashing her icy power, instantly freezing the three. The broken sword hilt plummeted into the dark waters, vanishing from sight. Gu Belan released the ice and berated the trio. You fools! With such a treasure, do you think it is meant for you? This river harbors chaotic gravitational rules. Once ensnared, one would be torn asunder. Even I dare not venture within. If you wish to perish, do not involve me. Once my task concludes in a century, you are free to meet your demise without hindrance. The Black River is exceedingly perilous. Even someone of Gu Belan's caliber would not dare to take such risks. The biting cold of the ice calmed the three, making them aware of the gravity of the situation. How could such a magnificent treasure remain unclaimed? Embarrassment and shame washed over the trio, mingled with a hint of defiance, as they wondered if perhaps fortune would have favored them with the relic. Watching the remnants of the celestial artifact disappear was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Gu Belan turned her gaze towards Jiang, who remained resolute and composed, exhibiting far greater steadiness and temperament than the three, unmoved by temptation. Henceforth, Jiang shall serve as the vice-captain. In my absence, he must be obeyed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three shifted. The prospect of obeying someone of their own rank was somewhat stifling for them as prodigies. Jinyong's face was particularly marked by discontent. However, witnessing Gu Belan's ire, they dared not voice their objections. Though impulsive, Jinyong was no fool. He understood that disobedience would result in Gu Belan refusing to lead them. Senior Sister Gu, we were in the wrong. We just arrived and know nothing of this place. May I ask, what is our mission and plan? Su Bing, the only female cultivator among them, quickly conceded, recognizing that survival was their utmost priority. They were entirely unfamiliar with the dangers that lurked here. Noticing the trio's silence, Gu Belan's demeanor softened considerably. Our task is to seek the chaos fish. The more we find, the greater our rewards, and it will also shorten our period of service. However, with me leading you, we will hardly have the opportunity to venture into areas rich with fish. Merely surviving is paramount. This is the lower reaches of the Black River, a training ground for lower-tier disciples, and the likelihood of encountering cultivators from Tianlan Immortal Mansion is minimal. Suddenly, Gu Belan's voice ceased, and she abruptly activated her domain power, a formidable frost emanating from her center, spreading outward. In that very instant, a black arrow was frozen before her brow. Impressive reaction speed. The void tore open, and 5 figures stepped forth into the air. The leader, wielding a longbow, had long hair cascading over his shoulders, ebony locks resembling polished jade, and arms that bulged with muscle, his face adorned with a mocking smile. It was Xiao Jing. Upon seeing him, Gu Belan's countenance darkened to an extreme. What are you doing here? Who tipped you off? She had been assigned to the rear to mentor newcomers, a fact known only to a select few within the Yu Huangxian sect. Yet, the moment she arrived, Xiao Jing had come to hunt her down. Clearly, someone had betrayed her. Xiao Jing smiled, dismissing her concerns. What a coincidence. I was just looking to train some newcomers and didn't expect to run into you. Nonsense. Gu Belan retorted vehemently, disregarding her image. These individuals are on the verge of awakening their celestial roots. They are not mere newcomers. You are not here to train them. You are here to eliminate them. She harbored animosity towards Xiao Jing, and if these newcomers were slain, she would surely suffer the consequences. Without further ado, Xiao Jing knocked an arrow on his bow, drawing back the string with his right hand while his left held the bow steady. His fingers spread as the power of the laws coalesced into a black arrow, resting upon the bowstring. As he drew back the string, potent energy surged wildly, causing the nearby Black River to churn violently. Gubelan felt a chill run through her heart and immediately summoned her domain's power, transporting the group to safety. Whether you survive or not depends on your own abilities. For now, her only task was to stall Xiao Jing. Jiang Pinyin and his companions were relocated to a distance. But Xiao Jing similarly invoked his domain's power, shifting the 4 disciples of the Tianlancian sect to the same vicinity. Gubelan, if you fail this mission again, you will be sent to the front lines, won't you? Xiao Jing laughed triumphantly as the arrow in his hand tore through the void, hurtling towards her. You bastard. Gubelan gritted her teeth, summoning her frost blade, and, fueled by rage, countered the arrow. The arrows possessed the ability to pursue their targets, relentlessly chasing unless destroyed. A fierce battle erupted between 2 domain-level powerhouses. Meanwhile, 8 cultivators who grasped the essence of the laws encountered one another in the distance. Don't you dare compete with me for this. I will take on 4 at once. A male cultivator from the Tianlancian mansion shouted to his companions. Not a chance. Each of us gets 1. I hear these cultivators from the lower realms are from significant powers. They must possess abundant treasures. Whoever kills them first claims the resources. The 4 from Tianlancian mansion charged towards Jiang Pinyin and his companions. However, within a mere moment, the disparity between the 2 sides became glaringly apparent. The cultivators from the lower realms found themselves being pushed back relentlessly. The Tianlancian mansion's cultivators boasted superior physiques and swifter speeds, though both sides wielded the laws. The manifestations of the Tianlan cultivators were evidently more potent. The rules of the celestial realm are flawless. Their understanding of the laws is equally impeccable. And coupled with their advanced techniques, they were naturally more formidable. The cultivators from the lower realms are truly mediocre. These few must be the pinnacle talents from the lower realms, yet I feel tempted to descend and become a superior being down there. One body cultivator, who easily overpowered Jin Yong, laughed with glee. Though he was not particularly distinguished within Tianlancian mansion, crushing these lower realm prodigies filled him with a profound sense of achievement. Jin Yong's fist was shattered, revealing his white bones as blood flowed freely. In the face of mockery, Jin Yong's eyes turned crimson, and a hammer suddenly appeared in his hand as he swung it with all his might. The hammer, resplendent in gold, unleashed the power of its domain as it was wielded. The expression of the Tianlan Immortal sect cultivator shifted dramatically. This was a domain-level artifact. He attempted to flee, only to find himself immobilized, as a jade slip appeared in his opponent's hand, emanating the rules of the domain, which ensnared his body. As the hammer descended, the cultivator's head was obliterated. Under the onslaught of the domain rules, resurrection was utterly impossible. Su Bing and Mo successively activated their domain-level artifacts, leading to the swift demise of the cultivators before them. Faced with such formidable artifacts, the Tianlan cultivators were clearly overwhelmed. Though they had vanquished their foes, the trio from the Mixed Heaven Realm bore no expressions of joy. In the Mixed Heaven Realm, they had never resorted to domain-level artifacts when battling opponents of the same rank. Being compelled to utilize such high-level artifacts to secure a victory left them feeling unworthy, or perhaps dissatisfied with their own capabilities. Jin Yong spat on the corpse of his opponent, thinking to himself how foolish it was for someone from a major power in the lower realms to provoke him. While their combat prowess was indeed inferior to that of the celestial realm cultivators, their resources were undoubtedly superior to those of ordinary celestial cultivators. With the battle concluded for the trio from the Mixed Heaven Realm, they turned their attention to Jiang Pinyin, who was still engaged in combat. Just as Su Bing was about to intervene, Jin Yong raised his hand to stop her. Noting that he likely possessed treasures of his own, there was no need for her to act. After a moment of silence, Su Bing retracted her artifact. Jiang Pinyin faced the onslaught of his adversaries, employing the Wuji fist to defend himself. As long as the strength of his opponents did not exceed 4 times his own, their attacks would not breach his defenses. While defending, he meticulously observed their assaults, imprinting their battle techniques into his mind. Through this scrutiny, he familiarized himself with their strength, preparing himself for similar attacks in the future, thus ensuring he would not be caught off guard. To everyone's astonishment, he was capable of withstanding the attacks of the celestial cultivators. The trio from the Mixed Heaven Realm was utterly astonished by Jiang Pingyin's resilience. Moments ago, they had been injured in their confrontation with the Tianlan Immortal sect cultivators, yet Jiang Pinyin remained unscathed, continuously absorbing their assaults. This revelation stirred a tempest of emotions within them, leaving them envious and bewildered. How could this Jiang Pinyin, hailing from a realm supposedly weaker than their own, surpass them in strength? Jiang, who had long harbored disdain for Jiang Pinyin, remarked, "This Jiang Pinyin has merely learned a unique method of harnessing power that allows him to neutralize his enemy's strength. His own combat ability may not be impressive. In essence, he is nothing more than a turtle adept at defense." Chapter 612. Slaying the Qian Immortal Sect Cultivator. Witnessing Jiang Pingyin's ability to contend with the Qian Immortal Sect cultivators without employing artifacts, the trio felt a surge of discontent and reluctance. Despite all originating from the lower realms, he managed to fend off celestial cultivators with sheer force. What was Jiang Pinyin waiting for? He should promptly utilize his artifacts to dispatch his opponents. Perhaps he was intent on conquering them solely through his own strength. What a farce! Lower realm cultivators were simply no match for those from the celestial realm, and he might not possess high-level artifacts. Few could fathom that their seemingly invincible adversary could be vanquished by Jiang Pinyin. The fact that Jiang Pinyin could hold his ground against such a formidable opponent was already remarkable. The remaining cultivator from Qian Immortal Mansion was incredulous. Before him stood a practitioner from the lower realms, wielding a repugnant technique capable of countering his assaults. As he struggled to subdue Jiang Pinyin, and with the demise of his fellow disciples weighing heavily on him, he was loath to prolong the confrontation. Should the other three practitioners from the lower realms unleash their treasures upon him, his demise would be inevitable, just as he prepared to employ his speed technique to escape. Jiang Pingyin's disappointed voice rang out. "Is this all you are capable of?" The opponent's performance fell woefully short of Jiang Pingyin's expectations. He had anticipated witnessing a breathtaking display of skills. The Qian cultivator, poised to retreat, froze in shock. He was being derided by a practitioner from the lower realms. A humiliation he could not abide. "What are you shouting about? If not for your abhorrent technique, I could easily obliterate you with a single punch." Jiang Pingyin's expression remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if they were engaged in a casual conversation rather than a life-and-death struggle. "Do you possess any other techniques? If not, you may as well accept your fate." The Qian cultivator sensed something amiss. This individual was distinctly different from the others, exhibiting an unwavering demeanor throughout their encounter. Without further hesitation, he turned to flee. However, just as he attempted to ascend, an overwhelming gravitational force descended upon him, yanking him back. Jiang Pinyin invoked the star-pulling technique to draw him closer. The principles of power, gravity, and destruction enveloped his fist as divine light flickered. With a single strike, rivers roared and winds howled. Bang! The cultivator from Qian was instantaneously obliterated, his head exploding in a shower of blood, his lifeless body crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The three prodigies from the mixed heaven realm stood in stunned silence. Jiang Pinyin had effortlessly dispatched an immortal realm cultivator with a single blow. The principle of destruction, a high-level law he had somehow comprehended, was the most potent force among its peers. A primordial and formidable principle. Even without employing techniques, the destructive power of the destruction law surpassed that of ordinary methods. Grasping such a principle was no small feat typically. For a cultivator to comprehend a certain law, they must either rely on innate talent or accumulate resources. The essence of destruction is scarcely found within the natural world, making it exceedingly difficult to locate resources that embody such a principle. It was a mystery how Jiang Pinyin had attained this power. Watching Jiang Pinyin annihilate his foe with a single punch, the three from the mixed heaven realm could not suppress their discontent. As fellow cultivators who had understood the principles, it was disheartening to witness him dispatch an enemy without the aid of high-level treasures. The vast disparity in their abilities was hard to accept. Amidst these emotions, Zhenyang's disdain and dissatisfaction toward Jiang Pinyin intensified. This Jiang Pinyin was undeniably powerful, yet he had refrained from intervening when confronted by the gatekeeper, revealing a selfish nature. Jiang Pinyin, however, felt little emotional upheaval at the demise of the immortal realm cultivator. It was an entirely expected outcome. Earlier, during his challenge against the statue within the Qian Immortal Mansion, he had secured a place among the top 3,000, a rank that belonged to the foremost disciples of the Qian Immortal Sect. Among the countless disciples of the Qian Immortal Sect, Jiang Pinyin was regarded as one of the more formidable figures. However, this was a reflection of his state 50 years prior, when he had yet to grasp a complete law of profound meaning. The three individuals from the mixed heaven realm were merely contemporary talents, not on the same level as him. Jiang Pinyin collected the corpse from the ground and carefully stowed it away, casting a glance to investigate the small world within the other. The treasure-gathering basin was of no use in the immortal realm. His resources were dwindling. With only 1,000,000 immortal crystals, 2 immortal artifacts, several treasured items, a few secret treasures, and a plethora of medicinal pills remaining, he had fallen into poverty, unable to indulge as he once did. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, divine light flickering as 2 powerful beings radiating domain energy continued their fierce battle. Noticing Jiang Pinyin, Gu Bailing, who had been feeling despondent, was unexpectedly elated to see that 4 of them had survived. Xiao Jing, your Tianlan immortal sect is becoming increasingly pathetic. You can't even defeat a cultivator from the lower realms. Haha. The archer Xiao Jing maintained a stoic expression but had already drawn his bow, aiming at the 4. The arrows contained immense power, warping the very fabric of space as they flew. The 4 individuals turned pale and hastily retreated. In the face of domain-level powerhouses, even with their own domain-level artifacts, they could not withstand the onslaught. Gu Bailing exerted her full strength to expand her frost domain, encasing the arrows in ice. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Jing slipped into the void. Don't get too cocky, Gu Bailing. I will eventually shatter your skull. With that, he swiftly departed. Xiao Jing had never intended to eliminate Gu Bailing directly, nor could he have. His aim was to sabotage her efforts in nurturing new talents, ensuring she faced repercussions. However, he had underestimated the foundation of the lower realm cultivators, all of whom possessed high-level artifacts, resulting in the deaths of his own companions. Upon seeing Xiao Jing leave, Gu Bailing chose not to pursue him. It would be exceedingly difficult to defeat him within the same realm. She sheathed her frost sword and surveyed the 4 newcomers. The trio from the mixed heaven realm immediately grew tense, instinctively retreating, apprehensive that Gu Bailing might seize their artifacts. No cultivator could resist the allure of high-level artifacts. None would disdain an abundance of resources. Disregarding the trio, Gu Bailing turned her gaze to Jiang Pinyin, her eyes reflecting admiration. His combat prowess was commendable. No wonder he dared to venture into the upper realm at such a level. Jiang Pinyin shook his head, asserting that he was still far from the caliber of the immortal realm cultivators. These individuals were merely average disciples of the Tianlan immortal sect. That is good to know. Regardless, one must never become complacent, Gu Bailing remarked. The more she observed Jiang Pinyin, the more she found him agreeable. If only the other 3 were like him, her troubles would diminish considerably. Let us depart to a secluded location. I will take you fishing, Gu Bailing urged, invoking her domain power to instantaneously transport the 4 away. Fishing? The group displayed expressions of confusion. Hadn't it been stated that their task was to find the chaos fish? In a buoyant mood, Gu Bailing elucidated. The chaos fish dwell beneath the Black River. They are an exceedingly precious resource. You will require these chaos fish to forge your immortal roots, as they can enhance the quality of your immortal foundation. Consuming a 1-meter-long chaos fish augments the probability of becoming a human immortal. Partaking in a 10-meter-long chaos fish enhances the likelihood of transforming into a earth immortal, while devouring a 100-meter-long fish significantly increases the chance of ascending to the status of a heavenly immortal. It is noteworthy that the venerable ancestor of our Feather Emperor Celestial sect merely possesses the cultivation of a heavenly immortal. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the 4 stirred with excitement. They were acutely aware that to truly embark on the path of immortality, one must forge an immortal root. However, they were oblivious to the fact that immortal roots possess tiers. The higher the tier of the immortal root, the greater the future achievements one can attain. The chaos fish is capable of enhancing the quality of the immortal root, and for the sake of their futures, it is imperative to acquire it at all costs. Observing the fervent expressions of her companions, Gu Bailing interjected. Fishing for chaos fish is no simple task. It necessitates bait imbued with the essence of chaos. The trio from the mixed heaven realm felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, instantly sobering their excitement. Chaos entities are exceedingly rare, birthed only in realms devoid of rules, boundaries, and order, remnants of the primordial cosmos that have faded with the evolution of heaven and earth. Although remnants of chaos still exist in the world, they are incredibly scarce, far beyond the reach of individuals at their level. Chapter 613, Fishing Senior Sister Gu. Do you possess any chaos entities? Inquired the cultivator Su Bing. If we intend to catch chaos fish, we ought to have some chaos entities. Gu Balan replied nonchalantly. I procured some insects tainted with chaotic essence. These insects were nurtured in chaotic soil. While they lack substantial chaotic power, they still hold a chance of attracting chaos fish. Although Gu Balan wished to acquire items rich in chaotic energy, her finances constrained her, leaving her with no choice but to purchase a few insects and gamble on luck. As they conversed, the group arrived at the foot of a towering mountain, where the Black River emanated in eerie gravitational fluctuation. Gu Balan retrieved a crimson box, opened it, and revealed a writhing mass of insects exuding faint chaotic energy, shimmering with iridescent hues. Each of you shall receive 3. Whether you catch any fish depends on your fortune. Successfully capturing a 1-meter-long fish will reduce your service time by a year and may yield celestial crystals. Should you manage to catch a 100-meter-long chaos fish, you will be granted the status of formal disciples and liberated from this wretched place. Of course, such an occurrence is nearly impossible, as such grand fish disdain to nibble on these insects. Generously, Gu Balan distributed 3 insects to each individual, with each insect valued at a celestial crystal. As a formidable practitioner of the domain level, she could only earn 1,000 celestial crystals in a year, and to acquire additional resources, she needed to strive for them herself. Thank you, senior sister. We are immensely grateful, Gu sister. The 4 expressed their gratitude in unison, fervently desiring the chaos fish. Not only would this fish reduce their service time, but it would also facilitate the condensation of a superior immortal root in the future. Upon receiving the insects, the trio from the mixed heaven realm dashed off to fish, filled with the conviction that they would undoubtedly catch a magnificent fish. Gu Balan cautioned, exercise caution. Arrange the formation in advance, and avoid being pulled into the depths of the black water. The gravitational fluctuations around the Blackwater River, although less impactful at the shore, still posed a risk. A moment's carelessness could lead to a fall, and whether they would survive would hinge upon fortune. Gu Balan observed Jiang Pinyin standing motionless beside her and inquired, "Do you have any further matters to discuss?" Jiang Pinyin posed the question that weighed heavily on his heart. Is there a method in the celestial realm to revive the deceased? Indeed, there is, Gu Balan replied. However, one must attain a formidable level of cultivation. At the very least, our celestial emperor sect's heavenly immortals are incapable of such feats. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement illuminated Jiang Pingyin's previously impassive visage. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembled with anticipation. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, his greatest aspiration had been to transcend mortality and resurrect his parents. Today, upon learning that such a method indeed exists, how could he not feel exhilarated? After years of arduous pursuit, a glimmer of hope had finally emerged. What level of cultivation is required to revive the deceased? He asked urgently. Gu Balan could discern that Jiang Pinyin harbored intentions of resurrecting someone. Although I wish to avoid discouraging you, I prefer to speak candidly. The realm you seek to attain is beyond your reach. The limit for practitioners from the lower realms is merely the Earth Immortal stage, and few beings surpass this boundary. You should instead consider how to survive for 300 years in this diminutive world. I can only guarantee your safety for a century. Due to the constraints of the realm, practitioners from the lower realms are inherently flawed when compared to those of the celestial realm. One manifestation of this is the formidable challenges in breaking through to higher realms, as well as the existence of cultivation limits. Thank you, Gu Shiji. Jiang Pinyin expressed with a respectful fist salute, choosing not to further disturb her as he made his way to the banks of the Black River with 3 small worms in hand. Gu Balan produced a red territorial banner and planted it firmly into the ground. The appearance of this flag signified that the area had been claimed, alerting nearby practitioners to the energy fluctuations that indicated the presence of individuals. This action not only deterred foes, but also instilled a sense of caution, preventing them from recklessly encroaching upon her territory. For adversaries, approaching an opponent's domain is perilously risky. Life is singular, and without absolute certainty, no one would gamble their existence. For death entails the loss of all. Gu Balan could also sense any practitioners entering her territory through the territorial banner, allowing her to prepare in advance. After securing the territorial marker, she approached the Black River, conjuring an ice bench. With gentle hands, she smoothed her robe, settling her rounded figure upon the icy seat. I hope to catch a few chaotic fish and escape this cursed place soon, Gu Belan lamented, her disdain for this small world evident, fraught with numerous dangers. She concentrated her energy into fine threads, wrapping one end around the worms imbued with chaotic essence before casting them into the depths of the Black River. The river was profoundly deep, with gravity's rules shifting unpredictably, making it challenging to discern what lay beneath. Even her divine sense could not probe far. The chance of catching chaotic fish depended solely on fortune. Some would remain seated for hundreds of years in pursuit of such fish. The 5 individuals dispersed to fish, maintaining a considerable distance from one another, and after 5 days of waiting, there had been no response from the fishing lines. Jiang and his companions had even lost a bait when their lines were severed by the river's deeper gravitational forces. At that moment, however, Gu Belan's fishing line responded. She clenched her fist tightly, her muscles taut, and abruptly yanked the line upward. With a tumultuous splash, a fish radiating a spectrum of colors burst forth from the water, tethered to her line. The fish possesses an extraordinary appearance, its entire body transparent and stretching approximately 1 meter in length, resembling a crystal with a kaleidoscope of colors flowing within. This is the renowned chaos fish. After merely 3 days, I have managed to catch one. What splendid fortune! Gu Belan's milky white face blossomed into a smile as she swiftly opened her inner world, casting the chaos fish into it. How did you manage to catch it, Sister Gu? Do you have any techniques? Su Bing inquired, drawing closer with an endearing sweetness, addressing her as sister. Jiang and Mo also perked up their ears, eager to glean knowledge about the chaos fish as they prepared to cultivate their celestial roots in the future. There is no special technique. My cultivation is higher than yours. The longer the fishing line, the deeper I go, and the greater the number of fish I can catch, Gu Belan replied, reattaching the bait and casting her line into the dark river, sending up a spray of water. Do not harbor too much hope, given your current cultivation. The likelihood of you catching a chaos fish is exceedingly low. The 3 felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, having squandered 3 days here. They mused it would be better to explore nearby areas in hopes of discovering other resources. Let us not continue fishing. It's simply impossible. With a splash, a dazzling spectrum of colors illuminated the sky, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The 4 turned their heads towards the light, their eyes widening in astonishment. A massive chaos fish, at least 50 meters long, was being pulled from the water, casting an imposing shadow. The individual who caught this fish was none other than Jiang Pingan. Gu Belan was left in shock. A 50-meter-long chaos fish could exempt Jiang Pingan from 50 years of military service. If he were to consume it, his chances of becoming a terrestrial immortal would significantly increase. How can this lad be so incredibly fortunate to catch such a large fish with such rudimentary bait? The trio from the chaos realm felt their teeth nearly grind in envy. While they had caught nothing, this fellow had landed a fish of extraordinary size. However, Jiang Pingan's success in catching the chaos fish was not merely a stroke of luck. Previously informed by Gu Belan that chaos fish were attracted to food imbued with chaotic energy, he had taken a piece of flesh from a chaos thunderfruit to test its efficacy. The results were promising. He opened his inner world and placed the chaos fish inside. While other cultivators at his level might have an inner world with a diameter of merely 1 kilometer, his was a vast supercontinent. Though the treasure basin was no longer with him, the inner world remained. Initially, the trio from the chaos realm intended to abandon fishing. However, upon witnessing Jiang Pingan's success, they settled back down, determined to continue fishing. If Jiang Pingan could catch a large fish, so could they. Fortune is something that can smile upon anyone. Chapter 614. The Art of Celestial Escape. Regarding the fish's length, Jiang Pingan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. According to Gu Belan, a chaos fish under 100 meters could only enhance one's chances of becoming a terrestrial immortal. Yet, Jiang Pingan yearned for more. Even ascending to celestial immortal status would not suffice. He aspired to grow stronger, for only then could he resurrect his parents. His current objective was to pass the evaluation of the Feathered Emperor Immortal Sect, escape this small world, and ascend to the celestial realm to cultivate his celestial roots. This realm was merely a small world, incapable of nurturing celestial roots. Now, if one can catch a chaotic fish measuring 100 meters in length, they may complete the assessment ahead of time and become an official disciple. However, Jiang Pingan is uncertain whether the chaotic fish will still belong to him after he catches it. Gu Belan currently does not exhibit any signs of greed. Yet her true thoughts remain ambiguous. In this harsh world, one must remain vigilant against treachery. Jiang Pingyun firmly believes in the principle that when the stakes are sufficiently high, anything can transpire. To err on the side of caution, he refrained from using the chaotic fruit flesh and opted to fish with small worms instead. While fishing, his doppelganger from the inner world retrieved the celestial level technique bestowed by the head of the Ascension Pavilion, Rosu, from the heaven-swallowing bottle. With little else to occupy his time, he decided to examine this technique. If it proved unsuitable, he would simply not cultivate it. The celestial level technique sounded formidable, but if it did not align with his capabilities, it would yield little benefit. As his consciousness delved into the jade slip of the technique, a wealth of information flooded his mind. The technique, Heavenly Movement Escape Art, upon reaching minor proficiency, allows one to alter and conceal their aura, physique, and appearance, rendering them undetectable to those below a higher realm. Achieving major proficiency enables the concealment of one's fundamental laws, imperceptible to those two great realms above. Upon attaining perfection, one can transform in myriad ways, turning stone into stone, water into water, with only true immortals able to discern the truth. As he perused the description of the technique, Jiang Pingyun's eyes gradually brightened. This celestial art was immensely beneficial to him. In a world as perilous as the celestial realm, teeming with formidable beings, this technique surpassed even that of celestial artifacts in its utility. Jiang Pingyun committed himself to mastering this skill. It would undoubtedly prove life-saving in times of danger. The following days were spent in fishing. Aside from Gu Belan, who managed to catch another fish, the others had no luck at all, unable to catch a single one. Jiang, in a fit of anger, struck the water with his fist, venting his frustrations. He had lost all 3 of his bait worms. As a body refinement practitioner, Jiang was inherently impatient. Enduring for over 10 days was already quite an achievement. He was now unequivocally convinced that Jiang Pingyun's success in catching a large fish was merely a stroke of luck. Even Gu Belan had only caught another 1-meter-long chaotic fish, while Jiang Pingyun's 50-meter-long catch was purely coincidental. Jiang approached Gu Belan and queried, "Sister Gu, may I venture to explore the surrounding area? Rather than waste time here, I would prefer to seek out some rare materials." After a brief pause, someone approached. Gu Belan sensed through the territory flag that someone was making their way toward them. Who could it be? Perhaps someone from the Tianlan Immortal sect? Jiang felt a surge of anxiety. The territory flag could identify their allies, but he remained wary of potential deception. The formation on the flag could indeed discern the identity tokens of their own. Yet adversaries might manipulate these tokens. Though the likelihood was slim, it was not impossible. Tension mounted among Jiang and the others. If they encountered formidable foes from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, even with their magical treasures, their lives would still be in jeopardy. Soon, 2 cultivators appeared before them. Sister Gu greeted the man in a blue robe, who led the way, bowing respectfully to Gu Belan. Jiang and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to find a familiar face. "Ah, it's you. What brings you here?" Gu Belan recognized the individual, who, like her, was a disciple responsible for training newcomers from the lower realms. However, their acquaintance was superficial, and she was unaware of his intentions. Tung Chun communicated telepathically, "Sister Gu, there is a lower realm cultivator named Jiang Pingyun here, correct? Eliminate him, and you shall be generously rewarded." Gu Belan cast a glance at Jiang Pingyun, who was still fishing, before turning her cold gaze back to Tung Chun. "What do you mean by that? Are you plotting against a disciple? Although he is not an official disciple yet, your actions violate the sect's regulations." Tung Chun continued, "This person is a villain in the Yuan realm. A ruthless killer who massacres the innocent and engages in despicable acts. Allowing such a person to join our Yu Huangxian zone would only bring disaster. He must be eradicated." He was aware that if Sister Gu failed her mission, she would face punishment. However, the cost of one life was negligible. To compensate for her potential loss, he promised her 2 domain-level magical artifacts. Gu Belan scoffed, "Is this meager offering enough to compel me to violate the sect's rules? Do you take me for a fool?" She was acutely aware that transgressing the sect's regulations and harming a disciple was a grave offense, one that would incur severe penalties if discovered. Seeing that Gu Belan remained unmoved, Tung Chun turned to a man behind him. "Junior brother Qiao." Qiao Yuan communicated telepathically. "You are currently under a probation period, correct? I can assist in lifting your punishment, allowing you to return to the sect without risking your life in this minor world. Gu Beilan fixed her gaze on him, suspicion evident. Who are you, and why should I trust you? I am Qiu Yuan from the Ascension Pavilion in the Yuan realm. My grandfather has become an elder of the Yu Huangxian zone, he revealed, disclosing his identity. He had come to deal with Jiang Pinyin at the behest of his brother, Qiu Pingxing. He found it beneath him to handle such trivial matters, especially regarding a mere core formation cultivator. Upon learning of his background, Gu Beilan fell silent for a long moment. Engaging in such deeds would leave me restless. Moreover, how can I be sure your claims are true? Can you genuinely absolve me of my punishment? At that moment, the communication talisman at her waist illuminated. A voice emanating from within. Gu Beilan, your punishment has been lifted. Hand over the lower realm disciple to Tung Chun, and you may return to the sect. Upon hearing the voice of the sect's enforcer, joy washed over Gu Beilan's face. At last, I can leave. She had longed to depart from this cursed place, fraught with dangers where a single misstep could lead to demise, and the imperfect laws of heaven and earth hindered her cultivation. Had it not been for her transgressions in the sect, she would never have set foot in this realm. As she looked at Qiu Yuan, the coldness in her expression vanished, replaced by a sycophantic smile. Thank you, junior brother Qiu. I had no idea you possessed such a background. I apologize for my earlier rudeness and hope for your forgiveness. As an ordinary disciple of the Yu Huangxian zone, she could not afford to offend someone of his stature. The grandson of an elder, his identity and status were far beyond her reach, and it would be foolish to antagonize him. It was far wiser to cultivate a good relationship, which could facilitate her future endeavors, perhaps even granting her access to greater resources and opportunities for advancement. In the celestial realm, I find myself in need of a maid to attend to my needs, remarked Qiu Yuan, noticing the decent appearance of the other party. Gu Beilan, understanding his implication, shed her previous cold demeanor and became exceedingly warm, exclaiming, Sister, I am gentle and can assist you. Her opportunity had arrived. First, the matter of Jiang Pinyin must be resolved. Qiu Yuan had no desire to squander time here. A cultivator at the integration stage did not warrant excessive effort on his part. Eliminating such a being was merely a trivial task. Chapter 6:15. Enticement. The three continued to communicate through thought transmission, leaving others unaware of their conversation. They only noted the previously aloof Gu Beilan suddenly transform into a figure of exuberance and warmth. Gu Beilan turned her gaze toward Jiang Pinyin, who was still fishing. Just as she activated her domain power to prepare to encase him in ice, Jiang Pinyin leapt into the dark river and vanished. The stone where he had been seated was frozen to shards. Gu Beilan's expression stiffened. Was this fellow a monster so alert? His reaction was alarmingly swift, as if he had foreseen the danger. Such astuteness indicated that Jiang Pinyin must have climbed from the bottom, having navigated countless perils, remaining vigilant and distrustful of everyone. However, jumping into the dark river was tantamount to seeking death. The trio from the mixed heaven realm wore puzzled expressions. What transpired? Why did Gu Beilan make a move against Jiang Pinyin? By the time they realized something was amiss, the frost domain had already enveloped them. Their protective talismans were immediately activated, shielding them from the onslaught of the frost. Gu Shiji, what are you doing? The three exclaimed in shock. Gu Beilan, being cautious, either refrained from acting or executed her plans thoroughly. She intended to eliminate these three to prevent any information from leaking, confident that with elder son backing her, she would face no repercussions. The reactions of the three were far inferior to that of Jiang Pinyin. Gu Beilan unleashed her domain power, casting the trio into the dark river. Despite the wealth of treasures they possessed, it would not be easy to slay them. Thus, to avoid any unforeseen complications, she directly discarded them into the river. As the three were hurled into the dark river, they attempted to flee, but a formidable gravitational force enveloped them, dragging them to the riverbed, silencing them entirely. Unsettled, Gu Beilan summoned her domain power and struck the dark river with all her might. Instantly, the waters surged to great heights, obscuring the sky, as terrifying gravitational forces roiled, distorting and tearing the space within 1,000 miles. Rocks, trees, and mountains were uprooted and drawn into the river, torn into fragments. The three, being in the ascendant stage, felt this overwhelming power and hastily deployed their own domain forces to counteract the dreadful gravitational pull. Even domain-level cultivators faced grim odds of survival if consumed by the dark river. Gu Beilan cast a flattering glance at Qiu Yuan, stating, Junior brother Qiao. The issue has been resolved. Unless Jiang Pingyuan possesses a treasure of extraordinary caliber, his demise is inevitable. Qiao Yuan nodded, aware of the river's terrifying nature. Apart from the chaos fish that could defy the rules, no other beings could survive within its depths. Only treasures of supreme quality or celestial artifacts could possibly ensure Jiang Pingyuan's survival. Given his cultivation level, it was improbable that he possessed such treasures. Qiao Yuan bestowed upon Gu Bailing 2 exceptional treasures of the realm, declaring, "From this moment forth, you shall serve as my maid." Having grown accustomed to the comforts of the Yuan realm, he required someone to attend to his needs, and this woman, possessing a commendable appearance, was deemed suitable. "Thank you, junior brother Qiao." Gu Bailing, though disdainful of the cultivators from the lower realms, found it prudent to curry favor with Qiao Yuan. Given his esteemed status and the resources he could provide, the trio transformed into a streak of light and departed. The Black River gradually calmed, returning to its former tranquility. Shortly after, a blue light flickered within the waters, revealing a small azure vessel emerging from the depths. The vessel radiated the brilliance of the great Tao, counteracting the forces of gravity. "Damn that scoundrel! Once I attain strength, I shall ensure that wretched woman pays." Zhen Yong seethed, his muscles taut with anger. He had narrowly escaped death, fortunate to possess the family-provided treasure that preserved his life. In quick succession, another beam of light ascended from the river to the shore. Su Bing expelled a pearl from her mouth, another precious artifact that had safeguarded her existence. Her face was a mask of fury. It was all that Jiang Pingyuan's fault. That group had undoubtedly targeted him, and their attempts to silence him had ensnared them all. If he survived, she would see to it that he met his end. "Where's Mo?" Zhen Yong inquired, turning his gaze toward the Black River. His family had likely neglected to equip him with a protective treasure. As Su Bing spoke, she suddenly sensed an ominous presence, her expression shifting dramatically. Just as she attempted to reactivate the pearl, a chilling frost enveloped her, encasing her in ice. Zhen Yong, too late in his defense, found himself transformed into an ice sculpture. "Ha, 2 treasures. These individuals are quite wealthy. Fortune smiles upon us." Gu Bailing, Qiao Yuan, and Ting Chun materialized from the void. They had not truly departed but had been lying in wait, ensuring that none survived. As expected, someone had evaded death. Eliminating the two, they rifled through their possessions, uncovering several secret treasures that yielded considerable profit. Regrettably, Jiang Pingyuan and Mo had not surfaced, resulting in a loss of many resources. Gu Bailing lamented, believing the treasures on the two would have been plentiful. "Let us depart. With this newfound wealth, we can conclude our service ahead of schedule," Qiao Yuan urged. The trio vanished into the void. The 2 ice sculptures shattered, transforming into dust. All returned to serenity, save for the sound of the river's tumultuous flow. 3 days later, voices echoed through the void, confirming the demise of the remaining 2. "Let us proceed." 7 days later, the void rippled slightly. "Let us search downstream. Perhaps they have fled that way." The trio remained, initially reluctant to squander time. But the abundance of treasures on those individuals warranted their continued presence. On the 10th day, in a location upstream, a gaunt man erupted from the black waters. This man was none other than the assassin Mo from the heavenly realm. He had been more cautious than the others, hiding longer and retreating upstream. A year later, a black bottle surged from the spot where Jiang Pingyuan had leapt into the river. If the head of the ascending Immortal Pavilion, Rosu, were present, she would recognize the vessel as the celestial artifact she had bestowed upon Jiang Pingyuan, the swallowing heaven bottle. With a flicker of light, an unremarkable-looking man emerged from the depths of the swallowing heaven bottle. This individual is none other than Jiang Pingyuan, who has transformed his appearance. He has concealed himself for a year, spending 5 years within the Palace of Time, diligently perfecting the celestial movement technique to a remarkable level. Mastering the celestial movement technique to its fullest is exceedingly challenging due to its intricate connection to celestial runes, which elude his current comprehension, preventing him from transforming into myriad forms. Nevertheless, achieving a high level of mastery in this technique is already sufficient. He can now conceal his inherent aura. Even if he stands before Xiaoxiang, she would fail to recognize him. As his cultivation progresses, the efficacy of the celestial movement technique will only intensify. A glimmer of murderous intent and wrath flickered within Jiang Pingyuan's profound gaze. He remained unaware of the reasons behind Gu Bailing's aggression towards him, but surmised it was undoubtedly linked to the two individuals who had suddenly appeared. He harbored no enmity towards the cultivators from the upper realm. That foe likely originated from the Yuan realm. Within the Yuan realm, it seemed that only the son of the Celestial from the Grand Pavilion had any grievances with him. Jiang Pingan clenched his fists, the space around him being torn asunder by his formidable aura. Regardless of who his adversary may be, should they seek his demise, they must be prepared for retribution. He had memorized the appearances of those three individuals, and once he cultivated his celestial roots, he would undoubtedly repay them in kind. As Jiang Pingan contemplated finding a place to conceal himself, a resplendent rainbow light surged towards him from the distant Black River, revealing a chaotic fish. Its tail alone spanned 1,000 meters. Chapter 616, Rescued. Wang Yang, the chaotic fish, moved with astonishing speed, creating tumultuous waves. Bound by several chains, it was followed by a magnificent ship inscribed with runes. The runes on the vessel resisted the gravitational forces of the river, while a group of cultivators aboard strained against the chains. They urged each other, "Do not let go." Capturing this chaotic fish means a millennium free from resource concerns. One chain has broken. Quickly, add another. With a mighty leap, the chaotic fish seemed poised to ascend into the starry sky, only to plummet swiftly, causing the Black River to churn violently, unleashing colossal waves that shattered its chains. Upon witnessing the surging waves, Jiang Pingan's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to retreat hastily. However, the overwhelming torrent of eerie river water engulfed him in an instant. Gasping, Jiang Pingan felt as though he had been struck by celestial bodies, blood spewing forth as he was swept along by the relentless current. Intrigued, he pondered the nature of this Black River water, marveling at how each droplet contained such terrifying gravitational laws. Had it not been for his robust physique, reinforced by gravitational principles and the protective aura of Yin Thunder, any other cultivator at the integration stage would have been obliterated. Alas, the chaotic fish had evaded capture. It vanished into the depths of the river, leaving the crew aboard the ship in utter despair. It appears a cultivator has been caught in the river's torrent. Several cultivators noticed Jiang Pingan, and one man tore through the void, swiftly pulling Jiang Pingan aboard the vessel and placing a medicinal pill in his mouth. "Brother Wang Yang, how can you be so extravagant with such a precious pill for someone whose affiliation with our Yu Huangxian sect is still uncertain?" remarked a nearby cultivator, unable to contain his dismay at the man's actions. Such thoughts should not be entertained. If, indeed, one of our disciples from the Feather Emperor sect requires urgent assistance and is not treated promptly, we would lose a valuable member of our sect. We cannot afford to take that risk. Wang Yang, clad in an exquisite white robe and wielding a broad sword nearly as wide as his imposing physique, exuded an air of determination. His thick brows framed a pair of piercing, resolute eyes, embodying both tenacity and focus. The onlookers observed Wang Yang's actions with resigned shakes of their heads, fully aware of his steadfast nature. Persuasion would prove futile. Struggling to rise, Jiang Pingan, who had consumed a medicinal pill, failed to notice his twisted and deformed legs, nearly stumbling as he stood. Wang Yang swiftly channeled his spiritual energy to stabilize him. "My friend, how fares your condition?" Wang Yang inquired with genuine concern. Jiang Pingan clasped his fists in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, senior brother." Although he was unharmed without the pill, he was nonetheless appreciative of the assistance. "Do not mention it. However, please present your identification token from the Feather Emperor sect. If you do not possess one, I may have to expedite your departure," Wang Yang stated directly. Jiang Pingan retrieved his identification token, a piece given to each individual by the guide, inscribed with their names and pertinent details, all bound by a spiritual imprint for easy verification. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, the information materialized. Jiang Pingan, a registered disciple from the primordial realm. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Yang's brow as he absorbed the information about Jiang Pingan. The others, upon hearing this revelation, turned their attention towards him. A visitor from the primordial realm? How did he come to be here? It was likely that he was sent for assessment from the lower realms. Did he dare to venture into the upper realms at such a level? Such cultivators were deemed utterly useless. Not long ago, a practitioner from the primordial realm boasted of his strength, only to be utterly defeated by a disciple from the Tianlan sect with a single blow, nearly losing his life in the process. The gazes directed at Jiang Pingan were rife with disdain. Such beings from the lower realms hardly deserved to occupy so many resources. Were it not for the alliance regulations prohibiting arbitrary incursions into other realms for plunder, it was inconceivable that such resources would be squandered on these inept individuals. Alas, we missed an incredible opportunity. We nearly captured that chaotic fish, lamented one. Let us return. Such grand quarry is beyond our grasp. As the group discussed the chaotic fish's departure, they seemed indifferent to Jiang Pingan's presence, save for Wang Yang, who remained before him. Junior brother Jiang, what brings you to this place? Should not disciples from the primordial realm be accompanied by their sect members? Jiang Pingan paused for a moment before responding. We were attacked by practitioners from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, and we became separated. He chose to withhold the truth, uncertain if this individual was acquainted with Gu Bailing. If they were familiar, he might inform her of his survival, which would complicate matters. The pressing concern was to devise a means of leaving this place and ascending to the immortal realm to forge his immortal route. Without waiting for Wang Yang to speak, Jiang Pingan inquired, Senior brother Wang, might there be a method to expedite our departure to the immortal realm? There are several ways, such as earning military merit or offering heavenly materials, earthly treasures, weapons, or magical artifacts. Contributions of resources can significantly reduce your service time, Wang Yang explained. However, your cultivation level is too low. It would be wise to avoid taking risks alone. Who is your team leader? I can assist you in locating them. My captain may have already sacrificed himself, brother Wang. How can I prove my military merit or acquire resources? Where can I exchange them? Jiang Pingan directly stated that Gu Bailing had perished. Has your captain not conveyed this information to you? Such responsibilities ought to be fulfilled by the captain. It is truly irresponsible. Wang Yang replied tirelessly, to achieve military merit is rather challenging, especially at your current level. If you wish to exchange for resources, you should go to the Immortal Tower. That is where rest and transactions occur. I will take you there later. Jiang Pingan was profoundly touched by this person's warmth and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you, brother Wang. Wang Yang laughed heartily. It is but a small effort. No need for thanks. Suddenly, a loud and prolonged belch echoed nearby, resonating with great volume. Jiang Pingan instinctively glanced over. In the corner of the deck lay a female cultivator with exaggerated pectorals, her mouth agape, and her face flushed, eyes clouded with inebriation. Cradling a wine gourd in her arms, one long, ample leg draped over the other, her chest drenched in liquor. The rich odor of alcohol wafted over with the belch. A woman of undeniable beauty now appeared as a drunken wretch. Indeed, she was a drunkard. Wang Yang shook his head in resignation. Miaoxia, could you perhaps refrain from drinking? Your appearance greatly tarnishes the image of our Yu Huang immortal sect. Other female cultivators either exuded ethereal grace or bore a cold, elegant demeanor, while this woman resembled a complete lush, utterly dispirited. Miaoxia's long belch finally subsided, ending with an inquisitive tone. She took another swig of her drink, struggling to open her eyes, and gazed at Jiang Pingan. With such an ordinary appearance, who would choose to appear unattractive? You must be intentionally concealing your beauty. Jiang Pingan's pupils quivered. Indeed, at a certain level of cultivation, one can easily alter their appearance. Few high-level cultivators are ever unattractive. He had deliberately chosen to appear ordinary, making it easier for others to remember him. He had never considered this aspect. While he was lost in thought, a slender jade arm suddenly wrapped around his shoulder, the potent scent of alcohol rushing towards him. Before him stood a disheveled, yet stunning face. Miaoxia, holding her wine bottle, raised her lips in a smile reminiscent of a drunken man's flirtation. Little brother, your arrival in the upper realm suggests you are no ordinary individual in the lower realm. You must possess abundant resources. Please lend some to your elder sister. What are you doing, Miaoxia? Are you robbing a disciple? Wang Yang's thick brows furrowed in discontent, and the righteous energy emanating from him instantly repelled Miaoxia. The grain storage before her swayed like a wild stallion, seeking to flee. I was merely joking. I thought he seemed too feeble, so I collected a bit of protection money to safeguard him. You know I cannot stand to see others bullied. Wang Yang shot Miaoxia a disapproving glance. Everyone in the sect knows you are the most domineering, collecting protection fees everywhere. Miaoxia bit down on the wine gourd, taking another large gulp. This would be her last sip. As the final drop fell, she deftly caught it with her agile tongue. Then, her half-closed eyes once again turned towards Jiang Pingan. You have been affected by the waves of the Black River, yet you remain unscathed, and astonishingly, without the aid of any cultivation techniques, you have swiftly restored your body. Young man, You possess a celestial-level cultivation method. In the lower realms, practicing such a technique renders one incapable of solidifying a celestial root. Thus, your purpose in ascending to the higher realm is to cultivate that root. Miao Xia swayed precariously, as if on the verge of collapsing. Jiang Pingyan's fingers trembled slightly, his heart racing. This woman, despite appearing inebriated, demonstrated an observational acuity and judgment that surpassed anyone else. Miao Xia placed her wine gourd atop the granary, reclined in a corner of the deck, and closed her eyes, seemingly lost in a dream. It seems you have received no guidance. Had you been instructed, you would not have recklessly attempted to cultivate a celestial-level technique. The celestial seed you are currently forming is far from perfect, even if you reach the celestial realm. The failure to establish a solid foundation will ensure you progress no further than the Earth Immortal stage. Only by reshaping the celestial seed and subsequently solidifying the celestial root can you achieve a higher grade and venture further. As she concluded her thoughts, Miao Xia fell silent, seemingly drifting into slumber, even snoring softly. Jiang Pingyan stood frozen, aware that the celestial root profoundly influences one's future, beginning from the very inception of the celestial seed. Turning to Wang Yang beside him, Jiang Pingyan found himself more inclined to trust the man who had saved him. Wang Yang remarked, under normal circumstances, solidifying a celestial seed in the celestial realm presents no issues. However, if one were to solidify a celestial seed in the lower realms, the imperfections of the laws would lead to an imperfect seed. This woman, though seemingly unreliable, has perused more ancient texts than many elders, making her exceptionally knowledgeable and skilled in guidance. Many cultivators seek her counsel. She is among the most distinguished disciples of the Feather Emperor Immortal sect. Jiang Pingyan fell into a moment of contemplation, retrieving a domain-level sword and approaching the woman, presenting it with both hands. Senior sister, this is the most precious treasure I possess. I humbly request your guidance on how to reshape the celestial seed. Regarding his future, Jiang Pingyan dared not approach the matter lightly. He first decided to test the waters with a weapon. Jiang Pingyan understood that Miao Xia deliberately spoke these words in hopes of acquiring resources from him. Yet, Miao Xia paid no heed, casually pushing him back. Wang Yang interjected. For tasks of Miao Xia's caliber, she is not in need of domain-level treasures. She seeks either higher-grade secret treasures or exquisite wines that would catch her fancy. Wine? Jiang Pingyan suddenly recalled the abundance of wines within his small world. Having eliminated numerous cultivators, he had amassed a considerable stock of wine, which he seldom consumed, either exchanging it for resources through the treasure basin or leaving it to gather dust. The only wine he relished was the soul-nurturing wine brewed in the sacred land of souls. This wine is exceedingly precious, requiring a century to produce a single bottle, capable of nourishing one's spirit. Previously, during his visit to the sacred land of souls, the elder had offered him this wine, and later, he replicated a vast quantity using the treasure basin. Uncertain if this woman would enjoy such wine, Jiang Pingyan decided to present a bottle, uncorking it. Senior sister, bang. As he was about to speak, the wine bottle in his hand vanished, and his body was thrust several steps back by Miao Xia's granary. Miao Xia appeared almost entranced, greedily fixated on the bottle of wine in her grasp. With an insatiable thirst, she inhaled deeply from the bottle, nearly drawing the liquid up into her nostrils. A potion that nourishes the soul. Such exquisite wine. Miao Xia immediately discerned the elixir's significance, abandoning all decorum as she thrust the bottle into her mouth, tilting her head back and gulping it down in a series of swift swallows. Having finished, she lingered on the taste, her tongue eagerly sweeping the inside for remnants. Marvelous. Miao Xia could distinctly feel her spirit rejuvenated, a wave of comfort washing over her. 100 more bottles, and I shall divulge the method to remold the celestial seed. She was still not satisfied. Jiang Pingyan offered a wry smile. Senior sister, it takes a century to brew a single bottle of this wine. I possess only 5. Of course, he had more than 5, but he would never disclose the true quantity. When treasures are abundant, they lose their value. Miao Xia, naturally skeptical of his claim, suspected he had few, knowing the wine's worth from her experience. Give me 10 bottles along with that domain-level treasure, and I shall reveal the method to remold the celestial seed. Jiang Pingyan replied, at most 7 bottles, along with this domain-level treasure. I must reserve 1 for myself. I hope for your understanding, senior sister. Miao Xia took a moment to sniff her wine bottle, then conceded, very well, Today, I shall be generous. Thank you, senior sister. Jiang Pinyin retrieved 7 bottles of soul-nourishing wine, along with a domain-level treasure, handing them to Miao Xia. Clutching the bottles, Miao Xia's expression was one of sheer obsession, as if she wished to consume all 7 in one gulp. Jiang Pinyin interjected, Senior sister, why the haste? Do you think I would renege on our agreement? Miao Xia stored the soul-nourishing wine and casually tossed a jade slip containing information on how to remold the celestial seed and forge high-quality spiritual roots to Jiang Pinyin. With that, she reclined happily, extracting a piece of unfamiliar exotic beast meat to savor slowly. Thank you, senior sister. Jiang Pinyin bowed in gratitude. Although her intentions were self-serving, she had rendered him a significant favor, allowing him to identify and rectify his shortcomings in advance. Wang Yang handed Jiang Pinyin a rune tablet, explaining that they were still some distance from the celestial tower and it would take several days. This is my cabin pass. With it, you can enter and cultivate without disturbance. Senior brother, this is unnecessary. No need for courtesy. I plan to fish on the deck and won't be returning to rest. Wang Yang interrupted Jiang Pinyin, forcefully placing the rune tablet into his hands before turning aside to fish for chaotic fish. Other cultivators fishing nearby remarked, Senior brother, he is merely an ordinary registered disciple with a low cultivation level. Why are you being so generous? Your cultivation room is quite valuable. It would be a waste to give it to him. Precisely because he is of low cultivation that he requires assistance, Wang Yang replied nonchalantly. Jiang Pinyin regarded him with deep appreciation, offering a respectful bow before entering the cabin with the rune tablet inscribed with the room number. Upon locating Wang Yang's room, he placed the rune tablet against the door, activating the formation at the entrance. As the runes glowed, the door slowly opened, a rich aura of celestial energy wafting forth. The room was arranged with a spatial barrier, spacious and reminiscent of a small world, surrounded by an ethereal aura. The celestial energy flowed into Jiang Pinyin's body with each breath. This room, astonishingly, possessed a temporal array, creating a time dilation effect that rendered time inside the chamber twice as slow as the outside world. Even a fool would discern that renting such a room must have come at a considerable cost. Yet, the proprietor willingly lent it to him, which deeply touched Jiang Pinyin. He silently vowed to repay Wang Yang's kindness in the future. Dismissing further thoughts, he closed the door and focused his mind on the jade slip that Miao Xia had sold him. The jade slip contained a wealth of information, methods for reshaping celestial seeds, resources required for constructing 9-star spiritual roots, attempts to forge multiple celestial seeds, and the impact of celestial seeds on subsequent cultivation. Upon perusing this content, Jiang Pinyin immediately realized the value of the wine he had consumed. The jade slip recorded extensive insights into cultivation, offering him a preliminary understanding of celestial seeds and spiritual roots. Suddenly, while enjoying her drink on the deck, Miao Xia recalled something and abruptly rose. The jade slip she had given to Jiang Pinyin also contained numerous ongoing research topics, such as the construction of dual celestial seeds, an immature cultivation system that no one had successfully forged. If that naive Jiang Pinyin were to attempt cultivation, it could lead to disaster. However, she assumed he possessed enough common sense to know that forging dual celestial seeds was unwise. With that thought, she dismissed it from her mind and continued to savor her fine wine and barbecued meat. Little did she know the consequences her laziness and negligence might incur. Chapter 618. Celestial Seeds and Spiritual Roots. Jiang Pinyin came to understand that celestial seeds and spiritual roots form the foundation of the cultivation system in the celestial realm. Celestial seeds influence spiritual roots, and spiritual roots, in turn, affect subsequent cultivation. Spiritual roots are classified into 9 grades. 1 to 3 stars represent human-grade roots. 4 to 6 stars denote earth-grade roots, and 7 to 9 stars indicate heaven-grade roots. The higher the grade, the greater the potential for future achievements. However, possessing a heaven-grade spiritual root does not guarantee ascendance to the celestial realm. It merely enhances the probability compared to other roots. Without diligent cultivation or in the absence of resources, even one with a heavenly spiritual root might only attain the human celestial level. The quality of the celestial seed significantly determines the grade of the spiritual root. It is imperative for the celestial seed to attain perfection. Since Jiang Pinyin was condensing celestial seeds in the lower realm, his seeds were imperfect and required reshaping. According to the information in the jade slip, Many individuals dissatisfied with their spiritual root grades have developed methods to reshape celestial seeds to establish a firmer foundation. To illustrate, it is akin to farming. To ensure a bountiful harvest in autumn, one must use quality seeds. The method of reshaping celestial seeds is not overly complicated. By learning a specific rune and integrating it into the existing celestial seed, one can ameliorate its deficiencies. While studying the jade slip, Jiang discovered a technique for crafting multiple celestial seeds. Celestial seeds are the link between a cultivator's life essence and the laws of the universe. Each cultivator possesses only one life essence and can condense but a single celestial seed. There has always been a desire to forge multiple celestial seeds, driven by the clear motivation to become stronger. Creating multiple celestial seeds enables the formation of several spiritual roots, which profoundly influence a cultivator's comprehension of the laws of the celestial path, their combat prowess, and much more. In theory, the greater the number of celestial roots, the faster one grows, and the stronger one's combat power becomes. However, this notion remains purely theoretical. No one in existence has succeeded in forging multiple celestial roots. Only through a special method of creating clones can one condense different types of celestial essences. Yet, even with clones, an individual can at most condense 3 types of celestial essences. Within the jade slip containing information from Miao Xia, numerous theoretical methods for creating multiple celestial roots were recorded. However, they remain theoretical and have not proven successful in practice. The fundamental challenge lies in the connection between celestial essences and the source of life. Each person possesses only one source of life, which permits the condensation of merely one celestial essence. It is impossible for a single body to harbor multiple sources of life. Consequently, various ingenious ideas such as the life source partitioning method and the integration of multiple sources method emerged. Captivated by these theories, Jiang devoted himself to studying them earnestly. Simultaneously, he manifested a clone to learn the runes for reshaping celestial essences. With the assistance of the judge's pen, the task of drawing runes proved to be quite manageable. His current fascination lay in the creation of multiple celestial essences. Each additional essence would enhance his strength. Although these theories had yet to yield success, he resolved to explore them further. In the days that followed, Jiang diligently researched methods for shaping multiple celestial essences. Outside what had transpired over the past 10 days, Jiang had spent over 2 months in the Palace of Time. Although there were temporal arrays within the ship's cabin, they were not as effective as those in the Palace of Time. Under the influence of temporal laws, these arrays could not overlap. If they did, they would cease to function, making it impossible to utilize 2 temporal arrays simultaneously. With the judge's pen's assistance, the reshaping of celestial essences was completed, and Jiang distinctly felt a surge of energy within him. The laws of heaven and earth became clearer before his eyes, leading to a newfound understanding of these principles. It felt as though he had been reborn. On that day, however, the cultivation chamber suddenly shook violently, followed by an urgent voice resonating throughout the ship's cabins. The Tianlan Xianzong is under attack. All personnel, exit the cabins and prepare for battle. The cultivators of the Yuhuang Xianzong had grown accustomed to such enemy assaults and, having faced them frequently, remained composed as they rushed out of the cabins. However, upon emerging, their expressions shifted dramatically. Their vessel was enveloped by a layer of barrier, and they found themselves surrounded by a multitude of Tianlan Xianzong cultivators, their numbers at least double that of their own. The Tianlan Xianzong cultivators were relentlessly assaulting the protective shield surrounding the ship, causing its radiance to dim significantly. Damn it, so many of them. In their earlier pursuit of the chaotic fish, they had exhausted too much energy, rendering the ship's protective shield inadequate. Had it not been for the endeavor to capture that massive chaotic fish, they would not have been concerned about an attack. In fact, they could have utilized the spatial jump array aboard the ship to breach the barrier and escape. Haha, did you think that was how we discovered the chaotic fish? The leading cultivator from Tianlan Xianzong laughed triumphantly. We intentionally drove that chaotic fish towards you, just to ensure you would notice it and deplete your ship's energy. Today marks the day of the fall of your 2 greatest prodigies from Yuhuang Xianzong. Crack. With the relentless onslaught, cracks began to appear in the energy shields surrounding the ship, and the faces of the Yuhuang Xianzong cultivators turned pale with alarm. It turns out that the chaotic fish was merely bait. Attempting to summon aid with a communication talisman, they discovered that it was thwarted by a barrier. rendering any call for assistance impossible. Despair engulfed the hearts of the disciples from the Feather Emperor Immortal sect. Realizing that their adversaries outnumbered them 2-1 and had come fully prepared, this battle would undoubtedly entail severe losses. They steeled themselves for the confrontation. Wang Yang drew forth his broadsword, positioning himself at the forefront, his countenance betraying no fear. A formidable aura of righteousness emanated from him, akin to a stabilizing anchor, calming the spirits of the gathered cultivators. Miao Xia's previous intoxication and despondency evaporated as she unsheathed her wine gourd, which instantly expanded, radiating a powerful energy and enveloped in the laws of combat. Jiang Pinyin noticed the fluctuations surrounding Miao Xia and was momentarily astonished. The laws of battle. The sacred body. In the immortal realm, this was referred to as the battle body. Boom. The protective shield of the ship shattered, and the sounds of conflict soared. A group of formidable beings unleashed their overwhelming presence, stirring the winds and clouds of the heavens, while the river below churned violently, causing the vessel to sway perilously. Engaging in combat upon the Black River, one misstep could lead to demise. The cultivators from both sides clashed instantaneously, unleashing top-tier techniques that illuminated the sky with divine radiance. As streams of light flickered and various laws danced frantically, swirling with celestial energy, Jiang Pinyin was astonished to realize that anyone among them, if cast into the wasteland, would be a peerless prodigy capable of shaking an era. Yet here, they were scarcely noteworthy. Only 2 cultivators captured the spotlight, Wang Yang and Miao Xia, both having reached the pinnacle of their domains, equivalent to the apex of the Great Ascension stage. Wang Yang, radiating an aura of righteousness, seemed impervious to all forms of attack, and with every swing of his heavy sword, the very heavens shifted, leaving no one daring to confront him. Miao Xia, brandishing her wine gourd like a goddess of war, her formidable battle intent forming a suit of armor adorned with golden wings, granting her unparalleled speed. Furthermore, this battle armor significantly augmented her combat prowess. Observing Miao Xia in action, Jiang Pinyin was profoundly impressed. Although he too could manifest a battle armor, it was evidently inferior to hers. He realized that his own battle armor had not fully harnessed its true potential. What are you standing there for? Hurry and assist. A cultivator who had comprehended the laws of the universe shouted angrily as he was knocked down, noticing Jiang Pinyin frozen in place. What use is a lower realm cultivator? Can't you see he's stunned into silence? Nearby cultivators watched Jiang Pinyin motionless, assuming he was merely paralyzed by fear. A lower realm cultivator? The disciples of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, upon hearing of a lower realm presence, turned their gazes toward Jiang Pinyin. They understood that those from the lower realm possessed weaker combat abilities yet abundant resources. Not long ago, a senior brother had slain a lower realm cultivator and profited handsomely. Don't all rush at me. I discovered this lower realm cultivator first. Nonsense. It was clearly me. Whoever kills him first claims him. A group of 4 or 5 disciples from the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, having grasped the laws of the universe, surged greedily towards Jiang Pinyin, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they beheld the multitude of treasures beckoning to them. Chapter 619, Gifted Divine Abilities. Sword Chi, Blade Intent, and Fist Techniques surged towards Jiang Pinyin, as if intending to shred him to pieces. Yet, as the cultivators of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion advanced upon him, Jiang Pingyin's expression remained utterly unperturbed. Raising his fist, he unleashed the second form of the destruction fist, Chaos of the Ancient. The laws of heaven and earth twisted into disarray, causing the incoming spells to falter and lose their stability, dissolving amidst the chaos. The cultivators witnessing this spectacle widened their eyes in astonishment. What sorcery was this? Such strangeness. The disciples of the Tianlan Celestial Mansion quickly evaded the attack as an assassin from the Flowing Shadow sect materialized behind Jiang Pinyin. His visage was grotesque, filled with exhilaration. The resources of this lower realm cultivator were now his. A dagger imbued with profound laws swiftly lunged toward Jiang Pingyin's head. This dagger was unique, capable of striking at the soul and delivering a fatal blow. However, a colossal hand abruptly emerged, seizing the blade. The assassin's expression froze in disbelief. Impossible. How could this fellow possess such terrifying speed? He was certainly not a mere lower realm cultivator. The assassin quickly assessed the situation, discarding the dagger in favor of escape. Yet, Jiang Pinyin would not grant him that opportunity. the first form of the destruction fist, subduing demons. The essences of battle, annihilation, power, and gravity converged in his hand, merging into the imperial palm imprint and the totemic patterns of the barbarian tribes, erupting forth in that instant. Boom! With a single strike, the assassin, along with 2 disciples of the Tianlan celestial mansion behind him, were obliterated by the ferocious energy. After reshaping his celestial seed, Jiang Pinyin distinctly felt his combat prowess ascend to a new echelon. The other cultivators surrounding Jiang Pinyin were taken aback. Such a terrifying attack. This was undeniably no ordinary lower realm cultivator. They had been deceived. This was an elite of the Yu Huang celestial sect, deliberately luring them into confronting him. How despicable of the Yu Huang celestial sect. These cultivators believed they were being misled by the disciples of the Yu Huang celestial sect, who had claimed Jiang Pinyin was merely a lower realm cultivator, thus causing them to lower their guard. It was indeed a grave misunderstanding. Even the disciples of the Yu Huang celestial sect were left astonished. To obliterate 3 cultivators with a single punch, how could this lower realm cultivator possess such strength? As he gazed upon these celestial cultivators, Jiang Pinyin's blood surged with fervor. Bearing the sacred demon body, the most solitary plight was being invincible among his peers. Yet in the celestial realm, countless prodigies and innumerable progenies of the Immortal could engage him in battle. Jiang Pinyin fixed his gaze upon 2 disciples of the Yu Huang celestial sect and soared towards them. Be cautious. This fellow radiates the fluctuations of the laws of battle. He too possesses a battle body. One of the Tianlan celestial mansion cultivators warned, yet failed to notice that Jiang Pinyin had already materialized before them. His fist imbued with terrifying power akin to a falling star. With one strike, this formidable cultivator, who had comprehended the laws of profundity, was instantly slain. The disciples of the Tianlan celestial mansion were struck with panic. The laws of annihilation. It is the fabled laws of destruction. Do not allow him to strike you. Your body will be unable to reform. While they could recover from physical disintegration caused by other attacks, albeit at the cost of some energy, the situation was drastically different with an attack from the laws of destruction. Similar to the laws of death, the laws of destruction targeted the very essence of life itself. Yet with even greater potency, the laws of death only affected the living, while the laws of destruction held sway over all. As the other Tianlan celestial mansion cultivators retreated to evade, a woman clad in purple traversed the air, enveloped in celestial energy, with the laws of profundity swirling around her. She stood amidst the void, gazing down upon Jiang Pinyin. Her crimson lips parted slightly. You must be the elite nurtured in secrecy by the Yu Huang Immortal sect. Quite impressive, possessing a battle physique and comprehending the laws of destruction. You are worthy of being vanquished by me, Yu Jing. Despite witnessing Jiang Pinyin's formidable strength, there was no trace of fear upon her visage. Be cautious. She hails from the celestial lineage of the Tianlan Immortal sect. At the tender age of 9, she awakened her innate abilities, and by 20, she grasped the profound principles of the universe. Now, at 25, she was on the brink of entering the realm of domain-level mastery. The disciples of the Yu Huang Immortal sect, concerned that Jiang Pinyin might be unaware of her prowess, hastily warned him. Though Jiang Pinyin's strength as a lower realm cultivator had astonished them, whether he could best a disciple of the Yu clan remained uncertain. A single misstep could lead to his demise. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Pinyin's eyes. 25 and on the verge of entering the domain level? How could a cultivator from the immortal realm be so extraordinary? In the wild realm, it typically took cultivators tens of thousands of years to reach the great ascension stage and comprehend the powers of the domain. Yet she was poised to achieve this level at such a young age. It was almost unfathomable. Jiang Pinyin, possessing a treasure like the Gathering Treasure Basin, had also spent over 200 years to attain his current level. The disparity between individuals was immense, or rather, it was simply incomparable. The so-called prodigies of the lower realm seemed but a threshold to the immortal realm. Just as Jiang Pinyin lingered in his thoughts, Yu Jing appeared before him in an instant, her long sword resembling a surging dragon, exuding an awe-inspiring might. Jiang Pinyin swiftly dodged to her side and struck out with his fist, intent on obliterating everything with the laws of destruction. He had anticipated that she would evade. Yet to his surprise, she did not shy away, instead attacking with her sword. This was a strategy of trading injury for injury. Jiang Pinyin found it perplexing. Did this woman underestimate his strike? Or did she possess such formidable defense that she disregarded his assault? Their weapons met simultaneously. The impact echoed through the air. Both Yu Jing and Jiang Pingan were sent reeling backward. Blood spewed from Jiang Pingan's mouth, his face a mask of shock. Upon him were a deep sword wound that exposed bone and a collapsed imprint of a fist upon his chest, the essence of destruction ravaging his form. The attack he had unleashed had now manifested upon himself. The disciples of the Yu Huang Immortal sect shouted urgent warnings to Jiang Pingan. Do not strike her. The Yu clan possesses an innate ability known as shared injury. Any harm they sustain is reflected back upon the attacker. Jiang Pingan's countenance darkened. Why had they not informed him of this before he faced his demise? How could such a repugnant ability exist in the world? This meant that any damage inflicted upon this woman would return in kind. She appeared to exchange wounds, yet in reality, she dealt double the damage to her assailants. The dent in Yu Jing's chest surged back to its original form with astonishing speed. Such an assault could not bring about my end. To maximize the potential of their shared injury ability, the Yu clan diligently practiced advanced healing techniques to enhance their recovery speed. The most dreaded opponents for the disciples of the Yu Huang Immortal sect were those awakened with this particular talent. In battles against the Yu clan, one often did not perish at the hands of the enemy, but rather fell victim to their own attacks. Yu Jing hovered in the void once more, charging towards Jiang Pingan with lethal intent. Jiang Pingan's cold, indifferent gaze fixated ahead, his fists clenched tightly as he unleashed the devastating punch of annihilation, causing the river to churn violently as an overwhelming force erupted forth. Have you lost your mind? Do not attack her, shouted a cultivator from the Feather Emperor Immortal sect, who was engaged in battle nearby. Despite knowing that the opponent could reflect his attacks, he still unleashed such a terrifying assault. Was he so eager to meet his demise? A flicker of disdain crossed Yu Jing's eyes. This fool from the lower realms still failed to comprehend that the greater the harm he inflicted upon her, the greater the repercussions he would suffer in return. Yu Jing, however, did not retreat. With her mastery of celestial-level healing techniques, even if she sustained injuries, as long as she did not perish outright, she would recover. With a resounding thud, their attacks collided again. The same sequence of events unfolded. Jiang Pingan's assault returned to him, and the immense force pierced through his chest, blood spraying forth. The expression of the Feather Emperor Immortal sect cultivator darkened. Though Jiang Pingan's attacks were formidable, they were pitted against a practitioner from the Yu lineage. His recovery speed, though rapid, paled in comparison to that of this woman who wielded celestial-level healing arts. At this rate, death was inevitable for Jiang Pingan, and he would be the architect of his own downfall. Chapter 620, Mutual Destruction? Yu Jing's wounds healed at a pace that was evidently faster than Jiang Pingan's. Her command of celestial-level healing was beyond anything he could hope to match. As they exchanged blows in quick succession, each strike he landed upon her inflicted damage upon himself. The more potent his attacks became, the more injuries he sustained in return, coupled with the damage inflicted by Yu Jing. It was not long before Jiang Pingan was left battered and bloodied, his garments soaked in crimson. What a fool! Observers witnessed Jiang Pingan's recklessness and discerned his fate. Such a brash individual stood no chance against Yu Jing. His demise was merely a matter of time. High above, Wang Yang, engaged in battle, noticed the commotion below. After all, the laws of combat and destruction were rare and difficult to overlook. Wang Yang finally understood why Miao Xia had approached Jiang Pingan. She must have sensed the battle essence within him. Otherwise, given her character, it was unlikely she would even acknowledge an elder, let alone a lower realm cultivator who had grasped the essence of the laws. Miao Xia swung her gourd to strike at the enemy while keeping an eye on Jiang Pingan. Observing him wield the laws of combat, she was not surprised. She had sensed that power within him long before. However, upon witnessing the law of destruction, her spirits lifted momentarily, believing she had discovered a promising talent. Yet, as she beheld Jiang Pingan's reckless approach, that fleeting joy dissipated. He was nothing but a brute, devoid of wisdom. Despite knowing that attacking his opponent would result in self-harm, he persisted in his obstinate assault. Unable to contain herself, Miao Xia sent a mental message scolding him. Idiot! Stop attacking. The Yu lineage possesses extraordinary innate abilities. Unless you also have celestial-level healing skills, you cannot outlast her. You must flee. Yet, unbeknownst to her, some individuals were inherently rebellious. Jiang Pingan's assault grew increasingly ferocious, his bones shattering incessantly and blood gushing uncontrollably. Miao Xia felt as though her granary had expanded in size from the sheer intensity of the aura. Could it be that Jiang Pinyin was incapable of understanding human speech? Miao Xia, known for her fiery temper, would have already struck him had she not been surrounded by a cadre of formidable opponents. Yu Jing, confronted with Jiang Pingyin's relentless onslaught, suddenly furrowed her brows. Although her recovery rate was swift, the continuous barrage of attacks left her in considerable pain, no longer concealing her prowess. The sword in her hand surged forward with remarkable speed, creating a dazzling array of sword shadows that fell like rain, all aimed at Jiang Pinyin. At that very moment, Jiang Pinyin transformed into a streak of inky lightning, weaving through the dense curtain of sword rain and instantaneously arriving behind Yu Jing. Startled by his astonishing velocity, Yu Jing was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that this cultivator from the lower realm possessed such swiftness. There was no time left for her to mount a defense. Nevertheless, Yu Jing was not afraid. She reasoned that this man could not possibly kill her with a single blow. Even if he possessed such strength, he would not dare to wield it, for he would surely perish alongside her. Yet, she soon realized her grave miscalculation. Jiang Pinyin unleashed the fifth layer of the Battle God technique, activating sixfold strength in an instant, his ferocious power akin to falling stars, terrifying beyond compare. As he sensed this sudden surge of formidable energy, the disdain that had once graced Yu Jing's countenance was swiftly replaced by terror. This man had gone mad. With such a punch, he too would meet his end. He sought mutual destruction. Boom! The violent force erupted, startling many onlookers who had not anticipated the magnitude of his strength. As Jiang Pingyin's cataclysmic punch descended, both their bodies disintegrated into a mist of blood. The cultivators who witnessed this spectacle were left in a state of shock. Jiang Pinyin was indeed a madman. To speak of mutual destruction and then proceed with it, his temper was exceedingly volatile. Furious, Miao Xia hurled a wine gourd at an enemy, exclaiming, "Idiot! If you can't defeat him, then run." Wang Yang wore a face of regret. Jiang Pinyin had only just arrived in the upper realm and already demonstrated such prowess. It was indeed remarkable. Had he spent some time cultivating in the celestial realm, he might have achieved great things. Alas, he had fallen so soon. Such was the brutality of the celestial realm, where no matter how extraordinary one's talent or combat prowess, there always existed stronger beings. In the endless expanse of realms, countless prodigies and powerful figures perished daily. A single Jiang Pinyin could scarcely create a ripple. Just as everyone believed Jiang Pinyin had perished, a peculiar life rune shimmered through the blood mist, mysterious and resplendent. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Pinyin restored himself to the state he had been in before his demise. Having previously replicated a multitude of death replacement talismans, he seized the moment to utilize one, knowing that once he grew stronger, such items would lose their significance. Upon witnessing Jiang Pingyin's resurrection, the disciples of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion were infuriated. How wasteful it was for a lowly being from the lower realm to squander such a precious death replacement talisman. I shall see how many more you possess. 5 cultivators surged toward Jiang Pinyin, their auras rivaling, if not surpassing, that of Yu Jing from earlier. Although Yu Jing is stronger than the average cultivator, she is hardly noteworthy within the Tianlan Immortal Mansion, which is teeming with individuals of her caliber. Jiang Pinyin wore a grave expression, preparing to unleash his devouring avatar for battle, for he knew that relying solely on his physical form would not suffice to easily overcome them. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the barrier encircling the Yu Huang Immortal sect suddenly shattered, startling everyone present. The Black River churned violently, radiating with brilliant light from the laws of the Great Tao, as countless formidable members of the Yu Huang Immortal sect broke through the barrier. The Tianlan Immortal Mansion cultivators, who had been gleefully besieging the Yu Huang Immortal sect, were momentarily frozen in disbelief. Impossible. How could reinforcements from the Yu Huang Immortal sect arrive so swiftly? They had clearly severed communication with the barrier. How could there still be support? Wang Yang stood resolute in the void, wielding a broad, heavy sword, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze upon his assailants. Do you truly believe I was unaware that the chaos fish was deliberately driven towards us? Miao Xia, with her wine gourd now shrunken, took a hearty swig, regaining her languid demeanor as she proclaimed, "We were merely bait, luring you into attacking us." The faces of the Tianlan Immortal Mansion cultivators changed dramatically. They had been the ones deceived. The other members of the Yu Huang Immortal sect nearly wept. lamenting that had they known of the plan beforehand, they would not have been so terrified, having expended numerous hidden resources in a desperate effort. For the sake of secrecy, apart from Wang Yang and Miao Xia, no one else was privy to this strategy. Annihilate those scoundrels from the Canglan Immortal Mansion. Destroy them. Kill. A fiercer clash erupted. With the Black River swirling violently, gravitational laws pulling many lower-tier cultivators into its depths, from which they would not resurface. Those besieging Jiang Pinyin could not afford to contend with him, directing all their efforts against stronger foes. Jiang Pinyin, choosing not to engage the monsters, focused on Miao Xia amidst the fray, visualizing her combat movements in his mind. Although Miao Xia held a higher cultivation realm and could not manifest her domain powers, she could still project some rudimentary laws of combat intent, which Jiang Pinyin eagerly sought to learn. Even a fragment of this knowledge would prove immensely beneficial to him. Noticing Jiang Pinyin's gaze, Miao Xia abruptly called out mid-battle. "What are you staring at, old lady? Do you fancy my bosom?" Jiang Pinyin. The assembly. Everyone was taken aback by Miao Xia's audacious remark. Seizing the moment as her opponent was momentarily distracted, she smashed her wine gourd against his head, obliterating it. Chapter 621. Let's explore the thicket together. Jiang Pinyin chose to ignore the drunken ravings of this madwoman, continuing to fight while keeping his focus on her. Miao Xia's field of combat intent was extraordinarily potent. Foes caught within her domain would find their battle spirit severely undermined. It is well known that a person's will, when affected, can drastically diminish their combat prowess. As long as they remained within Miao Xia's domain, their strength would be reduced by at least 30%. Jiang Pinyin planned to utilize this sacred demonic avatar to condense a root of combat intent. Every domain-level cultivator possesses only a single domain in the absence of an avatar. When celestial realm cultivators shape their roots, they consolidate their domain based on the laws they excel in, with all other laws acting as auxiliary forces. This is precisely the reason many cultivators aspire to forge the dual immortal seed. Should they successfully condense this seed, they would harness the power of two realms, rendering them far superior to their peers. Suddenly, amidst the tumult of battle, Jiang Pinyin sensed several piercing gazes filled with murderous intent directed at him. Instinctively, he followed these glances and beheld three familiar faces. Jiang Pinyin's expression darkened, turning frigid as he recognized them. These were none other than Gu Balan and her two accomplices, the very individuals who had previously attempted to take his life. The audacity of their presence here was staggering. Despite his altered appearance, they still recognized him, likely due to the distinctive nature of the destruction law he wielded, which had drawn their attention. A sense of trepidation gripped Jiang Pinyin, and he instinctively contemplated fleeing. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion. To run now would undoubtedly invite them to pursue him. Confronted by three formidable experts of the realm, he had no chance of victory. The most prudent course of action was to remain within the throng of fighters. This crowd would surely deter any brazen acts of murder. Thus, Jiang Pinyin continued to engage in battle, cautiously distancing himself from the trio. Gu Balan stared at Jiang Pinyin, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. The audacity of this young man to have survived was unfathomable. If she reported him to the sect, their fate would be sealed. What are you panicking for? He lacks evidence against us. Only the three of us know the truth, and the others have been silenced, Qiu Yuan reassured her, unperturbed by the prospect of exposure. For a single testimony could hardly be deemed conclusive evidence. Tung Chun observed Jiang Pinyin with a sense of responsibility. This young man possessed remarkable fortitude, despite their prolonged surveillance. He had not revealed himself. His prodigious talent could not be allowed to flourish unchecked. Qiu Yuan, eyeing Jiang Pinyin's formidable prowess, felt a surge of envy. Realizing that should he allow Jiang Pinyin to continue developing, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to his own standing. Thus, he resolved that the young man must be eliminated. The battle raged on, with countless bodies falling, the majority belonging to the disciples of the Canglan Immortal Mansion. The Canglan Immortal Mansion had been ensnared in a trap. Facing a counteroffensive from the Yuhuang Immortal sect, suffering psychological setbacks that impaired their fighting spirit as they both battled and retreated. The conflict persisted for 3 days, claiming the lives of an unfathomable number of cultivators. These individuals, had they been cast into the wilderness realm, would have been regarded as elite figures, sovereigns in their own right. Yet, here, they were no more than cannon fodder. The confrontation concluded with a resounding victory for the Yuhuang Immortal sect. Aside from a handful of Tianlan Immortal Mansion disciples who managed to flee, the majority of their adversaries perished in this conflict. Just as the dust began to settle, a voice suddenly rang out. Damnable traitor! So you are here. Do not think that we cannot recognize you merely because you have altered your appearance. The crowd, filled with confusion, turned towards the source of the voice. Gu Balan pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Pingan and proclaimed, Everyone, take heed. This is Jiang Pingan, who has slain our comrades from the lower realms and stolen their treasures. According to the sect's regulations, the killing of fellow disciples warrants severe punishment and in grave circumstances. It is punishable by death. Clearly, Gu Balan sought to act preemptively, casting the mantle of murder upon Jiang Pingan. Upon hearing her words, the surrounding crowd immediately cast him glances filled with disdain and fury. The notion of a disciple slaying his own brethren was intolerable. We of the Yu Huang Immortal sect shall never permit the existence of such a wretch among us. This scoundrel from the lower realms must not be allowed to infiltrate our ranks. In an instant, Jiang Pingan found himself the target of public ire, branded as a nefarious individual who had slain his fellow disciples. Observing the fervent outrage of the crowd, Jiang Pingan felt a wave of relief wash over him. This indicated that the moral compass of the sect remained intact, though these individuals were blinded by ignorance of the truth. Unfazed by the curses and accusations hurled at him, Jiang Pingan maintained his composure. In such moments, panic only serves to ensnare one into the traps set by adversaries. He fixed a steady gaze on Gu Balan, querying, Are you suggesting that before a formidable being of your caliber, I killed 3 esteemed peers, and then simply walked away? Upon hearing this, the disciples who had been denouncing Jiang Pingan abruptly fell silent, sensing the inconsistency in their claims. Jiang Pingan continued, It is you who conspired with my foes from the lower realms to strike against me. In a bid to silence witnesses, you eliminated the other 3. Utter nonsense. Gu Balan retorted, unleashing her icy domain in an attempt to eliminate Jiang Pingan. Such a wicked being as yourself must never be allowed to enter the Feathered Emperor's immortal sect, lest you bring untold calamity. Just as the frigid expanse was about to envelop Jiang Pingan, a woman reeking of alcohol stepped forth, shattering the icy barrier. You possess no authority to indiscriminately slay fellow disciples, Miao Xia exclaimed, clutching her wine gourd, her eyes half-lidded. Gu Balan's expression stiffened. How dare this woman interject? The stature of this woman rivaled that of an elder, making her a formidable presence. Miao Xia languidly addressed Gu Balan as the leader of the expedition. You must carry a recording stone. Present the evidence that confirms he was the one who committed the murders. Gu Balan defended herself. Jiang Pingan took action while I was absent, leaving no record behind. Miao Xia turned back to Jiang Pingan, inquiring, Do you have a recording stone to prove that she attacked you? No, Jiang Pingan replied, as he did not possess the habit of carrying such stones. Since neither of you has evidence, this matter shall be recorded for now. In the future, whoever provides proof may submit it to the law enforcement hall. Miao Xia hiccuped, causing the vast granary before her to tremble violently. Jiang Pingan reverted to his original appearance. The prior disguise was merely a precaution to evade detection. To his surprise, he encountered them here, and yet he had been recognized. Oh, rather dashing. Are we to venture into the thicket together? Miao Xia remarked, her gaze glistening with admiration as her fingers traced across Jiang Pingan's chest. Senior sister, I implore you to choose your words carefully, Jiang Pingan responded respectfully. He felt grateful for Miao Xia's assistance, yet her drunken antics were decidedly unbecoming. Huh, what a performance. What do you men think of? As if I am unaware that you were just stealing glances at my bosom? Miao Xia's outrageous declarations prompted an awkward fit of coughs from the onlookers, who pretended not to have heard, returning to their previous activities. This woman, emboldened by drink, spoke without restraint. There was an incident once during a meeting where she grew weary of the sect leader's lengthy discourse and audaciously chastised him. Had anyone else dared to act thus, they would have met dire consequences. Yet, this woman was a prodigy. Come with me, junior brother. I am inclined to challenge you to a duel, Miao Xia declared, one hand clutching her wine gourd while the other grasped Jiang Pingan's belt, whisking him towards the cabin. Watching the two depart, many cultivators expressed envy. It was evident what their intentions were upon retreating to their chamber for a private confrontation. This cursed disciple from the lower realm, upon his arrival, had already caught the favor of the senior sister. Gu Balan's expression was exceedingly grim. With Miao Xia shielding Jiang Pingan, Any attempts to confront him seemed utterly futile. Miao Xia ushered Jiang Pinyin into the cabin and promptly activated a barrier. In battle, you utilized a technique capable of amplifying your combat prowess several-fold. Allow me to observe it. Chapter 622. Jiang Pinyin's gratitude. Miao Xia was not genuinely interested in a duel with Jiang Pinyin. Rather, her attention was drawn to the battle god technique he had previously employed. Miao Xia, possessing a battle physique herself, could sense the uniqueness of the battle god technique. Apologies, senior sister, but this technique is bound by restrictions and cannot be imparted to others, Jiang Pinyin replied. Miao Xia was not surprised by this outcome. Advanced techniques often had limitations that prevented easy dissemination. She took a sip of wine and inquired, "What is the name of this technique?" Combat Power Amplification Technique. Jiang Pinyin refrained from disclosing the true name of the technique, as such potent amplification techniques were rare, even within the celestial realm. The emperor and demonic deity who had created the battle god technique had long since ascended to the celestial realm, and it was highly likely that this technique was renowned there as well. If the name battle god technique were to leak, it could reveal his origins from the wasteland realm, bringing unforeseen peril. From what he had gathered, the emperor had made numerous enemies during his conquests in the celestial realm. If those foes sought revenge against him, it would spell danger. With a swift motion, Miao Xia flicked Jiang Pinyin on the forehead, sending him sprawling. "Do you take me for a fool, merely because of my ample bosom? Do not attempt to deceive me with such a ridiculous name. If you were to fabricate a name, at least make it a credible one." Jiang Pinyin paused for a moment before responding, "In truth, this technique is called War God's Secret Art." Miao Xia's skepticism deepened. She now suspected Jiang Pinyin was mocking her. "Do you know what name I use for my technique?" Upon hearing her question, Jiang Pinyin fell silent once more, then tentatively proposed, "Could it also be called the War God's Secret Art?" What a coincidence! Miao Xia was both amused and irritated, her inebriation waning. "Quickly tell me the name of your technique to please me, and I can exempt you from military service and escort you to the celestial realm to consolidate your celestial roots. Otherwise, given your current abilities, it will be exceedingly difficult to conclude your 300 years of service, and you may very well meet your demise on the battlefield, especially after having offended someone." Jiang Pinyin earnestly stated, "Senior sister, I assure you, the technique I have learned is indeed called War God's Secret Art. You do not know me well. I never deceive. Begone." Miao Xia opened the door and kicked Jiang Pinyin out. A man's words are but a web of lies. Having encountered many techniques, including those brought from the wasteland realm, Miao Xia had never heard of a war god's secret art from the elemental realm. Once she returned, she intended to investigate further to see if there were any similar techniques, as she sensed that Jiang Pinyin's technique was anything but ordinary. Exiting the cabin, Jiang Pinyin ran into Wang Yang. "Did you truly kill a fellow disciple?" Wang Yang's dark eyes bore into Jiang Pinyin's with unwavering intensity. Jiang Pinyin gazed steadily at his companion and replied candidly, "No. A rational individual, regardless of their greed, would never risk their safety by attacking a comrade in the presence of a formidable expert, especially on a perilous battlefield." Wang Yang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Under normal circumstances, one would undoubtedly opt for discretion and safety when committing murder for treasure. "Please recount everything in detail. No aspect should be overlooked," Wang Yang instructed. Jiang Pinyin, without reservation, narrated the entire sequence of events. Upon finishing, Wang Yang's mind was already made up. "It seems you speak the truth. I observed that Gu Balan was indeed in the company of a practitioner from the origin realm and a disciple, which confirms your earlier encounter with them. However, lacking evidence, I am unable to act against them according to our regulations." A fierce indignation flickered across Wang Yang's face. Such individuals truly disgrace the sect. Once he uncovers evidence of their misdeeds, he shall ensure they face severe consequences. He harbored a deep disdain for such despicable people. "Your talent is commendable. Given time, you are destined for greatness. You must not fall here. We shall soon arrive at the Immortal Tower, and I will assist you in applying for a return to the sect to train, exempting you from service, allowing you to focus on your cultivation." Jiang Pinyin stared at Wang Yang in astonishment. "There is no need for gratitude, my brother. Do not allow the actions of a few wretched individuals to foster resentment towards our sect. The Feathered Emperor Immortal sect is indeed a commendable place." Wang Yang smiled as he patted Jiang Pinyin on the shoulder. "Thank you, senior brother." Jiang Pinyin bowed sincerely, profoundly moved. Wang Yang's actions were devoid of self-interest. embodying the genuine concern of a senior for his junior. Truth be told, even Jiang Pingan himself could not envision going to such lengths for a stranger. This was the path Wang Yang walked, marked by integrity and a noble spirit. Similar to Jiang Pingan's pursuit of invincibility, this noble spirit also represents a path of inner peace. After a few more days, the vessel arrived before a magnificent golden immortal tower. Towering infinitely, the structure was immense, adorned with mysterious runes that shimmered, radiating golden light. Numerous flying boats docked nearby, with practitioners coming and going. This tower served as the foothold of the feathered Emperor Immortal sect in this small world, providing a place for rest, trade, and cultivation. Within, there were teleportation arrays capable of transporting individuals back to the immortal realm. Greetings, senior brother. Hello, Wang Yang. As Wang Yang stepped into the tower, many disciples of the feathered Emperor Immortal sect bowed respectfully, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. Wang Yang held a unique position within the sect, comparable to that of an elder, as many of the sect's legal matters required his oversight. Turning to Jiang Pingan, he said, "Feel free to explore here. I will go apply for your qualification to enter the sect." Noticing Jiang Pingan's tense demeanor and heightened vigilance, Wang Yang gently reassured him, "Relax, you are safe here. No one would dare to lay a hand on you. Not even the elders can act recklessly against a disciple." With that, Wang Yang entered a teleportation array and departed. For the immortal tower was vast, necessitating the use of teleportation for navigation. Jiang Pingan surveyed his surroundings, observing many disciples setting up stalls. Even those of lesser cultivation dared to offer treasures above their realm for sale, and there was no contention, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Soon, Jiang Pingan discerned the reason behind the commotion. Every nook and cranny was adorned with reflective stones, chronicling the events that unfolded in this realm. In addition, a patrol squad was actively monitoring the vicinity, ensuring a commendable state of security. Just then, a chilling voice pierced Jiang Pingan's ears. "Do not presume that your protector can shield you from me. You shall see." Turning around, Jiang Pingan beheld the trio once more. The leader, clad in opulent attire with a mane of chestnut curls, emanated a palpable aura of the great ascension stage, indicating he was a practitioner from the Yuan realm. It was this individual's presence that incited Gu Bailing to take action against him. This man was undoubtedly the instigator. Qiu Yuan's cold gaze fixated on Jiang Pingan. He harbored a disdain for any threats and resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate his adversary. For he needed to depart from this place and venture towards the celestial realm for cultivation. Suddenly, Jiang Pingan coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground while clutching his head in convulsions. The unexpected turn of events startled those nearby. What has happened? The onlookers on the first floor of the celestial tower collectively turned their attention. Qiu Yuan, who was on the verge of leaving, wore an expression of confusion, pondering what had transpired with the young man. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his countenance changed dramatically. Chapter 623, A Taste of One's Own Medicine. Jiang Pingan spat out another copious amount of blood, his face ashen as he glared at Qiu Yuan. "Why did you assault me with your mental energy? Since you seek death, I shall oblige you," Qiu Yuan retorted, flames igniting upon his shoulders, coalescing into the three flames of true fire, prepared to incinerate Jiang Pingan mercilessly. "Do not engage in combat here," Gu Bailing shouted in warning. However, it was too late. A terrifying force swiftly enveloped Qiu Yuan, extinguishing the flames that encircled him. "Daring to commit such brazen acts of violence, seeking your own demise." The patrol squad promptly arrived, brandishing a rune-engraved chain to bind Qiu Yuan. The members of the patrol squad were elated. After many years of service, they had finally encountered someone audacious enough to act against the law in this domain. Despite being restrained, Qiu Yuan remained unfazed, declaring, "I am a disciple of the ascending Immortal Pavilion from the Yuan realm. My grandfather is an elder of your Feather Emperor sect." The patrol squad was taken aback. Sensing their hesitation, Qiu Yuan's tone grew colder and more assertive. "Release me at once. I must return to the celestial realm to see my grandfather. Should he be kept waiting, the consequences will be yours to bear." Having been raised in privilege, Qiu Yuan was oblivious to the concept of modesty. In his perception of the world, the strong were entitled to disregard rules and relish in their privileges. He had lived by this creed for years. Those who crossed him met their end, while those he could not defeat were dealt with by his father, a celestial being. He held steadfast to the belief that his grandfather's status would deter these individuals from acting against him. The captain of the patrol squad chuckled. Fool. Had you not disclosed your identity so brazenly, we might have found a way to resolve this matter amicably. However, your public revelation complicates everything. What are you waiting for? Release these chains, Qian Yuan urged, his tone growing increasingly hostile as the patrol squad hesitated. Assaulting a fellow disciple in public. You are to be taken to the interrogation chamber, awaiting investigation. The captain grasped the chain, leading Qian Yuan towards the dungeon. What are you doing? My grandfather is an elder. Do you dare to take me for interrogation? Qian Yuan struggled in anger, his face contorted with rage. This group of individuals chose to disregard him entirely. Do you not believe that I am the grandson of an elder? If you doubt my words, you may inquire with them. He intended to turn back and have Gu Balan and Tung Chun validate his identity, only to discover that the two had vanished. Witnessing Qian Yuan's brazen behavior, they had swiftly fled, fearful of being implicated. How could this Qian Yuan, with such a troubled mind, still believe he was in the lower realms where he could act with impunity? The surrounding onlookers regarded him with expressions akin to those reserved for fools. A mere third-generation immortal counted for nothing. Who dared to be so arrogant when many others possessed celestial backgrounds? In the Yu Huang immortal sect, regardless of whether one was a disciple or an elder, any transgression of rules would incur punishment. This individual seemed as though he had just descended from the lower realms, having grown accustomed to his unchecked arrogance. If all went according to expectation, he might find himself serving a sentence of over 1,000 years in this small world. How amusing. Upon hearing the murmurs around him, Qian Yuan finally grasped the gravity of his predicament. The regulations of the Yu Huang immortal sect appeared to be exceedingly stringent. His privileges were of no use. No longer brimming with arrogance, Qian Yuan hastily exclaimed, I am wronged. I did not attack Jiang Pinyin. He collapsed on his own. Thud. Jiang Pinyin, who had just managed to rise, fell once more, his complexion pale and blood seeping from his nose. Do not move him. He did not attack me. His grandfather is an elder. Witnessing this scene ignited the ire of the crowd. This insufferable third-generation immortal had frightened Jiang Ping into the point of fabricating lies. How pitiful. A righteous cultivator nearby spat upon Qian Yuan's face, declaring, Bah, scum. How dare you act yet refuse to take responsibility? Where is that arrogance of yours now? No one present believed Qian Yuan's claims of being wronged. Had he asserted his innocence from the outset, perhaps some would have hesitated. However, his earlier haughty demeanor made it evident that he truly dared to flout the rules and strike out. Qian Yuan stared at Jiang Ping on the ground, utterly astounded. You, a prodigy who has defeated a holy king, could you not possess a modicum of dignity? Resorting to such underhanded tactics. Jiang Ping, however, was unconcerned with appearances. Just because he had been smeared with dirt, did that grant him the right to retaliate? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since his opponent would not let him off the hook, it was better to strike back directly. The captain of the patrol team quickly administered a spirit-replenishing pill to Jiang Ping and solemnly assured him, Junior brother, rest assured. Our law enforcement hall will surely impose severe punishment upon this individual. I am wronged. I am wronged. Jiang Ping, I will slay you. Slay you. Qian Yuan, now frantic, roared in fury. How could he dare to be so brazen? Come. The captain of the patrol team forcibly dragged Qian Yuan towards the interrogation room, with Jiang Ping being assisted along as well. The patrol team retrieved recordings from the stone images, yet due to the insubstantial nature of the spiritual attack, it was impossible to discern whether Qian Yuan had truly acted. I am wronged. If you do not believe me, check his spirit. Qian Yuan's eyes reddened with fury as he experienced the bitterness of being wronged, feeling utterly stifled. The patrol team, observing his demeanor, began to wonder if he might indeed be innocent. They summoned a soul cultivator to examine Jiang Ping's spirit. Upon inspection, the soul cultivator wore a grave expression. The situation was dire, with his spirit torn asunder. If left unaddressed, it could result in permanent mental damage, potentially hindering his future comprehension of the laws. The attacker was truly malicious, intent on his ruin. With a sharp clap, the patrol captain slammed the chains onto the table, producing a thunderous sound, and glared at Qian Yuan, demanding, What more do you have to say? Qian Yuan stood in shock. That scoundrel Jiang Ping was ruthless indeed, actually assaulting his spirit. Such actions, if not handled with care, could render him utterly incapacitated. It was undoubtedly he who attacked his own spirit. I bear no responsibility. I am innocent. Qiu Yuan protested vehemently. Still daring to argue? We shall see if you continue your defense once you reach the law enforcement hall. Transfer him to the law enforcement hall. The patrol team escorted Qiu Yuan away, who continued to shout his innocence. The patrol captain turned to Jiang Pinyin and remarked, Qiu Yuan will receive his due punishment. Once the verdict is rendered, he shall compensate you. Thank you. I must take my leave to procure some medicinal pills for my spirit, Jiang Pinyin replied. His complexion pale and voice feeble. This was no pretense. He had genuinely torn his own spirit, leaving him in a state of weakness. Upon exiting the patrol room, a slight movement flickered at the corner of Jiang Pingyin's lips. Although he could not ensure Qiu Yuan's immediate execution, the latter would undoubtedly face consequences. Returning to the public area, he found numerous stalls and shops, eventually locating one that sold medicinal pills and stepping inside. As he entered, a rich aroma of herbs enveloped him, soothing his injured spirit considerably. The counters displayed an array of pills exuding potent fragrances, shimmering with various law fluctuations, resembling exquisite works of art. Suddenly, something caught Jiang Pingyin's attention. His eyes widened and his heart raced. At the central counter lay a pill pulsating with the essence of celestial energy, radiating with a spectrum of colors. A celestial pill. A genuine celestial-grade pill. Chapter 624, Spirit Void Pill, Heavenly Grade Spirit Root. Such a celestial-grade pill had the power to transform a waste into an unparalleled genius, provided one could withstand its medicinal potency. What kind of pills do you require? A rotund figure with a greasy visage approached, his corpulent form resembling a ball, nearly devoid of visible legs. It was rare to encounter such an overweight cultivator. One could only wonder what indulgences he had consumed. I seek medicine for healing spiritual injuries and the highest grade spirit void pill, Jiang Pinyin stated. Although he had no shortage of remedies for mental healing, one must maintain appearances. As for the spirit void pill, it was a concoction that assisted in forging celestial roots. According to the jade slip provided by the tipsy senior sister, the spirit void pill was crafted primarily from the Tai Su celestial spirit fruit. The Tai Su celestial spirit fruit was the very fruit he had nearly acquired in the Yuan realm, but alas, he had failed, which had compelled him to enter the celestial realm. Those without money or resources could not afford the spirit void pill, resorting instead to singular treasures like the Tai Su celestial spirit fruit and chaos fish. In terms of efficacy, the spirit void pill was undoubtedly superior. The spirit void pill also varied in grade. The higher the grade of the spirit void pill, the greater the probability of achieving a high-level celestial root. Jiang Pinyin sought to strengthen himself, willing to sacrifice everything to cultivate the finest celestial roots. Medications for healing mental trauma are not exorbitantly priced, yet the Lingshu Dan, a remedy of the highest grade, can ascend to celestial levels. You comprehend my meaning, do you not? The rotund figure before him produced an unknown beast's leg and began to gnaw on it, grease dripping from his mouth. His intent was unmistakable: no money, no entry. It was Jiang Pingyin's first encounter with such a casual attendant. Let us converse in a private room, he proposed, for the sums involved were considerable, and displaying wealth is ill-advised. Upon hearing this, the portly man squinted his small eyes in sudden delight. Do not waste my time, or I will teach you a lesson. Follow me. After a brief warning, Pang Shu moved with an almost imperceptible gait toward the private chamber of the establishment. The room was spacious, adorned with advanced formations upon the walls, capable of sealing off divine senses. Pang Shu kicked the chair in front of the table aside and extracted a small bed. No. To him, it was a chair. He plopped down, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Reclining in his seat, he munched on the meat leg, smacking his lips as he declared, a single celestial-grade Lingshu Dan costs 200,000 celestial crystals. Celestial crystals, a mineral from the celestial realm, contain celestial energy and the laws of the celestial path. With 1,000,000 celestial crystals, one could procure an ordinary celestial artifact. Elixirs are single-use consumables, and while their crafting is less arduous than that of celestial artifacts, they are still relatively costly, averaging tens of thousands of celestial crystals per piece. Yet, this remains exceedingly expensive. It is worth noting that within the Feather Emperor's celestial sect, a practitioner at the initial stage of their domain, early stage of ascension, could earn merely 1,000 celestial crystals in a year. Fortunately, prior to his participation in the selection, the master of the Ascension Pavilion, Rosu, had bestowed upon Jiang Pinyin a sum of 1,000,000 celestial crystals. 1,000,000 celestial crystals. I wish to purchase 7 pieces, Jiang Pinyin haggled. Such establishments prey upon those who are overly concerned with appearances and do not engage in negotiation. The jade slip, gifted by his drunken senior sister, had recorded the price of the celestial grade Lingshu Dan, ranging from over 100,000 to 200,000. 1,000,000 for 7? Are you trying to profit at my expense? At most 5, and I shall throw in a few elixirs for mental healing. Pang Shu was taken aback by Jiang Pingyin's apparent wealth, rivaling his own annual allowance. The elixirs I require for mental healing are not expensive. A few celestial crystals suffice. At the very least, provide me with 6 Lingshu Dan and some additional elixirs. Should you refuse, I shall take my leave. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Pinyin rose from his seat. Pang Shu's corpulent face twisted in disdain. Such tactics were ineffective against him. In this celestial tower, nearly all the shops selling elixirs belong to my family, including those at the Tianlan Celestial Mansion. In this small world, aside from myself, there are virtually no shops that possess celestial-grade Lingshu Dan. Jiang Pinyin halted, gazing at him in astonishment. If what he claimed were true, his identity was undoubtedly remarkable. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire elsewhere, but I lack the time to waste here with you. I have come to this small world for leisure, and encountering me is your stroke of luck. Pang Shu lounged in his spacious chair, casually crunching the bones he had just devoured, indifferent to whether Jiang Pinyin chose to depart. Observing this man's demeanor, Jiang Pinyin surmised that he was likely not lying. From the moment this individual encountered himself, he no longer treated guests with the earnestness typical of an ordinary attendant, but rather assumed the demeanor of a master. Moreover, when Jiang Pinyin mentioned the sum of 1,000,000 celestial crystals, this person exhibited not a flicker of emotion, displaying an utter indifference. 5 would suffice. He was content to receive a few exquisite elixirs in return. Realizing that his attempts to negotiate had faltered, Jiang Pinyin had no choice but to acquiesce. Knowing that to cultivate high-quality celestial roots, he must procure the Lingshu pill. This coveted elixir was indeed difficult to secure. Acquiring it in one go would be fortuitous. As for the rationale behind purchasing 5, it was not merely due to possessing 3 bodies, 1 for each body, with the remaining 2 as a precaution, to be sold later if unnecessary. Pang Shu casually produced 2 vials and cast them onto the table with an air of flamboyance. One contained the Lingshu pill, while the other housed a potion for mental healing. Observing the other's straightforwardness, Jiang Pinyin promptly retrieved a storage artifact and extended the celestial crystals. Just like that, 1,000,000 celestial crystals vanished, leaving him with a twinge of regret. He had forgotten how long it had been since he felt such a pang over money. The last time was seemingly in the village when soldiers seized their family's funds. Pang Shu glanced at the storage artifact with indifference before carelessly stowing it away in his inner realm, as if this sum held no significance for him. Jiang Pinyin opened one of the vials, revealing 7 or 8 elixirs that emitted a fragrant aroma, significantly alleviating his splitting headache. This must be the potion for mental healing. He swallowed these elixirs whole, their restorative properties merging with his consciousness to mend his fractured mind. Upon opening the other vial, a surge of celestial energy erupted forth. With each breath, this essence coursed through his body, causing the celestial seed within him to manifest intricate patterns of law, as though something were striving to break free from within. This was undoubtedly the Lingshu pill. Jiang Pingyin's heart raced with exhilaration. Now, even without venturing into the celestial realm, he need not worry about his inability to cultivate celestial roots. As he prepared to depart, the figure across from him, gnawing on a beast's leg, spoke languidly. Even if you consume the Lingshu pill, you can at most cultivate a celestial root of 7 or 8-star quality, merely enhancing your chances of becoming a celestial being. To grow stronger, the Lingshu pill alone is insufficient. Celestial roots are categorized into 9 stars. 1 to 3 stars are of human quality, 4 to 6 stars are of earthly quality, and 7 to 9 stars are of heavenly quality. Jiang Pinyin halted in his tracks and inquired, "Are there methods to further enhance the quality of celestial roots?" Pang Shu inwardly chuckled, sensing that he had hooked a prize fish. He could discern that this young man was a lucrative target, ripe for the taking. Maintaining a composed facade, he wiped the grease from his hands and replied, "I possess a certain elixir that, when combined with the Lingshu pill, may elevate the quality of your celestial root to 9 stars. A 9-star celestial root is the fundamental prerequisite for ascending to true immortality and beyond. Once you consume this elixir, it is only a matter of time before you surpass the leader of your feathered emperor sect and become a powerful immortal. Achieving the perfect 9-star celestial root is a longing shared by all cultivators, and Jiang Pinyin is no exception. Have you heard of the Feather Transformation Divine Calamity Pill? By utilizing this pill, one can undergo a metamorphosis, elevating their celestial root to the flawless 9 stars, thus attaining ascension. Pang Shu meticulously cleaned his hands and solemnly retrieved a white vial. Even through the glass, one could sense the formidable aura emanating from the pill, crashing upon one like ocean waves, imparting an overwhelming pressure. Let me tell you, I am only willing to present this precious pill to you because I sense a connection with you. For anyone else, I would not be inclined to share it. If put up for auction, I cannot fathom how many would vie for it. Pang Shu wore a countenance that suggested he was offering this pill solely for Jiang Pingyin's benefit. Jiang Pinyin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that indeed, many would clamor for it, especially since this pill could be used for nefarious purposes. Pang Shu's chubby face stiffened. You are familiar with this pill? Jiang Pinyin felt compelled to express gratitude to the drunken senior sister, as the jade slip provided by Miao Xia contained extensive records about celestial seeds and roots, including information on this very pill. The Feather Transformation Divine Calamity Pill was fortuitously concocted by an alchemist over 100,000 years ago. This alchemist initially intended to create a potion that would incite a thunder calamity to obliterate enemies, but instead, it enabled foes to transcend the calamity and forge 9-star celestial roots. This revelation sent shockwaves through various celestial sects and palaces, heralding what they believed to be the dawn of a new era. However, contrary to expectations, only a minuscule number of cultivators could withstand the thunder calamity summoned by this pill. The calamity it invoked was extraordinarily potent. Even ordinary domain-level experts could not endure it. Those capable of withstanding the thunder calamity already possessed sufficient talent and would have no need for such a pill, while those unable to endure it would perish upon ingestion. Countless cultivators have met their demise due to this pill, with only a scant few surviving. Hearing Jiang Pinyin articulate this knowledge so clearly left Pang Shu feeling quite embarrassed. This pill was a remnant stock from over 100,000 years ago, which he had procured at a low price from his family's warehouse. Intending to sell it for a bit of pocket money, he had presumed his counterpart to be naive, only to realize how informed they truly were. Indeed, there is danger involved, but there remains a probability of success. I can offer it to you for 100,000 celestial crystals, a bargain, indeed. Pang Shu casually quoted, fully aware that Jiang Pinyin would likely walk away. 10,000 celestial crystals for 3 pills, Jiang Pinyin replied. Pang Shu was taken aback, not anticipating Jiang Pingyin's willingness to purchase, believing they would depart upon learning of the pill's peril. 10,000 celestial crystals was far too little. This was a celestial pill, and even if deemed useless, it could not be so inexpensive. 50,000 celestial crystals per pill is my absolute limit. He had acquired it for 10,000 celestial crystals each from his family. It was inconceivable to sell it for such a low price. Very well. I have no more money. Farewell. Jiang Pinyin exhibited little interest in this perilous pill. If he could procure it cheaply, he would, but if not, it was of no consequence, as this pill was not a necessity like the Lingshu pill. Watching Jiang Pinyin depart, Pang Shu bit his lip and called out, wait. 50,000 for 3 pills. This is a celestial pill. It cannot be further discounted. If he had to forego some profit, so be it. This type of pill was notoriously difficult to sell. Wealthy individuals had alternative means to cultivate 9-star celestial roots, while those without funds could not afford such a pill. Since he had fortuitously encountered a potential buyer, it was better to sell it outright. Jiang Pinyin stood at the door, enveloped in silence for quite some time. Though he lacked celestial crystals, he possessed a few magical artifacts. Magical artifacts would suffice. He frequently appraised treasures and could discern their worth. Despite Pang Shu's seemingly lethargic demeanor, he was, in truth, well-versed in many matters. Jiang Pinyin produced the magical artifacts he no longer required and sold 3 secret treasures, exchanging them for 3 Feather Transformation Divine Calamity Pills. If he could not discover alternative methods to enhance the quality of his celestial root, he resolved to utilize the Feather Transformation Divine Calamity Pills. Only by perfecting his celestial root could he ease the path to ascension and potentially achieve greater heights in the future. Observing Jiang Pingin's departure, Pang Shu's plump face radiated delight. Aware of the perils associated with such pills, he still purchased them. Indeed, humanity is a creature of insatiable greed. He hoped for more fools to assist in clearing the inventory. With the acquisition of Lingshu pills and Feather Transformation Divine Calamity pills, Jiang Pingin felt elated. The next step was to enter the celestial realm and devise a means to condense 2 celestial seeds, thereby creating 2 celestial roots. However, the creation of 2 celestial seeds was no simple feat. After extensive research, success eluded him. If he truly could not condense 2 celestial seeds, he would have to accept it. Countless cultivators had failed in this endeavor, so how could he expect to achieve it effortlessly? Just as Jiang Pingin exited the shop, he encountered his senior brother, Wang Yang. Wang's expression was far from pleasant, and beside him stood a bald elder. Wang Yang noticed Jiang Pingin and approached him. Junior brother Jiang, I regret to inform you that I cannot grant you immediate access to the celestial realm. Permission has not been granted from above. However, there are 2 options. One is to serve as a gatekeeper for 300 years, and the other is to enlist in the front lines for 10 years. As Jiang Pingin was about to respond, the bald elder's authoritative voice interrupted. In the Feather Emperor Celestial Sect, no one may defy the rules, regardless of your talent. You must abide by the established protocols. The elder gazed intently at Jiang Pingin. Do not presume that your modest talent makes you exceptional. You lower realm cultivators are often overly self-assured. You must endure trials to comprehend your true standing before you can integrate into the celestial realm. Jiang Pingin turned to Wang Yang. Brother Wang, this is Elder Zeng Chong, one of the administrators of our Feather Emperor Celestial Sect in this small world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pingin immediately clasped his fists in greeting. Greetings, Elder Zeng. Zeng Chong's expression remained inscrutable. He was indifferent to someone of Jiang Pingin's stature. He had only come to observe out of respect for Wang Yang. The matter has been made clear. Your senior brother has secured 2 options for you. Choose one. Serve as a gatekeeper for 300 years, or fight on the front lines for 10 years. Jiang Pingin displayed a contemplative demeanor. Wang Yang suggested, Junior brother Jiang, choose the gatekeeper role. While it may seem undignified, it is the safer option. If you were to go to the front lines, given your current strength, Wang Yang left the sentence unfinished, as he presumed Jiang Pingin understood the vast disparity between his abilities and those of the celestial realm as prodigies. Wang Yang had invested considerable effort to negotiate the gatekeeper opportunity for Jiang Pingin. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Pingin replied, I do not wish to choose either. Wang Yang looked astonished. Are you contemplating a return to the wilderness? Now, regarding your solitary actions, it is certain that trouble will ensue. The bald-headed Zeng Chong sneered, questioning whether being a gatekeeper truly wounded your pride. You remain ensnared in the delusion of being a prodigy from the lower realm, in the celestial domain. You are of no consequence, lacking even the qualifications to serve as a gatekeeper. Zeng Chong believed that Jiang Pingin's inability to accept the role of a gatekeeper was the reason for his refusal of all options, further solidifying his conviction that such a person should not easily become an official disciple. Allowing such rubbish to enter the sect would serve no purpose whatsoever. Chapter 626. Entering the celestial realm, you refuse both options. Do you wish to escape back to the lower realm? Do not harbor such dreams. For the gate between realms opens only once every 1,000 years, and the next opportunity to return will not arise for another millennium. A cold glimmer flickered upon Zeng Chong's bald head, his eyes reflecting disdain and contempt, as he thought of a coward who wouldn't even qualify to be a registered disciple. Jiang Pingin calmly regarded Zeng Chong, recalling that as long as sufficient contributions were made, the assessment could be concluded. With that, he produced a hefty shield, a defensive artifact of secret treasure caliber. In essence, a secret treasure is an artifact that has yet to be refined into a supreme treasure. It is imbued with the principles of the great Tao, albeit not as powerful as a true supreme treasure. Nevertheless, it suffices for the purpose of contributing. Zeng Chong's expression stiffened. Indeed, contributions could facilitate entry into the celestial realm. Just moments ago, he had vowed internally to prevent Jiang Pingin from entering the celestial realm. Yet he had not anticipated this youth's approach. Wang Yang sighed in relief. With resources, the path to the celestial realm became attainable. The onlookers around them wore expressions of envy, astonished that a cultivator from the lower realm could possess a secret treasure at such a level of cultivation. Zeng Chong, clearly agitated, questioned Jiang Pingin's lack of ambition, lamenting his reliance on such underhanded tactics and how such behavior could never forge a true powerhouse. Jiang Pingan fixed his gaze on Zeng Chong, retorting, "Deacon Zeng, if you disregard my very life, how can you claim to care whether I become a great figure? Is that not somewhat hypocritical?" Before Zeng Chong could respond, Jiang Pingan continued, "You are aware that I hail from the lower realm, where the celestial principles are absent, limiting my growth. If you wish to see my talents flourish, I must receive the same training as other disciples, rather than face obstruction that seeks to extinguish my potential." The bystanders began to sense the tension and hastily distanced themselves, feigning ignorance of the exchange. This youth truly possessed a backbone, daring to speak back to a deacon, thus embarrassing him. Zeng Chong's complexion shifted dramatically, his face flushed with humiliation at being lectured by a mere registered disciple. Did he think that entering the celestial realm would automatically grant him the status of an official disciple? He was far from it. The contribution of resources merely afforded him a chance to enter the celestial realm, but his strength was woefully inadequate for the status of an official disciple. Zeng Chong, unwilling to continue the discussion with Jiang Pingan, turned and strode away. Wang Yang sighed and addressed Jiang Pingan, "Junior brother Jiang, do not hold a grudge against Deacon Zeng. He merely wishes for the good of the sect. I understand. I appreciate your efforts, senior brother Wang." Jiang Pingan bore no ill will over such trivial matters, for his cultivation was still low. Even if he were to harbor resentment, what could it possibly change? Wang Yang presented a jade slip to Jiang Pingan, stating, "I have procured an informational jade slip for you. It contains crucial details regarding the sect, such as promotion, methods of resource acquisition, and significant cultivation sites." "I truly appreciate your kindness, senior brother Wang," Jiang Pingan replied, offering a storage ring as a token of gratitude. Wang Yang smiled gently. "Mutual assistance among us will fortify our sect, enabling us to thrive in this harsh immortal realm. Should you wish to repay me, whenever you encounter a fellow disciple in need, extend your help within your means, fostering this spirit of camaraderie. Now, let me escort you to the portal to the immortal realm." Wang Yang handed the informational jade slip to Jiang Pingan and made his way toward the teleportation array. Jiang Pingan gazed at Wang Yang's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, he comprehended why Yu Wuqing had persistently followed him. Wang Yang facilitated Jiang Pingan's submission of a treasured artifact, exempting him from a 300-year service obligation, and escorted him to the entrance of the teleportation portal. "I have some matters to attend to here and can only accompany you this far. To enjoy the sect's resources, you must become an official disciple, which requires the completion of certain tasks. These tasks will not be simple, but do not rush. After solidifying your immortal roots, progress gradually. You will certainly gain entry into the sect. Patience is essential, do not veer off course. Remember my teachings, senior brother." Jiang Pingan responded with respect, "Farewell." Wang Yang waved his hand. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Pingan turned his gaze towards the portal leading to the immortal realm, his heart racing with anticipation. In the wild realm, the pursuit of the immortal realm was the aspiration of countless cultivators who practiced tirelessly day and night for this elusive goal. Now, he was but a step away from it. What wonders awaited him in the immortal realm? "Immortal realm, here I come." Jiang Pingan stepped forward, and the scene before him transformed dramatically. Majestic structures floated in the sky, grand and resplendent, radiating brilliant light, surrounded by enigmatic ruins, resembling divine temples. Exquisite men and women soared past him, clad in opulent attire, their beauty ethereal, exuding an aura that felt otherworldly. Each individual emanated a potent and mysterious energy, with not a single cultivator below the integration stage in sight. In the wild realm, they would be regarded as sovereigns. Majestic beings, akin to dragons and phoenixes, served as mounts to at least half of the crowd. Moreover, the mysterious laws of the immortal path permeated this world. Entering this realm enveloped Jiang Pingan in a sensation of comfort, akin to emerging from cold water into a warm embrace, invigorating every pore of his being. He could distinctly feel the seed of immortality within him stirring, on the verge of breaking open to give rise to immortal roots. Is this truly the immortal realm? Jiang Pingan's heart surged with excitement as he surveyed his surroundings, only to be suddenly locked onto by a guard stationed by the teleportation portal. Disciples without a name are not permitted to enter the inner sanctum of the immortal sect. They must first complete tasks in the outer sect to become formal disciples. The guards, upon examining Jiang Pingan's identity token, discerned that he was not a formal disciple. One of the guards pointed towards a nearby teleportation portal, stating, "Through this portal, you may proceed to the outer sect." Jiang Pinyin suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, refraining from further conversation as he moved towards the indicated portal. His foremost desire was to coalesce his immortal roots. The distinction of becoming an inner disciple seemed of little consequence to him. Unless the inner sect offered esoteric arts he yearned to study. Stepping through the portal, the scenery shifted dramatically, revealing a grand hall, the earlier magnificent structures having vanished. Jiang Pinyin accessed the message jade slip sent by senior brother Wang Yang, acquiring extensive knowledge about the Feather Sovereign Immortal sect. In the outer sect, one enjoys considerable freedom. Provided they do not contravene sect regulations, no one would interfere. There are also excellent cultivation locations and guiding elders here, though lacking the benefits afforded by the inner sect. For instance, a high-level cultivation site in the outer sect costs 1,000 immortal crystals, while the same site in the inner sect requires merely 1/3 of that amount. Jiang Pingyin's current goal was to find a cultivation venue to consolidate his immortal roots and break through to the Great Ascension stage, referred to in the immortal realm as a domain-level powerhouse. He wondered how many stars his immortal roots could coalesce into: 7 stars, 8 stars, or perhaps, by extraordinary fortune, the flawless 9 stars. Chapter 627. The elder leads the way. Jiang Pinyin entered the adjacent palace. Within this palace, various matters could be addressed, such as accepting or publishing bounty tasks and reserving high-level cultivation sites and residences. Jiang Pinyin had come to secure a high-level residence. Within such a residence, formations exist to assist cultivation, ensuring safety from ambushes, making it both convenient and secure. As he stepped into the palace, a cacophony of voices flooded his ears. "This task is not difficult. I shall surely pass the assessment and enter the inner sect. Friend, I recommend purchasing this mountain peak. Its size is moderate, and it is surrounded by ample cultivation sites, making it ideal for you and your partner. The price is reasonable, and loans are available. Is there anyone with items that can enhance the quality of spiritual roots? I will pay a high price." The outer sect disciples present were numerous, and no idle attendants approached Jiang Pinyin. He scanned the room and noticed a refined gentleman clad in a gray robe, seated behind a counter, leisurely engrossed in a book. Jiang Pinyin approached. "Senior brother, may I rent a high-level cultivation site? Are there any available?" Upon his utterance, the once boisterous hall fell into an uncanny silence, all eyes turning towards him. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Pinyin activated his eye technique to assess the gentleman's cultivation level. In an instant, he froze, a chill coursing through him as cold sweat drenched his back. Though he could see through the realms of minor fragrance, he could not discern this man's level. This was no ordinary person. This was an immortal, a being beyond the realm of mortals. This individual was not merely a senior brother. Perhaps he was an elder. What elder would read in such a place? Where was your palace? Your grand bed spanning hundreds of meters? Esteemed senior, I apologize for my rudeness. Jiang Pinyin clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and apology, preparing to depart when a refined man in a gray robe set aside his book, rose slowly, and spoke softly. "There are several high-level cultivation residences. Allow me to show you. No need to trouble yourself, esteemed elder. I can seek assistance from others," Jiang Pinyin replied, wary of being accompanied by a celestial-level expert. "The others are preoccupied, and I happen to be free. Come, let us take a look," the refined man in gray said, stepping away from the counter and heading outside, clearly intent on guiding Jiang Pinyin to the residences. "Brother, you truly are impressive. Having Elder Miao escort you to see the residences," someone transmitted to Jiang Pinyin, leaving him uncertain whether it was a compliment or a jest. Jiang Pinyin stood frozen. "Why are you dawdling? Keep up," the gray-robed elder said in a calm tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. With a wry smile, Jiang Pinyin thought it best to maintain his eye technique from now on. Otherwise, he might inadvertently offend someone. In the realm of immortals, there were powerful beings everywhere, and even an elderly figure could potentially be an immortal. He hurriedly jogged to catch up, feeling fortunate that this elder had a good temperament and did not hold his hesitance against him. Once Jiang Pinyin departed, the hall erupted in chatter. "This lad must be new. He doesn't even recognize Elder Miao. How could Elder Miao pay attention to a newcomer like him? He is notoriously ill-tempered. Who knows? Perhaps Elder Miao is in a good mood today." Unaware of the discussions behind him, Jiang Pinyin followed the elder through the void, arriving at a secluded wooden cabin. The cabin was enveloped by an abundance of nameless trees, exuding tranquility and vitality, as if a mere bite could extend one's lifespan by a millennium. The ordinary plants surrounding the cabin thrived with potent waves of law, worthy of being top-tier divine herbs even in the desolate realms. Behind the cabin, a waterfall cascaded, formed by the convergence of celestial energy, splashing into a pond and creating ethereal mist. The laws of the celestial path flickered in and out of visibility, providing Jiang Pinyin with profound insights merely by lingering in the vicinity. Sensing the extraordinary nature of this place, Jiang Pinyin remarked, "Elder Miao, my resources are limited. I cannot afford to rent here." Though he had not inquired about the price, he was certain it would not be trivial. "The standard rate is 1,000 celestial crystals per month," Elder Miao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing the price, Jiang Pinyin exhaled in relief. While steep, it was still within his means. He dared not ask the elder to accompany him to view other residences and instead produced his final treasured item, offering it with both hands. "Esteemed elder, I do not possess celestial crystals. May I use this as collateral? I am uncertain how long I will cultivate here, and if it extends beyond what this treasure can cover, I shall provide the celestial crystals subsequently." "That is acceptable," Elder Miao said, accepting the treasure before stepping into the void and vanishing. Watching the elder leave, Jiang Pinyin released a long breath. Although the elder was amiable, the weight of his status was nonetheless significant. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he surveyed his surroundings. The wooden cabin was quite simple, lacking any enhancement formations. However, the presence of the celestial river waterfall and the clear laws of the celestial path made the price of 1,000 celestial crystals per month seem reasonable. With few people around, the area felt almost like a forbidden zone, which was precisely what Jiang Pinyin appreciated most, as it offered a serene environment for dedicated cultivation. Sitting cross-legged beside the mist-enshrouded pool, Jiang Pinyin refrained from directly condensing the celestial roots. He still harbored fantasies about multiple celestial species. After all, who would not desire such a means of significantly enhancing their prowess? He resolved to grant himself 2 more months. Should he fail to discover a method for condensing 2 celestial species, he would cease his endeavors, unwilling to squander time. With a steadied heart, Jiang Pinyin commenced his cultivation, drawing ever closer to the resurrection of his parents. At the foot of the mountain, Miao Jing cast a glance at the summit before turning to his daughter, who was indulging in wine. "You've asked your old man to relinquish his dwelling for that lad. Is it that you hold affection for him? Are you hoping to bear me a warrior grandson?" "A warrior grandson? Not on your life." Miao Xia hurled a wine gourd at her father's head. Miao Jing was rendered speechless. "As a young lady, can't you exhibit a semblance of femininity? Is it truly appropriate to strike your father with a wine gourd?" Silence. Miao Xia showed no regard for Miao Jing's feelings. He shrugged in response. "Then you must provide me with a reason. What purpose does this serve?" Miao Xia took a swig of her drink, her gaze fixed intently on the mountain peak, her eyes deep and earnest as she declared, "This Jiang Pinyin is undoubtedly extraordinary." "In what way is he extraordinary? Is he more handsome than your old man?" Miao Xia retorted. "This old fellow likely remains oblivious to the fact that his daughter has inherited his disposition." Meanwhile, within the elder pavilion of the Yu Huang celestial sect, an elder clutched a transmission talisman, his countenance darkened. "How has my grandson been detained? What is the meaning of this?" This elder was none other than Qiu Xiping, grandfather to Qiu Yuan, who had just learned of his grandson's predicament. "Jiang Pinyin, he dares to let my grandson suffer. He shall not find peace himself. A mere cultivator at the integration stage? Eliminating him would be easier than squashing an ant." Unbeknownst to Jiang Pinyin, he had become the target of scrutiny. He was wholly engrossed in his cultivation, exploring ways to forge multiple celestial species. However, as days turned into weeks, while 2 months passed externally, 10 months elapsed within his internal time realm, yielding no progress. Jiang Pinyin sighed and shook his head, murmuring to himself, "It seems unfeasible. I must abandon this pursuit. If countless formidable individuals have devoted vast amounts of time to such an endeavor without success, what hope do I have?" Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, his eyes brightening. Although the creation of dual celestial species eluded him, he conceived a method to forge 2 celestial roots from a single celestial species. Chapter 628. Jiang Pingyin's vision. The existence of a single celestial species is predicated on the fact that a person possesses but one life essence. Since the creation of multiple celestial species was unattainable, Jiang Pinyin resolved to cultivate 2 celestial roots atop a single celestial species. This notion was not without precedent. Others had contemplated and even successfully experimented with it. However, while they had managed to produce 2 celestial roots, the quality of these roots was exceedingly poor, failing to even achieve a 1-star rating. The rationale was straightforward. During the gestation of celestial roots, a single celestial species would absorb all energy and essence above it at that moment, channeling the celestial laws to bring forth new life. Should 2 celestial roots be nurtured simultaneously, the celestial laws would be divided, rendering both roots innately deficient. As an inappropriate example, in the village of his childhood, typical families could afford to raise only 1 child. Having too many would lead to hardship, resulting in malnutrition and the untimely demise of many children. Some sought to compensate for their inherent deficiencies with resources, yet at the moment of cultivating their celestial roots, fate was irrevocably sealed, as the laws of the heavens had already diverged, rendering any subsequent compensations futile. The reason for Jiang Pingyin's desire to attempt this was straightforward. He conceived a scheme to deceive the celestial laws. This scheme involved the manipulation of time. In the instant of forming the celestial roots, he envisioned harnessing the power of time to revert his body while allowing the roots to develop, subsequently catalyzing the emergence of a second celestial root. This would enable both roots to be nurtured under distinct temporal conditions, thereby convincing the laws of heaven that these 2 roots did not originate from the same source. Of course, this was merely Jiang Pingyin's notion, and he was uncertain of its success. Nonetheless, he yearned to test it. He aspired to grow stronger, unwilling to remain at the celestial level, as that realm could not revive his parents. Should his concept succeed, and he create 2 celestial roots, he would undoubtedly surpass other cultivators. At that moment, a strong scent of alcohol wafted toward him. Shortly thereafter, a woman appeared, clutching a wine gourd, her presence reminiscent of a granary capable of sustaining 7 or 8 children. Junior brother Jiang, why haven't you yet formed your celestial roots? She hiccuped. Miaoxia, reeking of liquor, swayed unsteadily, as if the granary before her might topple her over. Jiang Pinyin regarded her with confusion. Sister Miao, what brings you here? This is my training ground, and outsiders are not permitted. Wasn't she in another realm? How had she returned and sought him out? This is my father's residence in the outer sect, and I was the one who asked him to send you here, so of course I know, Miaoxia replied, taking a swig of her drink before collapsing to the ground, nearly creating 2 large dents in the earth. Jiang Pinyin was taken aback. Miaoxia's father's residence? Wasn't this a training abode? Was Elder Miao Miaoxia's father? Why did Elder Miao bring him here? Before Jiang Pinyin could process this, Miaoxia, sprawled on the ground, drunkenly called out, Junior brother, help me up. Jiang Pinyin remained still, responding earnestly, Sister Miao, if you have a purpose, please state it directly. Nothing in this world comes without reason. She must have an ulterior motive. Of course, I'm here to see you. Miaoxia replied with a mischievous grin. Jiang Pinyin maintained a stoic expression as he regarded her. Observing his impassive demeanor, Miaoxia rolled her eyes, bemused by his lack of charm. So many disciples in the sect wish to curry favor with me, and even prodigies from other major sects seek to be near me. Yet you regard me with such a face. She rose from the ground on her own. I simply came to see if you had successfully formed your celestial roots, and to offer you an opportunity to cultivate a 9-star celestial root. You've seen the jade slip I provided. You should understand the significance of a 9-star celestial root. Only with such an advanced root does one have a greater chance of becoming a celestial being. Of course, there are conditions, specifically regarding the techniques you employ to enhance your combat prowess. Miaoxia finally revealed her intentions. Jiang Pinyin replied, Senior sister, I have previously mentioned that while studying this technique, I was bound by restrictions that prevent me from sharing it. Miaoxia, brushing back her disheveled hair, responded, You need not concern yourself with that. In our celestial realm, there are numerous methods available. You simply need to perform this technique a few times within a special formation, and you will be able to deduce its operational principles. Naturally, I would not ask you to demonstrate without compensation. The resources provided will be commensurate with the level of this technique. You need not worry about me lacking the means. As you know, the elder is my father. The sound of the celestial river waterfall cascaded around them as they exchanged glances for a prolonged moment. Senior sister, I regret to inform you that this technique is a legacy of my sect and cannot be divulged. Jiang Pinyin had long mastered the art of deceit without hesitation. Miao Xia's expression suddenly shifted, the effects of alcohol evaporating as she earnestly stated, "You must contemplate this carefully. It is an opportunity to possess a 9-star celestial root. The grade of your celestial root will profoundly influence your future achievements. With a 9-star celestial root, you would become a key focus of the sect's training, perhaps even exempt from task evaluations. If you miss this chance, it will be lost forever. Furthermore, I can impart to you advanced combat techniques, far superior to what you currently possess." Jiang Pinyin remained unmoved, responding, "I am sorry, senior sister, but I cannot betray my sect. Forgive me, you stubborn fool." With that expression, I could easily knock some sense into you. Without a 9-star celestial root, you shall achieve nothing significant in this lifetime. Miao Xia flung aside her wine gourd in frustration and departed, encountering a most disobedient junior brother for the first time, which was truly vexing. Jiang Pinyin silently watched her leave, preparing to cultivate his celestial root. This was the abode of immortals, and he could not linger. Despite having received a secret treasure as compensation, he felt an undeniable sense of being an unwelcome guest. To elevate his celestial root level, Jiang Pinyin resolved to use both the Lingshu pill and the Yuhua divine catastrophe pill simultaneously. He was willing to gamble for a brighter future. In the vastness of countless realms, amidst billions of sentient beings, the path toward immortality is fraught with difficulty. Those who reach the pinnacle are invariably extraordinary individuals. Some are blessed with noble bloodlines established by their ancestors, facing no barriers in their cultivation. Others are backed by formidable powers with endless resources. While some possess nothing but their determination to ascend to the peak of myriad races and stake their claim in the world. He retrieved one Lingshu pill, glowing with a golden radiance, surrounded by ethereal energy, and one Yuhua divine catastrophe pill, entirely black, exuding the formidable aura of a powerful being. Just as Jiang Pinyin was about to swallow the pills, he suddenly hesitated, staring at his trembling hand. Fear gripped his heart, fear of perishing beneath the thunderous calamity, fear that his aspirations might be misguided, fear of never seeing his daughters again. A wavering faith would hinder his resistance against the divine tribulation. He temporarily stowed the pills away and entered his inner world, arriving before a small mound of earth. Before the mound stood a stone tablet inscribed with the names of 2 individuals, his parents' graves. Standing before their resting place, Jiang Pinyin had many words he wished to express. Yet at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. He remained there for 3 days. He reminisced about the past, recalling the scene of his first kill, the moment he faced the cultivator for the first time, and the despair he felt when transported to the abyssal forbidden zone. Time and again he encountered life and death crises and unimaginable hardships, each moment steeped in despair. Yet, in retrospect, these trials seem less daunting. With a gentle wave of his hand, the dust upon the gravestone vanished, and the fears, hesitations, and uncertainties within him dissipated as well. He journeyed from a small village to this point, confronting countless crises and overcoming numerous difficulties. Nothing could impede his progress. There was nothing before, and there will be nothing in the future. A true man, while alive, must confront fear head-on and forge ahead with unwavering resolve. He swallowed both the Lingshu pill and the feathered Ascension pill in one gulp. Success or failure hinged on this pivotal moment. Chapter 629. Jiang Pinyin's celestial root. Upon consuming the elixirs, the celestial seed, linked to the essence of life, suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, transforming Jiang Pinyin into a sun that illuminated the world. He concentrated the essence of his combat will upon the celestial seed, determining the realm he would master in the future at this very moment. As the essence of battle infused the seed, cracks began to form, and a flash of emerald light emerged, heralding the arrival of the heavenly law's power. In that instant, Jiang Pinyin summoned the power of time, reversing its flow. Of course, he could not turn back time for the entire world, as he lacked such capability. He could only reverse it for his own body. The first celestial root maintained its growth, allowing his being to connect with a version of the celestial seed from another timeline. And at this moment, he concentrated the essence of destruction within the celestial seed. With a crack, 2 tender emerald shoots simultaneously burst forth from the celestial seed, both appearing at once upon a singular seed, embodying the laws of heaven and earth. Yet, this was not the end. Jiang Pinyin pushed the power of time to its zenith, enabling the two celestial roots to grow in disparate temporal realms, ensuring that the heavenly laws would remain oblivious to any anomalies. Barely a few breaths had passed when Jiang Pinyin had already reached the limits of his temporal control. Yet he did not cease. He directly drew upon his life force, even if it meant sacrificing hundreds or even thousands of years of his lifespan. The creation of dual celestial roots was worth the cost. The Lingshu pill within him was being consumed at an alarming rate. Unable to replenish the laws for the two celestial seeds, Jiang Pinyin swallowed another Lingshu pill. Within him, two small seedlings emerged from the celestial seed, gently swaying, encircled by the laws of battle and destruction. Meanwhile, above in the firmament, dark clouds gathered, resembling a great demon poised to devour the light. Jiang Pinyin gazed upward with a solemn and grave expression. It had arrived. The most perilous moment was upon them. On the other side, Miao Xia descended the mountain, grumbling incessantly. She had never encountered such a foul-smelling man. Even Wang Yang, with all his shortcomings, was better than this fellow. Boom! As Miao Xia berated Jiang Pinyin, thunder roared from the heavens, startling her and causing her heart to race. She turned sharply to see the entire peak enveloped in dark clouds, crimson lightning weaving through the pitch-black sky as tumultuous winds arose, filling her with unease. Miao Xia stood frozen. What was happening? What was occurring? Who was ascending the mountain to face the tribulation? Jiang Pinyin? It is inconceivable. He has not yet reached the threshold of transcending tribulations. Yet, he is the sole figure upon this mountain. Who else could it be? The Crimson Thunderbolt. Suddenly, Miao Xia, well-versed in various tomes, was struck by a thought. Her exquisite visage now marred by horror. There are only a few forms of crimson thunder in this world, and given that Jiang Pinyin is currently condensing his celestial root, the reason for this crimson thunder's manifestation could be none other than the feather transformation divine calamity pill. Has this lad lost his senses? He is certain to perish. Miao Xia's countenance darkened as she deduced how Jiang Pinyin had provoked the tribulation. She was intimately familiar with the feather transformation divine calamity pill. Countless souls have succumbed to its peril since time immemorial. A pang of guilt gripped her heart as she felt responsible for Jiang Pinyin's plight. Had he not possessed her jade slip upon ascending to the celestial realm, he would have remained oblivious to the nature of the feather transformation divine calamity pill. This calamity is capable of striking down those of domain-level prowess, and for someone of Jiang Pinyin's current standing, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand. Only those prodigies of extraordinary strength could endure such a trial. With a thunderous roar, a crimson thunderbolt descended from the heavens, staining the sky and earth with its ominous hue, evoking a sense of dread. All the outer disciples sensed this terrifying wave of energy. What is happening? What force exudes such horror? It is the thunder tribulation. It emanates from Elder Miao's mountain peak, likely a result of her alchemical or forging endeavors. Upon realizing the source of the disturbance, the disciples lost interest, for it is commonplace for immortals to generate such significant fluctuations. The terrifying crimson thunder struck Jiang Pinyin directly, casting him to the ground, his body scorched black. Even with his formidable physique, he found himself struggling against this onslaught. There are 3 thunder tribulations in total, and the first is the least formidable. To elevate the grade of his celestial root, he must allow the thunder to strike him, without evasion or defense. The crimson thunder surged into Jiang Pinyin's body, impacting the nascent celestial seed within, where glimmers of starlight began to appear, faint yet mesmerizing. The reason for assessing celestial root levels by starlight is that, upon their birth, celestial roots are surrounded by such luminescence. This starlight resonates with the celestial root, forging a connection with the laws of the cosmos. The more starlight present, the greater the influx of celestial laws, enhancing the speed of comprehension. The second crimson thunderbolt descended, its might exponentially surpassing that of the first, as if intent on obliterating all existence. Jiang Pinyin summoned all his strength, activating the 5th layer of the battle god technique, augmenting his defenses 6-fold. With a resounding crash, the thunder struck him once more, shattering his bones and rupturing his organs, blood spilling from his lips as he collapsed to the ground, teetering on the brink of consciousness. This seemed to be the limit of what he could endure at this juncture. However, in stark contrast to his external struggles, profound transformations were occurring within him. The starlight surrounding his celestial root grew ever more radiant, the laws swirling vibrantly with life. You can't hold on any longer. The final strike will be the most fearsome. You cannot withstand it. I shall assist you. Miao Xia called out from a distance. Although external aid might render his previous efforts futile, it was far preferable to death. Jiang Pinyin remained silent, propping himself up with his charred arm, slowly rising to meet the heavens with his deep-set gaze. Seeing this, Miao Xia shouted in exasperation, "Do you truly wish to perish? In death, all is lost. This is sheer folly. You are quite bothersome." Jiang Pingyin's cracked and bloodied lips slowly parted, his tone devoid of any emotion. Just as Miao Xia was about to utter another word, a fearsome crimson thunderbolt descended. In that moment, Jiang Pinyin gathered all the energy within him and unleashed the battle god technique. This technique, hailed as the foremost martial art in the wasteland, is not merely a means to enhance combat prowess. Upon reaching the 5th tier, one begins to comprehend the essence of power. Each subsequent tier possesses a unique enhancement secret technique. It was precisely this secret technique that allowed him to survive time and again amidst the chaotic battles of the immortal demon sea. As his celestial energy ignited, a radiant golden light erupted from Jiang Pinyin, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a deity, dazzling beyond measure. The special secret technique of the 5th tier of the battle god technique, Divine Body. By consuming all his internal energy, he achieved absolute defense. Though this state could only be sustained for 10 breaths, those 10 breaths were akin to a period of invincibility, unless faced with an overwhelmingly powerful attack. It was virtually impossible to breach his defenses. The reason he did not employ the Yin Thunder defense was that it would obstruct the divine thunder from entering his body. He needed to allow the thunder to strike him directly, for only then could it permeate his being and evolve his celestial roots. The terrifying crimson thunder enveloped the area, instantly turning nearby flora and fauna to ash. Beneath the fearsome thunder, Jiang Pinyin radiated golden light, resembling a divine being. Miao Xia was left speechless. This was undeniably an immortal-level technique. As the red thunder coursed into his body, the 2 celestial roots within Jiang Pinyin swayed violently. Resplendent starlight appeared around the celestial roots. 1 star, 2 stars, 9 stars. A flawless 9-star celestial root. However, this was merely the starlight of 1 celestial root. Each of the 2 roots bore 9 stars, culminating in a total of 18 stars. On the scorched earth, the charred Jiang Pinyin emanated a dazzling spectrum of light, as extraordinary laws of power surged forth from his celestial roots. In the blink of an eye, his shattered internal organs healed, broken bones reconnected, and his charred skin shed, revealing an utterly perfect form. Bathed in the essence of these laws, astonishment flickered in his eyes. His vision had materialized. He had indeed forged dual celestial roots. Moreover, an unforeseen development emerged concerning the quality of the celestial roots. 18 stars. 1 root with 9 stars, and the other also yielding 9 stars, together birthed 18 stars. Whether this effect equaled that of a 9-star celestial root, or if each additional star elevated the root to a higher tier, remained to be seen through future cultivation. In the distance, Miao Xia was in disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. This man had successfully navigated the tribulation. What was that technique he had just employed? It seemed incredibly potent, rapidly accumulating energy to form formidable defenses that even those in the great ascension stage would struggle to breach. Suddenly, Miao Xia caught sight of something, her face flushing as she quickly turned her head away. "Could you please put on your clothes?" At 29 years of age, it was her first time seeing a man's physique. Jiang Pingyin's garments had been torn asunder by the tribulation. He summoned celestial energy to reshape a black robe anew. Had he attained the 9-star celestial root? Miao Xia turned her head once more and inquired, 8 stars. Jiang Pinyin has understated his potential by 1 tier. 8 stars. Indeed commendable. Would you be interested in apprenticing under me? I could persuade my father to take you as his disciple, though he seldom accepts students. Miao Xia spoke earnestly. Achieving 8-star celestial roots signifies the pinnacle of innate talent within the Yu Huangxian sect, where only a handful of disciples possess such an endowment. For a cultivator from the lower realms to attain this level is worthy of nurturing. Forgive me, senior sister, but I currently have no intentions of taking on a master. Furthermore, might I request that you refrain from interrupting my cultivation? I seek tranquility in my practice, Jiang Pinyin replied with respect. Miao Xia's expression faltered. This man was truly infuriating. His words were courteous, yet he exuded an air of aloofness. You've been granted an opportunity, yet you fail to cherish it. Countless individuals seek my father's tutelage, but find no chance. Once you comprehend my father's true stature, you will surely come seeking me, she remarked, tossing her grain bag aside before turning away. This man believed that his 8-star celestial roots entitled him to arrogance, oblivious to the fact that in her eyes, it amounted to little. Even possessing 9-star celestial roots does not guarantee ascendance to the realm of immortals, let alone 8 stars. The path of cultivation demands resources, guidance, and opportunities. Lacking any of these elements is detrimental. If one could learn everything independently, the formation of factions and sects would be rendered unnecessary. Jiang Pingyan's failure to value the chance to apprentice will undoubtedly lead him to regret it after encountering setbacks. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as Miao Xia descended the mountain. And once again, dark clouds gathered above the peak, heralding the arrival of a thunder tribulation. Miao Xia stood frozen in place. What is he doing? Another thunder tribulation has manifested. Hasn't Jiang Pingyan already undergone his tribulation? Could it be a clone? Miao Xia swiftly deduced the reason behind the reappearance of the thunder tribulation. Could Jiang Pingyan's clone withstand this onslaught of lightning? She was tempted to investigate, but ultimately refrained, recalling his earlier words. Jiang Pingyan harbored many secrets and was meticulous about his privacy. Intruding now would surely provoke his displeasure. The crimson thunderbolts cascaded from the heavens. Jiang Pingyan's devouring clone stood resolutely upon scorched earth, allowing the lightning to strike him. While the clone lacked the formidable physique of his battle body, it possessed remarkable healing capabilities and the power to absorb, enabling it to directly consume the tribulation, mitigating damage and withstanding harm several times more effectively than the battle body. As the thunder coursed through him, the celestial seed within was nourished by the unique lightning, its starshine shimmering. The devouring celestial root and the Yin thunder celestial root broke free from their shells. Jiang Pingyan aimed to grant each body dual celestial roots, which would culminate in a total of 6 celestial roots. With the descent of the third thunderbolt, spurred by the combined effects of 2 Lingshu pills and the Yuhua divine tribulation pill, 2 celestial roots emerged atop the celestial seed. The devouring clone birthed 2 celestial roots, surrounded by 18 stars that intertwined with the laws of heaven and earth, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Currently, he possessed 4 celestial roots, yet he lacked the essential components for his main body. Unfortunately, he had insufficient Lingshu pills, having only purchased 5, and with each breakthrough requiring 2. He found himself 1 short. In due course, I shall procure another Lingshu Dan. For now, I must solidify my foundation. According to the realm classification from the Desolate Realm, I have already entered the Great Ascension stage, known as the domain level in the Celestial Realm. At this juncture, one can begin to comprehend the rules of the domain, enabling the release of domain power during combat. Within one's own domain, one can teleport and manipulate its rules, exponentially increasing combat prowess. Able to negate enemy attacks and accelerate healing. Each domain exerts different effects, and the same rules can yield varying outcomes depending on their application. Generally, a cultivator possesses but 1 domain. However, a formidable practitioner may conjure 2 avatars, yet can master no more than 3 domains. Beyond this limit, one becomes subject to the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth. Jiang Pingyan is an absolute anomaly. Should he fully forge his domains, he would possess 6. While an increase in the number of domains enhances combat strength, it is typically impractical to master numerous domains without sufficient resources. The more domain powers one comprehends, the greater the resource demands. A manifested domain cluster is 100 times more expensive than an arcane rule and 1,000 times more costly than a conventional law. To grasp a complete domain requires a vast quantity of domain clusters, a luxury not easily afforded even in the celestial realm. Thus, the journey to comprehend multiple domains progresses slowly, often making it wiser to focus on a singular domain. However, for those with ample resources, the maxim holds true: the more, the merrier. Once one's celestial root has been birthed, the next step is to comprehend the laws. The more laws one perceives, the larger the celestial root will grow. When it matures into a tree and bears the fateful fruit, consuming this fruit allows entry into the tribulation phase, a passage towards enlightenment. This tribulation phase cannot be regarded as a true realm. It is merely a transitional stage toward becoming a celestial. A practitioner at the Great Ascension stage can directly consume the fateful fruit to ascend to celestial status. Should one fail the tribulation, yet survive? That state is deemed the tribulation phase. In essence, the tribulation phase encompasses great ascension practitioners who have not undergone the tribulation and those who have failed to ascend. A domain-level powerhouse newly blessed with a celestial root is in the early stages of the domain, when the root evolves into a full tree. They are in the mid-stage of the domain. From the birth of the fateful fruit to its maturity marks the late stage. Jiang Pinyin began to stabilize his foundation, attuning himself to the powers of the laws inherent in this realm. Below the mountain, Miao Xia took a hearty swig of strong liquor, her gaze fixated on the peak. This Jiang Pinyin indeed harbors many secrets. Both of his bodies have weathered the tribulations of the feather transformation, divine calamity, undeniably extraordinary and worthy of cultivation. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She forcefully crushed the wine gourd in her hand. This insufferable man dares to display such an attitude toward me, his senior sister. I must subdue him. Chapter 631. Invitation to team up. Having successfully condensed his celestial root, Jiang Pinyin was in high spirits. Were it not for the fact that the celestial gate to return to the Yuan realm would not open for another 1,000 years, he would be eager to return home and share this joyous news. For the next millennium, he would be confined to cultivation in the celestial realm. For cultivators, 1,000 years is but a fleeting moment, especially with an avatar back home poised to preserve the memories of this millennium. Jiang Pinyin sat upon the scorched earth, channeling the Tsangyu technique to absorb energy. As the mystical art of concealed universe was activated, the 18 star-like glimmers encircling his celestial root suddenly radiated with a dazzling brilliance. Reminiscent of a constellation, the surrounding celestial energy surged forth as if in a frenzied boil, rushing into Jiang Pinyin's body, while the waterfall of the celestial river drew near him with alarming swiftness. The terrifying rate of energy absorption startled Jiang Pinyin considerably. This was without the utilization of his devouring avatar. The thought of employing such power was almost unimaginable. Although he was unaware of the absorption rates of others, he was certain that none could rival his own terrifying pace. During his previous encounters with the cultivators of the celestial realm, their rate of drawing in the energies of heaven and earth had seemed rather mundane. To Jiang Pinyin's astonishment, the operation of the concealed universe art in conjunction with his celestial root presented no sense of obstruction. It was a perfect synergy. This reinforced his belief in his hypothesis. The enigmatic Taoist Xinshu was likely not a cultivator of the wasteland realm, but rather a reincarnated celestial being. The reason others were incapable of practicing the concealed universe art could very well be that it was not a technique of the wasteland realm, but rather a celestial level art. It was also probable that Taoist Xinshu had not created this system himself, but instead practiced within the framework of the celestial realm. The reasons behind Taoist Xinshu's reincarnation into the wasteland realm remained shrouded in mystery. In any case, the concealed universe technique had proven to be immensely beneficial to him, and it should not be underestimated even in the celestial realm. Jiang Pinyin devoted a month to solidifying his realm. He had merely attained the qualification to comprehend the powers of the domain and was not yet capable of wielding such force, which required time for enlightenment. To hasten his understanding of domain laws, he needed to manifest the domain laws in question. Lacking these laws, he would need to procure them. However, the most pressing issue was that he had nearly exhausted the resources he had brought with him, having not anticipated the considerable expenses that would be incurred here. Under normal circumstances, a few precious artifacts would suffice for a millennium. Fortunately, the master of the Ascension Pavilion, Rosu, had prepared in advance, providing him with a special celestial artifact, the devouring sky bottle. This bottle could refine all substances and convert them into energy, transforming celestial energy into celestial crystals that could be exchanged for resources. Had it not been for the fact that the treasure basin could not be used in the celestial realm, it would have been far more advantageous. In addition to the domain laws, he still required a Lingshu pill to complete the breakthrough of his corporeal form. Jiang Pinyin unleashed his true body while the other two avatars returned to the small world to comprehend the domain laws. In truth, there was a celestial river nearby, rich in celestial energy, which could undoubtedly be converted into numerous celestial crystals. Yet, Jiang Pinyin was uncertain whether Elder Miao was observing him. Should the elder be in proximity, utilizing the devouring sky bottle could result in it being claimed by its master. Exercising caution, it would be wiser to venture out in search of resources. Jiang Pinyin raised his hand, his fingers dancing in the void, inscribing a message. "Thank you, Elder, for allowing your disciple to rent your abode. I am profoundly grateful. Today, I have decided to vacate, and I am deeply ashamed for having destroyed a vast quantity of celestial herbs surrounding this area. I hope for your understanding." After completing this message, Jiang Pinyin gently placed it in front of the wooden house. The previous heavenly tribulation had only devastated the flora. The wooden house, having been inhabited by Miao Jing, retained a formidable defensive power due to the lingering celestial laws, leaving it unscathed by the lightning tribulation. With those words left behind, Jiang Pinyin swiftly departed. Residing in an elder's abode is rather uncomfortable. Jiang Pinyin transformed his demeanor and descended the mountain to the grand hall where tasks were announced. Glancing around at the entrance, he did not spot Elder Miao within, and a sigh of relief escaped him as he stepped inside. For reasons unknown, he felt a strong aversion towards encountering these high-ranking powerhouses. Jiang Pinyin was not here to undertake a task, but rather to seek out locations rich in energy to refine certain resources using the Devouring Sky bottle. Previously, in that small world, he should have filled the Devouring Sky bottle in the gravitational river. This would have garnered him a wealth of energy. However, fearing detection by the domain-level experts, he had refrained from taking action. Caution had been the key to his survival thus far. "Friend, are you here for the assessment tasks as well?" A melodious voice, accompanied by a warm smile, approached him. It belonged to a female cultivator, her hands clasped behind her back, her starry eyes reflecting innocence and apprehension. "No," Jiang Pinyin replied curtly, turning to scan for an available attendant. The female cultivator was taken aback, having never encountered such rudeness. He merely spoke a word and walked away. Fu Tian returned to Jiang Pinyin, her smile brightening as she said, "Friend, we are currently accepting tasks from the sect for our assessment. Once completed, we may enter the inner sect. However, we are lacking one member. Would you be interested in joining us? We are fully prepared. We only need one more person." "Not interested," Jiang Pinyin responded dismissively. He noticed an attendant becoming available and was about to approach when Fu Tian once again obstructed his path. "Really? I am not deceiving you. If we complete this task, we can enter the inner sect." Fu Tian blinked her large, watery eyes, staring intently at Jiang Pinyin. Having been delayed by her, other disciples quickly surrounded the attendant once more. Jiang Pinyin furrowed his brow and looked down at the woman. "Are you financially stable?" Fu Tian was momentarily stunned by his unexpected question. "We are not particularly wealthy." "Then why bother forming a team with me? Leave me be," Jiang Pinyin replied with an icy tone, turning to walk away. Fu Tian was left in a state of bewilderment. What did wealth have to do with forming a team? Oh, indeed. Having money implies possessing more trump cards, increasing the likelihood of passing the assessment. "Wait, friend, we do have a bit of money." Fu Tian hurriedly pursued him with a telepathic message. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pinyin halted and inquired, "How much do you possess? Where will we undertake the task?" Seeing his willingness to agree, Fu Tian's expression brightened. "Each of us possesses a supreme artifact of profound significance. You can be assured that we will not be a hindrance. Our task location is within the Tianlong volcano, where we will seek the earth core flame. You are rather impoverished. Is there an abundance of resources in Tianlong volcano?" Jiang Pinyin pressed further. Feeling insulted by the implication of poverty, Fu Tian nearly retorted but held back her ire, maintaining a cheerful facade. "The Tianlong volcano is the origin of fire dragons. Every drop of magma is imbued with the purest essence of flame power, especially the earth core flame, which embodies formidable fiery principles. One single earth core flame can be valued at 10,000 celestial crystals. If fortune smiles upon us, and we procure several, we shall be wealthy." Jiang Pinyin nodded. "Very well, I consent to join your team." "Splendid," Fu Tian exclaimed, her joy palpable. "With your addition, we are certain to pass the assessment and gain entry into the inner sect. Let us proceed to register first." As Fu Tian led Jiang Pinyin to the registration, she casually glanced back at the two cultivators at the entrance. The corners of their mouths curled upwards, like fish drawn to bait. They hoped this individual possessed some resources, ensuring their trip would not be in vain. The two cultivators gazed at Jiang Pinyin's retreating figure, their eyes glinting with greed. This unsuspecting fish would remain oblivious to the fact that the three of them were actually bandits, specializing in ambushing fellow disciples. They feigned camaraderie to lure victims to secluded places where they would eliminate them. They had employed this method to ambush countless cultivators. The trio planned to complete this act swiftly and then retreat, fulfilling their task and entering the inner sect to embrace a glorious path of immortality. The prospect of soon stepping into the inner sect filled them with anticipation. Chapter 632. Let us strike directly after registering his identity. Jiang Pinyin was introduced to his other two teammates by Fu Tian, one possessing a refined appearance and the other, rugged, adorned with a full beard. The rough-looking man approached enthusiastically. Fellow Taoist, allow me to introduce myself. My name is... There's no need for formalities. Let us not waste time. We should hurry to Tianlong volcano, Jiang Pinyin interrupted, his demeanor indifferent. The rugged man forced a smile. You are indeed quite the impatient one. Let us set off then. The group made their way toward the teleportation array. The three exchanged thoughts telepathically. This insolent attitude is infuriating. When the time comes, let us not kill him outright, but rather torment him until he pleads for mercy. Fu Tian spoke with venomous intent. Indeed, who does he think he is? Some sort of prodigy. He'll be begging on his knees before us. They seethed in quiet anger at Jiang Pingyin's aloofness, though they knew better than to show it openly. Upon stepping into the teleportation array, they departed from the Yu Huang Immortal sect. Shortly after Jiang Pingyin's departure, in the grand hall of the inner sect, Qiu Sipin received word. Elder, we have news of Jiang Pinyin. He is en route to Tianlong volcano. Despite Jiang Pingyin's altered appearance, his identity token remained unchanged, and he left a trace during registration. Go and deal with him discreetly. Do not leave any traces, Qiu Sipin instructed coldly. This Jiang Pinyin was the cause of his grandson Qiu Yuan's punishment, which had extended his service by 1,000 years. It took considerable resources for Qiu Sipin to reduce it by 900 years. Jiang Pinyin had caused his grandson suffering and wasted resources. He could not rest easy without resolving this matter. To ensure caution, he dispatched his own disciple, Teng Chun, a realm-level cultivator. Such a powerhouse could easily handle someone who had yet to comprehend the power of the realm. Mastery of realm power represented an entirely different echelon. Reaching the realm level meant one was virtually within reach of the immortal gate. Unbeknownst to Jiang Pinyin, he journeyed alongside the other three toward Tianlong volcano. Adjacent to Tianlong volcano lay a grand city known as Tianhualongqing. This renowned city, nestled among volcanic peaks, attracted a multitude of fire element cultivators for their training. As the teleportation array flickered, Jiang Pinyin and his companions materialized in Tianhualongqing. The intense flames surged forth, creating a suffocating atmosphere. As the air was laden with the scent of sulfur, and the sky appeared shrouded in a misty haze. Numerous smoking volcanoes surrounded the area, some even erupting. Jiang Pinyin accompanied a few individuals to a volcanic crater outside the city, where dark red magma bubbled ominously. This volcano was not particularly large, and there was no one else around. Jiang, prepare your defenses, we are descending. The magma below is exceedingly hot, infused with formidable fire laws, and there may be fire-type beasts lurking about. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster, Fu Tian earnestly cautioned. There's no one here. You may proceed. Jiang Pinyin replied nonchalantly. Even without utilizing his ability to sense hostile intentions, he could discern that these individuals harbored ill motives. In such a significant matter concerning entry into the inner sect, who would casually recruit someone off the street for a task? One need only think with the simplest of logic to realize that these individuals were dubious. Perhaps some might fall for their ruse, but Jiang Pinyin, who had honed his skills through relentless battles, would never be so easily deceived. Upon hearing Jiang Pingyin's words, the three were momentarily taken aback. What are you saying, Jiang? Before Fu Tian could finish her sentence, her dagger was already lunging toward Jiang Pinyin with a chilling glint. Simultaneously, the other two drew their treasures to attack, unleashing a burst of profound energy. The trio was utterly astonished. How had Jiang Pinyin discerned their intentions? Yet, even if discovered, they felt assured. 3 against 1. Jiang Pinyin could not possibly survive. Bang! As their treasures struck Jiang Pinyin, a metallic clashing sound echoed, and the powerful waves of energy stirred the volcanic magma violently. Jiang Pinyin remained unyielding, unaffected by their ambush or the assault of their treasures. No harm befell him. The sight rendered the three momentarily speechless. What manner of creature was this? The formidable treasure attacks, infused with immense power, had failed to inflict any damage. They had suspected he was strong, but not to this extent. They had struck a hard wall. Regret and terror flooded their minds as they turned to flee in different directions. However, Jiang Pinyin would not grant them such an opportunity. The terrifying power of gravitational laws descended upon them abruptly, pinning their bodies in place, rendering them immobile. Their faces paled, panic setting in. This monster surpassed their wildest imaginations. His strength was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary outer sect disciple. "Spare me, Great One. I am willing to serve you. I will do anything." Fu Tian, realizing the vast disparity in strength, understood that resistance would lead to death. She immediately knelt, pulling down her collar, her face a picture of desperation, her sweet and innocent features rendering her pitiable. "Anything?" Jiang Pinyin inquired. Seeing the interest in his eyes, Fu Tian's spirits soared. "Yes, anything. Then let me refine you into energy. I am in need of funds." With that, Jiang Pinyin swung his fist, causing Fu Tian's head to explode like a watermelon. The two male cultivators, gripped by despair, realized that despite being in the same realm, Jiang Pingyin's power was a whole level above them, capable of killing with a single blow. How could such a prodigy exist in the outer sect? Desperate measures. They resolved. "If we are to die, let us perish together." Bang! Bang! The two individuals were intent on mutual destruction, their heads exploding in a gruesome display. It was perplexing how these two fellows still dared to resist. Beside the volcanic crater, 3 headless corpses lay upon the ground, their putrid blood seeping into the molten lava. Emitting a sizzling sound, Jiang Pinyin opened the miniature worlds within their bodies, clearing out their contents. The combined total of their celestial crystals exceeded 5,000, accompanied by 6 artifacts of profound significance, as well as various miscellaneous pills. However, it was still insufficient, far from enough to purchase the elusive spirit void pill. He cast the 3 corpses into the black, devouring sky bottle, urging forth energy to refine them. Ultimately, he succeeded in refining over 15,000 celestial crystals. Curious, he noted that a cultivator at the integration stage could yield 5,000 celestial crystals. If a single integration stage cultivator was worth 5,000, then 10 would amount to 50,000, and 100 would yield 500,000. Refining 1,000 would result in 5 million celestial crystals. However, he paused, realizing that such indiscriminate killing was not his nature. He was not one who relished taking lives. Suddenly, a chilling sense of danger surged through him, causing every hair on Jiang Pingyin's body to stand on end. He leaped into the molten lava. Boom! The entire volcano vanished in an instant, leaving behind a vast pit. Jiang Pinyin plunged deeper into the lava, his expression grave. It was a domain-level expert. Why would such a powerful being attack him? He glanced back and recognized a familiar face, the great Ascension cultivator who had been shadowing Qiu Yuan. The retaliation had indeed arrived. Tung Chun, taken aback by the swift reaction, was astonished. How could this youth react so rapidly? The last time, just as he was about to strike, the boy had vanished into the Black River. "Flee. We shall see where you run. If you escape this time, I would rather perish." The previous occasion had allowed Jiang Pinyin to slip away due to his entry into the Black River, which Ting Chun had dared not pursue, but this time was different. Slaying him would be as simple as turning the palm of one's hand. Chapter 633. Slaying the domain-level expert, Tung Chun stepped forward, traversing space to chase after Jiang Pinyin in the molten lava. The disparity in their realms was vast, no matter how swift Jiang Pinyin was. He could not outrun a domain-level expert. Tung Chun wasted no words, launching a powerful punch. The immense force stirred the lava, resembling a raging fire dragon as it roared toward Jiang Pinyin. In that very moment, Jiang Pinyin transformed, enveloped in golden light. The 5th layer of the battle god's secret technique, Divine Body. Boom! Tung Chun's fist collided with Jiang Pinyin, who retaliated with the heaven-shaking demon staff. The collision unleashed tremendous force, scattering the searing lava around them and creating a vacuum zone, with lava surging wildly from the outside. Both combatants were sent flying. Tung Chun glanced at his vanished left arm, his expression one of sheer horror. To his astonishment, he was the one injured. He had not anticipated Jiang Pingyin's defensive prowess to be so formidable. A strike from a domain-level expert had left him unscathed. Even more surprising was Jiang Pingyin's counterattack, taking advantage of the moment to deliver a blow with the treasured staff. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, resulting only in the destruction of his right arm. Had he been a moment slower, he might have been utterly obliterated. Injured, Tung Chun did not express anger. Rather, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Pinyin possessed a treasure. If he could eliminate Jiang Pinyin, that treasure would be his. Such an artifact could provide him with abundant cultivation resources, enabling him to surpass his fellow disciples. As for the technique Jiang Pinyin wielded, although formidable, Teng Chun was indifferent. Such power was merely a fleeting exchange of energy, unsustainable for long. Indeed, Jiang Pingyin's celestial energy was limited, allowing him to maintain it for only 10 breaths. Using his divine form in battle would shorten this duration further. In an instant, Jiang Pinyin felt a chilling sense of oppression, rendering his body immobile. To compel me to unleash my domain, you are indeed a worthy opponent. Teng Chun activated his force domain, creating an invisible barrier that repelled the surrounding magma. A domain, as its name suggests, is a realm of territory. Within his own domain, a cultivator reigns supreme, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Even someone as strong as Jiang Pinyin found himself unable to move in this moment. In the blink of an eye, Teng Chun stood before Jiang Pinyin, unleashing his remaining right fist in an attack. Jiang Pinyin attempted to counter with his tremor demon staff, but Teng Chun effortlessly evaded. If you weren't resorting to ambush, did you truly think you could strike me? A fool's dream. Now prepared, Teng Chun could not be touched. Jiang Pinyin faced a tempest of assaults, his energy rapidly depleting. Wait, I am willing to offer you all my resources. Spare my life. Fool, if I kill you, all your possessions will be mine. Teng Chun's greed intensified, and his attacks became even more ferocious as he envisioned the resources he could acquire with the treasure. Jiang Pinyin, in desperation, cried out, "If you kill me, Qiu Yuan's grandfather will not spare you. To silence any leaks, he will surely eliminate you. Do not attempt to sow discord between me and my master. The bond one share with my master is unshakable." Teng Chun remained impervious to Jiang Pingyin's words. Observing the waning golden light enveloping Jiang Pinyin, Teng Chun gathered all his energy into his fist, preparing for the final strike. "Predecessor, save me!" Jiang Pinyin shouted towards Teng Chun's back. "Such tricks are futile, die?" Teng Chun dismissed Jiang Pingyin's pleas as he thrust his fist forward. With a sickening thud, blood sprayed forth as Teng Chun's body was cleaved in two. His severed visage was filled with horror and disbelief. Indeed, there was someone behind him. Yet it was not a predecessor, but two identical figures of Jiang Pinyin. One held a pin emanating the aura of a celestial artifact, though not a genuine celestial weapon. It was imbued with celestial power, qualifying it as a quasi-celestial artifact. The other held a recording stone, capturing the events that unfolded. Jiang Pinyin possessed two doppelgangers. Moreover, these two manifestations exuded a peculiar aura, lacking the fluctuations of the laws at the domain level. Jiang Pingyin's two bodies had coalesced celestial roots, advancing into the domain level. A conspiracy. Everything was a scheme. Jiang Pinyin was merely feigning defeat, intending to launch a surprise attack from behind while recording his actions to prove that it was his master, Qiu Sipin, who had instigated the assault. Teng Chun was cleaved in two but did not perish. At this level of cultivation, death is a challenging endeavor. Teng Chun promptly summoned a small blue vessel, exuding an aura of the Tao. This vessel, a treasure procured from lower realm cultivators, possessed the powers of spatial traversal and formidable defense. Just as Teng Chun prepared to flee, a tremendous force of attraction seized his body, and before he could activate the vessel, he was drawn towards a black vial radiating celestial energy. A celestial artifact. "You possess a celestial artifact," Teng Chun exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom that Jiang Pinyin had yet another genuine celestial instrument. How could this individual harbor so many hidden cards? What was his true identity in the lower realm? "Spare my life, and I shall testify that it was that old bastard Qiu Sipin who sent me to kill you." Teng Chun, now gripped by fear, immediately pleaded for mercy. Previously, he had insisted upon the unwavering bond with his master, but now he sought to betray him, even resorting to curses. Jiang Pinyin had no intention of sparing him. A cultivator at the integration stage could refine 5,000 celestial crystals. One could only wonder how many a domain-level cultivator could produce. Jiang Pinyin stowed away the small blue vessel and dove beneath the magma, seeking a concealed nook to conceal his presence using the celestial movement technique. His earlier success in ambushing Teng Chun was attributed to the concealment of his aura through this very technique. Once assured of safety, Jiang Pinyin commenced the refinement of Teng Chun. The devouring sky vial was not as effective as the gathering treasure basin and required his own input of spiritual energy for refinement. Teng Chun attempted to resist, but it proved futile. The devouring sky vial absorbed the energy he emitted for refinement. Jiang Pinyin, you shall not die a good death. My master will avenge me. Tung Chun's voice, filled with resentment, echoed within the vial. Jiang Pinyin remained silent, focusing on the refinement while reflecting inwardly. The celestial realm was indeed perilous, rife with despicable individuals who favored ambushes and concealed trump cards. Even domain-level experts could fall easily. He vowed to exercise greater caution in the future. Jiang Pinyin retracted the Tremor Demon Rod, the judge's pen, and two even more potent avatars while he took the opportunity to study the treasure vessel. Another hidden card. How splendid. Though he criticized others for their treachery, he himself was the one with the most concealed trump cards, the most insidious of all. After 6 days, he finally completed the refinement of Tung Chun. He had refined nearly 50,000 celestial crystals, which he would round to 50,000 for convenience. He still required nearly 100,000 more for a gathering spirit pill. The energy contained within the subterranean magma was indeed substantial, and he hoped to accumulate enough celestial crystals. Jiang Pinyin activated the devouring sky vial to begin absorbing from the magma. After 10 continuous days of refinement, he suddenly halted. His brow furrowed. He had only gathered 3,000 celestial crystals, far too slow. If the people from the Yuhuang celestial sect were to learn of his dissatisfaction, they would certainly wish to shatter his skull. An ordinary domain-level cultivator could earn 1,000 celestial crystals in a year. He had only acquired 3,000 in 10 days and was still unsatisfied. At this rate, it would take him years to amass enough for a spirit void pill. And he was far from the speed at which the Lotus people gathered celestial crystals. You bunch of bastards from the Tianlan celestial mansion, how dare you ambush me? A thunderous roar erupted above the molten lava. Jiang Pingyin's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. The celestial crystal has arrived.